as far as we can conceptualize, is the thing with the most energy. Um, for example, heat. It doesn't evaporate the whole pot, right? It's the molecules at the top that escape, right?
Yeah,
So
because they're the ones next to the air. Yeah.
that being said,
Or
like when you say it has to do with the energy, I'm just thinking, well, at the top of this layered air that you think exists, I would think that the energy would be the most because it's there's no other molecules to have collisions with. There's no energy loss anyway, and then of course you have the sun.
Elijah, I think the water boils on the bottom, and the gas it turns to gas and travels from the bottom to the top. Am
Oh,
I
you know
mistaken
what?
on?
Um,
It
that's not the
depends
way
on,
Neil deGrasse Tyson
yeah, if you're
described it,
heating it up
but
in a pot or a
that
microwave
sounds
or
Matt,
intuitive.
Matthew, you said that it's convenient to have pseudo force and think like a force. Is that convenient?
it's a convenient way to think about it. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh
what you
no,
think?
time out.
Listen
I'm
this.
sorry.
Listen
Wait,
this.
wait.
What is different?
Let me fix
Sorry,
this real quick
Elijah.
with
Sorry. One question. What is different
no
between
wait. But
micro
that's the
high?
thing that we were talking about before you just 1 second.
Okay,
I'm gonna
okay,
give it
sorry.
right back to you. We'll see gospel bar when the water evaporates from the ocean, it's because the heat sources. You see what
It's
I'm saying?
different. The evaporation is different than boiling, though.
Well, okay, fair. But okay, so the
Because that's
it's
called
gonna
sublimation, if
evaporate.
I'm not mistaken, right?
It's gonna evaporate at the edge of the
Or
system,
something.
right? Regardless, because the
Well,
energy is anyway. All right, Sasha, go ahead. No.
In a sense, I want to ask how something what you cannot prove, you cannot. I don't know how to ask question. How something can be convenient what you cannot prove?
Oh, I
Well,
see.
it's
Yeah.
just an easy way to
um,
think about it.
Easy way to think about it, easy way to explain it.
Easy.
It's not
Okay, what
about
you think
proof.
about now? Difference between micro high force and pseudo force.
I'm sorry, which two forces?
What do you think about what is difference between micro high force and pseudo force?
I don't know the difference between those two. I'm sorry.
I know the difference. The first one is invented and the second one is invented. The first one I don't know who invented. The second one I invented. Why we don't call that micro high force? It's convenient.
Some things are
Micro
convenient.
space high voltage force, electric magnetic force. Why we don't call that like that? It's more convenient. I can say more bullshits if you want. And why is that not more convenient? I can use even good words for that. Look, listen, it sounds good. Micro high voltage force.
So you're
Why is
saying
that?
that
Yeah, I'm
making
saying
up.
why is that not convenient and pseudoscience? Pseudo force, it is convenient.
So you're saying making up an example of a convenient thing that is ridiculous is argument that we shouldn't use anything for convenience. Is that right?
What is in that
Yeah, that's
convenient?
a false
Something
equivalency fallacy that you're
pseudo
making,
means
Sasha.
nothing. What mean nothing science? That mean nothing science. It's convenient. How that could be convenient?
No, a pseudo force means it appears to be a force, but it's not actually a force.
That means it's not a force. But he said you can think like a force.
Yes, correct.
which
Yeah,
is
what that
cognitive
mean?
dissonance.
Can you translate me in 10 languages what that mean? That sentence
It's a convenient way of thinking. I mean,
in
that's what he
English, I cannot understand that sentence. You can you have no force, but you can think that it's a force. That it's ridiculous to say.
Well,
I
interestingly enough, even 200 years ago, they had difficulty with this word force.
Is it an elevator?
So Matthew, let me
We
ask
know
you
what
this
is force,
question.
people. Come on.
If I
Or
can,
we don't know what is force now.
well, if speaking of forces, if the well, there there is no force, but let's just for argument's sake say there is a force of gravity. If there was no force of gravity, what am I doing in this chair? What are me in this chair doing if gravity was turned off?
If it
No,
was
they,
turned off, you'd sort of float around. I don't know. What do you mean?
no. Say if mass
Okay.
didn't attract
No,
mass,
no,
but
no,
there's
wait,
another.
no,
All right,
no.
go ahead, man.
Float around? Okay. Well, what would my helium balloon do?
Same thing. It wouldn't move anywhere.
Well, is there a reason why gravity is not considered a force? Because it seems like it is a force to me, and that's kind of the one thing I don't understand.
How
Gravity would
something
have
what
to
is never
be a
proven
thing.
be force? Again, the question.
Hold on.
And
I
why
don't know.
we call
I thought it
something
was a
Same thing.
clever
something like a
question.
gravity is never proven. You can call that I don't know, whatever. You can use the word you want, but it's never proven,
Right,
man.
well, it's kind of hard to manipulate gravity, so it's kind of hard to prove it through
You
experiment.
cannot manipulate anything because it's not
Well,
proven. You cannot
the fact
manipulate
that you
what is
don't
not
have it
proven.
in
How
the
will you
first place
manipulate
means
something
that
what is doesn't exist?
can't prove it. Exactly.
You
But
You
anyway,
guys are
prove
talking
so.
over each other, so I can't hear either of
Sorry,
you.
It's
I'm
true.
only telling about gravity that you have no point with the gravity, and plus it's not mass attract mass. It's bending of space. Nobody speak about that.
Well, on Wikipedia, it says a force is something that will change the motion of an object, and it seems like gravity would change the motion of an object.
Okay, what will
Yeah, but
change
that's
the
the
motion
point.
of the object if I pick up the object from the floor?
but wait, there's a problem with the definition.
You would have
Like,
to
why you
have
guys
gravity
just
in
go
the
like you just
first place.
continue, you
Yeah,
just move forward just like 10 steps down. First of all, like is everything moving?
No.
Okay. So what about objects that aren't moving then?
It depends on who you ask that question to, Elijah, because
I know because they'll say I know, constantly
because a
accelerating.
glober has to say yes that everything is moving always.
Well, I'm just like assuming the inertial reference frame of the Earth.
Inertial.
No, it's didn't yo, correct me if I'm wrong. Were you or were you not the guy that we thoroughly explained the difference between um inertial and non-inertial reference frames?
No, that must have been someone else.
Okay, so non-inertial would be the Earth's because it's moving.
Okay, whatever. Like the same inertial frame as the Earth, so like it doesn't not including.
Non-inertial.
Okay, yeah, the non-inertial reference frame.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What you
Well, like
said as
technically,
the Earth.
the Earth is
What's the
moving
other
through the.
thing?
Well, technically, the Earth is moving through the
No, I didn't
universe.
ask you that. I didn't ask you that. You said it. What is the it that you're talking about along with the Earth that's in the non-inertial reference frame?
Just like objects on Earth, like any object on Earth,
What do you mean? Give me an example.
like an apple or something like that.
You mean an apple attached to an apple tree that's rooted to the earth, you mean?
Yeah, sure. Like
So
it wasn't really meant to be a
everything
specific
that's
example.
connected to the earth, basically, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, not things that are above it. Like say if I had like a hoverboard like the one that the guy in New York City had a couple of weeks ago. Like are you saying that me and my hoverboard hovering over the non-inertial reference frame of the Earth, you think that I would be a part of that or in the inertial reference frame?
You would be in the inertial reference frame, I think.
This is true. I'm glad you know. I think that might have been a mistake because you think the Earth is the inertial reference frame, but I'm not sure yet.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get that started. I was
Well, I
just
was just
saying
mostly wondering why you guys don't think of gravity as a force.
we're either stationary and motionless, or we're hurling in, all those different vectors that they say.
You know, this particle,
Wait, hold on
this
just
physics
one moment. Hold on,
professor.
please. Why would we have to think of gravity as anything at all? There would have to be gravity in the first place for us to even contemplate it beyond just nonsense.
So are you saying that gravity doesn't exist, or like what are you trying to say?
No, it doesn't exist.
What do you mean? What's gravity? What are you even on about? That's
Is
the
it
point.
proven
Gravity is
sometimes?
the thing that causes
Wake up!
us
How
to
long have
stick
you?
to the
No, hold on,
earth.
hold on.
Is
If
it
you were
proved?
fresh to this room,
Sasha,
maybe, but you're not fresh to this room. You've been here for a long time.
is it
So
proved?
what are you talking about?
So why ask him questions that will last for hours rather than make short and concise statements that you can just attach some citation to and then let the conversation move forward.
Yeah, that's a fair point. There is no gravity. Move on. Let's go.
Okay, yeah, you guys can go back to talking to Matthew. I'm just gonna listen for now.
You don't have a question after that statement, Ivanov?
Well, it seems like they don't really want to talk to me, and I'm
Well,
fine
maybe
with
not.
that.
But I'm just kind of
Well,
curious. You hear the statement that there's no such thing as gravity. Wouldn't that wouldn't that kind of beg a question of, okay, well, gosh, I thought that gravity made stuff fall down. What makes stuff fall down? Is that not floating around in your head anywhere?
It is, but they're not gonna answer it.
Why wouldn't they?
Ghost,
I mean, maybe they'll make fun of you, but then they'll answer it. And I'll ask it for you. Well, gosh, guys, I mean, at school, I was taught gravity makes stuff fall down. Why does stuff fall down then, guys? Come on, what
because you're
gives?
because you're talking about a
Because you
cause
let
of
go.
because you're talking about a cause of an effect, and the only empirical method that I know that adjudicates cause and effect relationships is the scientific method. And last time I checked, there's no viable hypothesis for gravity. It's not even scientifically defined.
Right, but what about observations?
No, you're not following. He actually broke it down pretty good with the whole cause and effect thing. That's very important. So, effect. So I pick up a pen. Is that a cause or effect of the next step where the pen falls from my hand? I pick up the pen. Is that the cause or the effect in that two-step process?
The cause.
Yeah, and then the effect of me letting go, which by the way, the letting go is actually the next cause, right? But then
Yes.
the pen falling is the cause or the effect
The effect.
of something,
Yes.
which was triggered by letting go. Yes.
Yes.
The issue is what he was trying to explain is that you can't perform science on that, okay, without fabricating, making up stories, which is what the whole mass attracting mass, the warping and bending of space time, or Schrodinger's kitty cat, okay, and the next iteration that will inevitably pop around. Because think about the time frame from Newton to Einstein. Think about the time frame from Einstein to whatever Higgs boson. What was that? 1970s ish, right? With the whole quantum questions and theorizing and everything, right? So think about the time frame from each of those. Shorter, or short, a length of time. The next length of time was shorter if we're on an exponential curve, hypothetically. Then you would expect in the next 10 to 15 years another idea to pop up. And it is. That's why movies like the Principal are popping up.
But I mean, just because you can't like verify it through the scientific method doesn't mean you should just like neglect it altogether.
What am I?
Okay, and in what way are you neglecting it?
Well, you guys just Elijah.
You ever
Yeah,
read any Aristotle?
they just
Mate,
said that. They just
we
said
can
that it
hear
doesn't
you reaching
exist.
with your words. You realize that, right?
Yeah, that's true, man.
Well, I don't know if I can hear all that because I haven't, you know, I don't have enough information to even begin to speculate as to what his intent is or what he's gathering from this. Like, say, the way that I do with Matthew. For whatever reason, I get good vibes from that guy. It could just be me. I could be a sucker, whatever. But here's the thing. Like, basically, you asked us after we've said no, there's that gravity doesn't exist. Well, why not? Because there's no scientific evidence. Because someone said that this thing that we see, this observed effect of dropping things dropping um to the ground, right? There's a cause for that, and that cause is gravity. But you would
Go ahead, man. Sorry.
no, did you want to interrupt and
Yeah,
correct?
I'm bad at it. I know. I just wanted to insert that to the prior comment about neglect. It kind of rubs me the wrong way because the fact of the matter is you don't need to understand the cause in order to fully understand the effect. You can completely understand the effect of something without fully understanding the cause, and by knowing about the effect, you're not neglecting that thing, right? I put my foot down on the ground. I I don't swim through the air because I'm not in a medium that would support me to do that activity, right? I'm not neglecting how things work just because I don't understand the cause. I don't need to understand the effect. Sorry, go ahead, Elijah. I'll shut up.
No, that makes sense. I mean, because that's why we have natural laws, because these are things that can't
Exactly.
be explained, that can't be scienced. They just
Can
it just is what it is. They're just effects that we observe or experience, and there's nothing more to be said about it.
Raja, can we compare that, let's say, with the breathable air? Like we breathe the air. What is causing that we have that, how to say, breathable air? Or we know that.
What?
We know that
honestly,
we can breathe.
honestly,
I'm trying
I
to
know.
I
compare.
need
Maybe it's not good
Sasha.
explanation.
I'm trying to say we require a system where we could reach the pressure that we could breathe. Maybe this contained
Yeah, and
system. But
oxygen, blah blah. But
but
what's
you saying,
causing
are
all
we
that
breathing?
something?
Honestly, I don't know what breathing is. I don't even know
Yeah,
if I believe that air particles are air particles and that there's something called nothing in between them. So that beats the. I don't know. Don't get me started on shit that
but let's say oxygen. You know, it's coming inside of us. Yeah, but
you mean
what
H2O,
makes
the thing that Cavendish identified? Well, not because there's a fallacy for what I'm doing. I'm
yeah,
playing dirty here. I'm just saying. I, anyway, I get what you're saying though. Yeah.
yeah.
Um. There's a necessary. There's a relationship between breathable.
Why sky
I
is
don't
blue?
even. I don't even. I don't know.
Ask the
You know,
creator.
what's causing the sky is blue?
There's several
That
answers for that.
I could speculate,
Yeah,
but I
but
couldn't
we don't know.
scientifically determine because I can't manipulate the cause.
Well, here's an interesting. I mean, think about this for just a second. That question, why is the sky blue? According to the way that color and sight in general works, okay, what's necessary? It starts with an R, and it's not refraction.
Reflection.
Reflection.
Rainbows and butterflies.
Yeah.
Reflection is the right word, and I find it fascinating that the claim of the globe model would be that we are seeing light that's being reflected. Okay, reflected off of those particles. But in front of our face, we don't see that reflection. We only see it when it's aggregated in great number, 100 miles or whatever the distance is. A little bit of cake, having your cake and eating it too situation, if you ask me. But wouldn't it be just so interesting if there was actually something that was reflecting light, giving the color blue?
But you
Wouldn't
will
that
go
be
with the airplane
fascinating?
above the clouds.
What, like
You
the
know, you will
water
have the
above?
full clouds, and you will go above the clouds, and you have again the blue sky.
Well, see. I mean, there's a ton of the problem is I don't even. Here's the
The
thing,
speculation.
right? What if I were to say, okay, well, you're right on the reflection thing, because I mean, for the light that's up there being cast down here, bouncing back up there to reflect what and show us what we see. Just I can't in my
I
mind
know.
get there. You know, like
I know what the
eh,
science books teach.
so that being said, like what exactly are we looking at? I don't know. Good, but what do the science
And
books?
that's
The science
I,
books teach, just real quick, Elijah, and I'll be done. The science, it's so interesting that there's an Elijah and an Elisha in the chat. Just hashtag Bible. The science books teach that air particles absorb all. It's either they absorb all colors except for blue, basically. But then, okay, that sounds
Problem.
fine and dandy. But then, what's happening at a sunrise? What's happening at a sunset? Blah blah blah. Why did well then there's other particles involved, and then you've got clouds, because if you have a cloudless day, a sunset is less orangey and pinky and all that, pinky in the brain. And sorry, I had to go there. Let's say pinky. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, because then you've got the whole confounding variable to this conversation about reflection. Though it sounds it's a little specious, because you get high altitude observations where quite evidently there seems to be an area where the blue stops and the black starts, with the presence of the sun in sight. At least that's how it appears. Um, the other, let me point this out. I don't know. I was going to go down the road of saying that how often do you see things with your eyes and then look at a picture of that same thing, even with the most fantastic camera, and go, well, that's not what I see with my eyes. What I see with my eyes is um, far more detailed. And no matter the filter, no matter the lens, there's just still always something um, that seems to be lacking with photos as opposed to our eyes. They can get close. I don't know. But their explanation for why the sky is blue is because the air particles absorb all colors except for blue. That's what I learned.
It's because
Oh,
that's
what
all they
so
do.
the blue
They just
wavelength
throw explanations
is
onto observations, but they never actually get to anything definitive. And
Yeah.
not to
but I don't get
rehash
the
something that we've gone over, but this was the whole point of the gravity nonsense, right? They're trying to attribute it as a cause, but they don't have it in the first place.
We've brought this
That was
topic
one
up.
thing that right. I know we've kind of beaten this dead horse a million times over, and then some, right?
Well,
kind of this is where it came from, right? Initially, this conversation, the line of talking that we're on now, came
for
from
an
the
an-
fact that my man was evoking gravity. It's like, well, if you're gonna evoke it as a cause or evoke it as a thing, you have to have it in the first place. Because when it comes to heat at a certain temperature is the cause of boiling water, well, I have heat in the first place. But show me gravity. Show me any of these things, and you can insert whatever claim that they've made, right? They don't even have the supposed cause in the first place to even be bringing it up. And that's kind of why we're talking about what we're talking about now, or at least that's how I see it.
the conundrum is with this whole light reflection thing is they'll claim that an orange actually is every color except for orange and reflects the color orange. So technically, the thing that we call an orange and the color we call an orange contains all the colors except for orange. So it's the
You know where
thing that
that
it
stems.
rejects,
You know where
philosophically
that stems
speaking.
from.
Yeah,
Right.
go ahead.
Philosophically speaking is actually the right term to use in my opinion, because that stems from the whole thing of they've said that that which is true is a lie and that which is a lie is true. They've inverted everything.
Mhm.
You can only get to that level of reasoning by inverting reality. I mean, tell that to a child, a 5-year-old child with sufficient cognition, and they'll look at you with a sideways glance, like wondering, wait, and you're my elder? That
Yeah.
this thing is orange because it's every other, whatever you said, every other thing but orange. It's like, excuse me,
Mhm.
that's backwards. That's literally nonsense. It's literally retarded. That would be the
Well,
correct application of the word retarded. It makes no sense. You're
yeah,
going
nonsense
backwards.
is a
You're
good word.
inverting
It's
reality. I mean, I know I'm going off on one, but that's the whole thing of what they do. Everything they do is an inversion of reality to take that which was real and go, oh,
Now
I'm
I'm
gonna
going on a
flip it
rant.
and then
I'm
make
going
it
on a rant.
something that's real. But
I'm going
go
on a
ahead.
rant. Move over. Move over. I'm going on a rant. It's time. I'm sorry.
Vaja, you're hot
No,
micing.
Ding ding ding. Let's
no, I'm not hot micing.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
going on a rant.
Oh, yeah. Oh boy. Oh
So
boy.
we're talking about light, right? And
yeah.
it's like, nah, son. Nah, son. First of all, every time I bring up rainbows, all of the flat earthers want to talk about this heliocentric understanding of how they work with the water droplets and the yada yada yada.
Sure.
And it's like for the same reason that I'm like, okay, I'm taking these pictures of the sun and look at these things that we're seeing, and they're like, yeah, but that's just glare. What is this word glare? Like, what are you telling me right now that what I'm looking at is just it's just a anyway. I'll show you some videos and stuff that I have, like, 'cause obviously you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But to the rainbows. So first of all, let me expose to everyone that my speculation, Eli's speculation only Eli's speculation is that the sun is some kind uh of some kind of white laser beam that um when through the firmament or whatever you would want to call the containment that we're in, right? It refracts in a way that gives us what we see on this side. That's what I think. That it's a big light source, call it what you want. I think it's a laser. And then the light is being refracted and split through this side of the firmament. So I mean that's exactly what you require for refraction anyway, right? Multiple medium. Anyway, so with the rainbow, I've been saying, well, you know, when you see the 360-degree circle and you realize it's just the angle, and when you get higher, you actually see the arc become a circle. That kind of looks like something that I've come across. It's called conical refraction. And the way that happens is they shoot a beam through a biaxial crystal, and out the other side comes a cone of light. and it kind of looks damn near like a rainbow if you ask me. Now, obviously, I mean, it would be, I'm speculating that the sun is some sort of laser beam, but ultimately, I'm just saying it's a light. Like we create lights all the time, LEDs, uh, whatever lights you can think of. What is it really?
Elijah, so in line with what you were just talking about, do you think there's anything that's in the sky that's in our firmament? Like,
You
because
mean
I mean,
objects? No,
yeah,
no.
because I know the Bible, and I'm pretty sure other religions talk about different zones of the heavens. The seven heavens.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
very fascinating. That makes a lot of sense to me because
Well, the light
you
could
know,
be
if you,
set in all of those layers, and it could be true from our interpretation
yeah,
that
well, oh, go
through
ahead.
these layers, there's different things that we see, and it works differently. It seems to be that some of the things that some of us call objects would be on a different track or different circuit than the
Um,
other things,
have you
right?
have you checked out Vibes of the Cosmos channel at all yet?
No.
Okay. I think I've mentioned it before, and right now isn't a time to bring it up because you're talking about rainbows, and I don't think he does, but um, so I was kind of thinking, if there's different materials for different firmaments, for lack of a way better word, I'm sure, of the different zones that the different heavenly bodies, go in their travel.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
my question is, I think I lost my question. Sorry, you guys. Oh, that Vibes of the Cosmos talks about, that we see a lot of reflection, and that's what he postulates. I don't know if that's that complicated, but that the moon is a full map of the Earth.
Yeah, that's
That there's other
vastly
land.
different from what I would be saying. Yes,
Yeah.
just to put that out there, vastly different.
Yeah. But so, I mean, I guess the reason why I brought that up more so is because Saturn and the rings, what do you think that is?
I have
Because
no
it's not
idea.
a rock with other rocks going around it.
It's a curiosity, that's for
I
sure.
ha I haven't
But to your
That's
qu-
honestly.
why
to
I
your
bring up the
Honestly,
reflection.
to be fair, I just haven't looked into it uh, to begin to speculate about it. Because I would, if I did look into it. Obviously, I would be
Yeah.
like, well, this is my speculation, but I don't have that
Yeah.
because I haven't looked into it. I don't have a
Yeah.
telescope yet. There's certain
At a
things that.
different time, at a different time, I'll have to catch up with you on that maybe.
Sure, sure. To the
I
now
could
to the
propose one thing with the reflection comment you made, Jenny, though. With the rainbow, how sometimes, well, actually, nearly all the time, though it's faint, I believe. There's always a second rainbow, or at least very commonly a second rainbow.
Right.
And my conclusion on that would be the fact that, based on the biblical cosmology, you have the sun and the moon above at least the first firmament, which has water above.
Right.
So if there's multiple firmaments, you're gonna get a reflection from the one above.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get a fainter version of the original, I guess, projection of the rainbow. So that would
and
explain
it
the
is
reflection.
inverted. The other circle is like, I don't know which one is inverted, but one of them is inverted. It's
Yeah.
definitely
So,
like
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
you say
interesting. If you've
inverted,
ever
and that
zoomed in on
implies.
like the main, sorry,
No, you go
just
ahead.
one quick thing. Yeah, one quick
but
thing.
let me
If
get
you've
to the
ever
main
zoomed in
point.
on
I'm
just,
sorry. Because this I have
that's all right.
there's no way that I could drag this to absurdity like this and you guys just drag this on like I don't have like a coherent point. So um so I've said, okay, well, if that is conical refraction, there's a cone of light that comes out the other side of this crystal or whatever, and boom, there's a circle, and that could potentially explain um what a rainbow might be. And then, so fine, nobody's really looking into it with me. I'm alone on this. I feel like other while people encouraged me and said, all right, makes sense, cool, I get it, fine. So it wasn't until recently that I was sent this lecture because, again, well, people just they don't really know what to make of the rainbow conversation, so they're just like whatever. But so he sends me this lecture on a guy that wrote and have studied rainbows his entire life. So guess what I found out? Well, this is the first time I hear conical refraction spoken about in another context than what I had just thought of after seeing what it was, right? So basically, what the heliocentric conception of rainbow is in each individual water droplet in the air, you have the parallel rays from the sun hitting the raindrops at such an angle that conically refracts and reflects and refracts through the water. And from that, you can see the rainbow.
What? That they all agree at one time?
Oh, so Eli's speculation is crazy, but you have the super
No, far from.
huge, super space sun that shoots laser beam rays that are parallelly hitting these water droplets, causing conical refraction and reflection to the degree, literally, at which you can see this, experience this rainbow and a double rainbow. Instead of my crazy, absurd story about it being refraction because a light source is just penetrating a refractive surface, whatever that may be. Out comes the light that we
A
experience
couple
as
of
the day.
refractive surfaces.
Not that. Yeah, a few, whatever. However, whatever it's made up of is doing what it's doing. And that's crazy. Okay, cool. But the mini micro conical refraction thing from a parallel source of light, that's not crazy. Sure. All right. Oh,
Have you
and it's
ever observed just a good solid rainbow and how the bottom, so I guess under the violet or whatever, or the indigo, it actually repeats itself again in reverse underneath the bottom layer. Have you ever seen that before?
isn't that what we were talking about with the double rainbow?
That's not even the second. That's not even the reflection. Just in the main, like the thick one, the one that comes out nice and focused, as it were. In that one, underneath, right? So you got the seven colors or whatever. Underneath, it repeats itself in a compressed format again, but I think in reverse. Have you ever seen that before? I wish my camera did it justice, but I have a shot of it, but it's not really good enough to bring up as a citation. Or have I completely lost you?
No, I just got a little busy.
Too many butterflies, right? Rainbows and butterflies. But you know what's interesting about the way that you phrase what the sun is, like a laser or something like that. I would let you obviously rephrase it the way you normally say it, right? But I think if I caught your vibes correctly, that actually lines up with what you get from Enoch, and yeah, Enoch mainly, because it actually says that the sun is given light. So it's not like the sun is light in that way, but that it's given light. Same for the moon. It's interesting verbiage, considering the way that you phrase it. So I would maybe
Yep. And I
look that up.
read
It's
it.
from like
And I never
right,
read it. It was
right.
only through my experience of rainbows and the
Observations.
other things that I've seen in some of the photos matter of fact, I'm gonna post a new video that I just watch this. Watch this shit. I mean
Oh
shit,
well.
people
Do it.
it's things that people will never see. People will never care to wonder and go, why is that? Well, maybe it's not important to ask why. Well, you can do whatever
Oh
the hell you
no,
want, but number two,
that was the whole
it's created.
game, right? That was the whole grabble to remove
It's not
curiosity
a
from the
burning
minds of
ball of
children.
whatever the hell. It's amazing. It's amazing that you'll never know, but you're
Of
like,
course, right?
I
Creation
damn
is
near gotta
awesome.
think about it.
Yeah, no, that I used to say it in a different manner, and I can't quite remember how I phrased it, but that's like the whole gambit that they played, right? To remove curiosity. They've laid out this whole cosmological definitive statement, though they're editing it every day and contradicting themselves at every turn, but to give you answers for everything and nothing, the questions that nobody asked in the first place. And the result of that is that people think that it's already been answered,
Hold
thereby
on, look, wait,
removing
wait. Look
removing the
what
natural curiosity. But sorry, let
look
me
what
make the
they're
point, right?
saying in the chat.
They
All right,
removing
all right.
they're removing the natural curiosity from people, and people buy it hook, line, and sinker. Meanwhile, their inner self is curious as can be from day dot, the moment they can even articulate the noises that come into their head, right? And the whole system is to remove that. But go ahead. That's what I see it as, because once they remove curiosity, that's why you get people who come in the room like they do, with their nonsense, just regurgitating the lies and the BS again and again and again. So, if nothing else, encourage every individual to be curious again, and we might get somewhere. If that wasn't too much rumbricing, but yeah, go ahead and send that vid. I want to watch.
Where is my what?
But it is fun to talk like this. Takes me back to the what, like 4 months ago or 5 months ago when we were having a bit more fun. Or the vibe changed a little bit.
When they remove that curiosity.
Yeah, you would have to get out of the well that you fell down for us to comprehend what you're saying.
Can you hear me?
No, try resetting your settings. You're barely audible.
Saying that once they remove the curiosity, then you're free to be a unit of energy and not concern yourself with such trivial, concerns like where you are, and just be a unit of energy and just go to work. And that's why they remove that, so that you don't think about it and you just go to work.
Man,
That's why they remove that. They don't want you thinking about these things. You know what I mean? Could you hear me that time?
I guess they would consider it none of our business, right?
So, I think
Exactly. It's like, that's not the purpose of you being here, according to whoever the controllers are. You're supposed to just, work and be like energy, I guess. That's what it seems like.
Like, welcome to the Matrix, right? I mean, with that line of thinking. Because the equity that we have with our bond or our birth certificate, that's our energy that goes into that value.
Yeah, to a certain degree, I agree with you, but to a certain degree, at least at the moment, I think the opposite of what you're saying is true. I think at the moment, in many different countries, including the United States, they want us to deliberately work less. They want us to work less because they want the economy to collapse.
Yeah, that's something different. But before all that, that's how it worked. But
it's
yeah,
not that they want you to.
What did you say? How did it work? I missed it.
Well, I think you're kind of alluding to like the real estate acquisition things that are going on right now. Is that what you were getting at, or?
Well, actually, that included, but
yeah.
Wait, we're talking to you. Well, yeah, that included, but just in general, they want us to collapse the economy. They want you to be so poor that everyone's running around trying to rob each other, trying to feed themselves or do whatever they can just to survive. And they want you to be so poor you can't afford to buy a gun to defend yourself. They want you to be so poor you can't afford to do this or that. I mean, it's just ultimately an engineered collapse.
They want economic slavery and they want socialism too.
Oh, for sure.
Wait, how did we get here from curiosity? Can someone explain that?
Yeah, you guys could take it back.
More than anything, they want you to not.
I just like to know how people get to this level.
Well, more than anything, they want you to not tell anyone else that the Earth is flat and stationary. They want you to be too afraid to do that.
This is true. You have to be courageous for truth, even if it costs your life.
Courageous? I mean, that might be a word to describe that sort of thing, but ultimately speaking, courageous is when you pick up a rifle and go to war. A hot war, not a cold war.
Nah, that's limiting the term. Courageous for truth is simply courageous for truth. The consequences are irrelevant. And that's why I said, even if it costs you your life. To speak truth. Because the world needs it. The world is full of lies.
Yeah, and remember, fear is a choice. Danger is real, but fear is a choice.
That is such a good reminder. Thank you. It's been a while since I've thought of that. There was a good.
You might be a hot mic.
There was a really good quote from a Will Smith movie with his son. I forget the name of it. Do you guys remember? Like From Earth or something like that, I think it was. I'd have to look it up.
Oh yeah, that funky space. That funky space
After
movie.
Earth. After
that was
Earth.
a weird one. What was the code? Do you remember?
Oh, I think I might have it. Let me see.
What was it? The one that I just said?
Yeah, that fear is a choice.
Right. Yes, because he gave his son like a whole bunch of
like cardinal rules.
Yeah, so that he could manage it when he was on his own.
If he was by himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, yes, I got it. Okay, I don't know if this is like verbatim, because I think the quote is actually really long, but anyway, here it is. Fear is not real. The only place that fear can exist is in our thoughts of the future. It is a product of our imagination, causing us to fear things that do not at all present or may not ever exist. That is near insanity. Do not misunderstand me. Danger is very real, but fear is a choice. I'll share it for you guys. But yeah, it's been a while since I've thought of this. I should write it down, put it on my damn fridge. Another
The way
favorite.
the
Oh,
way
go
I
ahead.
like to put it from a biblical perspective is nothing in this world is worthy of fear except the Creator himself. And that's a reverence type,
Right.
honorable fear, because I mean he's the one who made it all in the first place, and he can be done with it in as quick as a flash, so to speak. If that's not clear enough, then I guess maybe I could choose other words. But that's how I put it, because why would you fear some nonsense?
Well, see, the thing is
Because all it does, right? In terms of the hierarchy of like creation and the whole idea of everything that we live in, right? Fearing anything that is lower than the Creator is an insult to the Creator himself, right?
well, people don't know what it means to exist in the present moment. People are depressed about the past and they're anxious about the future. So that's what this is, referring to. It says fear can only exist in our thoughts of the future. It's your anxiety for what you think is gonna happen. But yeah, the part where it says it's near insanity, I need to reflect on that because I don't want to be insane. I mean, Okay, Meme War says it's because they're fundamentally wicked, in my opinion.
God at once and false because oh my.
Okay, so he said fear is like sin, again, in my opinion. So Gospel Bear posted the definition of insane for all of our convenience.
You're welcome.
Okay, so it just means unsound in mind or intellect.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, it's a colloquialism when people define insanity as doing the same thing, expecting different results. That's like and I think some historical author wrote something along those lines. I don't know.
Maybe.
It's not from a dictionary. I'll put it that way. That whole thing
Yeah.
that everybody.
Unsound.
Yes.
I can appreciate that word. Like the old saying. I hope you make it home safe and sound. So this is unsound.
Correct.
Oh, sorry, Elijah, if I talked over you. I just didn't want to forget what I was going to say.
It's alright. I was just saying, surely wouldn't unsound just be unwise?
No. No, because.
No, sorry. That's not what I meant to say. I meant to say it would just be acting foolishly, right?
Okay, so unsound in mind or intellect.
Which is much of a muchness.
Unsound, a bridge. You can have an unsound bridge, which means it's mechanically faulty.
Unstable.
Right, that's a fool, right? That's a foolish bridge.
Deranged in mind, delirious, distracted. Every single one of these words, like fool or mentally retarded or whatever these different words are, they all have their own nuance. They're not all synonyms, though they're used as synonyms quite often. A fool is very special. It has not got very many synonyms, if any. Not appropriate ones, I would argue.
Well, that's why, I mean, the hot micing is pretty cool from whoever that is, but that's why it's good to go to the scriptures for how it defines that, right?
Well, Webster's 1828 is my go-to, which Noah Webster was a very biblical man.
Yeah, it's the better dictionary in the modern times for sure. But in terms of like practical, I don't know, specificity,
You're gonna
maybe.
say a fool was a sinful person, right?
Well,
What's that?
I mean, just read the proverbs, right? There is a necessity of wisdom to actually interpret the proverbs because they're not plain speak, or not to most people, right?
Well, I prefer a
that's
liquid made of gooseberries.
Say again?
I prefer that one. When I refer to fool, I'm literally talking about a cream, sweet cream. Every time.
I guess Elijah is he aware of the hot micing?
Probably not.
Oh.
No. Should we just mute him?
Elijah, are you there?
He's away from his phone, you can tell. I hear his voice off in the distance.
I say that because
Yeah, he doesn't know. Somebody go ahead and mute him for now.
Yeah, I did because it could get personal. He can unmute himself later.
It'd be like that sometimes. All right. Hey, fun fact for everybody. Not that I'm trying to derail anything, but it doesn't sound like a train is on the tracks at the very moment. Present moment, I mean. The local tiny little hospital that I went to early a couple of months ago, 14 hours I was there, ER, is more expensive than taking you and your hopefully spouse with you to get an airplane ticket to the UAE and to spend the weekend at the Burj Khalifa or Burj Khalifa, however that's supposed to be pronounced, and eating at the nice restaurants there, staying in the Armani Hotel and at the Burj Khalifa. You could spend an entire weekend, eat nice meals, drink some wine, and then fly back and spend less than what my 14-hour visit was at the local ER. Isn't that fascinating? Hashtag America.
Yeah. I went to an ER. This is 2012. I got a flu and developed into pneumonia. And woke up in the middle of the night. Wife had to rush me to the ER. Got a $2,500 bill, but filled out a bunch of paperwork. Ended up paying $274.
Yeah, I'm ineligible according to their little stipulations for any type of
Good
assistance.
grief. What are you, a millionaire? Because, jeez.
No, I think I'm at 165%. The federal poverty level, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in that range. 165%, I think. And
the charities don't. What we did is we filled out charity stuff. We didn't do state stuff because the charities don't care.
Yeah.
They literally don't care because they get to write it off.
Yeah, it's a unique situation. There's a lot of political stuff going on with that specific hospital, but I went from that one to a real hospital, and I was there for a little over a week and a half, and they basically wrote the entire bill off, as far as I understand it.
I went to the Children's Center in Augusta, the Children's Hospital there. Would have been about $120,000.
Yeah, exactly.
And they just forgave the whole thing.
Isn't
but
amazing?
They did get to research like the youngest case of a certain type of epilepsy ever recorded, though. So they got to do a lot of research. like, well, glad I could help, I guess. It was for my youngest daughter.
Gotcha. This only came up because I just had to open 2 more letters with bills in them.
What state are you in?
North Dakota now.
North Dakota.
Yeah.
Should be a friendly state.
Lots of based people here, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
That's good. How is there balance forward when that balance? This has got to be wrong. So messed up. So I'm going to just do a payment plan. I believe it's going to take 58 years, $10 a month. They'll get their money.
Sounds good to me.
They'll get their money. I will make it good over time.
Just keep sending them IOUs.
No, well, that's kind of what, the greenbacks are. That's all they are anyway. I'll give them some Babylonian magic money's worth.
Meaningless, not even
IOU,
fit
one
the
sovereign
right
nation.
ones there, yeah. Pardon the rumpus. Go ahead, man.
So rumpus.
Is rumpus real, or is that like a role?
It's a real term.
It's
rumpus
a term.
is a real term.
It's a term, but it's also a noun because of one special individual.
Which he named himself the Rumpus because that is.
No, that's who I'm referring to when I ask, is it real? Is the man Rumpus, is that like his real personality, or is that like the guy he plays for money? You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure
I don't
it's
think anything
both.
like that.
It's both.
No, he's more real than the actor that he plays, which is confusion itself. But
yeah,
they.
I found
he's
this
not a
definition.
true believer. He's not a true believer in what he says, but he is a true believer in his cause, which is more important.
I would simplify it as he's a special case, but if you don't understand the nuance of what I just said, then I can't help you.
Is it like the same kind of special case Don Pettit comes from?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the same kind of special case that Corky from Life Goes On comes from?
For whatever reason, you said
Years or Life Goes On. That was Life Goes On, right?
You said
you talking about the
Corky.
Chromosomally Challenged show? I think that was it. Yeah, Life Goes On.
That makes me think of what was his name? The dude that was always with Will Ferrell on Saturday Night Live.
Chris
that was
Kattan.
in Chris Kattan. I knew it was a Chris. Did he play a character named Corky at one point? Because for whatever reason,
Corky
that
Romano.
name.
Corky Romano.
Thank you.
Yep. I don't know why I remembered that. Does everybody who is 20 years after the fact always says that the Saturday Night Live they grew up with was the funny Saturday Night Live. That's probably why I remember it.
Yeah.
Because really, Saturday Night Live has sucked since 1980 something.
What's Saturday Night Live? Never heard of it.
Wouldn't you say Chris Farley?
Chris Farley was funny.
Comedy show.
Yeah.
I'm obviously instigating, but I'm curious as to where this goes.
Saturday Night Live is an extremely pretentious New York-based comedy sketch show. Comedy in many quotation marks. Just, I don't have
with many hooked noses and small hats, yeah?
Unfortunately, no, because it's all Irish women. Oh, I'm sorry. I said that really contemptuously, didn't I? I don't think women are funny.
That's even worse. How did that happen? That's
Irish
an unholy connection.
Go look at the writer cast, and it's like, wow, there's a lot of names like Linda O'Shea type names.
Oh no, they just married boy.
It's like, oh my god. No wonder it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's nothing but period jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing that makes me fear for the future.
political propaganda too. It's a vehicle of political manipulation and propaganda.
I don't know about
Well,
you.
that was obvious from the beginning. The moment they introduced the word media, all they
Well,
did
yeah,
is
it's on TV,
rebrand.
right?
Well, I mean, while I'm finishing my sentence, all they did is rebrand the term propaganda. Media propaganda is the same thing, effectively.
Interesting. Do you know that word doesn't appear in the 1828? I'm sure medium does, but media does not.
I was about to say,
right.
It literally
that's the whole
comes from
point, right?
media.
As I'm finishing my sentence.
Because it means to transmit. You're transmitting thoughts and ideas, so they would call it the medium of communication. So it just became media. I'm guessing that's where it came from.
Propaganda.
Sounds reasonable. You'd probably look up the etymology of that, but I'm sure media and medium have the same origin.
Yeah, I was wondering if media was just plural of medium.
Might be. Although I think it's too specific. I mean, because when we like put down a certain material, we might call it, what media are you using? You know, for like materials we put down. When it's covering something, like on a broadcast. What media are
Well,
you
I think you would have to apply the historicity of it, right?
Yeah.
Because they started naming it media, but before they named it media, it was literally known as and accepted as propaganda. World War II, World War One, etc., etc.
I've always wanted to collect propaganda art. I love propaganda art.
I was right. Plural of medium.
Hey, there you go. But when did they make it a plural of medium?
1927 allegedly, but then
the history of propaganda comes from studying how to get people to fight in a war, pretty much, and how to make them buy goods.
Yeah. So in regards to its current usage, 1927, possibly 1923. However, the pluralization of the word medium is attested back to circa 1600, which they say the nuance there is intermediate.
Yep. Looks like they got him. They got him. They assassinated him.
Yeah, I was reading a book on propaganda.
Gospel Bear is no longer with us, y'all.
Most of it came from World War I, World War II. If like the military put a bunch of effort into trying to understand how to make it work.
Yeah, and then a little bit after that, they had Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but the future show so bright, I gotta wear shades. It's bright with fire and destruction. Good to go.
Yeah, but not on your street, right?
Right, not on my street. We were talking the other day. Now, I personally don't think they're going to ever take the internet down either. That's their most intensive propaganda tool.
No, they would just edit it like they've always been doing.
Yeah, just control the narrative.
That's why I can't stand people that say, "Oh, we're going to shut the power down. They're going to shut the internet down," and whatever. But they did do that in what was it, Cuba, for like a day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's a day?
A day is just I think that they were kind of testing just to see what people would do.
Yeah.
Like jump from a 10-story building.
How long, if they shut the power off in New York City, how many hours in would the first warlords pop up?
Oh, isn't it 48 hours or less?
I think in Chaz it was less than 3 days.
Yeah, that I've heard
Did
48 hours and 72 hours as the two common numbers.
Yeah.
Did they have power in Chaz?
Yeah, they had power in Chaz. That's the thing. They had limited power, but like out in the streets and stuff, it was like they didn't have facilities, and so it was like they didn't have power. So
Well, they started running out of food, so they would go door to door and like rape and pillage, pretty much. Like,
yeah,
it was weird.
No, they had
mean, like,
plenty of
residents?
leftists at the time donating.
guys, that could never happen today. Looks at all the ancient destroyed cities. Sure, it can't happen today. Never heard of the elites destroying the countryside where all the food grows.
If anybody listening has a friend who's maybe just a little bit in that particular kind of way of the libertarian mindset, not really afraid of guns, but for one reason or another, because they don't have a lot of money at the moment, or they just haven't gotten around to it, they don't have a gun. My suggestion to you is go buy your friend a gun. Like a Glock or something.
True. That's charity, babe.
If anybody's feeling really philanthropic, I'm interested in a Mossberg, but
there's almost
nice
no
little over-under action.
And I'm assuming that's coming from someone who already has an arsenal, right?
No, I actually have 0 firearms. I will submit myself to the flogging.
That is just. I think you should just demote yourself of your own accord.
Put him back down to silver.
Well.
I have a few guns.
How did you even get away with that? Just internally, right? You don't
That's a fantastic
sound like
question.
A 12-year-old to me.
No, yeah, I'm not that. No, it's a great question. There's a lot of different ways to answer it too, but you've heard of the expression brains and brawn, right?
Or it's good to have both.
It is absolutely good to have both. I do agree with that.
Yeah. I grant you that. My weapons are permanently attached to me. That's for sure. But you were talking about having deeds and stuff earlier. You having a deed without the requisite requirements to defend such a deed. That's kind of curious, at least.
If hypothetically, pretend to be a glober for an instant, for just a second, and say you live on the moon all by yourself.
My capabilities,
I know. Say you live on the moon all by yourself. How much would you feel like you needed a gun? That's what it's like. That's what it's like living.
The moon cheese needs to be hunted at the very least. Surely.
I know. So I live in a place where the average age of the residents is 78 or 79 years old. There's less than 100 people here. There's basically exclusively extremely based people within 100 miles in all directions except for Canada, because I don't
understand.
know about those people. But that's no excuse.
No, I can extrapolate, right? I can extrapolate because I understand where you're going.
But I wound up finding.
My comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, finish your point.
I just wound up finding a home on purpose that I could both afford and was in a really good location. And I'm really thankful for what I have and where I am. And it is definitely on the wish list, an actual list that I have budgeted out, but I have a leaking roof. I have a porch I need to replace. I have another porch I need to replace. I have a handful of structural things I need to do. So it's a priority thing for me. And a lot of people would be like, well, you need the gun before your tub falls through the floor, because the gun will help your tub from falling through the floor with that structural issue you have.
You can shoot the tub.
Well,
I have a. It's a single bathroom home, and I've got
I could
priorities
simplify
basically.
it with. I could simplify it with two things. One would be a statement, and I'll save that to the end. The other one would be scripture. He said, "If you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and get a sword."
Ooh.
Roughly speaking. Second one is complacency will bite you in the jacksie.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Take
I
it
don't
as you
disagree.
like.
I'm not disagreeing. I support and endorse law-abiding and non-law-abiding
But in
bearers of firearms, because the whole
terms
issue
of
of law-abiding is
practicality,
a
though,
fallacy.
you don't necessarily need to strain your resources. If you have a few trees and a few blades, you can make yourself sufficient weaponry to equip yourself for.
I didn't say I didn't have weapons. I
Okay.
don't have a firearm.
There's a massive karambit.
If you're on a budget, man, you can always get a used one. You know, like
yeah.
brand new Glocks are like $550, $500 these days. You can get a used one for probably 300 or less, maybe.
Dude, guns are so expensive right now. It's crazy.
It's much simpler than that. It's much simpler than that. You just talk to a guy who knows a guy, and you arrange an agreement. Simple as.
You can get you can go to
I know
Bass
that.
Pro Shop and buy
I have a handful of people that could give me guns for free. I'm good. I get it.
You can go to Bass Pro Shop and you can get black powder Peacekeeper revolvers.
Mm-hmm.
Like Old West revolvers, black powder. There's no legislation on it.
Yeah.
You're talking about muzzle loader type stuff?
No, I'm talking about black powder bullets. They load it's like shooting a regular gun. They just use black powder. Firearm deals with a class of gun that fires a particular type using a particular type of explosive. And it is not black powder. So your black powder revolvers, guess what? They're only about $350.
Yeah. Do they make single action in that style, like what you're talking about?
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Yeah, I've done tons of research. I know more than I should, given my lack of the only thing I've ever shot was an AR-15. And
the good thing about black powder versus a modern firearm is you don't need as many resources to create black powder as you do to create a firearm.
Sure.
Yeah, because without the caps, you're finished when it comes to the modern ones. But with the black powder, you can just keep going as long as you have the requisite.
Well, you can conceivably you can make black powder. You can make it, and you can make lead bullets.
Sure.
Whereas producing caps is another thing altogether, as far as I'm knowledgeable on.
Yeah. Thing is, you wouldn't need a big manufacturer with lots of capital to be able to get what you need with black powder.
Yep.
But this, I mean, I might be stretching this a little bit because he might have been talking in terms of historical context. But when Messiah said, "Get yourself a sword," I take that kind of literally, because the sword never needs to be recharged. You don't need ammunition for a sword. You just need sufficient nutrition, right?
I think what they
but you can only throw it once.
The blade does not die. Let's just put it that way. David's Mighty Man.
Oiled, it'll last forever.
We could go on forever, baby.
Yeah, but you can't take out an enemy from a distance with it.
No.
You need a bow and arrow for that.
Are you sure?
No.
Even more so, right? Bow and arrows are not that far dissimilar from a blade.
Wasn't that always Jesus' reasoning? How much more so? He said sword. I'm just going to extrapolate that out as arm yourself with what you have to arm yourself with. That's it.
Right.
So if he was talking to people back then, they would.
You know what was interesting? You know what was interesting is how he said it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a sword, sell your cloak, and you have a cloak. So okay, if you have excess in one area where you don't really need it, balance that thing out, because I'm sending you out on a journey, which is another part of the context, right? So if you're going to be put in a position where you need to defend yourself, and that's not even necessarily talking about people, that's just talking about the fact that you're going down routes with wild animals and such like.
Oh yeah, there were lions. There were lions in Judah too.
Do your due diligence, right? Especially if you're a protector of your family, right? If you're single, then I suppose you can take more liberties with your own life. But
there's
if you're
something a
not,
little funny about saying that you bought and own your own home. A lot of people have a lot of preconceived notions about that. It's four bedroom, 1.5 bath, allegedly, home. Okay, in downtown, in the middle of a town, right? You put all those things together and you start building a conception. But I guarantee you that there's nobody in this entire chat room that has a car that was less expensive used. If it, like, let's say you bought it used, nobody has a car that was less expensive than what I got my home and half-acre property for. Just to give you a little.
you only got half an acre. You need to speak to your neighbors. Scare them away.
Hey, half an
Scare
acre,
them
that's
away,
all
man.
you need. You can raise a lot of food on half an acre.
I know. But I like room for maneuvering.
For a year of wheat, you need 100 foot by 100 foot of wheat. It's about
on a quarter acre, you can raise a 12 strong family. No.
Well, I wouldn't waste efficiency on something like wheat though, because that's all they grow. I mean, not all. They grow a lot of other interesting grains in North Dakota, but wheat is very prevalent around here, so I could always barter for that. Be more efficient to grow vegetables and root vegetables and stuff around here.
Well, an orchard, right? Because you can actually incorporate orchards with vegetables, and they actually grow quite well in combination.
Not at my latitude.
Yeah, you're too high. Your elevation's probably too high, isn't it?
What's your
elevation? I'm at about 2,200 feet elevation, but I'm at 49. I'm at 49 latitude.
Let me link you some stuff. One second.
With -40 Fahrenheit regularly, downwards to -60 Fahrenheit during every other winter or so.
I live in the subtropics at about 75 foot elevation.
Yeah. I know your area. I'm very familiar.
Yeah.
I grew up going to Hilton Head. I'm very familiar with the area.
Yeah.
I grew up in Marietta, Georgia.
It was so hot. The other morning I went outside, I actually got mad. It was 7 a.m. I opened up my door, I'm about to leave, and I got mad. It was so hot and humid. I never get mad at the weather. I just opened that door, felt it, and I was like, God, man. I wanted to cuss. It was so hot.
We moved to one of the coldest, not the coldest, but one of the coldest states in America, and then this year we get a heat wave, and we've seen triple digits more than once. It's wow.
Well, at least you don't have. I know that's hot, but
no
AC.
You
don't have the 98% humidity.
True. Yeah, the humidity. There's a drought in the Midwest, so that has definitely been a factor too.
There's a natural cycle.
If you have the time, Bearer, I would watch the video and then some from this individual, because it would probably add to your arsenal of understanding.
Yeah, I got you. I have a playlist on YouTube called Farm Unity, and it's got like 200 and something videos on there about gardening and sustainability and all food security, all that good stuff.
Does anyone want to play the clip that Quantum posted? He's got a new Numpty clip out with Hillbilly.
I know Moonburn has the requisite requirements for that.
Moonburn. Yeah, if anyone wants to get around to it.
I don't know. Because you have to be a DJ, right?
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
If you want to be as risky as to give me DJ, go right ahead. But take it as you like, right? But it's a good shout because Globers are weak.
Even better, napalm. Oh, sorry, Elisha. Even better than a greenhouse, because those are incredibly impossible in North Dakota, because the wind, you've got 100-mile winds quite regularly. you need a Wallapini in this climate and weather pattern area. Wallapinis are buried greenhouses, and they can sustain extreme temperatures
Just a
and
roof,
extreme
right?
winds. What?
So you just make a basement with a roof, a glass roof, right?
Kind of. Wallapinis, you can integrate wall growing on the walls as well as, you know, having raised beds in the center. It's basically a super glorified trench that utilizes thermal mass for temperature retention and element protection. And they are used supposedly in the mountains of Chile, or however you want to say that country's name. Wallapini. Yep, there you go. Meadowlark knows what I'm talking about.
Okay. So you've got consistent, sustained winds throughout the year, right?
On and off. You know, sometimes it's as dead as a doornail, wind wise, and then like when we moved here in April, one of the very first things that happened was just an insane windstorm. It was between 60 and 80-mile winds, and then over the summer it's been 0 to 5 most of the time. Every now and then it'll ramp up, be weird on a day, and be like in the 40s wind speed. So
I've got a question, just so that I'm following the train. How did we get to this one specifically? This topic? Because I have an idea, but I want to make sure that it's directly.
Because I love talking about myself, and I probably shared a detail about something about myself. And doesn't everybody love talking about themselves? I'm not the only one, right?
No, that's not what I was getting at.
I also love being facetious, just for the record.
Yeah, that's fine. No, because what I was thinking is in terms of those more difficult, practical side of things, microgreens are super effective, right? Because you can do that within the household.
That's
and
right.
It's literally like a week to 10 days, and you can just have that on a revolving cycle, and you're actually getting more nutrient effectiveness or whatever, you know, insert correction, grammar, whatever, right? To fix what I just said.
I get
and that can sustain you through those more tricky times of the year, so to speak.
Yep.
I really like that. And what's really cool about the microgreens is that's effective in, I mean, I'm talking to someone who has some land already, right? So you can apply that pretty well in your position. But then the most of the people that we're talking to are living in apartments, living in situations where all they have is a windowsill.
Yep.
So it's something that everyone and their mother can apply with really not that much effort.
Yep.
So whoever's not listening, open your ears and listen.
Yeah, but a good friend.
Microgreens are a lifesaver.
I have a good friend that was in military housing in Nebraska, not also another place where it's harsh. And he was doing, he converted his garage. He not tarped it off, but kind of tinted it off, right? Not completely sealed by any means, but it retained its heat. And he was growing like a banana tree, an avocado tree, and just a wide variety of random things, just kind of experimental, but also things that he was able to grow, use, eat, so on and so on. And he was only using about a third of a single car garage.
Awesome.
It get good results.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Yeah, because the microgreens would be if I was to like just get dumped in a new plot of land, that would be the thing I'd do initially.
Yep.
I would order all the seeds and their mothers, get some lights just in case. Not that you really need them if you got sufficient sunlight. And then you could sustain yourself on that alone while you establish whatever you're going to grow in the natural environment that you have.
Wait, he sustained himself with the space of 1/3 of a one-car garage? Gosh, it seems like NASA should get a hold of this guy. We need to send him to Mars.
You know what? Not to promote them, but some of the stuff that they've actually come out with in an indirect way is actually rather interesting when it comes to the white light, the green light, etc., etc. I'll leave that vague because it will only really pertain to people who know how to search it. But the reason I say that is because NASA clearly is deception, but the stuff that they're involved with, and not just there for the sake of it. Maybe Gospel Bearer can help me fill the gaps in the language. You get
Sorry,
what I mean.
can I just ask a question?
They are. Go.
When you guys are talking about microgreens, is that like sprouts and those kind of things, or?
Yes. So
Yeah.
anything that would either be a full plant, or it's just. I mean, you could just name all sorts of things, right? You can wheatgrass, sunflowers, cruciferous, amaranth, all those kind of things. You just eat them in the first week to 10 days. The nutrients, then the nutrient density, the minerals, the vitamins, and the amino acids, and the what's the one? There's one that's more important. The enzymes. So the enzymes in that first week to 10 days, depending on which kind of one you're talking about, what their natural cycle is. In that period, is so heavily condensed and concentrated that you don't actually need to eat anything else. It's rather fascinating study, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's
But
very interesting.
I'm biased, so take it with a massive pinch of salt and go and do your own research.
What about omega-3 fatty acids?
Yeah, exactly right. You get that from the water. You get that from all of them, but I think one of the better ones is sunflowers. Again, I'm biased.
Do you get
Go and look it up. Go and look it up because there's tables of content. There's research to the nth degree at this point. But repeat your question, sir.
Well, I was just bringing up omega-3 fatty acids because, to the best of my knowledge, it's damn near difficult, if not impossible, to get a sufficient amount of omega-3 fatty acids from eating plant material. It's only when they accumulate inside the egg yolks of chicken eggs or in the flesh of an animal that they're really in an amount that's truly relevant to your diet.
Without intending to sound too rude, that sounds like a lack of sufficient investigation, because as far as I'm aware, something like hemp seeds, something like sunflower seeds, you actually get an almost a perfect natural ratio of what you would require from that. But again, don't take my word for it. Please go and do the research. But in terms of the question that you asked, as far as I'm aware, you actually get what you need from those alone. And basically anything, right? And even if you want to go like you want to still do the grains and stuff, just sprout your grains and make bread from that, or sprout your grains and just eat the grains like that. You actually get the things that you need.
Well, it's a cheap way to ensure your future too.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was just saying it's a cheap way. Like if you're looking into purchasing, whether it be canned food, canned goods, or whatever you're doing, it's always a good thing to have on hand to buy some sprouting seeds that are specifically for that. You can buy all kinds of different blends and whatnot, and yeah, like you said, they're packed with nutrients, and it's a really easy way to sustain yourself in an emergency situation. All you need is just some wet mats on some trays, and you just kind of cycle them out.
Yeah, and if you want to grow them out a little longer, make sure that they're getting sufficient nutrients. My personal take on it, if you're not going to use like natural mud or natural soil, and you're just going to use a medium just to get the job done, I would add bentonite clay, because bentonite clay or something like that would have the nutrients there, and the roots will just pick that up, and then that will assimilate into the plant. So anything that they might not already have in the seed is in and of themselves that they will transform from the sunlight, etc., photosynthesis. You will get from the bentonite clay. But that's my perspective. That's as simple as I can see it. But obviously if you have like decent soil, go ahead, get decent soil, grow them out a little longer, and then grow them in natural light. You're gonna get the best of the best. Oh, and if you are, and this is another one. Sorry, I like this topic. If you are in an environment where you don't have like the land convenience that other people might have, ground your plants. So you can just get like just either a copper pipe straight from the ground and wire it to your plant's bed that you have, or you can do from the plug in your wall socket. By grounding the plants, they're actually connected to the earth. So the same benefit you get by grounding yourself, kind of returning yourself to earth, counteracting the nonsense frequencies. The same for your plant, right? Because the plant's not really supposed to be in a windowsill detached from the earth. So if you can connect it to the earth, then you have things back in alignment, or at least 99% there. So if you're in an environment that isn't optimal, that's the kind of things I would apply. So bentonite clay, grounding the plants, grounding yourself, etc., etc., and
Yeah, there's a lot of
quality.
There's a lot of good additives, besides like bentonite clay, like diatomaceous earth and diatomaceous earth, charcoal in certain amounts would be good. But also another way for grounding is also the tubes and the pipes and the copper pipes underneath your sink too. They're grounded.
Yeah, guys, remember the plants will only absorb what's in the soil. So if the soil doesn't have the essential nutrients the human body needs, then you won't get it from the plants. And the same thing goes with the animals that eat the plants. So if the plants are void of the nutritional value that the cow or chicken needs to function properly, which are the same nutrients, essential nutrients that the human body,
What about seeds?
Man needs to function properly. So the point is the soil is ultimately what it boils down to. If the soil doesn't have it, then the plants don't have it. If plants don't have it, the animals don't have it.
That's
The
not
animals don't have
necessarily
it,
true.
then you don't have it. Well, you
That's not
can't
necessarily true.
manufacture essential nutrients. Like you can't pull minerals out of thin air. They have to come from the ground or be
No,
put in the
like
ground and
Elijah
come back
said,
out of
it
the
would
ground.
be a benefit. Like Elijah said, it would be a benefit to add some kind of substrate, natural substrate to minerals and stuff to its growing, for the first week and even further. But there's lots of nutrients in seeds. It already contains a
Right.
lot of the things that
that's what makes them so beneficial. I say that in terms of some of them, they require a length of time more than say 5 days, right? So they would get to the point where they've run out of what they have innately in the seed. So that's why I would be like, okay, if you're gonna grow in a substrate that's kind of devoid of nutrients, add some nutrients. That's why bentonite clay in terms of efficiency. But the majority of what you're getting from comes directly from the seed itself, and I guess let me simplify it. It's not correct terms by any means, but let me simplify it in that the communication with the seed and the sun, the natural sunlight. So people go to a great expense in getting high quality like LED lights, but if you can get natural sunlight, even if it's in the middle of winter, that will be better than any LEDs, right? And it's that communication, it's that translation, so to speak. That's where you're getting the effectiveness, right? That's where you're getting the natural goodness, because the whole idea of everything that we eat, right, is getting that which the sun gives us naturally, right? Just sitting in the sun in and of itself can heal people of disease. So if you apply that to the food you're eating, you're taking the sun, you're putting it through the plant, it's transforming that, you're getting water of a higher level, you're putting that in your body, you're getting what was designed for us to assimilate anyway. If I lost anyone, I apologize, but I tried to make that as simple as I could.
Well, let me re-say what you just said, but to be a little more specific. For instance, when you go out into the sun to heal yourself from a disease, that disease would be a vitamin D deficiency. So it would be a specific nutritional deficiency, an essential nutritional deficiency. And you're solving the problem, you're addressing the problem by going out into the sunlight and allowing the sunlight to turn the cholesterol in your skin into vitamin D.
Yeah, that's one example, but like even anything else, right? Just the simple fact of relaxing yourself, chilling out, and letting your body, which is naturally designed to heal itself, right? You cut yourself, what does your body do? it sends the soldiers, and I mean I'm speaking in non-specific terms, non-scientific terms, right? But it sends the soldiers, it semi-cauterizes its own wound, it clots up the wound, it heals over, and then it starts healing. You didn't do anything there, right? Nothing you do actually makes that system change. The system was inbuilt in the way that we're designed, right? What we do is either we get out of the way and let our body heal itself, or we aid the body in giving it the building blocks to address that. So like the minerals, right? Dust to dust, earth to earth, right? That's how we're made. We're made from the dust. So okay, give ourselves minerals. We can do that. So it's not just the example of vitamin D deficiency. It's the example of, okay, when you're ill, when you have an issue, if you have a skin condition, if you have whatever, if you just do nothing and you just go and sit in the sun, you can heal yourself. I mean, why do people enjoy holidays so much? Because it feels good, right? It feels good to walk in the sand. It feels good to do all this stuff, right? I mean, one of the funniest examples statistically is, people get diagnoses of cancer. If they do nothing at all, they have a 70% chance of I mean, I know I'm kind of pulling numbers out of thin air at this point, but that's the kind of things that these people say. If they do nothing at all, they have a greater chance of living for the next 5 years than if they were to do something as stupid as chemotherapy. So clearly, without any real brain power, you can see that, the system that we've been given naturally is able to heal itself. And the sun, I mean, everyone knows that you just feel better in the sun. Even if
hold on. Hold on. You're totally saying something totally wrong there. I got to stop you right there. No, the human body does not have the ability to heal itself just because, just cause. Like, here, I'll give you a very specific example of this. So sulfur is an essential mineral.
I said because of its design, because it's designed to heal itself.
That's what I'm saying. It's not. Right? That's what I'm saying. You're wrong. You're false.
No, I'm not wrong.
I'll explain to you right now why you're wrong. This is important. People need to know this.
No, listen. I gave you an example, right? Cut yourself. I'm not saying that you should, but hypothetically, cut yourself. Do nothing. The body will heal itself. It's
false.
In the design. It's in the design.
Yeah, I mean, that part's true, but even that part won't happen if you're suffering from particular nutritional deficiencies. Even your blood clotting won't happen.
No, because even if you are that severely gone, right, that severely wasted in your system, it will still close the wound. It will still do it. It might take forever if you're that far gone, if you've ruined your system to that effect, to that level. But fundamentally, the body is designed to heal itself. The problem that we have in this day and age is that the poisons, the lifestyle, etc., I don't need to go on because I'm not dealing with amateurs in this arena, right? Means that what we have done as a society, not as individuals, but as a society, what we have done is we've gotten in the way of the natural design of creation. We've gotten in the way of what would happen. And anyone who has pets or anyone who has livestock can I would imagine could attest to that. They get ill, they get some kind of disease. Those lot, they stop eating, they do nothing, they kind of go off on their own for a little bit, and they heal themselves by literally doing nothing. So it's not that they did anything; it's that they know that, okay, I'm ill. I ate something that I shouldn't have eaten. I made a mistake. Let me just relax and let the body deal with it. So I understand I understand where you're coming from, but fundamentally, right? It's in what we observe. It's in the design that we have. You don't really need to do anything. The best thing anybody can do, in terms of healing themselves, as difficult as it may be, and I fully understand the difficulty, right? I've been there, up and down, all over the place. The best thing anyone can do is get out of the way and let nature, and I say quote unquote nature, I'm talking about the design of the creator. Let the design of the creator do its work. Now, sometimes that's very difficult because we're dealing with extreme cases, right? When it comes to cancers, for instance, I would be like, okay, well, if you've got an extreme cancer case, go and take that high quality THC CBD oil because you have a mission on your hand. But
Yeah, that won't do
fundamentally,
anything. That won't do it.
fundamentally,
No.
but fundamentally, the body is designed to heal itself.
Yeah, if it has access to the material, the raw material that the human body needs to heal itself. If the human body does not have that raw material, it is physically incapable of healing itself. I'll give you a specific example of this. You know, myself, I need maybe a little bit more sulfur, one particular mineral, more so than other people do. If I don't get enough sulfur in a certain form in my diet, then my ligaments will lose their structure and my bones will fall out of place. Because as it turns out, in all of our bodies, your ligaments and your tendons are made of a lot of sulfur. All right.
Right.
But that's not to say that, you know, everyone is susceptible to a sulfur deficiency and the problems that come with it as I am. People are susceptible to different nutritional deficiencies and get different symptoms. What I'm trying to say to you, the point I'm trying to make is I can exercise all I want, I can run in the sunlight, I can keep a positive attitude, but all the positive attitude in the world, all the sunlight in the world, and all the exercise in the world will not put more sulfur in my body. Only I can do that, and only I can keep the things out of my body that would cause such deficiencies to happen in a more rapid rate, like sugar.
Right. I'm listening to you, and I'm not denying that. And unless I made a major mistake, which I don't think I did mention that we give the body what it needs, but fundamentally the body is designed to heal itself. The building blocks, right? The amino acids, the nutrients, etc. That aids the body. Those are the building blocks to give the body what it needs to heal itself. But the body is designed to heal it itself, right? And one thing that cannot be denied, I don't really care whoever says anything, simply by fasting, you can heal a myriad of conditions by simply fasting, which is literally getting out of the way and letting the creator's design do what it was designed to do. And if you don't believe me, go and test it. If you have an issue, go and fast.
I think it's already been
And
tested.
until you've I can argue all day or every day because I've been there and I've done that, right? But I don't have to, right? If you don't believe me, go and test me. Go and try and prove me wrong.
You don't
give
have
me
to.
a citation. Give me a
Science has
no,
already
no,
tested it for you.
Right,
It's called
right.
the
But I'm not.
It's called the placebo
Right,
effect.
No, that's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with actual stuff, right? If you don't mind me carrying on 44. Yeah, but 44, if you don't mind, because I don't know when you jumped in, I was talking to Orion, right? If you don't believe me, and again, I don't want to be owning the room. I'm just making a point, right? If you don't believe me, pick a citation, pick a condition, pick whatever you're dealing with, go and fast for a sufficient amount of time, and tell me that thing won't deal with itself.
What's a sufficient amount?
That is in. Well, it depends, right? If you're dealing with just, you've just got a simple nonsense flare up on your skin, go and fast for a week, right? If you've got diabetes, go and fast for 40 days, right? And now I'm not saying that's that you can do, and I'm not saying that you can do that straight away, right? And I wouldn't even encourage people to do that. But if you're gonna try and heal yourself, if you're gonna try and do what needs to be done, you've got to make some effort, right? If you've got to the stage where you're in a chronic situation, you're going to have to do some serious backtracking. You're going to have to do some serious reevaluation of your lifestyle. So until you've done that, to counteract what I'm saying, you're going to have to go and then, don't go and then test it and speak it in yourself personally, right? And I know that phrasing doesn't necessarily make sense.
No, I follow you.
Hopefully I've made myself clear, because I was responding directly to Orion, and I don't want to own the room. So,
I mean, you're making a lot of sense to me. I don't know why you're getting so much pushback. Like, the body clearly has mechanisms.
I don't care about that. I'm just trying to make sure I've articulated myself clear enough for what Orion asked me and rebutted.
I think you have. I don't know why he's got to interject and have so much pushback.
No, you don't have to make it a personal thing. I'm just making sure, because I don't know if Orion's muted or is busy right now. I'm simply making sure that he's
I'm
heard what
making
I've said.
sure that he understands that there's no necessity to push back on the point All he has to do is add to it. Like I don't know why he
Well,
had to
I wasn't
cut you
really.
off.
No. That's kind of by the by, right? The only reason I'm going into this much detail is because he made some specific questions, and I wanted to make sure that I addressed them specifically.
I just think it's bad behavior. Like we can all just.
I don't care about that. That's kind of irrelevant to me. The only thing I would add, and because I've said enough at this point, right? The only thing I would add is there's a thing called and now this one's a bit more kind of, go and do your research heavily, right? But there's a thing called transmutation or something like that. Somebody help me if I'm misusing the term. I'm not saying it properly. To the point where there's things that we cannot necessarily that we don't necessarily have in our body to produce, but if we're in the right state, we can actually convert that which we don't have into that which we do need. If I've said it properly.
I've heard that theory before, where like say if you didn't have sulfur in your body would break down other things to make it.
But I don't have ready at hand citations. So please, again, everything I said.
Example though.
I say it from my examples and from my understandings, but obviously I'm not dealing with amateurs, so go and do your research. And I'll leave it there because I've spoken enough, and I don't want to be owning the room all night.
Well, yeah. If you have any, actual mineral produced inside the human body by the human body, I would love to see that.
It's not necessarily directly connected, but what I can point you to, which is a rather interesting thing and somewhat of a deviation,
that has been proven. That has been
Okay.
proven in the placebo effect, where the
If you
body
can post
is
that,
able to produce whatever enzyme is needed to cause the said reaction, just based on the belief of the patient taking a sugar tablet.
I think it's even higher than that, Flat Earth, but I don't have them ready at hand. I'm building resources at the moment, so maybe in the next few months I'll have them more readily at hand. But to the point where what I've heard is that it's the body's being able to produce nutrients and even minerals, I think, that aren't actually there. So that's high level stuff. But one thing I can point to is we have an endocannabinoid system, and I know everyone's gonna love this in this server, right? Or at least a lot of people, to the point where a mother who is breastfeeding is producing cannabinoids internally in the breast milk for the child.
Oh, I love that topic.
So that's something to kind of get your head around and to contemplate.
Did you
and I'll
say
leave it there.
It goes much further than that.
I really don't
your
like
own
to
body.
I really don't like to own the room for this long. I enjoy the topic, but you lot are giving me too much credit.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure your own body produces THC and it functions as a fuel for your nerves. I'm pretty sure that if there was no THC in any of our bodies not produced by our bodies, that they would simply not function. You would not be able to feel anything at all.
I wouldn't be able to comment on that, but what I do know is we have a fundamental endocannabinoid system. So that goes so far as it wouldn't be quote unquote THC, but it would be an endo THC, if that would be the correct. There's much more knowledgeable people on this topic in this room, so if anyone who knows more would want to comment, I'd want to hand it
you
over.
really
But
can't introduce weed breasts without more questions. That's just too much.
Yeah, the endocannabinoid system.
What I'll do is I'll mute and I'll go and provide the citation, because that one is not that hard to find, because
the endocannabinoid
it's been proven
system
and tested, right?
It's clinical at this stage. It's like the lymphatic system or the blood circulatory system. The endocannabinoid system is a toxin removal system, and it strengthens the myelin sheath around neural fibers. So it actually improves memory. It's actually assists with the production or generation of proteins, whereas they used to think that it would retard protein production and therefore impede sperm production. So the the endocannabinoid system is a fundamental system where every cell has these little receptors, kind of like everyone's heard about the ACE2 receptor. There's another type of receptor, the endocannabinoid receptor, and effectively you've got thousands of them per cell, but we don't get enough greens in our daily diet. So you could get cannabinoids through greens, consumption of greens, or through consuming like a cannabis plant. The smoking of it isn't sufficient quantity, and that's where the oils are generally preferred for treatment, because you're getting such a high volume of cannabinoids that effectively it allows full activation of the body, and it's always dosage dependent. So certain people will try a certain dose and say it didn't do anything for them, and their best friend might try it and feel like they're overdosing. So each person has to build up to their tolerance, but it is something that our ancient ancestors used as medicinal treatment. They found cannabis seeds back in the Egyptian pyramids. So for hundreds, if not thousands of years, it's been a treatment of many kinds.
It's a treatment, but depending on what you're trying to apply it towards, it may be an effective treatment for some things, but not an effective treatment for other things. And I think there's a lot of people out there that might say it will, be effective treatment for things that in actuality it won't be. But I need to point out something about hemp and CBD and the bioaccumulation of this. So I think before the 1930s or the 1920s or so, it was a much more common thing for people to grow hemp and then take the extra material they have after they make rope out of it or make food out of it or take the oil from it or whatever. And they would take this and they'd feed it to cattle, and there would still be a lot of CBD in it. And this CBD would bioaccumulate in the flesh of a cow. And then when it goes to market and we eat the cow, or they would eat the cow, the CBD would be in a form that is not only bioavailable, but in high quantities too. Because it's not just about how much it's in there, it's how bioavailable it is. And then after you realize how bioavailable it is, it's how much is in there. So sometimes quality over quantity. But the point is there's a lot of quality and quantity in there. But these days we don't really feed our cows CBD. These days we don't really feed very many of our cows hemp byproduct.
Yeah, I hear you. They now, because it's legalized and they're starting to study it, they're literally specifically stating which one, whether it's CBD, CBCs, CBNs, THCs, THCVs, CBDAs, CBGs, THCAs. There's all these little active
I've been taking
ingredients,
Delta 8.
and each one of them possesses certain strengths. So I've just posted in the live chat now what they often call like the cannabis wheel or the CBD wheel, and it shows which type of or which category at the center. So whether it's pain and sleep or neurological or mood behavior or gastrointestinal, and then it tells you which combinations in the plant would affect the treatment of, and then on the very exterior it talks about which treatments are treated by CBDs and THCs. So it is at a stage now where it is almost as accurate as the pharmaceutical companies, where they have specific treatments for certain ailments.
Right.
But like I said, it's very much dosage dependent. So some people will say it didn't work for them, then they obviously just needed to up their dosage till they started to see results.
Right, and this is where, when it comes to healthcare, you have to take the individual into account. And the other thing is, these kind of charts that he's posting are coming from the knuckle-headed, myopic type of individuals who can only ever focus on one compound, whereas everything in nature is multi-compounds, synergistic, right? So when you eat whatever fruit, right, it's not just pure glucose straight into your veins, hyper, bzzz, right? No, it's glucose, it's vitamins, it's enzymes, it's the whole caboodle all in one. So this is where the people who are really studying this, who are the OG kind of hipster gangster, whatever, what do you want to call them, right? they realized after a certain point that it's the full spectrum, it's the entourage effect. So when you do this, synergistically, as it were, then you're getting what your body really needs. Because let's be real, in nature, you don't just get one compound in and of itself dripping from a tree and you just mainline that into your veins. No, you get it in a combination. So when you go, okay, let the creation model speak for itself, and you take that as it comes from nature, then it works so much better. And that's what these people are realizing. Now they're kind of going, like, some people are kind of going more holistic naturally. Some people are going other sides of, okay, let's get these components and let's bring them, let's isolate them and bring them back together, which is kind of backwards, but it kind of works because you can kind of fine tune it, right? But either way, it's the idea of bringing it all back to the ancient path. And hopefully I haven't lost anyone with what I just said there, but that's something that's really important when it comes to medicine and when it comes to how you deal and how you address these things naturally. Because if you just do the scientific, quote unquote specialist myopic perspective, you're not going to get anywhere, because that is never how nature and creation is done. Because nature and creation is never just one component at a time. It's a synergistic effect, and I'll leave it there.
Proper nutrition only works on a flat Earth.
Well, obviously.
Well, the peculiar thing
Did
is
everyone
that
get dumbstruck?
there's about 300 to 400 enzymes in that cannabis plant, and the human body can use every single one. And if, for example, we evolved and this was all random, you might find a plant with maybe one, maybe two crossovers that you might be able to ingest it. There'd be a lot of, I sort of call it like a handshake. When you look how this plant works with the human body, it's a perfect handshake. It introduces exactly the right enzymes to trigger exactly what we need to have triggered inside of us to cause our brains to function for longer, to prevent Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, to actually, it allows new neural connections in the brain that people who've never consumed cannabis can never achieve. Every new thought.
Solar. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Well, somewhat a rhetorical question. It's almost as if it was by design. Who would have thunk
But
it?
that's it. But that's the exact thing that, that they say, oh, but the mainstream narrative is that human beings may have stumbled across this plant and then by cultivating that plant sort of tried to coax out certain beneficial properties out of it. But this plant and the relationship that it has to the human body is so cyclical and so designed, along with all of our other foods. When we eat magnesium through bananas and through these other things, and how every cell in the body needs magnesium for operation and cell division and your mitochondrial activity, it's by design. It's not just random that, oh, we just found this as a food source and it gives us a few calories for the day, and then the rest is handled internally. It's far beyond that. It's the fingerprint of the creator in everything.
Yeah,
it's unparalleled. It doesn't stop at the heavenly hemp. It goes to everything, right?
It's definitely unparalleled.
Go ahead.
It's unparalleled. It's unparalleled. That's all. That's okay, man. I appreciate. I was listening to the whole conversation, but it's unparalleled.
I'm just making sure. I'm a globed up has his piece. I think he wanted to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to turn it back off to get out of the way.
Is it safe now?
I guess it is. Go ahead, son.
So I was just going to say the plant is unparalleled as far as a plant that could provide relief for so many different things. Yeah, exactly. It's like a fingerprint, and that we have these cannabinoid
Cannabinoids.
receptors. Yeah, cannabinoid sites. Receptors.
Endocannabinoid receptors, yes.
Right, that they're all
Or
over.
at least that's the modern terminology.
So the other thing I was going to interject is kind of going along with what Elijah Savvy has been talking about, which is a really great subject about healing. I worked in a hospital for quite a long time, more than a decade. And before that, I studied about healing and medicine and just health in general for a long time, even before that. But they have no idea what causes healing. Honestly, it's just like astronomy or astrophysics. It's the same thing. They're off by that much still. In healing, they don't know what causes it. So listen, personal story. When I was practically starving, we don't have to get into the details of that. But when I was out there and really doing badly and like literally, yes, in this civilization or whatever you want to call this, starving in modern times. Yes, people, that's happening. But anyway, when I would go to the doctor and they were astonished that my blood was always almost stellar. Like there was no explanation for it. And so I asked one of the doctors about that. So I just have a level of these vitamins and minerals that are just in there. They kind of just hover in a certain range. She goes, yeah, all the time. So couple that with knowing what we know about belief and healing and figure it out, because we have the most complex medicine cabinet in our bodies.
But I would just like to challenge that, because from a scientific perspective, you know that there's T cells and B cells and there's antibodies that, you basically, your body sees a stimulus and then responds to it kind of in the same way that blood clotting occurs to form a new barrier to prevent your blood from leaking out. They may not know exactly how the healing actually takes place, but they know the mechanisms by which it's activated and propagated.
Right.
So there is certain things like that, which is, why does it respond that way? How does the body know? When you look on a cellular level, it's actually, you've got certain things that transport waste out the cell and certain mechanisms that bring new resources into the cell. It's almost like a warehouse, and each cell behaves in that regard, producing its own energy, dividing and replicating, bringing in new resources, ejecting waste. It's even on a cellular level, it's intelligent, all the way up to the greater macroorganism, or the organ in itself. So it's phenomenal. It really, but the state of health is the standard, and they've convinced the world that we're actually all unhealthy. There was a psychology conference, I think it was in the late 1800s, where they said they had to invent more things to treat, because then psychologists could become more needed.
Right.
So they started to create mental illness.
Yeah, they were about to close up shop. Yeah, that's a very interesting history.
So if you look at all of it, it's flawed geology, astrophysics, mental health, pharmaceutical companies. If you go and look at the lineage, it was the oil companies that were just greedy for more profits that started the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, the whole thing.
In an attempt to remove homeopathic medicines or natural healing, so that they could replace it with chemical-based healing, which they could then sell you.
Right. The love of money.
The only way you're going to get better is if you take these pills.
Yeah, it's twofold, right? The love of money is the root of evil, and through her sorceries, she deceived all nations. You just reject that, and you're onto a good one, man.
So if people don't connect the dots between the robber barons,
for real, the cheapest way to heal yourself is do nothing. Just don't eat. Just drink proper water, and you're gonna get results. Now I know that's hard, and I'm not gonna deny how difficult that can be for certain people, right? But if you understand the principle and you work towards that, you're gonna get what you need. Because back to what I said before, fundamentally, the Creator designed us to be able to heal ourselves, because that's how He designed our body, wonderfully and fearfully made. And you lot might not like that, because I'm going on about scripture, but that is the fundamental, and it's kind of undeniable when you actually go and analyze how well we are designed and the depths of the biology, etc., etc. But go ahead, Sonny, you were saying.
I was just going to say you have to connect the dots between these, the change in the medicine, with the Rockefeller medicine. And guess what? Rockefellers, how'd they get their first millions? From a snake oil salesman, literally, on a little sideshow, like caravan on the side of the road selling snake oil. So, so they got into medicine, and then you think about the people that were in power like that, exactly like that, in the same era, that were making these laws, that had the most power to wield as far as what laws were going to be put into order. So, like, to go along with the oil interest, the money interest, the railroads, like the whole thing. So if you could take away the things that were good for people in medicine, then they would be forced to use your medicine. Then all you just have to do is introduce the medicine, which is what they did.
Yeah, I'm assuming many people here have seen that, but that was how they went about their campaign. They went about destroying the reputation of homeopathy, and in what would be the word? Installing allopathy, or whatever it's called, right?
Usurping.
Yeah. So they went about basically just flipping the script. But the joke of it was, while they were putting that in, they themselves were applying homeopathy to their own lives so that they could sustain their life longer and be degenerates for longer, right? So it's all one big lie and one big trick. So when you actually see that for what it is, you go, oh, okay, one of the simplest things anyone can do who is void of higher level understanding is, let me just reject the mainstream, flip it on its head, and let me go back to nature. And that in and of itself, without any other effort, will improve your life fundamentally. So when the mainstream says drink tap water, I'm gonna not drink tap water. When the mainstream says take pharmaceuticals, I'm gonna not do that. Those two kind of simple things will actually drastically improve your life compared to the rest of the world who's bought the lie hook, line, and sinker. And then as you can improve yourself, as you can research, then you can better be useful to the other people around your life and go and encourage them and speak from your own personal testimony as to how it has improved your life.
What do you think about when the television tells you you should lower your cholesterol? Do you think you should lower your cholesterol?
No, I think you should take your television and throw it into the ocean.
Yeah, I think you shouldn't believe anything they say about cholesterol. If you can't verify what they're saying or the method they're saying to reduce your cholesterol, I wouldn't believe a damn thing they have to say.
So
Although, to be fair, though, correlation and causation are not the same thing, and how much cholesterol you eat is actually not technically related to the cholesterol in your blood, to be more specific.
And
yeah,
cholesterol
the whole
varies
cholesterol thing is a
various
myth.
times a
Well,
day.
not a myth, but it's an abbreviation. Is that the right word, Sola? They've made it into something that it is not.
Aberration.
Yeah, because it's something that is it's something that is part of our system. They've taken, like you said, correlation doesn't equal causation, and they've made it something that it is not because of certain heart conditions or whatever. But it doesn't make any sense. That's not how the heart works.
Your cholesterol varies from morning to evening,
Right.
based on certain needs in
same
the
with,
body.
Same with your
And
weight.
cholesterol, Your brain
It's a
is
whole
almost
mix.
95% cholesterol. Cholesterol is used in your eyes and ensuring that your eyes remain flexible and able to adapt to changing focal lengths. The amount of cholesterol is used all over, but our processed foods create deposits in the arteries. So they give you these cholesterol thinning medication. And there was some interesting studies, I think it's 2017 or 2016, that tracked Parkinson's patients and Alzheimer's patients and when they were first put on cholesterol medication. And from the moment they were placed on cholesterol medication, it was about within 10 years they developed Alzheimer's or Parkinson's because the brain no longer had the sufficient amount of cholesterol to replace the cells that were being lost. So it's just...
And it's polluting themselves with tar byproducts, right?
It's a ripple effect. And now with this injectable that they're giving everyone, it's inserting a foreign protein to make your own DNA foreign. So your body's going to attack itself. And that's the definition of autoimmune. So there's about to be a massive tsunami of autoimmune diseases, new and known, because of this, because then they can treat it with medication that they're going to sell to you for the rest of your life. So if they maim you, it's incredibly profitable.
Don't ever take the mainstream medication, even if you're so far compromised. And I'm not unaware of certain situations individually, right? So you've got thyroid conditions where thyroids have literally been removed, irradiated, etc. Even in those situations, you do not actually have to take the pharmaceuticals. You can go for glandulars. There are other options that do not require you to go to their system of degenerate behavior, right?
Correct.
So if you reject that and do the research, there are other ways, even if they have already done you dirty and you're already highly compromised.
But it's part of that
There was
informed
something
consent.
else you said, Solar. Go ahead, Solar.
It's part of that informed consent. They're supposed to discuss with you alternatives. That's supposed to be part of the informed consent. And no doctor describes alternatives. It's take this.
Oh.
And then
they don't,
if it doesn't work,
because
hey, take that.
Either they don't know, which is kind of unfortunately a given in the States, as far as I'm aware, or they care more about their own personal agenda. So either indoctrination or they're just degenerates. But this is one thing I would actually encourage everyone, right? So I would assume, actually the better word would be presume, that the kind of people I'm talking to in the room, maybe not the live stream because there's different kind of people in that, but in the room at least, you lot have a level of discipline, a level of, I'm going to do the work to get to the stage of understanding that I've got to, insert everyone's own personal journey there. So with that kind of preface, right? There is a level of discipline individually that everyone had to apply to themselves to get to the point where they understood what they understand now, where they can have the discussions that we're having when we go from all the different topics that we discussed. So with that in mind, that level of discipline, should it not also be applied to how you manage and how you steward your own personal vessel or your own personal body, however you want to phrase it? To the point where I would highly stress that if you're not going to the point of, controlling what you eat, fasting to a degree that just for self-maintenance, if you're not doing that, you should highly consider that. Because if you look throughout all examples of cultures and histories and major religions, or however you want to phrase it, right, that's always been there. So if you're not doing that, you're missing a trick. And and I can speak from experience personally here, when you get to the point where you're disciplining yourself to the point of, oh, I'm just not going to eat this much, or I'm just not going to eat at all for a week or whatever, you're actually able to get to the point of studying the intellectual stuff to a higher degree because your body is no longer inundated with the digestion. So when you remove that from, and I guess this would be the way that in terms of like the sales pitch, right? And again, I don't get anything from it, so listen to how I'm saying this. But just to try and get you lot to kind of get a little spark in your engine if you don't have it already. If you want to understand some of these topics that you're interested in and really get the gist down and really get the deep level study, if you just remove food for a time, you can actually study to a higher level. You can understand to a higher level because you're actually able to let your mind focus on what it is that you're studying by simply removing digestion. And that's like a selfish ambition there. And I wouldn't necessarily say that that's a bad thing, because if you're studying something important, that's probably going to be beneficial for you and your household, right? And then the other consequence of that is autophagy. The other consequence of that is removing toxins. The other consequence of that is you actually get healthier. And if you can actually get your level of discipline to a higher level, you can then improve yourself, and then you can treat other people better, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, I look at that very much like resonance, in terms of if you're a pure resonator, then you're almost resonating at the right tone or frequency. But the more toxins and junk you have in your body, it throws off your frequency, and thereby you can't affect other people or influence other people as much as you could. If you look at the circadian rhythm of the human body, you should only consume calories for about a 6-hour window. So it fits exactly with that fasting model, that you shouldn't be eating from dawn to dusk every single day. Every time you consume calories in your stomach, blood is allocated there to assist with the digestion, and then blood is taken away from the brain to be able to work on the digestion. So you feel lethargic, or you sometimes feel like you want to sleep after you've eaten, because the body's using its energies somewhere else. So exactly like you were saying, by not constantly flooding with new toxins and chemicals and food and whatever else that the body needs to constantly be breaking down, that frees up the mind to start pondering other things. And I think it's a more of a correlation than a causation, because not every starving person out there is very spiritual. But yet, if it's a choice and you've realized that you can control that aspect of yourself, then that is the liberating step. But yeah, I wouldn't say that starving people are spiritual per se.
Right. Yeah. Motivation has a lot to do with it. I guess the implication was those who can control it. If you're starving, then it's a different matter, right? Because you don't really have much control over it. But I wouldn't be surprised if people in that situation have a higher level of, I don't know, thinking, maybe.
I would say spirituality, like maybe there's a God provider for them because they're so destitute that it is just almost like apparent that you need something else to be caring for you or providing for you. I'd say maybe spiritual, but not necessarily like Zen-like, because, but it definitely is it's a fascinating thing, because once again, we were told 3 meals a day. Breakfast is the most important. You're breaking the fast. So you've got to break that fast. And what we know is that fasting has all these
have actually fasted
properties.
in the first place for that to work, right? If you're eating at like 2 o'clock in the morning and you then have breakfast at 8, you're not breaking anything. You're just having your next snack. You have to have at least implemented a time of no eating for that to mean anything at all.
Yeah, and then if you eat by 8 a.m.
And that's what I would encourage in terms of like those who don't want to take the higher leaps of just, oh, I'm just going to go and do a 3-day water fast for whatever, just straight away. You could ease yourself into it, right? You could be like, okay, well, I'm gonna compress my eating window to 6 hours. So I'm gonna eat at 12 in the afternoon and I have my last meal at 6 in the evening, and then nothing else until midday the next day, right? Something like that. And then
Six to
if you
eight.
can incorporate
They say
that
6 to 8.
into your habitual behavior, then you can get to the point where actually, hold on a minute, I'm able to do my daily productivity to the point where I'm not even hungry at midday. I'm going to eat maybe, but I'm not hungry. And that takes time, that takes effort, that takes commitment, but you can actually do it because there's people who perform at higher levels, like high levels. I'm talking levels that you lot really don't have most of you lot don't have an idea of, and maybe that might be a bit offensive to you, but I don't really care, right? People are operating on those levels where they're eating one meal a day, and they're operating on levels that will make you kind of go gasp if you really analyze it. And when you realize that that's what the body can do, not the individual, but that's what the body can do, and you go, hold on, they're not any different from me other than they've applied themselves. You apply that to yourselves for whatever your situation is, you're going to reap the benefits one way or another. And if you're not selfish, and if you're not a flipping, narcissist or whatever, the benefit will roll over into the rest of the people in your life. And I think that, if you can think of it like that, then you're getting somewhere far deeper.
But there's so much to this. I think mindset. Also, if you think you can't, you can't. But if you think you can, you can. And it's got to do with that as the preset. So if you think you're going to fail, you probably will. If you think you're going to overcome it, even if it's just blind ignorance, you might just. Like that forging forward, that belief in oneself is so crucial. There was another point, but I've lost it now.
It can get kind of endless when we get down this train, right? I think everyone else has gone home to contemplate.
Talking my language.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Because every thought is a vibration. Every vibration has an impulse or a response. So when you think you're going to die, your body starts to release cortisol and all kinds of stress hormones that put your body under stress. So they've done tests where, well, the fear of death, should I say, just even the idea of it. But they show how eating a banana and thinking about eating a banana, the same areas or the same centers of the brain get activated. Saliva can start to flow. So thinking about something and actually experiencing something can often be as real in the human body.
Didn't the Messiah say something very similar from a different vein, right? If you even look on a woman with lust, you have already committed adultery. As a man thinketh, so shall he be. Therefore, take captive every thought, my brethren.
Yeah. But it's so, every thought that we have that layers throughout our day is a frequency introduced, hormones released, and things are happening inside your body that you're unaware of, but your thought was the catalyzer. And if you know about like harmonics or resonances, as you start to pack more and more frequencies on top of one another, it creates reverberation, and it creates like confliction. And so the purity of thought is also just as profound as the purity of body. So it is such a, your thoughts lead to actions. Your body is a past version of you. You ate badly over the last couple of years, or you've trained well over the last couple of months. Your body's a representation of the past, but your mind is the future you. And you're always thinking 2 days ahead, 3 days ahead. What am I doing next month? Where am I going on holiday? Your mind is your future, and your body is a past representation of yourself. But every thought you have is affecting that past representation of yourself. And it's this constant jousting between the future and the past. And each one of those thoughts, sometimes we talk badly to ourselves because we think, it's just myself. I can talk bad to myself. But those words, each word has a resonance and a frequency attached to it. And by saying those words to yourself, you're causing damage or you're causing harm to yourself by saying that word or that thought. You need to be clinical. The same way that we try and extract impurities from our water, you've got to remove and extract the impurities in your thoughts and actually get your thoughts realigned. And when you get that wrong thought, catch it, discard it, focus on a more positive thought.
Kill it. Yeah.
Do generally
The
happy
renewing
people
of your
live
mind.
longer?
Repeat, sorry.
I said, do generally happy people, do they live longer?
Probably.
I think the studies show it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't know offhand, but I have read things in that vein. That's why I just figured maybe somebody read a study.
Don't know one offhand.
It would stand to reason.
Yeah, but I think we've green pilled people enough.
What do you think of
for the night.
those
Are
crazy
there any
experiments? Oh, sorry.
goers? It's all right. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if anybody'd seen, like, I may have missed this topic because I got into the middle of it, but like the rice in the jar with projecting thoughts and the forming of ice crystals as it cools while you're thinking at it. Has anybody seen those experiments? Well, not necessarily experiments, but those.
Yeah, the water
demonstrate-
memory stuff, right? Is that what you're getting at? I didn't mean to cut you off. Are you still there? Might need to unmute, my dude. Testing. 3, 2, 5.
1, 2, 3. Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Show me the curve.
Seems like the theme today is facts that they don't tell us.
Well, there's no profit in that now, is there, Cuddles? Come on.
It does. Profits everybody. Wisdom profits a man many things.
Yeah, but we're not talking about man. We're talking about degenerate.
Oh, they're talking about a specific kind of profit that's entangled with greed, not actual, like, real, profit.
That's the one. Definition of terms.
Why do you
It's
think
down.
that word profit is so close to profit? Profit ET and profit IT.
Ding, ding, ding. Round 5.
When you seek the knowledge of the prophets in the scripture, your treasure will be in heaven. It's the opposite in this world.
My bad. I literally just asked, and I lost my internet, so I didn't hear the answer. I apologize.
Well, I mean, money
Hey, that's
doesn't
all right,
really.
buddy. If you remember your question, just reiterate.
No, I was just asking if about the thought intention type of demonstrations about like rotting food or forming different types of things with your mind. You know, your intentions, your thoughts.
Yeah, I believe you're referring to the water experiments, the water memory type stuff. Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've done my own kind of experiments. Yeah, it's as simple as just writing on a seed, and you can turn a seed that should really not be growing into a seed that does grow. It's kind of hilarious, not gonna lie. So yeah, I would encourage everyone to go and verify it for themselves. You can get a better personal perspective on what we and these people are talking about.
Yeah. I just figured I'd give another example for anybody who's listening that thinks, oh, that's, you know, there's nothing to that. That just sounds crazy, you know, pseudo magic, you know. But that's something
Well, I
you can
mean,
see being done, you know,
right,
over
and I
time.
think anyone who's lived a life can kind of understand that, right? If your parents were talking to you in a loving way, you can kind of just be like, all right, well, I feel kind of fulfilled and whatever, and I can go and take on the world. If the opposite is the case, then hey, you're gonna have a job on your hands, right?
All right. My
So
parents hated each
everyone
other.
can kind of understand that. Like, if you start talking to your children anyhow, it's gonna affect them, and everyone gets that. So I don't think it's very difficult for people to understand that. Now, people might wanna jump on it and go, it's not scientific, but give me a break. We're not dealing with myopic world. We're dealing with the real world, right? So that's just to say that obviously I agree with you, and life speaks for itself. Where were we last? Cuddles, what was your last comment?
Oh, I just thought it was interesting because I started out earlier, and now we're in a whole nother topic of just facts. Topic to topic to topic. Facts.
Line upon line.
Well,
Right.
hey,
Precept upon precept.
all the talk about the water memory stuff got me to thinking, has anyone heard of a documentary or seen one called The Secret Life of Plants?
Is that the one where
Yeah, I've seen that.
they chop them up and the
Yeah.
plants react?
Yeah. And the plants not just react, remember.
Is it the mycorrhizome communication system that they have?
Yeah.
Something like that, right? Yeah, that's
made me think of it.
fascinating.
Yeah.
And it's funny because you can kind of hold up those vegan Nazis to account. It's like, what do you mean, bro? You're killing life. Don't get it twisted. Hiya.
They don't want to hear that.
That'll trigger them. But their problem is because when they hold to that term, right, that term vegan, what they're doing, unbeknownst to them a lot of the time, they're holding to a Babylonian religious system. If you want to be plant-based, by all means be plant-based. But when you hold to a religious system like that, you're going to get yourself triggered when someone holds you to account to what you're saying. So hopefully that was a balanced perspective with clear, concise.
It just shows you how dumb they are, though. Oh, animals are living. Don't hurt the animals. What? Plants are dead? Are you fucking stupid?
Right. Yeah. So yeah, that
Yeah,
was the
but
gist of it.
think about it though, because their time as children growing up when it's time to figure these things out is spent doing nonsense.
Well, they use. Hold on.
It's only the ignorance I'm pointing to, because the majority of them don't really know what they're talking about, right? Fundamentally, if they were to analyze it, they're kind of onto some logical stuff in that. If you're choosing that which is already alive, eating it directly from the plant, yeah, that makes sense. But when you put yourself under the banner of vegan, they don't realize, and I'm sure Cuddles and some of the other people understand, they're putting themselves under the Mystery Babylon system. And that's where they make a misstep. If they're just putting themselves under, I'm going to eat what makes sense to me and what pertains to my body, my situation, and what is naturally just more fun and nutrient, cool. But when you put yourself under the, oh, I'm going to be a vegan, then you're confusing yourself. Hopefully that's clear enough. But you know, if you want to get offended, go ahead. The mic is open.
Well, the only reason killing plants doesn't bother them is because they can't hear them screaming.
Oh, that's just because their ears aren't working well enough yet.
Right? You'd think if we actually acted, if we acted like one of them going into a freaking salad bar, oh my God, can't you hear them screaming? They're freaking unhappy. They're dying. They're suffering. Oh, the plants.
Oh, the humanity.
Right? Dude, it would be hilarious. We need to make that a skit.
Hold on, there's a song. I'm gonna try to find it.
I mean,
Make
they
it,
have some,
make it so that when you go in there, that everybody's dressed up as like a rabbit at the salad bar, complaining about it too.
I wonder how many animals had to die for these endless soy fields that are being planted.
The soy is real.
yeah. I mean, they make valid points regarding commercialized meat production, but the same can also be said for commercialized vegetable production as well, just in a different way. I don't think the systems that we've put in place are necessarily the best for us. But to try to boil it down to some sort of morality high ground, the ironic part is typically vegans are moral relativists to begin with. So it's kind of a dichotomy that they hold in their head.
I don't think there's any real like self-awareness in any of that real social, virtue signaling type of a society. They don't care enough to analyze themselves or anything else. They just gimme, gimme, gimme.
Well, it's not even analyzing the entirety of the situation. I knew people that went from eating nasty popcorn with fake butter, Snickers and shit all the time, donuts and everything, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm vegan. I'm so much healthier now." Yeah, if you'd have just eaten meat with your plants instead of all that other crap, you would have been healthy to begin with.
Yeah, and don't get it twisted. There's a lot of things that are vegan that vegans eat that are horrible for them. So
I've seen a lot of frail vegans in my day, to be honest.
Like soy. Oh my God. Ugh.
If you raise it yourself, grow it yourself, eat it yourself, then you can't really go that far wrong, can you?
Right, but see, that would require you knowing law and what land patents are, so you can actually grow your own stuff and not have somebody trying to burn your shit down.
A woman on my street got
To
told her
some
front
degree.
yard was not a garden. She wasn't allowed to grow fruit in the front yard, and she actually stopped growing stuff in her front yard to appease the town.
Right, but that's the thing. The
Are you
city.
absolutely bonkers? I would have grown double the amount.
Right, but see, then they would have shown up with guns
my
and they would have torn up
foot.
all your stuff. That's the
Yeah, and
thing.
I would have smacked them over the head with a baseball bat and started again.
Right, and they would have
You're
taken you to
shot.
jail.
You're shot at this point, though. So.
Without the land
Yeah.
patent, you can't do that.
No.
Until you have the land patent in your hot little hand, you can't beat nobody up trespassing. Well, at least none of these so-called officials.
Wisdom is heavier than any patent. That's for sure. But wisdom is hard acquired in this day and age.
Well, like, all right, without the land patent, if the cops show up and they start doing stuff, you're considered a tenant. If some Joe Blow down the street decides to trespass and start stealing stuff, that's a different story. He's fair game. But with the land patent, everybody trespassing is fair game. You want to trespass, you're gonna get your ass whooped. It's really that simple.
Puddles, forgive those who trespass against you, my friend.
Oh, I will. I got a nice aluminum bat to forgive him with.
Wood baseball bat's more forgiving than aluminum.
Nah, I don't want to ruin the wood. After all that time polishing that wood bat, I don't want to mess it up even a little bit. Aluminum washes off easy.
We don't want to know about you polishing your wood, Cuddles. Come on.
Right, am I the only one that would have something like that, like in a plaque on the wall? Really?
For a second, I was about to say that took a whole new turn.
Uh-huh. I can steer this train. It's easy.
That's my bad.
I mean, he's got good delivery.
Right? Excuse me, officer. Are you bored? Would you like a cucumber? Disarm. Relax.
I would love.
You can have one.
I would love to own the houses in like an entire street, and just set up gardens out in the front yard, and then just hide and wait for those fascists to come down the street trying to tell me, well, you can't do that. Who are you? Oh, I'm the police.
Just start charging them entry fees.
Right? You're on a private road. You're not supposed to be here. We don't have an easement with your company. I own all these houses on this street, so you're not even supposed to be near the street. Plus, land patent. You can't tell me what I can and can't do on my property unless it's causing harm to somebody else. You can go eat a whalebone.
That sounds like a good shout. Whalebone broth.
Well, I mean, just add an R, and that's where I was going with it. But I gotta keep it classy.
Disgusting.
Gotta keep it classy for the ladies.
Do you not know what venue we're in? What ladies are you referring to?
You can go chomp on the largest donger on the planet, eh?
Excuse me. Citation for curvature, please.
Oh, planet. Yep, that's presupposition, right?
But see, this is the weird thing. Everything has been tainted. Everything. When they tell you go get a lawyer, you better be going and getting a law book. I sat across from the stinking public pretender the last time, and I told him, I said, "Where's the jurisdiction?" He, "Oh, well, they don't have to prove that." What? That's a law. So I was already tits up, and I was kidnapped, and I was under duress. So there wasn't really much else I could do unless I really wanted to stick around. But
That's how they hold it over your head, right? Play by our rules, or we'll just break our own rules and hold you against your will anyway. It's
right. Well,
might makes
I'm
right.
trying to look at the situation to see what I missed. And there are a few opportunities where I missed being able to speak up and change the whole situation. However, I did ask for the documents that I needed, and they refused to bring them to me, even though their so-called
What documents were you looking
job, habeas corpus,
You ever heard of the Blanchard documents? I've been trying to get my hands on those for a while.
What? No. I was locked up in jail in the sheriff's department. They actually are supposed to provide you with these documents, your motions, your habeas corpus, whatever it is. So I was asking for stuff that not only do they not know what the hell I'm talking about.
I just got here. How'd you get locked up, mister?
Got kidnapped by the road
He didn't
pirates.
say it was it's irrelevant, right? He's in custody at this point.
Why I got kidnapped is irrelevant. Their beliefs aren't laws. Their beliefs are just beliefs. You can believe I did whatever the hell you think I did, but unless you can prove harm, injury, or loss, you don't have shit, and you don't have a law backing you up. And that's a fact.
So did the judge just hand wave dismissal your request to see?
Can we get it back to flat Earth, guys?
Yeah, they were getting a bit off topic. Not gonna lie.
No offense, but that's kind of my job here as the lead mod, to keep live stream on topic, which is flat Earth.
Fuck ass bitch.
Been looking for the
Gas
curve.
pressure.
I just can't find it, Battle Mod. What am I supposed to do?
Who said bitch? I ain't gonna meet too many more bitches up in this motherfucker.
Yeah, whoever said it is too much of a bitch to repeat it.
That's right. I won't ban you. Just grow a pair. Oh, you're one of them dumb bitches. It's gonna make me find you on the fucking YouTube channel. Not a problem. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, I
And
think it
man,
was Salty Ducks or something like that. Popped in and popped out.
What? I missed it. What happened?
Some Gloger came in with his
Man,
best argument.
we just verified that dude. He waited 20 minutes and talked decent just to get on here and drop an N-bomb. What a dumbass.
They have more time on their hands than they know what to do with.
Freaking idiots.
They're sure as heck not doing any type of research or productive activity, that's for sure.
Imagine waiting in anticipation for how long? just to do it.
If we could, though, as a collective, let's let them no longer obfuscate. I do hate it. Because obfuscation is just them setting up to lie. It's another trick. They're just setting up a trick. Gas pressure.
Container.
Where's the curvature?
Yeah, when we were verifying that dude, I predicted I'd be the one to moderate him too. Look at that. I must have ESP.
thought that was ESPN4.
Yeah, that too.
I could have used your subscription during the finals. That would have been handy.
I don't even use it, Lou. I do have ESPN 1 through 5, something like that. I'm not a sports person.
ESPN 8 Ocho.
I'm not a sports person. I don't go through them. I read the channel list one time. I know I got a few ESPNs. That's all. I just don't watch that shit. I'm not into sports.
I'd rather play sports than watch somebody else play sports. Like, how lazy is it for you to watch somebody else work out?
Yeah, I'm not a big sports fan either. I mean, I do like the Green Bay Packers. I watch most of their games during the regular season, but that's the only thing. I like it when local teams, like, you know, when the Brewers or the Bucks are doing well, which go Bucks, they just won the championship. So during the playoffs, I start watching, but I'm not going to pretend to be like a hardcore fan or anything like that.
I think aligning to sports teams satisfies some inner need to feel like a tribal relationship that we don't have. So we gravitate to that.
Yeah, I play soccer like 2 to 3 times a week, and I've played since I was like 4. And I couldn't tell you the last actual match that I watched. And people who aren't even physically active always try to talk to me about soccer and players and teams, and I'm just kind of look at them. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. They're like, don't you play soccer? Yeah, but I don't watch sports. I don't spend my time wasting my time watching sports.
That's why I think it's like super important to them to a point where it's not just, you know, their thing. And it's so many people that, you know, and it gets to a ridiculous point where it interferes with your life. Dudes drop all kinds of money on all kinds of bullshit just because a guy's name on it or a number, you know.
Well, dude, that's the reality of with when it comes to sports and like how much people watch it. As an adult, you come to realize that it's more about gambling and shit like that, and less to do with the actual sport. Like, a lot of people are really caught up in their fantasy apps and every statistic from every single player because of sports betting, basically. And that's a whole nother thing. When you don't have a team that you're rooting for, you're just trying to get a certain score, there's a problem.
But organized sports takes care of a lot of problems for people who don't want a informed populace.
I mean, playing organized sports is not necessarily a bad thing as long as you're not too obsessive over it, but it's
Oh
it's
no,
good.
that's not what I meant.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
meant
yeah.
just the way that it is, you know, thrown in everybody's face, and you know, make sure that you're this, that, and the other. Making sure you buy your tickets or tune in, and you know, buy your memorabilia, get together, sit on the couch all the time.
We're talking about sports entertainment, not
Yeah,
playing
sports entertainment, not the actual sport itself. I mean, I get that the people who play the sport, most of them either A, you're doing it for money, or B, you do it because you love it. Those are really the only two reasons you do it. But these guys, I mean, what do they love about watching it? Or, you know, and some of them are miserable fucks. Think about Cubs fans for 100 years, but they still fucking did it.
Yeah, fuck the Cubs.
Yeah, we can all agree on fuck the Cubs, that's for sure.
Oh, and what if I like them?
Too bad.
Well,
Go
fuck you too
Stans.
then.
Too bad. You're as a Brewer fan. I'm not even a Brewer fan. I just got done telling you that. But as my local tribe says, to be a Brewer fan, you are not allowed to have an opinion.
Yeah, and being from St. Louis, I will agree.
Oh, we're all in the
I don't
same
like any of
division.
them.
We're all in the same division. Yeah, we don't like each other at all when it comes to that.
They got onto everybody. They took steroids out of the game, and people's drive to want to be better just died. So it all sucks now anyway. Nolan Ryan was the last good thing, and that was about it.
I mean, let's be honest, it's all bread and circuses to keep people distracted. I mean, I know people that have devoted so much of their life to literally just learning useless stats of baseball players, and they can recite that crap, but when you ask them about anything that matters, it's like crickets, like they have nothing but rocks rolling around in their head.
Right. And, I mean, if they could have directed that energy somewhere else, I mean, they're not stupid people. They obviously have like an ability. It's just, where they put their time and energy and their brain power was like kind of a stupid choice.
Right.
What's pretty comfortable? Why would you want to fuck that up?
A musician will know every song, that like thousands and thousands of songs from thousands of artists and how to play it, what key it's in, like a really good musician. That's where they're putting their energy. Somebody who's into sports, that's where they're putting it. And somebody who wants to figure out the reality of the world that we live in, well, a lot of us found ourselves here. It's for one little pocket, to call another one stupid. That's not what the problem is. They're not stupid. They just don't care.
Weren't sports originally how warriors used to train?
Yeah, say yes, but nobody alive ever really saw any of the sports that we call sports today develop into that, so it's all speculation.
Like Roman Colosseums.
See me in the arena.
Yeah.
Or the octagon, hexagon. Sign the waiver. Then say that when we're done. Hell, I got a few copies of that waiver right here.
You think they'll start requiring you get, the old left jab before you get cleared to fight soon, or do you think they're going to avoid it?
Those are, them are some pretty
UFC or what?
in MMA.
Yeah, like MMA.
Yeah,
I think they'll be like the last one to do it, but they'll
yeah, these guys are pretty hardcore. Most of them are health wise as it comes, and I doubt they would do it.
Makes it mandatory. It's mandatory. Everybody's
I
gonna do
doubt.
it. So
No, you can mandate these nuts, but that don't mean I got to bring them.
yeah, I know. I just asked if you thought it was going to happen.
They fight in different countries and stuff. It's going to depend on the laws of where they're going and stuff too, won't it?
Yeah, it will. But I'm just saying they'll lose a lot of their money because they'll lose a lot of their fighters. I know for a fact there's a lot of these guys that are hyper fastidious about what they put in their body.
I gotta tell you, get ready for it, because this is something that the ball's already, or the train's already left. You know what I mean? Like, it's
that train left as soon as this shit started. They're testing right now to see if the rest of the people will go along with making it legal.
Yeah, no, and they're about to make it legal. That's all in the mainstream news right now, is how Fauci says that they're about to get FDA approval for the vax, and when they do, they're going to be much more likely to be able to mandate it. And so as soon as they
ready for war,
get FDA approval, they're going to mandate. That's just what's going to happen, and it's coming very soon, like in a week or two.
A mandate isn't the law, though.
If that
you know
happens,
that, right?
That violates HIPAA. That violates HIPAA. That violates the ADA. That violates the AMA. There's a whole lot of shit that all of that violates.
Geneva Convention.
Yeah, no, we know all kinds of stuff. It doesn't mean shit though. all
A
of those,
mandate isn't law.
all of these, any authority that you're talking about that would enforce that, they're on board with this shit. That ship has sailed. That train is gone. That's where they're going. There's no stopping this thing. Okay, like you might be able to slow it down, but you're not stopping it.
How do you enforce a mandate though? It's not mandate enforcement; it's law enforcement, right?
Look, I'm not worried about it in Michigan. We already took away her Gretchen's executive power. She's on her way out of office, so you have to wait till we pick another one to mandate anything.
Well, all this other shit that they're enforcing isn't law either, but do you see anyone stopping them from enforcing all this bullshit? No.
Actually, what I see honestly is a lot of people voluntarily giving stuff up because government asks them to, and then if they hem and they
I
haw a
don't
little
wear
bit, then they say you better do it, and then they do it. That's what I see.
I don't wear any of that, but once again, we're right off in the weeds and out of flat earth.
Gas pressure.
I know people are getting really anxious.
It's easy to get off.
People are getting really anxious about this, and it seems the last week, man. Yeah, it seems that over the last week, people have said screw our rules, and this is important. I feel I have to talk about it, but
I'd love to. Yeah, can we make a room then? Because, or if nobody else wants to talk about it, 'cause I'd like
don't
to talk about it
interrupt
too.
me while I'm trying to moderate here, but I'm going to be stricter on moderating that. So if you want to take it to a chill room, there's other VCs that aren't live streamed. If you want to take it to another room, that's fine. But if you want to endanger, the sanctity of our server, then I'm going to have to moderate you, whoever you are. There's a reason we don't want this covered.
Well, so far though, I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying. It's because when it gets way off into the weeds, but so far we have not said anything that is really outside of the mainstream. So there's no reason for censorship on anything we've said so far.
Yeah, I know that's your opinion. I'm just saying I'm not going to allow it to be talked about anymore. It's already been covered. We don't want it talked about. It's been covered in multiple mod meetings.
Nah, even I just got to tell you, I don't know if you were here, but 3 or 4 days, maybe 5 days ago, Indio himself even said that he thought that we were kind of like they've laxed that, like we're more safe than we were, 6, 8, 12 months ago. And I think that's true. When you see that they're opening up, or they're bringing back a lot of the channels that they on YouTube that they canceled and stuff like that. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but they're not being as strict about worrying about misinformation and stuff, because I think at first they were, because they didn't want it they wanted to quell the dissent completely in the beginning, because that's where they get their ball rolling. But now that ball's rolling, as I said, the ship has sailed. There's not much we can do to stop it, and so they're not too worried about it.
Right, which is why we have to deal with the gas pressure we have. It would be interesting if we did talk about gas pressure and decompression with marine diving. That would fit right in with it's quite interesting.
Diving again with what? How it applies with gas pressure?
Right.
Please.
Well, I mean, it's a cool topic. That's all I'm saying, and it goes along with gas pressure, because once you dive for so long, or you're down at a certain depth, you have to decompress. You have to equalize the change in pressure that your body's undergone. But you yourself are a container of gas pressure, so yay.
You yourself came out of a container. Was your mother's womb?
why I like gas pressure. Necessary antecedents. It's such a beautiful thing.
Gas pressure.
Oh, it's just
What Globies out there want to come talk to Cuddles about gas pressure? Cuddles.
Somebody's whispering.
Cuddles will be gentle with you.
Well, I don't think you need a container because I breathe air and my air is not in a container. How do you like that?
Right.
Or what if it comes out of a leaf blower?
Yeah.
Right. That one was ridiculous.
Yeah,
You
that's
have to
wind
blow it on a
versus.
scale, though. You got to blow it on a scale.
It's not air pressure. That's just a breeze.
Right, but the guy was like totally overlooking the hose that was attached. That it itself is a container, even narrowing the impeller blades themselves or walls that are acting against the gases to compress them down into the tube. Like, come on.
Well, actually, a fan is static pressure, so there's a difference.
Have you heard that? Well, dry ice in a bucket, that's gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, except for the container that you're like standing in.
Is that
Well, that
because
and
is that
eventually it
because
all
it's going
dissipates.
to
That
going
too.
to evaporate into gaseous
Yeah,
form?
it's
but
gone eventually, and they don't take that into account for some reason, that it does disappear.
Yes, let's reduce something down to something that we can all talk about to ignore the fact that we're standing in a container now.
I think he also failed to realize, too, is after it comes out of the blower, immediately it equalizes with the pressure around it.
Who did I miss with the? Was that today? Who did I miss with the leaf blower?
No, that was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
It was so stupid, though.
Wasn't it Charlie?
I mean, I can only imagine. I mean, I've heard a similar argument before from somebody. I think they used a fan for their version of it, so I can imagine
Indio.
how the argument went.
Indio was so funny. He's like, "Tell me more about this, about this space leaf blower."
Yeah, all it does is blow around pressure that is there, and the pressure it does create a static pressure. That's the difference between the resistance and the flow.
Well, yeah,
but you couldn't have any of that without already having air pressure.
And the reason, like, why the blower is able to blow so much air is because it's actually
It's working with air.
It's using a container to condense the air into a higher pressure, right? Like,
Well, it's using the resistance of the air pressure that is.
You broke up
completely.
Somebody was on the verge of some major truth, and you got
doesn't
you got
create pressure.
Yeah.
Bro, Mike, you roboted and then broke out like hardcore.
Yeah, it's a fan that operates on centrifugal force. It acts in the air surrounding the blower and forces it to be sucked into the fan. The fan then pushes the air out the nozzle. Leaves blow. Poof.
It's the differential in the pressure that's already there.
Right, but that's like, oh, I can make a human out of dirt. Okay.
Yeah,
Go get
dirt
your own
humans.
dirt.
My dirt humans are better than your dirt humans, and they're gonna fight.
Well, human is just a monster creation. Formal fiction.
Tonight on American Golem.
Golem.
Obama's
you-
chemtrails turned my reptilian overlord into a transvestite hooker.
Yeah,
Just
like
These
the lesser, the more is it
motherfuckers
lesser or more of two
messing me.
evils? Like,
How did we go from gas pressure to lizard overlord?
that's what it all comes down to, man.
It's called dumbassery. Dumbassery.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just being foolish on purpose right there.
Me too.
The fun thing about it, though, is like, oh, the leaf blower. Okay, do you have gas pressure currently that you are manipulating? Well, let's not talk about that. No, that's because that's the issue that we're dealing with. You have gas pressure.
A little bit spicy.
The gas pressure that is there for the blower to work in the first place is out of the point. Besides the point.
How big of a reel would you need to like shoot up a rocket with a GoPro like forward facing with like an acrylic dome over the front, like on a freaking long ass fishing line? Like once it hits something, you could just reel that bastard back in.
Real.
What are you gonna see? Darkness?
I just
How many
wanna
miles of fishing line do you think you're gonna have stay together? That's a long stretch of filament.
A lot of slag too.
Oh no, filament.
Well,
I think it
mean,
would be hard to accomplish.
I think it can be done.
I say we'll do this
Struggle.
or the other thing, not because it's easy, because it's hard.
Well, yeah, tie and string together is so much harder than
No,
connecting
just
underwater
it's the
cable.
strength of the weight of the it's the weight of the filament that's going to be a
Whoever did
problem.
that impression was awesome.
If you want that line to go up with it, it's got to
Jump
carry
in
the
the
weight.
line.
The weight of the line itself is going to want to put stress on it to break it. It's going to be a
Yeah,
problem.
man. You think
Tensile
about
strength.
it.
The longer the line, the more weight it has, and eventually there's a certain breaking weight that the
There's
line.
gonna be lag.
But yeah, but I mean, you get a decent sized hobby rocket, and all right, so you got like 30 pounds worth of string.
You make it come out of a tiny nozzle too. You got even more. Just whoosh.
If you use fishing line like that, I guess you could say the struggle would be real.
You mean a minute
Rim shot.
orifice? Tiny nozzle. You mean minute orifice?
Yes,
An
sir.
orifice?
Yes, sir. Orifice.
Why are you making this sexual?
An orifice isn't sexual, Lou.
It's functional.
It's a hole.
Minuscule crevices.
Giggity.
Tiny comfort zone.
Now we know what
Anyway.
Luke thinks about when he sees a hole.
Yeah, anywho. Giggity goo.
I don't like that show.
I don't like you.
They do.
You don't be tripping on Quagmire, man.
Why you wanna trip on me? So, you believe in that flat earth?
Oh no! Was that
Get your little piggly ass back here.
You're
Get,
starting to piss me off.
That's pretty good.
Get your piggly ass in that closet.
Now you best not be pissing off my favorite cartoon characters now. You just get slapped with a big wad of meat, man. God damn.
There
Are you
goes
kidding me?
meatball.
They're
Are
fried.
you like a voice
Master
actor,
Chef,
bro?
you
That's
do
good.
shit, you piss them off now.
Meatwad.
Wow,
You
yeah,
get yourself a tip.
Oh, you said give a tip for us, man. God damn. Actually, it's pretty funny. Like, I never thought I could do that voice, but somebody like who's really into voice acting, he's like, "Can you do the Herbert the pervert, like the that whistle?" And he's like, "Yeah, I can do that, no problem." And he's like, "If you can do that, you can do Meatwad. It's the same thing. It's good, really similar." Oh man. So you believe in the flat Earth or? Yay!
Pretty good, Kermit. This guy's talented.
Going to commit suicide. My life is over. It's empty. I can only do voices. That's all. That's all I can do.
Gas pressure.
How about plasma? Plasma can overcome the need for a container.
Pretty sure it blew the hell out of the planet a long time ago.
voiceless work in the globe?
Plasma generates its own containment. Depending on the materials used and the frequency of electricity applied.
Is that what like destroyed the world before?
But
Like,
would that
literally?
attract an external gas? Would that like reverse contain like a magnet? Because that's what he was trying to demonstrate. That the gas circled around the plasma. It was attracted because it went up the side of the cylinder and then back down along the lines of the flow of electrons.
Well, we really, there's only a few people probably on here that I would say know a lot about plasma, a lot more than what is open to the public. But it requires a state of matter mixing with another thing, electricity. So you could call it a state of matter, but you're manipulating a state of matter with an electric charge, which is really changing the whole game of phases of matter. Because now you're having to add something to change a phase.
Well, we used to add heat, right? Or
Electricity is the biggest one. You can take most inert gases like argon and things like that, and if you can properly contain them in an area and zap charge through it, you can create plasma with most of those gases.
Right.
But it requires adding electricity. That's why I'm like, is it really a phase of matter, or is it just alchemy?
So there is no natural plasma that we can find, right? There's no, like, just naturally occurring. We have to make it.
Other than that bright thing in the sky.
Is electricity and electrical charged particles, is that a natural thing? Are we taking advantage of a natural thing when we tap into electricity, or is it man-made? So is lightning plasma? Is the ionosphere really plasma? So I would say there are natural examples, in my opinion, of plasma in nature. And electricity and EMF fields. That's your magnetic field that nobody debates. It comes from electromagnetics, absolutely come from the flow of electricity, and so do energized particles. So I would say it's a natural state and a natural phenomena. But that's my opinion.
Northern lights, right? Aren't those plasma?
The aurora borealis, yes, thank you. Steve, that's the equatorial aurora.
Not that I'm challenging you, but the claim that lightning is plasma, is that like cited or is that just like speculation? I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just curious.
Well, 1 million volts of charged particles, what would you call it? We really can't
I would call it plasma, but I can't test a lightning bolt because, I mean, we say that it's 1,000 volts, but I can't go and, I mean, I can hook up an amp meter or something to something that gets hit by lightning eventually, but there's really no control, and it's hard to vary
It'll just
things.
fry your equipment.
Yeah, that too.
So
we
it
can assume
oscillates.
it's plasma.
No, it oscillates at the same rate as plasma because it's outside of our scale.
I mean, if you were to make a plasma gun, what would it be shooting out of? Like, what would it be shooting?
When
It
you
would be
crunch
shooting
the
out
numbers,
electricity, right?
Electricity
when we
mixed
take the
with
numbers,
Well, precisely.
when we take the numbers of the known rate of energized particles by millisecond, we multiply them to the rate of, we can't calculate the rate, then it becomes logical that inference that it has to be plasma because it oscillates at a millisecond per rate, way beyond what we've ever tested and what we're capable of testing. And beyond a certain rate, it's absolutely plasma. That's all there is to it.
Right. And we don't know of anything that plasma, there's not like a plasma 2 that they theorize about, like if it gets beyond another certain imaginary point that we haven't seen, that's where
no plasma tubes are at a rate where we can test and calculate them. This is where we come up with our numbers and formulas from. But
wouldn't lightning just be like an electrical discharge?
One could almost call it
the
a
air,
short.
right? That becomes the plasma. If I'm
More like a pulse, or
I'm a layperson in this aspect, so I'm asking
Oh.
questions. I hope I don't sound like I'm trying to answer anything, but is it the air that is becoming the plasma when the discharge happens in a lightning strike?
It's all
I'm
the
not
charged
sure.
particles. What is plasma? Electrically charged particles.
So the nitrogen and the oxygen in the air, when the electricity starts moving through, it shows itself because it's using energy from the particles around it to make the light.
Yeah, and lightning it's an electrical discharge of electrons and ions that are electrically charged. That is plasma. It's ionized. It heats air up through which it travels. It causes the air to ionize. And that just becomes a greater form of plasma. How does the ionosphere get ionized? That becomes a question. By the flow of electricity. Ionized energized particles is plasma.
I'd say the friction.
Any of you ever use a plasma cutter?
Yep. I'd say the flow of the gases above the water create friction, which in turn generates electricity, and then the movement of the oceans do the same thing.
Yeah, and do you know how a plasma cutter works, right?
Yep.
It blows electricity through it blows electricity through a gas, which ionizes the gas particles and makes it a plasma flow.
Or you don't necessarily have to use gas, right?
Well, that's the whole point of plasma. You need a gas in order to.
But if you electrically charge a liquid to the point where it becomes a gas, that's where I'm trying to
It would
figure out.
convert. It would start
Okay.
changing phases.
Right. It would cycle through all the way to plasma though. So you could go from liquid to gas or from solid to liquid to gas to plasma, right?
Most likely,
Theoretically?
yes.
Yeah.
You can start with an ice cube and charge the shit out of it, and it'll eventually turn into a vapor, then plasma.
That
Put a
pretty
grape in
fucking
a
amazing.
microwave.
Is the lightning creating the thunder or the thunder creating the lightning?
The lightning, the sound of the air exploding is the thunder.
Yeah,
Same as with when you short out wires. When you short out wires, like in your house, the boom you hear is the air exploding because it reaches 30,000 degrees in a split second.
And that's the
And it
thunder. And then the lightning is what's physically right, that's yeah.
Yes, the light you see in the sky that looks so pretty.
Yes, exactly. I didn't want to sound like stupid.
That's the physical movement of electricity. It's actually one of the coolest ways to see it too.
Wasn't the sound coming?
Yeah,
Or
definitely
the
during
sound is there because it's pretty much sucking the air out
So
and it's
the
creating a vacuum.
electrical charge comes through. It uses air, right, to make the colors to move, and it expands to a point, causing the air around it to push back. Now, what I'm told, which I do believe, is once the lightning is gone, all of those particles clap back together. The Atmos slams back into itself.
Yeah, Ken Wheeler calls lightning a discharge into counter space. And when it comes back together, the resultant effect would be the thunder that you hear.
So thunder is an
Taking a
after
vacuum
effect.
and sorry.
Well, it's kind of like when you crack a whip, the whip itself is not necessarily what creates the noise, but the fact that it's like breaking the sound barrier. Like kind of like when a plane breaks the sound barrier, you have the sonic boom.
Right, you're separating air particles at a rate that behind you it's gonna boom.
What's the explanation for the flow going the other way when you see lightning go from the ground up to meet? Is it just trying to complete like a circuit? Is that it doesn't matter that it's where it's coming from?
There's two difference of potentials, and they're trying to neutralize one another, and they're just meeting.
Yeah, it's the same way. Like it's an electrical arc, right, between the two different charge potentials. And if you notice, thunderstorms happen when it's two pressure systems coming together, right? A high and a low pressure system. Kind of on the boundary is when you start to see thunderstorms. Kind of like the precipitation is gathering on the differential between the high and the low pressure. The same way, if your house is really cold with the AC and it's a hot, humid day outside, you'll get condensation forming on your windows because of the large differential in pressure and or temperature.
What'll really get your gordita is when you realize that plasma. We actually have an electricity generator right now that uses small amounts of gas, large-ish amounts of electricity, probably 1,000 amps or so. It makes a plasma that they feed garbage. Garbage goes one end. The plasma breaks all the stuff down. It consumes, and it outputs usable clean electricity on the other end. Cool technology stuff that most people won't
Telling
see
me
or hear
somebody
about.
actually invented Doc Brown's Mr. Fusion.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, basically, they actually have a machine. I think General Electric is in on part of building it, and then there's a couple other companies. But we actually have a machine that you can feed garbage out of your trash can in your house, and it will produce electricity.
Commercially available until all dumps are bought up by the powers that be.
Well, that's going to be their thing, because now they've already got free trash. They've actually been having you pay them to give them resources that they can then convert and sell back to you. It's funny.
Well, I mean, if you've ever driven by a landfill, you've seen probably pipes coming out of the ground. Where that's
why they waste that gas.
methane gas being released,
Yeah, they
and
just waste it.
It's ignited and left, burned up in the air. A lot of places have gone. Yeah, it's crazy. Like they should be actually reclaiming that energy, in my opinion.
In Dallas, the dump trucks do. In Dallas, the dump trucks do run off methane. They collect it at the Dallas City dump. And
So they bottle their own stuff and then run their trucks on it, but that model isn't being copied anywhere.
Well, you can't do it because they said you can't.
Yeah, they do it in Dallas.
But yeah, they just converted in the last decade.
It's one of those things where not every landfill has converted or started reclaiming. I think a lot of them have, but they don't reclaim all of it. A lot of it most of it still goes to waste. But they, it's a good idea though. Like methane gas you can get a lot of energy out of it, and if it's just happening anyway, and they call it a greenhouse gas, right? Like, why they haven't made that an issue instead of selling you a Tesla is ridiculous.
Well, if greenhouse gases were so bad, why the hell's everybody that has greenhouses that are making large productions, why do they use CO2 generators? Large ones?
I can tell you why.
Oh.
To increase productivity of vegetation and fruit production or vegetable production. But anything produced by a plant is technically a fruit anyway.
So if we had
By
so much
botany.
CO2, so what you're saying is if we actually had as much CO2 in the air as they're saying we do, we would actually have greener vegetation all around.
Yes, we'd see more green and larger green. Trees would be greener and larger. The grass would grow quicker. Plants would produce berries, field berries, wild berries. They'd be large. It's essential to plant life. You increase the carbon, you increase the growth of the plants. Period. They go together.
Come on, CO2.
It's also on the air that we breathe, and it's important. We do breathe that stuff. It's part of the air.
CO2. Carbon. Make your pot plants get bigger buds. It'll make your tomato plants grow bigger tomatoes. Your bushes, your strawberry bushes, bigger strawberries.
Yes, sir.
I go in my greenhouse and I don't even wear a mask with higher levels of carbon in there than there is in the atmosphere. I go in there and breathe just fine.
Yes, sir.
Done it my whole life. Except for when I was in the Corps, of course. Then I was eating dirt in the desert or tromping through the fucking bush where I shouldn't have been.
So for all those listeners on YouTube, we just told you how to gauge who's lying about the CO2 content in the air. If your bananas aren't bigger and your carrots are still small, you don't have enough CO2, buddy.
Yeah, this is my opinion. More carbon, less deserts. But hey.
Yeah, a lot of my stuff this year is not producing like it has in past years. It's just getting worse.
I've noticed the trees around my yard for the whole time I've been here, honestly, which is about 12 years, just so much die off. They're not doing well. You can see, like the maples, maples tend to do it though too, but where they want to split, but you can see like where it's getting black and that's like a disease that they get. There's all kinds of diseases and pests that are fucking with all the trees right now, along with all the who knows what they're spraying in the sky and everything that's in the water and all that. Like a lot of tree die off though.
Well, if you read the 20,000 page geoengineering doc that passed by Congress, you know what they're spraying.
Has anybody else experienced some of the different bugs that seem to have popped up in the last decade or something? Maybe it's just me, but I swear some of these bugs didn't exist when I was little. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's like a really big wasp that I saw. Hey.
Neem oil hasn't been doing its job this year over here, that's for sure.
Really,
neem
bugs
oil
me.
and diatomaceous earth. It's just these bugs are just going crazy.
Well, the science on
There's been
creation.
no bees until like
science on
November.
creation.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna say the science on creation is settled, but we're not going to tell you about that. We're going to tell you about the science that we think that we know about that isn't really science.
Profitable science.
There's been large wasp on Earth since I can remember. I've got multiple species in my bug collection from when I was a kid.
Yeah, there are just
seen some
different kind of
things
species, bro.
more.
I mean, there's different
Yeah.
sizes.
Well, yeah, and maybe if you're seeing bigger ones now, maybe your ecosystem, your environment is changing, and now it's a welcoming environment to them, and it's just they're moving in. They're not native to your area.
Yeah, and like the longer, like the more survival they are, the bigger they get. You know.
Personally, I think they're fucking with the grain belt. That's just my opinion.
What do you mean by fucking with, though?
Fucking with the weather in the grain belt.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're fucking with the weather everywhere.
Without a
But,
doubt.
yeah.
The flooding too.
That's not.
You can call it the grain belt, the corn belt.
Yep. That's why all these facilities are built around them or near them within a couple 100 miles.
Near the largest producing farms in the USA, yeah.
Ain't that funny?
No, it's not funny, but it's definitely peculiar.
And a lot of money can be made on shorting commodities if you know that you're going to have low yield.
Well, I'll tell you what, man.
Yes.
They already pay me. Listen, I get paid by the acre to not produce corn for market. Not normal corn that would like Kellogg's would use for cereal. I can do
for ethanol, right?
I can do feed corn for livestock and a small amount of corn for myself. But as long as I don't produce corn for the market as a commodity, I get paid every year by the acre. And it pays my taxes. I haven't paid taxes since I started doing this 12 years ago.
They've been doing that for 150 years down south.
Yeah.
Paying farmers not to
Yep.
not to grow cotton.
And the benefit is is it just so that they can control the market?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if
Yeah.
you're if you're in the business of creating synthetic materials that can replace cotton as well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but if politicians do it, it's for your own good.
No.
Well, and that all ties in with we're going to get into a pot subject, I know it, but that ties into with the whole Hemp Stamp Act also with the reason why that they pay the farmers in the South to not grow cotton. It ties in with the illegalization or the criminalization of hemp or hemp product derived products, which was in the 1800s. I forget what year, but because hemp was a threatening product to the cotton industry, which was the main export of the South. It was like what they relied on to live, basically. So
the cotton and paper.
Wait, wasn't hemp the standard? Like hemp was part of industry.
There's a lot of people who knew that the value of hemp and grew it. You know, like I think was it Washington grew it. That is one of the stories.
Fields of it, man. Fields of it.
You can see it on the back of the dollar bill, man.
Well, hemp is actually why the drug war started, is because hemp, like, they legalized cannabis, which made hemp illegal also because it looks exactly the same. And so that's why they actually legalized cannabis in the beginning, was because of hemp.
I think it's so that they could get in your car when you're on the side of the road and violate your Ford.
It might serve multiple purposes.
Made a standing army.
Speaking of hemp,
What's
break?
Just a war on nature.
I'm dying
Or
for
on-
some flour.
Does anybody live in a state where it's still illegal?
Yep.
Oh, that sucks.
Ask me if I give a shit.
It's still
No,
illegal
not,
here,
yeah,
but
but
like
it's
in
still
every state
Go ahead.
around us has it legalized at least to some extent for like medical or but
right now, Biden is trying to pay farmers just to leave their land fallow, or let your field sow for your uncultivated, uncropped, grow nothing at all.
well that's I
That should
mean,
have zero
as
effect
a
on the
farmer,
economy.
you do have to do that once in a while to replenish the nutrients in the soil anyway.
Yeah,
right?
that's not the reason he does it. We sift it. I can grow tomatoes for 10 years here and then move the tomatoes over where the corn is and move the corn where the tomatoes are. I don't have to
Right,
leave it fallow.
you rotate your crops to different places so that they take
Yeah,
different.
yeah. So what he's saying is he wants to lower greenhouse gas emissions. So what plants produce, he wants to lower that. And people believe in this idiotic bullshit.
It's the food plants we should definitely cut down. Those we need the least.
Grow more marijuana. It puts out double the fucking oxygen. It eats double the carbon.
When we started talking about getting paid to not grow stuff, it was because you, Mike, were talking about not growing corn. And as far as I know, it's like the modern day version of the whole cotton story is either growing or not growing corn. Because most of our corn today is used for making ethanol, which goes into our gasoline, right? And that's different corn than what you use for, like sweet corn for eating
Yep.
Or feed corn, right?
Yeah, it's grain corn, like liquor.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
The good stuff.
Good stuff if you want to get down the track fast. Or you
It's
want to get drunk.
multi-purpose. You can basically do anything with it, right? You clean your engine. You can run your engine. You can fucking
I
get
can
your
make-
buzz on.
I
You
can make
blind your
rocket
enemy.
fuel.
Yeah.
Rocket fuel for my hobby rockets.
What's funny is from what I heard years ago, is that the best plant for creating ethanol is sugarcane. But you know what that also creates, right?
When you boil down sugar cane.
Yeah. What else does cane produce?
Sugar.
What? Yes, sugar. But what else? You can get cocaine from sugar cane, right?
Can you?
Oh, you can cane, but not the coke.
Yeah, and the corn you're looking for.
Isn't that what it's derived from? Sugar cane?
No, it's
No.
coca leaf.
Yeah, cocoa leaves. But and the
That's right.
corn.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, cocoa. Yeah.
The corn you grow for ethanol is maize corn, Zea maize.
Coca, not cocoa. Different plant
Yeah,
entirely.
Coca.
Yeah, COCA.
I will throw a digital.
No, okay. I guess what's the same places that produce coca, right, are also the same places that produce sugar cane. That was the hole in my story there.
Someone said
we don't like to do business with them, right? So we grow corn here instead.
From hemp? You say you can produce rocket fuel from hemp or something?
No, ethanol. No, you're completely off. Ethanol from corn or coca or basically any plant. Actually, you can get ethanol from grass.
Yes,
Right,
you can
I
use.
was saying. That's what I
Listen,
said.
you can use hemp for biodiesel. Henry Ford's first car was made out of hemp and ran out of hemp. It's an ethanol hemp oil mix. It's biodiesel.
Yeah, there was even a vehicle, like a truck, that was completely made out of hemp products, like 100% made out of hemp.
Yeah,
The thing is, it's in Henry Ford Museum right here in Michigan. Yeah.
It was also 100% biodegradable too.
You mean like they make a fiberglass out of it, like that, like the chassis and shit?
No, it's a multi-fibered layered spray. Yes, it's kind of like fiberglass.
Kind of like a fiberglass. Yeah.
But you can take ethanol and make fuel for your hobby rocket if you know what you're doing and how to mix things. Yes.
You can make biodiesel and convert any car to run to it. That's what ethanol is. It's pretty much a biodiesel. They
So
don't
maybe
just use
that's
the
why.
corn. They don't use just the corn for fuel, but it's also a corn oil additive. You can't run straight alcohol. You got to mix it with oils.
Well, ethanol, it's like alcohol, like ethyl alcohol, right? So it burns at a higher temperature, and it's
Yeah, but it'll be a mix rate of like 60-40, 50-80, 10-80, 10% oil, 80% ethanol or alcohol.
I think that's why they made it illegal, so we don't make rocket fuel, so we can't go to space.
Well, it's so that
no,
so
they
that
haven't
you
been making
couldn't.
it illegal. They've been making it legal. In fact, they put ethanol in all of your gasoline, which is supposed to be better for the environment, but it's harder on your motor and your parts or whatever. It's like the seals, all your rubber seals and stuff like that. They want to wear out faster. Yeah, the ethanol
Rods, bearings.
Yeah.
The oil, vegetable oil is better. It has less thermal molecular breakdown.
They don't
I
want
got a
you having
friend.
fuel sitting around that lasts years and years and years, though.
I mean, like there's a reason why they used to put lead in the gas, right? It was a lubricant. It was to keep things moving nice. Now
And
there's
it also cushioned things. It cushioned things. Cushioned your valves, cushioned your valve seals, made your valve seals work longer.
right now
So
now instead they're doing the opposite. They're putting alcohol in there, which actually destroys all that stuff faster
yeah,
instead of preserving it
it
longer.
dries it out. Valve seats are rubber. Valve seats are rubber. Intake gaskets are plastic and rubber. Ethanol eats this shit up. Your valve bodies, plastic and throttle
I
bodies.
guess you could probably throw that in with planned obsolescence, right? Like, of course they would do that, make that switch. Yeah, it's better for the environment based on this whole green agenda and everything. Yeah, you're gonna save the environment, but you're gonna burn through your motor a lot faster, and you're gonna need a lot more maintenance, and you're gonna need a lot more, you're gonna need to buy a new car sooner.
Oh, plus we get to run the factories longer, so you know.
Well, then you have natural.
Saving the plane.
I was gonna say, then you have natural gas, which is supposed to be somewhat better for the environment or whatever, but then they do all the fracking, which poisons the groundwater. So is it really better in any way?
Well, they really didn't need to do fracking. All they had to do was move the platform, but they didn't want to do that.
When I was in high school, my pickup ran on propane. I fucking loved that truck. It was a company truck, and my father worked for a compressed gas company, and he got him to sell it. And instead of converting it, we brought it up to our property, and I drove it around there, and the engine was fucking spotless. It never, ever, 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 ever had a
Yeah,
problem.
I mean, dude, there's a reason why forklifts that run on propane go for like, 50 fucking years. They never stop going. It's running off of propane or running off of natural gas, something like that. It's a really clean way to run.
Most people don't know you can make up to 10,000 gallons a year personal fuel out of alcohol. Everybody can do this. Federal code.
That's dangerous. We need the government to protect us.
No, they tell you straight up that you can make your own fuel. You got to have a land patent in order to get to that spot where you can do it.
The rub.
That's the trick.
You're gonna do this again? How come you always gotta pull us back into like the law and
gas
all that?
pressure?
Because it's important and he wants to share it. You gotta give him credit. He's passionate.
Well, honestly, making your own fuel would be better. Which we could do with a lot of the food that we throw away. We could turn it over into mash.
Because gas pressure is the law, and you require laws to get stuff done.
It would be nice if
Gas pressure to make good mash.
it'd be nice if there was a community you could go and try to live and run it according to all these things we're talking about and see if it would work out like we think it would. I think it would until somebody came in and stop it, to be honest. But
Things to work out. Like, I mean, you would have to start small and go slow. Like, you can't just invite a whole bunch of people and think you're going to have a utopia or something like that, right? You'd have to. You might find yourself running into the same problems as the system that we're trying to leave and solving it in a similar way.
yeah, that's why I said I was curious. Could go either way.
I definitely think it should be a goal of everybody to try to create their own sustainable farm, but also be willing to invite and accept others into that situation and do try to learn these laws and stuff and see if they work, because they are truly so important.
As soon as I can get to a spot where I can build the ranch up, I'm going to make a tower for the long distance laser tests.
And also the thing is it might not be all flat or flat Earth oriented, but with what you're talking about, with just respecting, God's law and like, there are communities all over the place that have sparked up. Small communities. It might be hard to get in, or you might have to get to know somebody first, but they're around. You just got to look for them.
And it all depends the color of your skin as well. So be careful.
Of course, you're not invited.
Yeah, that's the first line of segregation. What are you talking about?
I don't know if I can separate things.
The first thing we'll do is a hat fitting, and then the racial segregation.
Because
Due
gas
to the color of your skin, you will not be getting in. I mean, that's just all there is to it.
Hey Lou, do you remember the YouTube channel Storm Clouds Gathering?
No.
He went to whatever that island is that hurricane pretty much wiped out. Sorry, I'm bad with names.
Like Katrina?
And, he has a.
There's lots of hurricanes. I mean, where?
Harvey?
Like 3 years ago, wiped out the whole island. What was it? Puerto Rico?
Oh, yeah. That was more than 3 years ago. But yeah, the one that wiped out Puerto Rico. Yeah, that was maybe 5, 6 years ago. Yeah.
It's also Haiti.
He had already moved there to try to start like a sustainable community. And when the hurricane went through and wiped everything out, it almost like boosted his efforts and whatnot, because people wanted to help and whatnot. But I don't know what status he's in, because he hadn't made a video in a long time.
Yeah, now you got all the rich ones trying to buy everything off to do our Airbnbs and retire homes in Puerto Rico. All the rich people are buying all the properties by the dozens. And the natives are paying rent. They don't own anything now. Good job.
I don't see how people can separate it, though. I don't get it. Like gas pressure, natural law, necessary antecedent, part of the natural law, also a law on its own. I don't see how people could separate things, but hey, that's me. I'm goofy.
Well, when someone comes from other nations and buy the property all around you, and then you gotta pay that person to live in the place that you have been. So yeah, gas pressure.
Gas pressure.
By the way, Jimsy, I think I heard you giggle about that thing. Due to the color of your skin, you will not be getting in. That's from a Nine Inch Nails song, actually. That's I can't think of the name of it right now, but it's pretty funny actually. It's you might enjoy it.
It's a song?
I'll try to find which one. Yeah, I'll try to find which one and I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
You're not thinking of a Biohazard song, are you?
No, like I
For the
said, it's the
bullet in your head.
Nine Inch Nails
Okay.
song. It's from
Alright.
I think it's from it might be like from their album Ghosts or something like that. But it's around that time anyway.
So it's not Bite the Hand That Feeds.
No, it's newer than that, but still old.
That should be like the theme song right there.
Shout out to those who were alive and remember when Pretty Hate Machine came out.
I got a globe question. So, sunsets. Every time I'm gonna globe it. I accept NASA, or at least I, still haven't totally discounted NASA. So they showed me this picture of the ball, and it's amazing. It's beautiful, and they keep reminding you when they show you, by the way, how beautiful and amazing it is. And the sun is on the earth, and you can see that. What's that called again? That shadow line? It's a Terminator line, right? Termination line of where the sun is setting. That demarcation between day and night. That always appears to be a very, distinct black to light line. Am I wrong on that?
No, I got a GIF on it. Look at this GIF. It shows day existing on the ocean right next to night. First they show night, the dude's on the deck of a ship. Then he turns it over to the right, night. Day and night, right next to each other, side by side.
Is there a tag that I need to be able to use the memes and GIFs to help when we're talking to people? Because earlier,
I think like gold. You mean the bot?
yeah, because I was trying to help out earlier when they were talking to somebody about 3-ish about the Black Swan, and I typed it in perfect, but it didn't work for me. It worked for somebody else.
I think you have to be gold to use the bot. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. All right.
I saved these. You can download that gas law. Now this GIF meme, it comes from the GIF section on the bar. So you can hover over it till the gold star comes up and just add it to your favorites. Click the gold star.
So, Valamod, you know where
telephone.
this was taken, this GIF? The
Yeah, that's from it's from a YouTube video, day and night, existing right next to each other on a Arctic cruise.
Arctic cruise. Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you move your flashlight, does the light stay where the flashlight was, or does the darkness take over?
Darkness is the
hold on, I'm
absence
just
of
trying to
light.
formulate a ball
Once you
argument.
bring
Hold on.
light, there is no darkness.
Right, but you get a low lumen flashlight and you point it at the ground, you're in the middle of nowhere, it's completely pitch black. You got light right there where it is, and then outside of that you have darkness.
Yeah, what happened? Why is that though? Right? It's attenuation and the atmospheric extinction of light. Your light's not intense enough, so it attenuates to the point of extinction quickly. Trying to eat a burrito here. Sorry.
No, you're good, man.
My daughter made it. I can't turn it down even though it's hot. It's fuck. I'm sweating.
No, enjoy it. I want to ask
I
questions.
got. Listen, bro. She reads my grandma's cookbooks and it says a pinch, a dab, a dibble. She don't know what a dibble is. Oh God, it's clearing my sinuses.
I don't know
I
what a
know what a
dibble is.
dibble
What's a
is.
dibble? What's a dibble?
It's a hair more than a pinch. Or, well, hair less. Take that back.
Less.
Hair less than a
I was
pinch.
gonna
Is it the
say.
equivalent? If it was on a tape measure, is it the equivalent of a cunt hair?
I would say so because it's like a half a pinch. Like you just got a little bit of whatever you're adding in your
Almost like
finger,
a.
and you
So it's a cunt hair,
and when
maybe
you.
half cunt hair.
Well, here's the thing: when you add dibbles, you add to taste. So you put a dibble in, you mix it up. If it doesn't taste right, you add a little more.
Yep.
Uh,
I can't believe that came out backwards. Yeah,
So the
A dibble
dibble is
and a
the
dab.
atom of cooking in the kitchen measurements? Is that it? Can't be broken down any less than a dibble?
No, they'll never get it. A pinch is a pinch. You get a pinch of salt, you got a bunch of salt in between your two fingers. Look
What
at
do you-
half of that.
You can't put
You
cunt
give
hair
it
in
half that.
cooking. That was just
Right. Now, if you do half a pinch, now you're just dibbling around to taste.
It'd be granules if you're looking for an empirical.
Yeah. Yeah, but you still have quite a few granules in a dibble, dude. It's half a pinch.
Yeah.
But
I know.
randomly, it could be like 5 grains or 25 grains each dibble.
Oh my God, go to a restaurant, bro. Have somebody else cook for you.
Oh, man.
Oh, I can't eat no more of that. I'm about to watch a dog sweat.
A smidge is more than a dibble.
Yes,
and
it
more
is.
than a pinch. A smidge is
I would
less than
trust-
half a cup, though.
I would trust you in my kitchen with my cookbook, bro.
I don't want
You
your
know,
cookbook,
you know
man.
to
I just want the
you know
spice
to
rack.
sift the flour first, like I learned in foods class. Do you do
How
that?
about a smudge? Can we cover a smudge?
Smidge.
What about a dollop?
Damn it, he's right on it. You can't even slide one by him. A smidge or a dollop.
Yeah, but a dollop's like a spoonful and a quarter or so.
Oh my God, that shit is hot, bro. It's already hot out, man. I'm sweating my ass off. Should be up here in a minute asking me, do I want a second one? No, no. Give me some chips.
I thought it was supposed to be cold over there, because of the so-called globe and all.
Up here?
Yeah, right?
I'm in the north.
Well,
upper
you're
east.
over there to me. I'm still above sea level just like you are.
Shit, hot
in
or
the
cold,
northern
hot or
area.
cold, north or south in the United States. It's hot right now. This is still a hot time of year.
Yeah, this time of year it's a 80 average in Michigan. I'd say it's about 85 real feel today, maybe 90. It's not that hot, but after eating a burrito where somebody doesn't know what a smidge of fucking chili powder is,
Dibble.
I'm
Do you have
fucking
any
sweating.
native New Englanders here? Like East Coast
Here
United
in,
States, Northern?
in Michigan, New Englanders.
No. I mean, in the room, in the chat. I just had a question about the weather because when I was a kid, late 70s and early 80s, it felt like summer started and ended way sooner than it did. As a matter of fact, all the seasons felt like they're off like a month or 6 weeks now compared to when I was a kid.
Here I would.
It feels like a change. I can't put
Yeah.
my finger on it, but I agree.
Here I would say it's a couple months. Winter
I
and summer
personally
both start
feel
a
like
couple months late.
Right, like we used to always get we used to always get in the Milwaukee area, southeastern Wisconsin, whatever. We used to always get pretty decent snowfalls. Not always, but usually you'd have good snowfalls before Christmas. But in my adult
Yeah,
years, it seems like
opening day.
it's not until well after Christmas, like maybe a month later, where you start to get decent snowfall.
Yeah, this is how I gauge it. Opening day, November 15th, November 14th. There was always snow on that or before that when I was a child, about 12. So 84. Now you're lucky if we got snow in January.
Yeah. Yeah, we
That's the same
I
thing,
remember
dude.
there used to be a
Same
lot of snowy Thanksgivings even, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
very
Yeah,
that's
snow on
very
the ground,
rare.
accumulation.
That's very rare.
Yeah. Snowed out football games during the bowl season.
You know
But
what?
it
The
has to
weather,
be
the weather
significant.
changed in 2000.
Man, who's
Mike, the
got
weather
that
changed in
fucking
2000.
echo? Well, I noticed changes long before 2000 because I hunt every year during the seasons. It just got later and later every year since I was 14. Later and later every year that the snow came, and later every year that it left.
I'll tell you one thing though that's a little weird is the last couple of years in a row, we had a really deep freeze in October. Not that we got snow, it just got super freaking cold. We had what they called them Arctic vortex or whatever. That's a new thing. I don't
Yeah, they're
remember
making them
Arctic
up. They're making
vortex.
those things up.
Oh, hey, they call them Canadian storm fronts here in Michigan. Hey, we're getting the fucking Canucks weather down here, eh? It's pushing hard over the lake and it's coming your way, yo.
Ooh, trivia. What's a necessary antecedent to having more snowy weather?
Oh, hey, Canucks.
Coriolis.
Oh, come on,
Canucks,
dude. We were
man.
just talking about this 15 minutes ago.
What is
CO2,
necessary
dude.
for more?
Air pressure, god damn it, high pressure and low pressure.
You need more CO2.
Well, it
I'm gonna
creates
stake
fronts
my
of
career
high
on it.
pressure and low pressure.
And then I've noticed also in the spring, we tend to get these like Indian summers like early where it tricks the trees into start budding and then they get fucked up by a late freeze and then so they seem messed up from that. I really see a lot of problems going on with the trees.
Big shout out to Earl, wherever you're at out there in Canadian land. I ain't seen Earl in a minute.
Where's the maple syrup?
Yeah, it definitely has been a minute.
Like straight out of the tree, and then just sifted and warmed up. Oh my god. Special.
Other weather phenomenon that I don't remember from my childhood anyway. I do remember them from within the last decade or maybe more even. But like in the north, you ever heard of thunder snow before say 2012? Thunder snow, you ever heard of that? Yeah, that's a thing. It was never a thing. Now it's a thing. All these blood moons, constant blood moons, and different names for moons. I remember like a harvest moon, but that was it. Like you got your wolf moon, your blood moon, blah blah blah. How about
Flower
besides
from-
thunder snow, they have thunder fog. Where thunder? What the fuck is thunder fog?
I saw some interesting video. I mean, I heard stories and heard, maybe snapshot black and white photos of this is ball lightning, but I saw some actual supposed videos of ball lightning, and if it's real, it's pretty fucking weird how that acts.
They just created all kinds of like new types of clouds and new kinds of weather phenomenon and shit like that like was never a thing. And it's like, no, they'll people will play it off like, well, it's just because meteorology and stuff they've gotten better and they're more specific and they've named more phenomenon and like, okay, maybe, but I just don't remember experiencing this shit.
I just feel like weather in general has just gotten worse. I don't know, like heavier.
Maybe all those years of people going climate change, climate change, climate change made our brains manifest it.
I like Max Egan. It's unfortunate that he will never see the light of flat Earth. Row House, Max Egan. That's it. That's a picture over there. He does a good job though with what he focuses on, and he actually does a pretty good job of avoiding the flat Earth topic too. Seeing as how he does, he's not a flat earther, but he won't. He does a good job of not talking too much shit about it. Tries to keep it neutral there.
What's going on in this this GIF with the ISS? Oh, yeah, it's magic. That thing just appeared. I see
Yeah,
it.
they're moving shit around that isn't even there.
Fucking magic. I see.
Yeah, that's one where they have a augmented
Yeah,
reality.
give me that nothing. Oh, I'll take that nothing and put this nothing over here. Oh, you want that nothing back? Here you go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Yeah. It's bright in everybody's fucking face. Oh, here we go. Globe. Oh, the ISS. How you explain? I can get my telescope out, my $19 Kmart telescope, you morons, and I can point it up at the sky and look at NASA, and I'll see the ISS when it goes overhead. Boom, flat Earth, bunk.
$19 telescope.
Yeah, you'll be able to see the ISS because of gravity, of course.
Yeah, he's in a bucket with Copernicus. He got that cheap shit.
Yep, that's right. You could see like probably a 10 times freaking black swan with that.
You can't see a flea on a dog's ass with that shit.
Really? You can't see further than 10 miles? No? Probably
But
good.
they'll claim that their amateur observation proves that all other observations are false. They saw a blurry light fly overhead, and NASA
Look.
told them it was going to be there.
Look, I won't lie. That's a pretty good thing to look at though. Either way. So like if you're on the globe side or on the flat earth side, you have good reason to want to find out more about what is that you are able to see.
Seeing, yeah.
being in denial about being able to see it is no good. You can't do that. So
I
let's
saw
find out what the fuck it is.
I saw it once. To me, it looked like Saturn, but with 2 rings. It was like an elongated Saturn with 2 rings. That's what I saw when it was flying over. But my telescope wasn't good. It wasn't $19. I was being silly.
I can see it go by, but I can't verify it is what I'm told it is.
Yeah, too often flat earthers will pretend like it just doesn't happen, you know, and that looks bad on us when they do that.
It does. Hey, do you remember what Earl changed his name to?
No.
Can't find him nowhere to say hey. I
I
can't
mean,
remember.
it's been a long time since, I mean, he's been actually active. I remember him stopping in for a couple of days, maybe a month or two ago, a couple months ago. But I mean, it's been a long time since he's actually really been active here. Which, by the way, I should save it. When are we having another mod meeting?
Oh, we're making a list if you're talking about removing stuff for people who are inactive. We're making
It's not that. It's just the way that things have been going in here, the way that people moderate, like, and too often it's actually the moderators who are doing the trolling or causing, like, you know,
the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just covered today. 9 times out of 10, it's the moderator obfuscating the live stream from the point. And the lead mods who are given lead mod to keep LSVC on point, they're not doing it. They complain when they get overtalked, but they're not keeping it on point. Like I'm busy. It's the summer. I work a lot.
That's a valid point, but I'm also talking about like when new guys come in that are not trolls and how everybody is so paranoid that they automatically want to pounce on them and like get them
10
out
people on one.
Right. And it for anybody coming in, it's the most unwelcoming environment that you could ever possibly
It
imagine.
is.
Anybody who manages to make it through the first hour, it's amazing.
Oh my
Hats off to
God.
them, you know?
Lou, I've been bitching about this right here in live stream for 2 months, and people listen to what I say. Some of them even agree, and then a motherfucker will come and they do the same shit, and then they're all like, "Oh no, why ain't we got nobody to talk to? I wonder why."
Right, exactly. Why is the arena always empty?
Well, I've got to say, as regards the arena, that's because we defeated them all. We were
I
victorious.
wish that was the truth. No, we banned them all. That's closer to the truth.
Yeah, after we defeated them, we banned them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I would
Well,
agree.
you got to understand when
I second what you guys were saying as regards the live stream, but I think people have actually been a little bit more hospitable as of recently.
No, dude, it's been really bad. Like I'm gonna be blunt about it. Ever since look, Jedi made his own bed. He deserved what he got, but he did a good job of keeping the stream in check. Ever since he's been gone and Miggy's been gone, and it's just been going downhill, in my opinion.
it has, I've been busy, Lou. When I'm in here, I definitely ride everybody's ass about letting people finish what the fuck they're saying and stop over talking people. But that has to be a consolidated group effort.
I mean,
and
I try to jump in, and as a moderator, I get talked over by moderators who just want to troll other people. Like moderators will not allow me to moderate because they're the ones doing the fucking trolling.
Most often, yes. It will be a moderator battle to stop the bullshit in live stream. I agree with you. That's why a lot of them are mad at me right now, Lou, because I'm over it.
Well, it's
I've been told.
it's why I've been a lot less vocal in here for a while,
Shoot
and
first.
I'm finding I just don't want myself associated with half of the people who have loud voices.
Yeah. So I'm on. I've been told, end it first, ask for forgiveness later. So when I'm here, I do.
I will
There's a couple
say, as
people
a
mad at me
silver,
right now.
it's pretty hard
What?
to get a word in on the live stream sometimes.
Oh, I know it is. Especially for a silver. Two mods arguing, you try to say, let's bring it back to the subject, and they're like, okay, shut up, and they go back to arguing. I'm the lead mod. I try to butt in, and people just talk right over me. And normally I try to stay out of it and only interrupt for the purpose of moderation. And then they play the victim. I'm always interrupting. I'm always rumpusing people when I haven't been in the conversation at all. I'm just trying to stop the bullshit and get it back onto the point. I've got to the point where I'm about to demote a few people and just let them cry to the fucking admins. Make your case. I don't give a shit. So long as the bullshit stops.
I got a name or two for you in direct messages if you want to start demoting.
We could just compare our lists, bro. I'm sure we think a lot alike, bro.
I'd just like to reiterate, in the arena, the score stands at 100-0 for the Spartans. Thank you.
Where you been breaking down walls?
Always in here listening to you guys, always trying to see if there's some new stuff and listening to the newcomers. Yeah, I've just been had a couple of, I wouldn't call it debates. I had a discussion with that Fight Flat Earth. I had another discussion with that Mr. Sensible tonight, and I've got that T Jump on Wednesday. I've not got the energy anymore, Battle Mod, to be arguing like name calling and stuff. It don't get us anywhere. I'm just trying to point out to people that join in these discussions or these debates to listen that there is a lot of valid facts that flat earthers, we are where we are today because we've done a research. That's what I'm trying to put the point forward. Instead of relying on these mathematical equations that don't comport to reality, we've done the research and we know fine well that the author's not what they're telling us it is. We're not on a flying spinning ball.
Yeah, I'm in the same bait as you. I work a long day. I come home. I don't have the energy to fight my fellow teammates to have a productive conversation.
That's it, Battle Mod. I think we got to be constructive with conversations, and I know you always are. I've been listening to you recently, but yeah, we got to nail it on the head if there's a big argument happening and we're not going anywhere constructively. Lou's got a point.
Oh, he does. He knows I agree. Shit, he knew I agreed before he opened his mouth.
No, if I thought you were gonna shut me down, I would have just expected to be rumpus in the first 5 words and shut down. No, if you agree with me, you'll allow me to speak. If you don't, you'll shut me the fuck down. That's just the way you operate.
See, he knew I agreed. You're right, though, Lou. You are. It's just what do we do? Do we all become assholes? We can't all be assholes like Mike. We're trying to have a welcoming environment, remember? I'm supposed to do it so everybody else don't have to.
No, we do need some people to be more hard nosed, and that's good. As long as it's not taken to an extreme, and I think once in a while you take it a little too far, but for the most part you do a good job at being the battle mod, right?
I do. I agree. I'm looking for help right now. Here, let me add you to the conversation. Let me see if I can do it. How many? Can't we have 10 in a group talk?
I think so.
Sure.
Yeah.
You have to. There's only 10 in a group talk, and you have to all be friends. Sometimes it's easier just to start a junk server.
Well, Lou, I got a junk server, but Lou's my friend.
No, dude. Like, well, yeah. We don't always agree, but we get along good. Like we, um, you know, I don't know. It's just I'm up front. Like I I might not say something for a little while, but it's not until it's really like important to me, like that when I do, I'm gonna tell you. You know, it's no matter what the real how harsh it is or whatever else, I'll say it to anybody's face. I just don't want to do it preemptively or anything like that.
Yeah, I have to agree. You both are some of the most nicest assholes I ever met. But you still don't know.
I've only observed for a day, but as far as chats go, this has been pretty well, managed. To be fair, I didn't see anything crazy.
No, over the last couple hours, we've been pretty good. But if you were here earlier today, it was kind of fucked up, especially.
That may have been when I passed out because I was on
Well,
until like about noon.
Usually when me and you are here, Lou, they already know we don't play.
Well,
So
I see.
we hear
Normally,
less of it.
I'm not here early in the morning, but we had a rain day. Rain started right when I would normally be getting to work, and it didn't stop all day. So I was on all day, and in the morning, I had just people being like 3 or 4 people that didn't give a fuck who was talking. They would overtalk me, and basically being in order to be a dickhead to a guy who didn't deserve it. Like they were just being, piranhas is the way I like to put it. I like fresh meat comes into the pool and the piranhas just swarm, and that's the way you guys fucking act. I'm sorry, most of you guys in here. I'm not gonna name names, but like most of you in here are a bunch of fucking assholes, piranhas. Okay?
Yeah, I like to use that analogy too. A guppy in a tank full of piranha. Fucking
I've been,
goldfish don't last long in this motherfucker.
I've been guilty of it myself. I'm trying to like change
See me
that.
do it,
So.
but
nature, and I
you're a
apologize if it's me.
you're a soft-spoken, naturally nice dude, and for some reason, Sonny,
Very
you have like
toxic.
forced yourself to become like one of these dickheads. Don't fall for it. Don't
I
go
know,
along with
I
that shit.
know, I know. You're right. Exactly. Like, but see, the thing is, unless I unless I exert some force, they don't fucking listen to me, just like everyone else talking to. So I have to raise my voice. I don't like it, and I have muted some people, but I haven't really muted flat earthers, but it's coming close to it because I just have to watch myself, number one, though, and then I can be more attentive, to the conversation at hand and not be involved emotionally. But yeah, you're right. I appreciate it. I've been a piranha before.
There's certain people that we have like QE is a great example, which I would say for some reason you try to mock him, but like he's a pro at it. That's him. That's his personality. Let him do him and you do you. You don't have to take a lead from somebody. Okay, like you can learn a lot
Yeah,
from the
but
guy, but
look,
you don't
it's
have
the
to
highest.
act. You
It's
don't
the
have to
highest.
act like that.
It's the highest form of flattery, though. Actually, so it's
Hey, I
funny.
got 2
I do it.
cents. I'm sorry, bro.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I got 2 cents. In the past, I've been on Google Hangouts, and when things started getting kind of crazy and everybody started going all at once, there was like a little squeaky duck toy where we would just go squeaky, squeaky, and that was like the gavel in a courtroom, like order in the court, and everybody was supposed to shut up, and then people were supposed to be named to give mic permission. And then if that didn't happen, then people just started getting muted because, Google Hangouts is only 10 people, right? But 10 people, things can get real crazy when the prana effect starts to happen. So maybe get like a mass mute button or a squeaky, squeaky warning first. I don't know, just my 2 cents. Thanks.
You can get the air horn sound. Ring, ring, ring.
I kind of like the idea of like just a like an awkward sounding bike horn or something like that.
Like a clown horn.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it was Charlie here, and there was a bunch of people trying to talk to him at the same time, and Indio said, "Hey guys, let's try to keep it under control." Then I just jumped in and requested, "Hey, Cyrus was trying to jump in with some important points about gas pressure, but he couldn't because there was a bunch of people just jumping at the same time." And I say, Cyrus has been trying to jump in. Let's allow Cyrus to speak to the guy for so maybe a few minutes. And they did spoke for some minutes. And I guess just making a request and saying, let's allow this person to talk to this other guy for a little bit. It could help a little bit in the situation sometimes.
Okay, I got the clown horn you ordered. Let me know if I can play it so you guys can give it your approval or a yay or
Go ahead.
nay.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
All right, 1 second here. Is this what you had in mind? This is funny shit.
Yeah, it's pretty. Well,
Exactly,
okay,
bro.
just
That's
Exactly what I imagined.
half of that though. We don't need it twice, just once.
Wow, you're being awful picky.
Yeah, no, it's too long. It's too long. You want something quick. Just
All
a
right.
warning that doesn't interrupt too much. It's important. You ever set a notification on your phone and you noticed how picky you were at which one was for calls and which one was for text? It's important. So what if that's a notification? Let's make it a notification.
No, I got you. I'm with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the everybody shut up or you're about to get muted, and I don't really feel a reason that you should be unmuted. Maybe tomorrow. Because it's kind of hard right on ladies' night, right? We start kind of questioning, like, am I a lady? Right? But I really want to say something. I'm not a lady though, but I really want to get in. It's like you have to have self-control and postpone gratification.
I think they have a
Ask a
surgery for
question,
that.
but might not be my place since I'm just a silver.
No, go ahead, bro. Your voice is just as valuable
Yeah.
as everyone else's.
It's like it's a silence, a yes. Mike, why the hell do you let Bong talk over you all the time? I think that's what instigates a lot of the talking over each other. Like Bong just continuously freaking talks over you.
Oh, that's what he did to
And,
me.
and
That's what he did this morning. That's where I got really pissed this morning. Yeah, to me.
I like Bong, but I wasn't on. I don't know. I just know every time that Mike's on, it's like he literally waits for Mike to start talking to talk over him. The other night he said someone else was talking and he said he wrote down what his thoughts of what he wanted to say. And I said, "Are you waiting for Mike to start talking so you can tell us your thoughts?" I mean, seriously, like it's annoying.
Literally, the main reason I started this conversation was because of Bong this morning with me for the same thing you just mentioned with Battle Mod.
I mean, I like him, but it's seriously annoying. And I think that it promotes other people talking over other people too, because you got a moderator talking over the lead mod, and it's annoying to listen to.
I'll be clear about it. I told the person that he was trolling. There was a new guy that was in here, literally wanting to learn, wanting to debate, wanting to have a conversation, and a whole bunch of you fuckers, and there's a couple of you are in here right now, kept on just mass pinging him every single time you typed something. You were just typing his @ name and then some bullshit just to distract him while he was in the VC. That is some troll fucking behavior, childish behavior. He's trying to focus on a conversation where he's put on the spot, and he's actually made it through VC check-in and all you assholes being assholes, and you just want to fucking you just want to fuck with them. That's all you really care about. You're here for the entertainment. You're here to fuck with people, and you're not a real truther if that's the case.
Look, the thing is, we all get excited, right? Like we all get excited, and we all know the answer, and we want to jump in there. And it's like I'm really bad about interrupting people sometimes. Like I interrupt Sonny. I'm sorry, Sonny. I interrupted Sonny just a few minutes ago. It's like sometimes it's like, okay, my bad. You're right. I was interrupting. And then, it's like sometimes that same person is like interrupting like 5 seconds later. Like that's like double speak, right? Like, oh yeah, I'm interrupting. Sorry about that. And then 5 seconds later, right back to it like a dog to his vomit.
Hank comes in so rare. You come in clearly so rarely. I figure if you speak, and I better just let you speak. I'm just being silly.
No, it's right though. Yeah, I'm off today, so I'm at home with Wi-Fi and it's clear.
Some other montages say, I'm gonna mute my mic now, and I'm gonna let you guys talk 10 seconds later. Unmute his mic.
I've done that myself. Shoot, you stop talking about me. I apologize. Here's the new clown horn. Now it's 3 times, mind you. If it's too much, let me know. No, wrong.
All right,
That was
yeah,
the
I'm
wrong.
going to be picky and say just the first 3.
No, no. Hold it. It was the wrong one. For some reason it pasted the last one. It was the same. So wrong one. My bad. Here it comes. Let's see.
You guys do have a mass mute button, don't you?
No, we don't. The moderators don't get that shit. No. We don't have a what is it, priority speaker either. Like it's meant to be more open that way, but
right.
Okay. Clown horn number 2.
faster.
Shut up.
I'm serious. I'm serious.
Hey,
I'm serious.
just order a little squeaky duck,
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
it was
go with
like
the rubber
this. It was
ducky,
like-
rubber ducky sound. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah. Squeaker, squeaker.
That's
You know the chicken that you squeeze? Should do one of those.
That
Yeah, you know which one I'm talking about? You will squeeze the elongated chicken.
This one's gonna crack you up. Oh man, hold on. I should be able to break these down into shorter segments, but I thought this one was extra special. So where'd it go?
Oh no. You're wasting our time. What are you doing? Oh no. No, you went the wrong way.
You want short and sweet.
I know. I'm just joking with you. Because you said short. It needs to be like a 2-second one.
Yeah, like not even. Actually, like a second or a second and a half would be perfect.
Just enough to hear it, like squeaker, squeaker.
Really loud rubber chicken. 28 seconds. That's probably too long.
I think we just need like a physical, rubber ducky.
Yeah.
That would probably be the easiest way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of typing in a command. You just have a rubber ducky, you squeeze it twice, and that's it.
Okay, here's one that's 6 seconds. I'll just play it. See if you can hear. No, that's
No, that's
stupid.
terrible.
That's stupid.
That's like a wake up.
It sounded like a truck, like that does revelry also, like as it enters your driveway.
That one was lame. Man.
La cucaracha.
Sure, that too. Yeah.
Oops.
If that ended there, that would be great, right?
That one does
want-
end there.
Yeah. No, I want that one. That's pretty good. Just a little faster.
Yeah, but I can't make it faster. So.
Okay, what about only 2 honks? This is ridiculous. How picky I'm being.
Believe I'm looking up for 2 honks only.
Yeah.
What's up?
Well, think about a gavel. It's like, tick, tick, tick. That's it. You know?
Rubber chicken sound bites. Okay. Stand by. No, it's not going to work on videos. I'll have to look for other sources.
But you could just record it in like Audacity and then cut off the last honk or something like that.
Yeah, but I'm fresh out of rubber chickens.
Yeah, I found him, bro. Totally cool.
You got a rubber ducky or something?
No, that's Earl.
Oh.
Earl's name now is totally cool. Toad, Toad.
Oh, that's
totally
right.
cool.
Rubber ducky.
Oh, rubber ducky. I love you, rubber ducky.
Oh my god.
Let's take a bath.
Come on, 2 honks. Just the same as it was, just 2 honks. Come on, Sonny. I know you can do it. You got this shit ready to go. Take the same same honks, but get rid of the 3rd honk.
I got a 1 honk.
Let's hear it.
Hit it twice.
One honk might be good enough as a flag. Like, hit it twice for like a 2 flag thing, right? Like, you'd be like, first warning, second warning. Like, what? You know, wow, what?
Sounds like kind of a weak one if you ask me, but let's give it a shot.
That's funny though. That's pretty funny.
If that gets the message across, though, people will be like, "What's that?" That's all. You just
make it super loud.
Like,
That's the sound
not-
that I'd first originally imagined.
I'm not getting it. Build
Well,
the bridge.
I pinned it in the Groovy Bot text.
Prove rubber ducky.
That's funny as hell. Perfect.
so, are we gonna warn people that that's the warning sound, or are we just gonna let them learn that?
Oh hell no. Oh no! If they can't figure it out, fuck them. They fell into quicksand.
That's the rubber ducky warning. Continue at your
I don't
own
like
risk.
to give warnings. That's a waste of ammunition when you just shoot over the bow. By God, you just could acquire a target and fire.
Look out, Mama, there's a white boat coming up the river. With a bell and a whistle and a man standing on the rail. Go tell Lemmy Lou, 'cause it don't look like they're here to deliver the mail.
I do think it would be funny if it was somehow in our like rules agreed where like you know, where they could click say a reaction to to it would automatically play the sound. I don't think Discord allows you to make that kind of a thing. But that'd be really cool. Where like if they click the reaction, then all of a sudden it would play a sound. So well, you could have in the rules like if you hear this sound, please click below. And then you click, like that means you've been warned. Something like that. That'd be a really cool function. I don't think they have anything like that though. I mean, I suppose because you'd be doing it in text and you'd have to be in a voice chat to actually trigger it.
I like the idea of people just disappearing after the ominous ducky sound and people being confused.
Ducky make you go bye bye.
Hey,
I
as
was
long as
in a
you do the
Discord.
duck to Kiwi, I'll be happy.
Hey, what's
It's
a
the first
penguin
time I
sound
saw
like?
it.
What's a penguin sound like? Should we use a penguin instead?
Use a swan.
Chili Willy.
Lou, I was in a Discord the other day and they had some type of different setup and it had like the guest speakers or the host and then underneath it showed like who was listening and the people that were listening couldn't talk, but you like put your
Yeah,
hand up.
no, the Chatterbox has a really cool system like that. Except for, see, I'm lucky because I got into the server before they implemented that system. That system requires you to enter a phone number, which I am not willing to do to enter their server. But they have, yeah, some kind of cool bot that really organizes their chat system, like for debates and stuff like that. It's a really nice bot. Whatever, it's just most people aren't going to be willing to put in real information.
Yeah.
You're roboting really bad.
Penguin sound. Here's some penguin sounds. I'll get ready to shut it off right away, though.
What the fuck, Groovy? Is that a penguin?
Yep.
Is that going to be it?
That was good.
Alert.
Yeah, but
That was
it's too long.
amazing.
It's too long, though. It's like a minute and something. You
All right,
can't
well
play
then
anymore.
all right, I got a new job for you.
You have to stop it
Take a
after one.
piece.
Could do that.
See, the penguins
Those
are the
chips
guardians
good?
of Antarctica. It's so because we have gifts like this. 1 second. Oh.
Are those potato chips good?
Oh, sorry.
Where's my penguin gift? Yeah, this is the one. See, you throw
Wasn't
this
potato
gift at along with that sound that was just played by Sony.
It's actually pork and beans.
That was unexpected. I'll give you that. I did not expect the penguin to turn into a ballistic missile.
That one struck me as really fucking funny. Oh man.
Yeah, the one that cut the shit just posted is one of my favorites too, but it's always so small. It just illustrates how penguins are assholes, even to each
Yeah.
other.
There's assholes in every branch of nature. Look at this. Look at this dick.
Wow. Way to whack a brother through the hole in the ice, man.
It shit's funny as hell. Hey, bitch, lay down. Bow down, nigga. Bow down. Bow down.
Think a plane flying at cruising altitude over their heads would disturb them? While they're just trolling the shit out of each other down on the ice? I don't think it's gonna bother.
Mhm.
Hey, Spiral Love, that's bullshit. Where's the other penguin?
It was CGI.
Ah! You guys gotta ruin everything for me. You're fucking dicks.
Ah, that's awful. You just like, that's.
Well, you know, CGI Earth. Hey, you know what I mean? Out of order, eh? It's okay, pal. You can still believe it wasn't.
Yeah, I think what happened here is that you mapped out the dickhead real penguin, and the second one is the
Yeah,
Photoshop.
you just gotta keep the faith, eh?
Yes, dick penguins still exist, everybody. No worries.
There was
CGI
never a,
fake.
there,
You
yeah,
just
there was
gotta have
never
faith, eh?
there was never a second penguin there. The dude just fell in a hole in the ice.
Stevie, I
Yeah,
appreciate
you just like
you. I appreciate you, Derp. You did that for my feelings. You're a nice guy.
You just can't see the second penguin because of the refraction of the light as it passes over the ice hole.
Yep. You must wrap around the other penguins.
it refracted the ice hole into an asshole penguin. It's a theory. See, the other one wasn't really there, eh? He was loomed. He was loomed into the image from refraction, eh? That's why his arm was, so distorted when he was pushing.
I'm fucking done. Nothing in this place is fucking real. You can't trust anything. That fucking.
Penguins.
I wanted that penguin to push the other penguin in. This is fucking horse shit. Can't trust anything. Fuck. Nothing is real.
Listen, if you need your fix, I'm sure you
Penguins
can
don't
find
exist,
a cat
eh?
being a dick on YouTube.
Penguins don't exist, eh?
They're all in your fucking mind.
Here,
It's all a simulation, and if you don't agree with me, it's just because you're not woke. So you guys need to suck my dick as every time you want to freaking argue with me about that, basically.
dude, go away.
Why'd it have to go there, though?
Yeah, here you go, eh? Your little Arctic buddy will help you out with that, eh? Out of order.
Somebody's an asshole. That's hilarious. Who's CGI?
Out of order, eh?
That's not as good a copy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I have a question.
Please.
Just to be honest with you guys, at the start, I'm gonna say that I'm not fully convinced about flat Earth, and I'm just here to to listen to you. But I can't really understand the concept of relative density in terms of gravity. How does it works?
Google
It's,
the term
it's
specific gravity.
actually very simple. Like you should be able to grasp it. Like anything that.
Yeah.
Let's take like a ping pong ball, right? And let's hold it above the ground, and we drop it, right? A ping pong ball is light, but it's still more dense than the air around it. It'll fall. But let's drop it on the water. It's going to stop when it hits the water. It's going to float on the water. Why? Because it's less dense than the water. Let's take it to the bottom of the water and let go of it. It's going to go up. Why? Because it's less dense than the water. So we have this coherent, law about density that works for everything, whether it goes up or down, respective to the medium that it is in. But you, if you believe in gravity, are buying into a whole bunch of unnecessary stuff. Basically, it doesn't need to be.
Here's the thing, bro. Hank tried to point it out. Relative density is also known as specific gravity.
Specific gravity, yeah.
It's gravity specific to the density of medium objects fall in.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I understand now.
Yeah,
and it's mainstream science. It's not a flat earth.
You'll do a
It's not a flat
specific
earther's
gravity. Where I
concept.
learned about specific gravity was in brewing. Like if you're brewing beer, like how like when they talk about a dark beer or a light beer, like how heavy of a beer it is, it has to do with its specific gravity.
Due to
its
density.
due to its density versus water, I believe is what they judge it against.
Yeah, it's a ratio of the density of a substance to the density of a standard. The standard being the medium, the substance being the things in the medium.
Oh, okay.
They displace the medium with the object, assign the medium a number, and then measure what is displaced.
Okay, I
assign
can
it
see
its
now.
gravity.
So I have this concept in my head. So what about the gases like CO2 and air? Isn't technically CO2
about
more
'em?
dense than air? So it should be, like at the bottom.
Not entirely. Is it the most dense?
Yeah, I mean it's not the most dense, but it's denser
Eh,
than,
And
air.
where does
oxygen.
CO2 predominantly exist in the atmosphere?
Oh, it seems like it's mixed all around, or I don't know, maybe it's at the top, at the bottom, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, you don't know where it exists, but
And where's it made? Where's a lot of CO2 made?
So most of the CO2 is in the troposphere by mainstream science, the mid-troposphere.
Okay, so it's like trapped there.
It's like what?
It's like, just there and not anywhere else.
No. That's where the highest concentration is. Obviously, there's carbon throughout it because carbon is created at a ground level through processes like, can you give me one process that would give you carbon? Maybe decay, decomposition?
Maybe just some burning things.
Well, there you go. So it's created here and then it moves there. And there will be a disbursement in between. Gases move omnidirectional, do they not? Or in every which way.
Really in each way. But okay, I get the concept. Okay, so that's all. Thanks.
Well, I mean, there's a question that you. It's funny. I probably shouldn't even do this because I don't have a great answer for the question. But the real question, when it comes to the density thing, has to do with like the acceleration rate at which they claim solids fall, right? So, do all things fall at the same rate, and how can you predict the rate at which something will fall? Like, can you do that based off of its density? I'd like to look into more study myself on that and possibly do some for myself. I think it's important to this, but but the law still works the same either way. I mean, it just if depending on the medium that it's in. I don't need to go over it again. Sorry, just my point's been made.
I mean, that's kind of interesting, the way the things fall. I didn't think about it earlier, but now that's interesting.
Yeah, you have to think like about the
Not
things that
everything
also
falls.
go up. Like not
Not
everything
everything
falls,
falls.
right? Yeah, so like some things go up, and can you come up with a law that describes all things, whether they're going up or down?
Yep. Theory of kinetic energy, wherein there's two axes, up and down. It gives a specific explanation why things rise and why things fall, and that's specific or relative density. That's simple. It's physics. Just above a high school level, that's all.
I learned about this in school, right? And I knew that the atmosphere was like a fluid, right? So I knew that like it worked in fluids. Obviously, it doesn't work in solids, and I know some people don't like the word fluid, but the medium is always fluid. And I knew this is how it worked in school, but I never really put it together until I started questioning everything. And then questioning everything, well, that's what scientists do, right? They try to question, things. And, you got some people that just really don't want you questioning the narrative. And that's the problem. That's when it's become a religion, like an orthodoxy, right? So that's what we want to avoid.
Hank, I'd like to also point out like what you call solid versus fluid and what people think of as a solid or fluid can be wrong. Like, it's too bad people don't like fluid for gases and for liquids, because even what you call the earth, the dirt itself, acts fluid like it acts fluidly. If you've ever driven a really heavy machine over the earth, you'll see it absorbs like a sponge and sponges back. Or if you it, like ever seen what they call like liquefaction, like, or whatever, where these mudslide type events, like the earth, or rocks that rise out of the soil, or rocks that seem to sink into the soil. Like this is it acts fluid like. It's just very slow because it's a denser fluid.
Yeah, it's not a fluid. It's not a liquid, but it has fluid medium. Fluid medium displays fluid movement. It acts fluidly. Capable of flowing, easily changing shape, constantly changing, apt to change.
Yeah, the
That's
Earth is
fluid.
not a solid object. It still fits in line with this whole density tower, Archimedes' principle.
Well, yeah, the atmosphere is ever changing, constantly moving, displaying fluid movements. When I say fluid, that's what I mean. There is the mainstream consensus, and I know we're not about a consensus, but it says there's like 32 billion gallons of water suspended in the atmosphere at any given time.
Yeah, I just want to point out that according to the Globetards, we live streamed from the moon in 1969, or maybe it was 72 when the rocket took off, or the LEM took off, and the camera panned up. I don't know if panned up is the right word, but the camera looked up at the same time that the rocket took off. But I can't get Wi-Fi in my kitchen or my bedroom because, and think about how terrible my signal is sometimes. But Whitey was streaming from the moon in 1969. Ain't that about a bitch?
Another thing about specific gravity or relative density is, and I like I said, so my family owned a microbrewery in the area. They recently sold it. And I worked there for a while, and I picked up a few things. Like when it comes to brewing, it's a science for sure. It's all chemistry and everything else. But um, so I heard about specific gravity, and how it chooses whether it's the density of a beer, whether it's um, a heavy beer, a thick beer, or a dark beer, as most people would call it, versus a light beer. Uh, and that all makes perfect sense from what I picked up. How to do it, no, like I don't know that, but um, it's just when you look into flat earthers, one of the big debunks is about we talk about relative density, and if you look up flat earth or look up relative density in a flat earth context, Google gives you, for the top like 2 pages, they give you a whole bunch of results about how relative density is a made up term by flat earthers to try to explain um gravity, blah 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 blah. They'll give you this whole thing, but when you dig a little bit, you'll find that relative density is synonymous. It's another name for what Hank said, specific gravity. And specific gravity has been with us for a long time, having nothing to do with flat Earth. We didn't make this shit up. It's something that's already existed and been known for, I mean, as long as beer's been around, really, like, which is thousands of years. Like, they've understood this.
Okay, I misspoke. It's 37.5 million billion gallons of water in the atmosphere. I knew I was leaving something out. Yeah, relative density is specific gravity, and it's a scientific principle. It's not some shit flat earthers made up. It's something we learned in college. So when you get out of high school and you want to beat a flat earther, go to college like we did or I did. Maybe get some damn experience in life. People, this guy's an example, no offense to him, but they come in and ask questions about things they don't even know about. An entire cycle. Carbon has a cycle. There's a carbon cycle on Earth. But yeah, we want to know, why doesn't it do what this? And it is said to do what they ask, why doesn't it do? It's 9 times out of 10, that's what we get all day long is non sequiturs. And it's cool. I mean, they say flat Earth is detrimental to science, but the truth is, how many people actually do real science now trying to beat a flat earther? I would say flat Earth is good for science. It gets people involved who otherwise would give 2 shits less about science or any scientific principles.
Exactly.
I think we help educate people on what is science, and there's, you learn science here and then you get tested on it. Absolutely 100%. We make you back it by citation. Well, and people here are no strict than my professors were in college, and my professors were actually a little more strict. They would ridicule you.
Dude, I'm not that old. I'm technically a millennial. I'm like the first millennial, right? But I remember learning in school that the scientific method and that it was experimentation that made science, and anybody could be a scientist. I remember learning that in school, like in high school.
Yep.
They don't tell that to kids anymore. We're fighting a new generation and a new type of doctrine to the masses. Like most of us are, middle aged or over. We're not that young when it comes to flat Earth. And that's because of the way that they're being schooled. Like, they taught us one thing and they changed everything, and we're sitting here asking questions, going, "Hold on, you used to say this, and now you're saying this," and they're just like, "Well, it changed, and you're gonna get left behind, or you're gonna adapt." And it's just that they contradict themselves from one stage to another, and we die off while the kids just learn the new bullshit.
Yeah, it's funny that someone, said that flat earthers invented like relative density. Like, come on, seriously? Like to think that flat earthers are the one that discovered, density and buoyancy. For someone to say that is just asinine, right? It's like, I want to keep my gravity so bad that I'm going to make up a lie because there's only one gravity, Newtonian, Einsteinian, 3/4 space. It's like these people are retarded. And it's like they don't realize that, if Newtonian is like instant action, and then Einsteinian is like nothing moves faster than the speed of light, even if you push a pencil, right? My dad used to say pencil pushers, but yeah, it's like, how do they not know that that's contradictory? I just listened to QE's recent video, and it's like these people are like double speaking clowns, like asshats, like, oh. And there is a huge difference between the normie and, the motherfucking baltard, Like, don't treat your baltards well. Treat your normies well. And these baltards are so anti-science. Like, they keep saying that, like, observational science. Observational science.
Don't you need to
Go
know
ahead.
what science is before you're anti-science? Right? Sorry to interrupt you.
You definitely should
No,
know
you're
what
good.
science is before you accuse somebody of being anti-science. My God, that's what most of these people have. Almost everybody who has accused somebody of being anti-science has no clue what science is. Guaranteed. You ask 99%. You ask 1,000 people, and 99.9% of them will get that wrong.
Well, the problem is they're saying that they're pro-science and flat earthers are anti-science. But you got to ask the question, what is observational science? Well, observational science is a pseudoscience because there's no such thing as observational science. And I always tell these baltards, like, why do you guys hate variables so much? Like, why do you guys hate the fact that we want to, like, nail down the variables so that we know what the actual cause is? And that's because that completely destroys their model, right? They have nothing but just so stories based on observation and no way to prove cause. Everything is causation, and correlation doesn't exist with these people. They're asshats. Asshats.
Well, yeah, they'll tell you correlation doesn't equal causation, and that, like, but I don't think that means that they completely deny correlation. They'll use correlation when it suits them at any time.
Yeah, but when they say that, like, the moon causes the tides, there's not even really a correlation there. Is there?
The moon causing the tides.
There's certainly not a causation.
Jenny!
Yeah, I mean, as
Run,
far as the moon goes,
Forrest, run!
causing the tides, like, no,
Forrest.
there's not much there. No.
We're surrounded by millennials, Jenny.
Oh,
What's a millennial?
God help us all.
Well, they said
Eminem.
graduated 2000 or after, and I forget what the cutoff is at the end of that, but that's the start of it.
That's what my children, my sons are. They're millennials. Yeah.
I'm not sure where the cutoff is between what they call Gen Z, right?
Dig it.
Gen Z is the one that
Gen Z is a millennial.
No,
What are you talking about?
No, Gen Z.
No. Gen Z are millennials.
No.
No, I'm not.
I don't think so.
No,
We should
Gen
look it
Z.
up.
Gen
That's
Z
'cause
is like
you're all millennials.
Gen Z has already graduated high school. Like, literally, I'm almost 40 years old. I'm technically a millennial. Millennial is over of graduating. They're done.
I think I'm
No,
a
Gen
Gen
Z's
X.
at
I'm a Gen X, I think. I graduated in 89.
Gen Z is after millennials. I'm just picking.
Yeah, millennials
because you're
born by
millennials.
2000. The cutoff varies, but it's basically born by 2000. I think they say. I think it has to be born basically.
Well, it depends on what chart you look at.
It was graduated year 2000.
Graduated year 2000. Who is that again? That's the millennials?
That would cover
Yeah.
people that are at
So
least 18.
millennials were born between 81 and 1994 to 96. It depends on what chart you're looking at.
There's a fine cutoff with what they call millennial, and it's somewhere between
There's not a
1981.
fine cutoff. There's
No.
There's
It's
a bunch
somewhere
of different
between 1981 and 1982, which is funny because some sources will say that it's 1982 and after. And
Yeah,
others
it's
say it's
dependent on
1981.
source. So there is no defined cutoff. It depends on who's doing the survey or
What I'm saying is myself, I fall into the very end of 1981. So therefore, by some definitions, I am a Gen Xer, and others, I am a millennial. So I don't really know, like, am I the first millennial or the last Gen Xer?
Gen X's are born in the 70s?
No, even the 80s.
No.
Even
Yeah.
the 80s.
Okay, according
What?
to
Gen X is 1965 to 1979 or 80, depending on source.
Gotcha.
Okay, so well then, if that's the cutoff, then 81 would be the cutoff for millennial, right?
yeah, you'd be the first.
Yeah, 80. Yeah, and once again, that's dependent on source. There's a lot of different charts on when a generation is every 20 years.
All I know is when it comes to labeling millennials, they typically say that it has to do with the year you graduated. So if you graduated the year 2000, you are a millennial. You're the first millennial class.
Yeah, I don't look at
No.
graduation charts. If you're looking for the first the first graduating class of a generation, then yeah, you'll go by their. What, dude? You're roboting. You're rumpusing me.
It's
But
probably when
it
you're
goes
born.
from year of birth. Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, so
goes by birth year.
you'd have to calculate it a little bit different if you want to figure out what the first Gen X or the first millennial
It
graduated.
smells like millennial spirit to me. Smells like millennial spirit.
So it would just be 1981 plus 18 years.
Oh,
That would be
that's the thing. That's why it's a big deal with me. Is I don't want to be lumped in with the millennials. The millennials get tons
Oh,
of
you were
shit.
born in 1981?
Yeah, like
that sucks, dude. That sucks. You're a millennial.
I think I am. That's fucked up.
Just tell people you're a Gen Xer. You'll be all right. You can squeak by.
I don't think they'll believe me. They'll be like, "Nah, bullshit. We were in the 70s." They'll be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm definitely a Gen Xer, tried and true, born 1971.
Right in there. Yeah.
So yeah, it says, according to Wikipedia, it says, as the children in the 1970s and 1980s, a time of shifting societal values, Gen Xers were sometimes called the latchkey generation. You guys all know how that works.
I was one of those myself.
Well, I'll tell you this
also-
also. The millennials, unfortunately, they get a really bad rap because honestly, like, it's their boomer fucking parents that really fucked everything up.
No, it's
Hey now. Watch it, whippersnapper.
It's fucking true, man. Their boomer parents
And then-
fucked everything up.
And then Gen Xers are known for being the MTV generation as well. Let me see what it says terminology for Gen Xers. Let me see if I can
Gen X is given like credit for basically being the creators of video gaming, home console gaming.
Oh yeah.
They're also
Well, no, we played it, but it was the boomers that created it.
no, the early Gen Xers anyway were the real big ones in it. Like they were ones who helped to revolutionize that stuff, and and be the real big game developers like early on in their career. And you know, like Gen, what they called for a little while Gen Y, which became millennial. They were more about taking the technology that was developed by the Gen Xers and finding better user interfaces and more like user friendly ways of dealing with the hardware structure that was given to us by the generation before. So I think a lot of times, like right now, especially because this is like we're in a time of like electronics, like generations are being defined based off of the technology that you had at your disposal and what you did with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't have children until I was in my 40s. So I'm a boomer, and I have Gen Z children.
I don't think that, I think that's if you're an older parent, it just seems like you produce better children. Rather than someone 20 years old trying to have a child and trying to figure it all out.
Yeah.
So your kids are lucky. Your kids are lucky.
They're doing
My
pretty
opinion. Yeah.
But I would say, see, Gen Xers like they somehow got like an easy out. Like the Boomers get a ton of ridicule, Millennials get a ton of ridicule. The
Yeah,
Gen
they
Xers
do.
are right in between, and they fucking nobody ever says shit about them.
Yeah. Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah, according to Wikipedia, it says we were the generation with the rise of the internet and the dot-com bubble.
Well, see, you guys are, in my opinion anyway, or the Gen X. If I'm going to be a millennial anyway, I don't know if I really want to pick a side, but if I'm going to be a millennial, you Gen Xers, you kind of rode out that whole gravy train, silver spoon kind of bullshit. Like you had a time of, you guys had a time of like it was easy. Everything was easy. Your
Yeah,
boomer,
that is
your boomer parents were loaded to the teeth and had tons of vacation days, and and you were given that silver spoon to do whatever the fuck you wanted.
Well, it was weird
But
because it wasn't until like I was in like 7th grade when, MTV was emerging and video games but before then we used to climb trees and ride our bikes across town to go to the pool all day. Now it's so different with kids. They don't do that anymore. I made it sound like my granny.
yeah,
Go
no,
outside and play. TV rots your brain.
even me, that youngster, fucking 39-year-old, fucking, I used to ride my bike around. Like I would go, dude. I used to ride like 12 miles in one direction and then back during a day before my babysitter knew I was gone.
Yeah, I mean, it was totally different. I would have to agree with you. And I guess I've seen and others my age or whatever, have seen quite a transition. Honestly, I want to go back to just having one damn phone in the kitchen with the 25-foot cord. Okay, this is my goal. I want to get rid of my Wi-Fi, which I'm on my phone all the damn time. I just want to get a damn flip phone and then get an actual desktop and
Well,
plug in my internet.
if you're gonna take this conversation down that road, I agree with you. I to a certain extent, like technology is awesome. It can be very useful, but
Yeah.
typically we actually, if you look at like the degradation, I like to say it like this:
Yeah.
think of it like a graph, all right, like a bar graph, right? Like you got or more like a wave with the advancement of technology. As that line rises, so down goes the degradation of society. Society degrades with the more technology we have.
Oh, for
Somehow
sure.
and it's supposed to make everything better. It's supposed
That's
it's
what
a
they told
tool.
us.
That's the
That's what they
reason
told
for
us.
it. But it's
Hmm.
made us a weaker people, a weaker society, a more distant society.
I don't know. I think it's kind of split down the middle. I mean, what you just said wouldn't apply to all of us here. I mean, you know.
How many of
Hey,
you know names of both of your next door neighbors, left and right of you?
hey, so I do, but I want to jump
You
in
got a
as
good point. Thank you.
I want to
I
jump
got you.
in.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I was born the last year of Gen X in the beginning of that year. And if you remember back, I grew up in a time where your parents kept, some desserts or something on hand because you had people that actually came to your door and knocked, that sometimes didn't even call, that we called company, and they would come
Yeah.
in and sit down and you would have a conversation and you would talk about things, even controversial things
Hmm.
sometimes like politics and religion, but you got to have those conversations and they would be kept in line or kept in check with the fact that somebody got out of line, there were consequences because it's face to
Yeah,
face,
they'd
so
be
everything
held
was kept
accountable.
cordial. So now with the advent of technology, it's much easier to sit behind a keyboard or a cell phone and just berate somebody because
And
nobody's going to
hide
punch you in the
behind.
nose.
Yeah. People have this anonymity, and it fuels people acting like an asshole because there's no accountability. But I totally agree with what you're talking about. People used to actually go and visit, just randomly go by and visit someone, as long as it wasn't around bedtime.
Yeah, the house I
You
grew
would
up in,
actually,
we had
yeah,
a front room with some nice furniture that was only there when company came over. We would sit in that room, have some coffee or a beer. Not me, because I was a child, but there would be conversation. There was no television on, there was no radio on, maybe some music, maybe turntable was going, but it was conversation
right.
between neighbors and friends.
Yep. I'm
Um,
really happy that my mother is really involved with her neighbors. They have like a neighborhood watch, and everybody talks together, and they have block parties. And I'm like, oh man, that's so reassuring, knowing your mom knows her neighbors, you know. So,
Yeah, I'm in a lucky
but it doesn't happen
situation.
that often. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
no, you're fine. I was just going to say I'm in a lucky situation where we are friends with the majority of the neighbors. I would say everybody 5 houses to the right of me, 5 houses to the left, and even multiple streets up. I know everybody by first name and talk to them on a regular basis. But my wife and I are also those kind of people that kind of put ourselves out there to make the connection as well. So
Yeah, I should follow that example a little bit more. I mean, I'm acquaintances with several of my neighbors, but
Well,
I don't know. Maybe I should pass around flyers and say, "Hey, let's have a
so here's
barbecue."
here's an interesting thought about that.
Oh,
So
Michael.
so let's say you everybody recognizes that, with technology and all of its uses, it's separated us. It's made us farther from each other, even though we're so close.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
and we could use this technology in a way that could still benefit us, but yet doesn't necessarily separate us. But to do that, you have to implement restrictions and laws and stuff like that, and like censorship. You have to how how do you maintain like the free gain of knowledge and communication and the free internet, like, and also a solid society if we recognize that it's this technology that's forcing us farther apart from each other. This is a really tough question. I expect a long silence.
Well, it's a double-edged sword. Technology is, and unfortunately, we haven't used it necessarily always in the best interest of everybody. But yeah, there should be a free flow in it.
You should talk to my You should talk to my neighbors about that. They're Amish. They've been I own a
Oh, I'm
third
so
generation
jealous.
farm. I lived here my entire life. I lived here my entire life except for my service years, 12 years in the Corps. And my neighbors. Their children are my neighbors. Some of the older people still live here. They haven't passed away yet, but my neighbors are still the same people I grew up with. They're not neighbors to me. They're an extension of my family.
Hey, Mike, if your neighbors are Amish, then maybe you know better than me. Is it possible to become Amish, or do you have to be born in?
Great question.
You can live like an Amish. You can live in an Amish communion, but they're not running a communion next door.
Would they accept you
Just-
if you weren't? Would they accept you into their community if you weren't born Amish?
Or if somebody
Depends.
married, or if somebody married somebody Amish, would they be Amish?
Depends if they're modern. It depends if they're Mennonites or depends which one they are, the modern or the traditional.
Okay. Because I'm just saying,
Traditional.
this is
No.
something that as a guy who likes to work with his hands, if push comes to shove and shit goes the way it's headed, like that may be a way out for me, like to become Amish. Like seriously.
I'll be your Amish sister. I'll be your Amish sister, Lou.
Well, I mean, I can say it like this. You can adapt their ways and live in their communities, but very seldom would they consider you Amish.
Well, okay, that's what I'm saying. So, like, how likely am I to get into an Amish community
I'm by
now? Like, right, like.
You'd probably have to practice their faith,
Well, it depends
Lou.
on how.
What if I just, if I'm willing to just be
Yeah,
like,
there's
you're right,
not a lot
you're
of
right,
those
you're
Amish
right.
communities
Through
where they're.
electricity, let's do the shit by hand, and I just want to build. Are they going to be like, yeah, come on in? You want to build? You don't want to do it by hand? We'll teach you. Like,
No.
Guess you'll have to do your own community, Lou. You have to start it yourself.
Nah, come to Texas.
you
We'll
guys
start
are
one.
such buzzkills. I really want to find out that I have a way out. This is bullshit.
Yeah, see, listen, those Amish communities you see on TV where there's a whole town of people living on 10,000 acres and they invite people in, that shit isn't a reality. It's more like they all got their own land, they live in a certain area, they group around that. Most of the Amish here are Pennsylvania Amish who moved here.
It's
and
more
just
like
started,
Mormons or
by
Jehovah's
starting a community.
Right?
Yeah, so by starting a community here, it means that they had bought land. They bought land to put their parish on. They have a community parish. They all own their own land. They work together as a community. Now I'm their neighbor, so I mean, I get offered, hey, we're having a barn moving party. Hey, we're having a wedding. I get offered to go to weddings, but they know I'll respect their traditions and I won't do something that would seem outside of their guidelines, whether it be my dress or attire or my words, I just won't do it. I'll respect their lifestyle. But I'm not an Amish person. I'm a friend of the community. You can be accepted. Just won't be Amish.
I think he just wants to be a part of their community and the way they live. I think it's
Yeah, no,
admirable the way they live.
yeah. I'm not saying that's. I don't give a shit really about their religion. I just want to like join their community to live like them.
I think it's
that you can do.
Sorry, Michael.
You can buy land next to Jacob and you can walk right over and start a conversation with Jacob. You could tell him what you just told me, and that'd be the beginning.
Maybe Jacob would be like, "Yeah, that's cool," and that's it, right?
Hey Lou, you could live in a yurt.
Saying it's a fallback idea, like as a tradesman, I know I'm handy. I know that anywhere I go, no matter where I have to flee to, that whether I speak their language or not, or I'm their religion or not, that community could probably find use for me, right? Like I'm just wondering, like without having to go too far, what are my options? Is it a possibility?
I don't know, Lou. They don't stop to recharge your DeWalt. They still use hand. Most of the ones I know still use hand
As I
tools.
said, yeah, if I got to do that by hand, fine, but they're gonna expect it to take a long fucking time.
There's an Amish community.
Oh no! Listen, the Amish people build the biggest barn you've ever fucking seen in 8 hours.
Yeah,
But they're coming together 60 fucking people at once and do it.
Do that.
Yeah, they don't fuck around, dude. Everybody got their own job.
What about Amish furniture? I'd love to learn how to do like Amish furniture, like the guys that sell it in Steinhuffels and shit, right? Like,
yeah.
I want to
That's
learn
usually
that.
done after the everyday work is done, because they live on farms. They're farmers, and
Don't Amish
there's
people
more work on their farm than there. Don't they what?
Don't Amish people have to pay taxes?
I've never asked that, so I'm not sure.
I would assume not. No, I mean if it has to, well, on their land, I suppose that would be different. But like the religion itself, like it's a religion, right? It would be tax exempt.
Okay.
Just like
So would you
the
say
Catholic religion or the Lutheran religion.
Are
Like
they considered separate from society? I mean, do they submit their birth certificates?
I actually think they do pay federal and state income taxes, but you know this, you won't find any Amish person on Social Security or unemployment. They won't accept that shit.
selling their furniture on Amazon or at Steinhuffel,
Well, they accept
something like
food
that,
stamps.
and then yeah, they're gonna pay taxes no matter what.
They'll accept food stamps.
Who? None of them
Well, I
that
guess I'd
live
have
near
to.
me would.
Well, yeah. I don't know what any percentages are or anything like that, so I could be totally wrong. I could be totally wrong.
Most of them who live, I think.
Hey, is anybody hearing Michael break up, or am I having a problem with my internet?
It's your standard Michael.
No, it's me.
All right, just checking. I always just had this romanticized idea about Amish people that they were entirely separate from society, completely kept to themselves.
They look crazy for like 200 years or something like that, and then all of a sudden now look at everything that's going around, and you're like, you look at them and you're like,
well,
maybe you knew something. Maybe you knew.
When I was growing up, I always thought that they didn't use electricity.
They don't. I mean, not unless they make. I mean, maybe they do. They only if they make it themselves.
Traditionalists don't. New age people do. Traditionalists do not.
Yeah, see, that's what I'd want to be a part of right there, a traditional Amish community.
That's
Not
what
like
I'm interested in also when it comes to like building and furniture making and stuff like
well,
that.
you got it right. The way you were going at it. Yeah, for sure.
I want to know how to do a good mortise joint.
So
nice and fast, like on a huge piece of timber.
The Beachy Amish do that, and the Mennonites
I
are the
know
ones
they
who
have-
use some modern stuff.
Yeah, they have like a really great store like a couple hours from me. I used to go there when I lived in Illinois, but it's called Beaches or something, however you say it. But
Yep.
I mean, they had all kinds of like freshly dried
So
spices and really great.
so Beachy Amish are Amish. Amish are the just plain Amish, not Beachy Amish. Those are the ones who will use modern stuff, and so will Mennonites. Mennonites are Amish that actually build churches and stuff. The Amish here in my area, they won't build a church. They'll go to each other's homes. They'll have
Good for
services
them.
at their homes or in their barns. At their homes or in their barns, and they fluctuate it. We'll go to
That's awesome,
Jacob's
dude.
one week and
I know,
Abraham's the
right?
next week. Right.
That's admirable, I'd
So
say.
like I know when my neighbor is having them in because I was shooting guns one day. I had a bunch of guys out for target practice and they were having service, and he asked me not to do it. So now he lets me know when he's gonna have service at his house, so I'm not shooting guns off during his service.
Dude, Bettermont, look at those pictures that you posted. No wonder they're able to build that shit. They got freaking 50 dudes fucking building this thing at once. Like, yeah, could you?
Yeah, listen. If we built that barn and we wanted to move it to the other side of our property, we'd tear it down and rebuild it again. They'll bring those 50 dudes back and they'll all pick up a spot on the barn and they will pick it right up and move it. Amish don't fuck around, man.
Yeah, no, and if they all, as long as they all know what they're doing, that works. But they have to know what they're doing.
Nobody's standing around with a clipboard in this picture.
Yeah, no one's standing around. Look, here, watch this video. This will show you what I mean. An Amish barn move. Look, they got the whole community. Move it over there, and then we're going to have side, boys.
These pictures remind me of like army ants when you see them like moving like a fucking turkey. You know,
Yeah. Rebecca made that sweet potato pie, boy. Enough to go around. Work hard. I live next to Jacob and Rebecca. They got a lot of kids too. I've actually seen this. I've seen them move in a barn like this right down the street. Shut the whole damn street down. Got one guy orchestrating.
I'm looking at that
To
one.
the left,
That
one in the barn to the left.
That last one is hysterical.
Left, boys. Straight forward. All right, swing around. Set her down. 3, 2, 1, and we're done. Woo! First time I ever seen that, I was a kid. I was like, Dad, that barn's moving through the field. He said, oh, them Amish people, boy, he pulled over. He said, you see all them legs? I said, oh, man, I thought that barn was just floating through the field, Dad. He's like, oh, no, that's how them Amish people do it. I was like, well, are you trying to have that many kids, Dad? You know, I got 6 brothers, 6 sisters. You know what I'm saying? He said, I was trying to be like them people. Only my brothers didn't have that many kids.
You're one of 13?
That's what I said.
Bless your
my
mother's
father
heart.
had kids from another. Yeah, my father had children from another mother. His mom died in a car accident. My mom raised them all since then. One of us is adopted. But you'd never know it. Standing in a group of us, you'd talk shit to them, we'd whoop your ass just like anybody else.
That's family.
Yes, it is.
My brother never had
I've
my
actually,
like that.
I've actually helped do this once or twice now in my life. Jacob asked, "Hey, you want to help move my barn?" I'm like, yeah. I mean, they get so many people. It's really not that much work. You think it is, but once it's up there,
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
you got so many.
You know those hydraulic jacks that do like 30,000 pounds each. Like you can stick it.
Yeah,
It takes like no room in your truck. Like, you know, if you have a few of those, you put one on each corner, and every
Well,
whatever.
that's what they do.
Like that's the thing. Is just knowing where to lift and how to support it and.
Listen, they'll frame it all in for the move. They frame in hold rails, and then they put it on single cylinder hydraulic jacks, and they'll give you enough room to get your hands in there. And once it's up, you really can't tell. It's like each person is supporting maybe 50 pounds, if that.
I've seen entire houses moving down the road, like twice in my life. Like I've heard about it, but I've seen it twice, where like literally like a house is just on the back of a fucking truck, like, and it's like, how the fuck do you do that? It's amazing that they're able to pick the thing up, support it properly, and rig it onto a truck to move it. And I mean, we're
Got a
talking.
video for that too, Lou. 80 Amish people pick up a house and move it. Jacob wanted a better foundation.
I mean, granted, if
These
you
are
have
the people that
they even do it with really big houses, like some of these old historical, like Victorians and shit. They'll decide to move them, and like they'll cut the house basically down into like pieces. They'll have 2 or 3 or 4 pieces, and they'll move it down the road and put it back together. Which is ridiculous too.
I love living near them. After you do something like this, the amount of food that is laid out, feed an army, it's some of the best food you ever eat too.
So anyway, I remember Lou bringing up the Amish because he was talking about if shit hits the fan, ...
Yeah, which is looking more and more imminent. So like, what are we gonna go? Where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do? It's fucked up. Right now we're at one of those nodes in the evolution of society. Like this is one of those turning points where what happens in the future really definitely depends on what's happening right now. And we are not doing anything to stop it. We are fucked.
Yep. Definitely don't want to be in a big city.
You blink your eye right now and it's over. Like that's just it. Like it needs to happen now. Like it's last resort. Seriously. Like a year ago when this whole thing started, I was started talking about this. This is it. This is it. It's the final. It's the last stand. We're gonna have to do something now. Nobody's done shit. It's a few people pushing back. It's not slowing anything down. It's that runaway train I talked about earlier. That ship that sailed. This thing is over with. We're fucked. There's nothing we can do. Sorry to be the doomer, but that's the absolute truth.
I just keep looking at the shit hitting the fan. Not sure why. I gotta look away.
No, yeah, I mean, it's already splattering everywhere, covering the walls and all that shit. Like there's nothing you can do to stop it. You just gotta leave.
The only
You
thing
gotta
you
get
can
the
do
fuck
is
out.
the only thing. Well, I guess there's a few things we could do, but I mean, you just have to try and mitigate your damages as much as possible. You know, like I was talking about how I don't want Wi-Fi anymore. I just want to hardwire into a desktop. I don't need to be mobile 24/7.
That's kind of blue pill, honestly. Like that's not gonna save you. There's nothing you
No,
can do about that either.
no, but it can keep Wi-Fi, whatever, from penetrating my flesh. However it works, I don't know.
Well, you got 5G everywhere you go, regardless if you turn it
That's
on or
true.
off.
That's
Yeah.
true, but I don't go a lot of places though.
Whatever they're planning with that, there's nothing you can do about it at this point.
You guys know they make Faraday material, right? You can insulate your house with Faraday material. Blocks out EMF.
Do
That's
they have a
true.
paint?
That's true. That's true, but it's not that effective. I looked into it. The materials that they have, like it
They
has to be
sell it for
it has to be
home
perfectly
use.
sealed to work. It has to be perfectly sealed to work, which means like even if you want to insulate your, let's say you want to stick your phone in a Faraday bag, like even like the most expensive Faraday bags out there don't get very good reviews. You're still able to ping your phone somehow. Like it's another layer of defense, but it doesn't shield you whatsoever.
It lessens the amount.
Yeah, I'll take
Some
some
people
protection
wrap
over
their
man.
electrical. Some people wrap their electrical wiring in this when they do their house.
Dude, you have to put like you have to buy like a $60 bag that's like the size of like 10 phones in order to shield one phone, and it has to be double wrapped in order to actually
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. RFID Faraday material is only $12 per square foot.
How many inches of earth does it take to block a signal? I mean, that's the cheap alternative, right? Dig a hole.
You can buy this shit on Amazon.
You can buy every motherfucking thing on Amazon.
Military grade Faraday.
I would, and if anybody's thinking about buying body armor off Amazon, don't do it. Look at the reviews. It's like you might as well be
no,
holding
most
a
of the
tinfoil.
shit on Amazon that like I like Amazon for certain things, but yeah, most of the stuff is overpriced for what you get. Chinese knockoff shit, and yeah, when it comes to something that's important, don't use Amazon. Like if it's machining or survival or
You got
like
you got to know the ratings. You got to for armor. You want to know the ratings.
Yeah, but they'll
If
claim
it's not
5
rated
on
at the
stuff.
same
They'll claim 5 on
capability,
stuff that isn't. Like when you test it yourself, it doesn't
well,
meet the
there's a
ratings.
different. Yeah, you got to buy military grade stuff, military rated.
I know, but when you buy it off Amazon, that's how they advertise it. Then they send you whatever the fuck they want. You know.
Dude, here's a good example. Like I'm a carpenter. I do outdoor construction, climbing a lot of ladders all day long. I started seeing some YouTube videos of like
Yeah.
these guys who do logging like in the North Woods in Canada, you know, these lumberjacks, and the clothes that they wear. So I saw some of the pants they wear, and I'm like, those look like way better than my Carhartt or Dickies or, you know, Wolverine or Caterpillar, whatever you're gonna get. Like, looks way better. I went and priced it out. You're talking about $200 for a pair of pants for climbing gear. Like, that's
So what you buy?
Yeah. To get the real shit, you pay up the ass. You're not going to go on Amazon and buy a $60 pair of pants that are going to blow your mind while
Or
you're at work, working physically, you know?
Or, yeah, you're not going to get true level 3 body armor either. You want to buy from military surplus when it comes to body armor.
Hey guys, have you guys talked to Freak Face at all?
DuPont.
No?
No.
Okay.
No, go ahead and try, Jenny. Jenny! Jenny, why don't you talk to Freakface,
Well,
Jenny?
he has his self
Freak Face.
muted. He's muted himself. He just wants
What's
to
freeze
listen.
frame Freakface? So come on, unmute, or we're gonna have to moderate you.
We can
No
give
parking
him
on the dance
listening,
floor.
just a listening pass. Can't talk.
I can give him the boot.
Uh-oh.
Give him the boot.
Oh, there he is. Look at there. What's up, bro?
Yeah, okay, and authority gets people to speak up, eh?
Well, we were like off topic.
Oh, it does. I like to do that.
If you want to kick me for just being silent, go ahead, man.
Totalitarian, well, this isn't a democracy, son.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy.
I just wanted to hear you and know who you are if you're going to sit in my live stream.
Yeah, there's that. It's kind of like if you come into somebody's, you walk into their home. It's kind of the same thing.
It's like sitting down at the poker table and never saying a word but staring at everybody.
That would be weird. Big time weird.
Eventually, somebody say, "What you looking at?"
I assume this was more like a public place instead of like your personal sanctuary.
Oh, it's not a public place. That's why you need an invite to come here.
Yeah, and your
This is a
invite.
private platform. You're here by invite. You
And
followed the invite, right? You are not in the public domain.
So
you should know that. Not legally, not morally.
You're going to play by our rules, essentially. So if you come in and
Well,
somebody
I'm
calls
curious, what
you
are your
out,
rules? Like, do I need to talk, or will you just kick me because I'm sitting here?
Well, we do like participation.
No. Oh, hold on, Jenny.
You like participation, but is it required?
We can allow a certain amount of time to get acquainted, but if you're gonna just sit there in the background all the time, we're gonna call you out and make you talk. And
You will kick me if I don't talk.
Eventually, yes.
Okay, yeah, then you can just kick me.
Aww.
Okay, cool. Thanks for your permission.
What's the point of coming in here to listen?
I
Can't
mean-
you hear it in the other room?
You can hear it on YouTube. You don't have to take up space in the live stream that only has so many slots allowed for people to be in here. It's not really a big
Why you're
totalitarian
pretending to
thing.
talk to me
Can I
when
ask-
you've already said you're going to kick me?
Freak face. Can I ask what is the reason you want to?
I don't know why you're playing the fucking victim when nobody here attacked you.
No,
We
Yeah,
asked
that's
you if you wanted to speak.
Why do you need to be in the live stream where we actually are instead of just on the YouTube if you don't want to interact?
Listen, that
Honestly, I
motherfucker
only
done
know you
pissed
guys
me
just
off.
through the Discord. I was curious.
Fire,
I
Colonel,
just
cease
wanted to
fire.
sit here and listen to you guys while I smoke. Then I started hearing that I was going to get banned or get kicked if I didn't talk. So then I spoke up to defend myself.
I'm the victim. Man, shut the hell up. I'll
Okay.
hold you to
Literally
your word.
saying nothing.
Okay, so
Bye, freak.
this didn't happen oh, he's mute and deafened. Okay. All right, next up, Frank. Who's next up?
He's freaking playing the victim because somebody wanted him to be heard in a voice chat. What is the voice chat for? Guys? Any of you? Why be in the voice chat if you're
talking with
not,
us?
You're not gonna
with voices.
Yeah, if you're not gonna voice anytime, then you can stick to the text lobby.
Oh, we got somebody.
Like I said, we only allow.
Why be in the voice chat? We must ban this guy because he's in the voice chat and not talking.
Yep.
It's chaos.
First off,
This
everybody,
guy's just
everybody, both sides,
confrontational.
settle down. Like
Yeah,
you guys are jumping on him. The more he pushes, the more you push back.
Hey,
And
Lou.
that's driving it the wrong way. Look, we want to invite you as a friend into the conversation. Like if you have something to say, we would like to, or if you hold an opinion, we'd like to hear it. Okay. What happens often is in this conversation, people are a little bit too aggressive. They're passionate about it, and they just want to fight. But we don't.
Nobody was being aggressive, Lou. We just asked him if you wanted to talk. The threat of ban was a joke, and he knew it since we were laughing. I can't stand people who play the victim.
He's assuming there's going to be a fight if he talks.
Okay.
But and if that's the case, he's probably right. If he's assuming there's going to be a fight when he talks, he's probably right. And that's why he's here. That's why we're asking. That's why he's defensive.
He's also not
Dude,
trying to
I was
defuse
the
it.
one
So
that asked if anybody talked to him, and I just wanted to talk to the guy for a minute. And I don't know what happened. I looked away for a second, then I looked back, and y'all were doing what you were doing. It's like, whoa. Can we start over? We could just rewind and delete, can't we? Come on. Guys need to play nice. I hope Freak
Why
Face is
can't
with
we?
Yeah, that's pretty much just co-signing the fact that he's a victim. He's not a fucking victim. Somebody asked him if he wanted to speak. He acted like a child.
Well,
He
yeah,
played the
if he
fucking
can't
victim.
have his big boy pants on, then
I ain't got time for that bullshit.
Yeah.
That's not what happened.
I don't care who else does.
You
I don't care who else does.
me if I didn't speak, and that is why.
Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
we're not
I
gonna
ain't
go
got time
on
for
and
that
on
bullshit.
about and debate about how you were mistreated. I'm sorry if you, dude, come on. This is an adult conversation. So, I mean, seriously. You can't just, I'm not saying you barged into the conversation. I wanted to talk.
He's already gone, Jen.
Once
What
again,
is
we have
He's
nobody
gone.
to talk to. Somebody who was
Okay.
willing to talk to us is gone. Good job.
Wow. All right. So anyway.
Oh, was he willing to talk to us, or was he just playing the victim, Lou? Which one?
Hey,
He might have been doing the victim card a little bit, but he was actually there for us to talk to.
he
Oh,
explicitly said he didn't want to say anything. Those are his words. He said, "I am not going to speak, so just kick me." That's what he said.
Then he should have been given a listening pass where he couldn't speak just randomly whenever. But there's somebody new in here, Dennis Abeo. He doesn't have VC verified. Just saying. So I guess he's been listening, I would assume.
Welcome, Dennis.
Brand new person.
and Elijah.
Are you guys streaming on YouTube? Is that what I heard?
Indeed.
Oh, you are? All right. I just stopped in to listen and just say hello. I'll check out the YouTube thing. I don't want to take up space on your server. Plus,
No,
I'm at work.
Hey.
love to talk to you.
I don't know. You're good.
Yeah, all Globers are
Oh.
welcome.
I always just pop in to see what the topic is, see what you guys are talking about.
Oh, we were kind of in between topics.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm at work. I just wanted to pop in. And plus, I love Battle Mode's voice. I just wanted to hear.
Battle mode, your voice is the best.
It is. It is. He's got that old school, like gangster kind of rap. I
Yeah, like
like
we ain't bullshitting. That's what it says.
that.
Wait till you hear Helio. You're gonna be melting.
Yeah, I love your voice, Battle Mode.
Thank you.
I'm an old one too, man.
Jenny. Rock on. Gang is newly unmuted, Jen.
All right, I'm gonna jet. I gotta get back to work. God bless you guys. God bless you.
Hey, you too, bro.
Take care.
Shalom, shalom.
Okay, so you just VZ verified somebody?
Yeah, gang, Gang.
Okay. I find the profile picture is very interesting. I can't read the.
Yeah, and if any of you wanna, if you wanna unban that dude, you can. None of my bans are permanent unless I actually say they are.
Nah, that's all right. I'm good. But anyway, gang, are you 18 years or older?
Yeah, I'm 21.
You look like a very young 21.
Yeah, whenever I went to the liquor store, he was like, "You look 14."
You sound 14 too.
Okay, so what does your shirt say?
It says, "This is my drinking shirt," and
All
I'm
right,
holding
then.
wine.
Do you? Oh, wait. Let me see it. Look at this. Do you have matching nail polish too, or? Because it's like I don't know. I'm not trying to be a smart
No, I
aleck.
think my nail polish is messed up there. It's probably black.
Okay. So hey, how'd you find the server? Welcome, by the way.
Oh, I came across the YouTube live stream and I just joined.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I believe in the globe.
You said you do?
No, I'm asking you. Do you believe in the globe? I didn't say it really good. Sorry.
Probably based on like NASA images of Earth.
Well, yeah, that's the right. That's the right road to be on for sure.
That's an easy one though. Like, if that's your number one reason for believing in space and the globe Earth, you do understand like what video and photography manipulation like is, and how easy that is to do with like Photoshop or even before Photoshop, just by they had many tricks. They would create sets, paint things, make models.
So,
If picture is your proof, then that's not a very good one.
what about when there is a solar, or no, I guess it would be lunar eclipse when the shadow of Earth is on the moon and it like covers it fully? What would you say would be the reasoning for that?
How do you know that that's the shadow of the Earth that's eclipsing the moon or the sun? Sorry.
Oh my god.
Because the sun is on the other side of the earth. So the earth is the only thing between the moon and the sun. Like, what else would be causing that shadow? Right?
Well, that's the thing is, you've never seen the moon approaching the sun, so it just if you've ever witnessed a solar eclipse, the moon just suddenly appears as it's eclipsing the sun, and you don't get any detail of it. It's just a shadow. It looks like a shadow anyway. It's a darkness.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily know that that is the moon that's doing that, right?
The moon that's doing what?
That's
Conflating solar and lunar here, by the way. I just want to point that out.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I guess
I'll
it
admit,
works for either.
I might have missed whether she said solar or Luna in the
Yeah,
first
it
place.
works for either one. A solar or lunar eclipse, they both have that circular shadow, supposedly of the Earth, going
But that's
onto
because
either the
they're
sun.
It's not
Because
because
what?
what they're it's covering them is circle. It's because they are circle. So whatever covers them is gonna show a circular shape.
Yeah, the object's a circle.
Circle.
So-
Here's an interesting thing to note. Okay, so like, there's a common meme that's spread where it shows like a straight line across a moon, and they say like this is what you would expect if it was the Earth was flat. And it's ridiculous. First off, if you've ever held a straight, you could use a ruler or a book, something straight, and tried to create a shadow on a ball, even something straight will be curved, right?
Yeah.
But that's not what we're saying is happening either, though. We're not saying that that is the shadow of the Earth.
Would you say like it's more like a plate shape, like it's a circular flat or a
It's just not a
rectangular?
ball. It's
Oh,
just not a ball is what's going on. You know what I'm
okay.
saying? Yeah.
Can I ask a silly question? What is a shadow? Since we're
What?
using it, what's a shadow? What is a shadow? It's not a trick question. You know what a shadow is. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to get you to say the things that we are trying to. I mean, that you want us to tell you. We want you to come to them. So I'm asking you questions. So what is a shadow?
The absence of light.
The absence of light, right? So this, you're seeing a shadow. You say go across the surface of this moon. Describe the absence of light to me real quick. What is it? How would you perceive it? What's it look like? First thing jumps in your head. It's black, right?
Something.
It's
Okay,
black,
sure.
right? Yeah,
I
sure.
said dark.
Have you ever seen a non-black shadow? Other than if there's a light source reflecting some kind of a light onto it, it's black, right? It's black.
Yeah.
Well, what color is a lunar eclipse? Like when that shadow comes up, what color is it? I'm sorry, when it comes down, I apologize. I said that wrong. When it comes down, we'll get there too.
Are you saying what color is the moon
Is the
turn when
shadow. What color is the
it's
Earth's so-called
black?
shadow on the surface of the moon? It should be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have access to like post things on the chat, but I'm sure somebody's gonna throw it up there for you.
Anyway, there's when it comes to
Yes, you do.
when it comes to
Oh, I do. Thank you.
what could cause an eclipse like that, if it's not the Earth, then we would maybe look into like K2 and Rahu, which were ancient, like what they call dark bodies in the sky, and no, they have not been observed or verified by modern astronomers and stuff like that. But this is an old belief of what could have caused it. But like it would be a dark body, like something like a moon that you couldn't see normally. It's basically invisible to you unless it is the thing that is blocking your light.
Is it like antimatter?
No, it's different than that.
Oh. So it's just supposedly like floating around in the sky, but we don't normally see
So
it.
you could think of it like another moon, right? Like two like you have the moon, then you also have like two more moons. But and this is all speculation. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah, sure.
but-
Do they orbit anything?
Yeah, and again, if you want to get into orbit, I heard the tone in your voice. Orbit doesn't necessarily mean going around a sphere. Orbit means to circle like a spherical path. I mean a circular path. A circular
I just
path.
meant,
So,
does it go around the Earth like the moon does? That was my question.
yeah. It would be similar to how the moon works. K2 and Rahu, they would be similar to that, and they'd be part of the cycle where eventually, given a predictable amount of time, you would have the eclipse and so on and so forth.
So when what is her name? When Jenny said that it's not necessarily flat, it's just not a sphere. Could you talk about that more? Like what? Like it's kind of like not perfectly round, but more squished down.
I would be more specific. I would say that there's topography on land, there's mountains and there's valleys, but sea level, which is what connects all continents and everything else, sea level is in fact level, as water shows you. So
we see too far all over the earth. So it can't be a ball. Whatever the earth is, it can't be a ball like what they tell us. Because we're given a radius. We're given a radius. And then when you apply that to spherical geometry, which gives you 8 inches per mile square of the curve, there tends to be a significant curve after a certain point, and nobody can find it.
I feel like she needs to kind of understand how different these two ideas are. She's still probably picturing the flat Earth being in the vacuum of space and
Maybe.
orbiting around and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right, Lou. Sure.
So we have a completely different cosmology. We think that it's more geocentric. But aside from being geocentric, it is flat. So therefore, the Earth is the bottom floor to everything that exists. And everything that you see above you is literally that above you. It's in the air. So there's up and there's down. Whereas in the heliocentrism, there is no up and down. It's omnidirectional. It's dependent on where you are towards where the center is, and that's where things go down. It's very complicated. We have a more simplified idea.
Okay, so like so you're saying no matter where you stood on the earth, you would be looking up.
Yep.
Okay. But wouldn't there be a way for us to somehow go to the bottom of that? Like, wouldn't there be a way for us to get? So how would we look down?
How look down at what though? What do you imagine you would be looking down?
You would look at the floor, just like how if you were to
More
dive
ground. If you look down, you see ground. That's what you see.
if you go into the ocean, you would say, I wonder what's beneath me. And you would dive down. It's that simple.
And as for the ground, we've only been like 7 miles down or something, or 8 miles down.
Like 8 miles, yeah.
Yeah, I
can't
was
get any
more
farther.
thinking of like
We don't know what the radius value
Of an
of
edge.
the
You're
globe
still
was.
looking for an edge, right?
no, I was more thinking of how like this I don't know if it fits into your idea, but the North and South Pole, how if you look up or you would always see
No South
stars.
Pole. There is no South Pole. There's only north.
What
And
about
then not north.
what about a conceptual idea of what we some flat earthers think where how the map is? I can find it. Hold on. Unless somebody can beat me to it with the map.
Is that going
They-
to be in lobby chat?
No, live stream,
I
voice
would,
text.
before
Okay, that's where I am.
Holy
before
shit!
posting
Am
any
I
map,
am
before
I about to
posting
see
any map,
someone? Is somebody
stop
about
it,
to post a
platypus!
map?
Shut the fuck up, platypus! And before posting a map, preface it. This is not a model of what the Earth actually
Right.
is. Okay, like, yeah, fuck, dude, you're gonna get muted. I don't normally
I got
do
a
this,
good
but
one,
I'm gonna
Lou.
mute you. You want to be in the fucking, you know, just cackling from the sides. You're gonna get muted.
Okay, there we go. What about that one?
Pole is an ice ring around.
Oh wow, platypus is all excited about what I just posted. Or I could be wrong. I don't know, man.
So the idea of this idea, it's a generalization. It's to portray this to be on its face. The azimuthal equidistant map or the Gleason's map is basically globe projection. It's a top-down north. It's a northern polar projection of a ball. But when it happens, see what they do is with the southern hemisphere they splay it out so that it's a flat circle, right? And flat earthers do like to use this. Why? Many reasons. It explains flight paths and everything else. So, like when it comes to yeah, it does, platypus. So, but it's to basically give you the idea of a the possibility of like more land beyond. We are in this this hot zone, a little pond in what might exist. It's all ice around us, and that is what Antarctica is.
Hmm.
In order to believe the ball, you have to buy into a whole lot of stuff that you can't see in real life. Like presupposition after presupposition. They're just stacked on top of each other. You accept one as being true, and then you go on to the next. Our idea of it is much more simplistic. What you see is what
So,
exists.
what if you so let's say you're in Antarctica, this thing around us. So like hypothetically you went to that edge.
Okay.
Like
So
You mean
that
that shoreline?
that's an interesting one. So like Antarctica, as far as the shore of Antarctica, that's not the edge. That's on edge, right? That's the edge of the water before it turns to ice. But then how far does the ice go? We don't know. We're not allowed to go there. So this circle that you see from Jenny's picture, like that's just anywhere where it's white and everything beyond it towards the outsides could be there. It's up to your imagination, right? We don't know where the edge is, or we do. Most of us agree that there is a limit to our environment. Some people think that we call them infinite planers. If you're an infinite planer, that's a whole nother thing. But due to the second law of thermodynamics, we're pretty set with there must be a limit to our environment. Now, how big that environment is, nobody knows.
So how come you say that you can't visit Antarctica? Like you can't go there?
The Antarctic
It's illegal.
Can I tell you
But
about
people have
Antarctica?
been there.
Have you
Yeah,
ever?
they do.
You could
They've been
visit.
escorted there. They've been
Good
escorted
morning.
there.
Yeah.
You can't do it independently on your own. That's what
Guided
should be said.
tour. Guided tour.
Those do
What it's called.
exist. I want to go on one.
There's no independent exploring of it.
When you go on one of those tours, it costs a fortune, and you only get to see basically the shore. You don't get to go anywhere that you want to go. You don't get to do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Your GPS doesn't work down
Even
there,
if
so you can't verify anything.
Even if you get to go there, Antarctica is not what you have experienced in your lifetime. Have you ever experienced minus 40 degrees Celsius winter?
No, I would think that's
That's
why
a
they
very
would want
cold
you
winter.
to
Minus,
have.
minus 40 Celsius is a very cold winter for us.
It will kill you if you're not prepared.
Minus 60 is extremely cold. It is painful. It hurts. Your fingers and toes degenerate. They die of cold.
3 minutes.
And yeah.
And the tips of your ears.
In Antarctica, you get normal temperatures of minus 80 Celsius. At minus 80, you need special breathing apparatus to provide you 7 psi, half of the atmosphere pressure, and double the oxygen amount. Without it, you will die.
Yeah, I would think that people just don't really live there because it's so fucking cold. Like that's why you have guides to make sure you don't die.
Well, but the point is if you want to take the risk yourself, you're not allowed to.
That's just what you think. Why would we even cover it? The point is there's no independent exploring allowed in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Can't go down there and explore or experiment. You have to follow a bunch of rules, and that's if they okay you to go. You can take a guided tour, though, but you're not going to see much.
I think being able to simply say you stepped foot on Antarctica is pretty cool.
I'm sure you do.
And they also go.
I would agree. That's cool. But it
They also
proves
go to most of the cruises. The Antarctica thing is like the midway point to the cruise. They end up stopping at other destinations.
The fact that you can step foot on Antarctica does not prove shit, though, and you know that. But yet, you guys love to freaking say, no, that's not true. You can go there like that's a proof of the glow. And it's not. And you know that, but you still...
Who are you talking to?
Yeah. You're talking to everybody. He's telling you, even if you can go to Antarctica, it still doesn't prove a spear. You got it?
Just making sure I was hearing the answer to the right question.
What? I'd say it's a valid point that people need to get. I get tired of debating non sequiturs. We'll spend an hour on this. And it really doesn't apply.
Hey, I want to talk to Frankie B.
Yeah, he's posting some wild pictures in the chat.
Well, no, I just want to know the one with the all the white background, then the black, and then it's just like what looks like sort of like the AE map, but not really. It just looks familiar to another map, so that's what I was asking.
Hey. Hello?
Yo.
What? Who? What?
Yo, yeah, I posted them pictures up because you were talking about the realm being bigger than what they say it is.
Right.
Pictures from E-Wars video,
Okay.
mirror on the flat Earth map on the moon. And then Enoch talks about the 4 gates, the east, the south, the west, and we're in the north, where all flesh is. So the realm outside of the Antarctic, it's nothing but ice, but our realm is way bigger than we think it is, than we
I
are
don't
told.
doubt that.
What's that?
I don't doubt that at all. I've always thought that for the longest time, for a couple of years.
Why do you say it's way bigger than we think? Like, what makes you think that?
Well, it'd be naive to think.
Well, no, I know. I was just asking,
everything.
like, why, like, if he had any like specific reasons why, you know?
Because
Well,
I
magnetically,
think,
there's supposed to be
think
more
God,
land.
I think the Creator created this so that when everything is done, it all opens up for us. When the final work is done and Satan is cast into hell and all of sin is removed, I believe he's going to open up this whole realm for us.
Have you?
You
Wait a minute.
hold up.
Have you heard of something called preterism?
Yeah, I'm on the cusp of believing that the 1,000-year reign is over and we're in the short season. But I'm not 100% sure yet. I've been doing a lot of research on it. It seems to me in my spirit that the enemy is replaying all the scenarios of the tribulation. It doesn't
You
feel.
ever been told you sound like Richie from Boston? RFP.
I love Richie from Boston. That's my guy.
You sound like him, bro.
Oh, cool. I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, no, Richie's cool. Like, a lot of people give him shit, think he's just some kind of shill or something because he got a lot of views.
Richie's real deal. He's
I like
telling
Richie. You guys follow his jailbreak channel?
I don't follow his jailbreak channel, but
okay.
I do follow him still on BitChute where he's still posting and.
Yeah, Richie's talking about us all gathering together and getting prepared and reaching out to one another and start putting communities together because this thing could go sideways quick.
No, Richie he's said a few things where it might have looked bad, but you got to know Richie to understand what he was actually saying, right? Like,
he's got a heart after the people, man. He's doing this because he cares for us. You know what I mean? He's like on the front line. He's a prophetic voice coming out of the wilderness. I mean, he called the pandemic.
He's not loud about flat Earth for a long time now, but he still says it. He's not ashamed of it. That's for sure.
No, he knows about flat Earth. He says it all the time. He says, "Look, this realm is flat. Get used to it." There's that.
Who says that?
You know what I mean?
Who says that?
Richie from Boston.
His last couple
RFP, baby. RFP.
This realm is flat. Get used to it. It ain't a ball.
You guys do know that he's not going to be with us much longer, right?
Yeah, I know. It's a shame, man. I've been praying for him.
What?
Yeah, he's got some health issues.
He's got health issues, and he refuses to get the medical the suggested medical treatment. So he's
Dang. Is he
Radiation.
seeking alternative medicine?
no, he's not doing that either. He's just calling
Damn.
it quits. He's
He's traveling. I think he's going to see some of his subscribers, some of his friends. He's been just traveling across the U.S. I think he's in Colorado right now. The last broadcast, I think that's where he said he was.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Richie. Richie's a good guy. I found him right when the pandemic broke, and he was the first YouTube channel I found. And then I found Alex Jones, and then just in May, I found you guys and another flat channel, and my life has changed through this whole thing, man.
It's definitely freeing.
Dude,
Flat Earth.
you gotta
I
give it.
think
You gotta
I
give it to
think
Richie. Like he totes his own horn plenty, but I'll do it again. Like he was literally before the whole CV thing. Like he literally called it out. Like weeks
Yeah, he
before.
did.
Like I witnessed it. Like this dude saw it coming and called out everything that they would do before it ever even started. So and it's happened. Like it's
I think Flat Earth is the gateway to breaking the spell of the lies. I truly believe when you get into Flat Earth and you start studying it and you receive it as, you know, Yah's creation, I really start to believe it shows you every other lie that I literally said to my friend, everything we've ever been told is a lie. I was joking around. But then, like a month later, everything I've ever been told growing up is a damn lie. But Christmas, Jesus's name, the name of God is their Babylonian deity. I mean, everything mainstream media tells us, it's a flat out lie. They can do nothing but lie.
Yeah.
And I think
It's
flat
pretty
Earth is
deep.
the thing that cuts the veil and takes the shingles off of your eyes so you can see and hear what the spirit and the truth is really telling you. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense?
Complete.
Yep.
And I got to applaud Austin for what he's doing, because he's out there on the front line. He's exposing not just flat Earth smacking, he's government smacking. He's doing it all. And it's a pleasure to support him and be part of this channel and be part of this community.
Oh, no doubt, man. He's really putting it out there for free speech. He's
He is.
exercising his amendment rights.
Yeah,
well,
I like
RFP more than that is he's being real. He's getting out there, traveling the country, talking to real people. Even though he hates people, you can tell it just by watching one of his videos. He hates all of his viewers and he hates everybody that he fucking meets up with. But he goes and
Oh,
does.
man. You know what, though? You know what, though? That nerd outfit he had on was, that was just classic.
You're talking about Whitson now. You're talking about Whitson now. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I'm still talking about Richie from Boston.
Oh,
Richie
sorry.
from Boston.
I thought somebody else mentioned him. My bad, you guys.
No. Maybe they did.
I changed the topic. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Whitson, I think enjoys getting out there. But no. Richie does it, but I don't think he really likes it. Like he hates every human experience that he has. Period. Whether it's from a truther or not. Like it doesn't matter. He
met
hates
10,000 of his subscribers. He said he's met 10,000 of his subscribers, and he loves his subscribers. And I feel the connection with him. He's a good dude, man. I love it when he says, "Look, I got a shirt on that has something on it, and just get over it." All right. He keeps it real.
So is he still doing videos, or because
BitChute only?
He has his own channel.
That in his own website, right?
Got his own website, Alex Jones, but you got to pay for it. It's $2.50 a
I'll have to
month,
look him up on BitChute, I guess.
and he's on BitChute. I'll post it in
Hey,
general.
and he was pretty quiet on there up until recently, but recently he's
for
been
you,
putting
alright?
a lot of videos out, and I appreciate that. He's kind of back, you know.
Okay. Back
Yeah,
in
I'll
the
post
swing.
put it in the voice text stream. All right.
Okay, thanks. Hey, can you do me
Yeah.
a enormous favor? Would you mind shooting me a DM with the link? Pretty please.
Shooting you
Can
what?
I ask Frank a
Uh,
question
Can you DM
Yeah,
me a link?
Yeah.
about a post?
Let me get this channel up. Go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah, it was way back. I was trying to wait for a break and all that. You posted like 4 quick little things. It looks like, yeah. So it looks like that's. I think I've seen this before. Is that inverted moon? That blue and green?
That is outlawed intel or E-War from. I'm going to post a video in the chat right now. It's episode 7, The Known World.
Look,
it's from E-War's YouTube channel.
I'm not gonna shit on it, but I'm gonna tell you I don't trust Anon.
Oh man.
No,
Sorry
I
to hear
don't-
that, Lou.
I like it. I think it's interesting, and I think it's. I think he's right on with it. I think he's really
I
right on with
resonate.
it. That's
I've
I
seen
resonate.
something similar that piqued
Put
my
up
interest. That's why I'm
from
asking.
Enoch. Huh?
I said I've seen something similar. That's why my interest is piqued. I think I know what I'm
Well,
looking
there's
at. And that's why
someone
I'm
named
curious.
Vibes of the Cosmos. He goes into the moon
Yeah,
map,
that's it.
moon mirror
Yeah, that's
map
it.
more.
Yeah. Where do you find? Hold on.
It was on YouTube, but his channel doesn't have it. Somebody else had to copy it. He took it down.
Yeah, he got deleted from YouTube.
Vibes of the Cosmos is still up. Last I saw a post.
Do you guys remember like 10, 15 years ago when almost everything on YouTube was like these conspiracy things where they would talk very dramatically, and they would have a very dramatic sounding background music, and they would lead you from one place to another, and you would be convinced that aliens existed or something else to that like.
Oh jeez. You mean like Shane Dawson?
This is what UR is doing. This is like old school tactics.
Come on, man. Okay, that's Vibes of the Cosmos.
No, that's E-War Mirror Mirror. I just posted up. I'm putting Richie's channel up now.
The Vibes of the Cosmos is interesting, but it's all image, with that stupid beat music, and it drives me insane, so I have to put it on silent. But I get what's going on. I just want to someone else's interpretation
I'll check
walk
that
through
out,
to
Danny.
see if it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll check the one you put out up too. Did I put the
What
E-War
is
one?
the mirror theory? What is that?
It's a BitChute channel. I thought I put it up.
Oh, I thought it was like.
No, it's a series that came out from a dude named E-War. He did a 13 video series, and YouTube took it down. So somebody put it up on.
Look, I'll admit
On Bit-
I'm a big critic of Evar. I'll admit though that there is a lot of interesting stuff mixed in with what he has to say, but the overall narrative, I think, makes way too many giant leaps.
But if those landmarks and distances are true, all those shoreline distances are true, then that shit is pretty fucking coincidental.
Coincidence theory. Sure.
How do you research Sturgius's moon model? Like I tried to look for the information that E-War put up on that video. I literally had to screenshot every picture off of it because I can't find nothing on Sturgius.
I'm about to go into my Anon rant, by the way. I've never trusted anybody with Anon on their name, or anybody with an anonymous name. Any writer that was anonymous, I've never taken anything that they've ever said as truth. And I'm not about to start. I'm not about to Start now.
I'm with Lou.
Well,
You know
I
how
love your
Go
voice
fi-
battle mode. I love it, man.
Co-pilot to
Where are you
pilot.
from, battle mode? Battle mode, where are you
you
from?
know
Okay, I have to do this. It's not battle mode. It's battle mod.
Michigan.
well, thank
That's
you.
driving me insane.
Battle. That's the battle mode, right?
Battle mod. The battle mod.
My
But I'm
bad, my
from
bad.
yeah, I'm
Where you
Mike from
from?
Michigan. I'll blow this motherfucker up. Michigan. Don't get McVade.
All right, Michigan. All right. I don't. Your accent doesn't sound like Michigan now.
It's a joke.
Oh.
Oh, when I do that there redneck, or when I OA and go Canadian, which one? I like to ridicule people with that.
It's the underlying country that kind of trumps all the other accents.
Yeah, I'm not Southern. I just grew up on a farm.
What state?
In Michigan. I'm a Northerner. I'm a Yankee.
You really are from Michigan. Yeah, you don't have that Michigan accent though. I love that. I love your voice. It's you
Tore
got that
up from
old
the floor
school,
up.
yeah, you got that old school like I grew up in Philadelphia, Kensington area. You got that kind of feel, man, like where Rocky was filmed at. You got that
Oh
kind of feel.
yeah.
Man.
That's
Yeah,
that
like that.
broken. That's that. Yo, that's that deep septum, Adrian. Yo, Paulie, you shouldn't talk to Adrian like that. She's your sister, man.
Yeah, you got that whole feel, man. That
I got that.
Philadelphia feel. You really got like that. Yeah, that's where I'm from.
I
Philly.
have a question for Battle Mod.
Sure.
Okay, so you were saying that the Earth is like kind of like the ground. So seeing as the like sun rises and sets and also the moon, so maybe like left to right or whatever, where would you say that it goes when you can't see it?
I wouldn't say it goes anywhere, and I don't remember being the one that says anything about the Earth is ground. But
Lou
what I
said that.
say is when so what I say is it's a more local sun, and there's our atmosphere. It is an empty space, so the speed of light isn't infinite in the atmosphere. Attenuation happens in the atmosphere, so the light of the sun attenuates to the point of atmospheric extinction, which means it can no longer be seen. It appears distinct because it's running down the surface. You're looking down the ground. It's just like looking down a wall, and eventually something far enough away will blend into the wall. The same way, you're looking across the surface. But the light comes to a point, it attenuates until it can no longer be seen. And because of varying levels of density in the atmosphere, the attenuation is at varying levels. That's why at dawn, you see the sky light up all the way up at the top before you see the ground light up, because it's thinner up there and the sun is getting closer. And that's the first place, the thinnest atmosphere, the first place it comes through. The last place it comes through is the ground. In the morning, the sky lights up, then the ground lights up. At night, the ground darkens, and then the sky darkens. And it's because of varying layers of density and the varying rate of attenuation to the point of atmospheric extinction. Now, I have a gift where you can actually see day and night exist together. It's from an Arctic cruise ship, and the guy looks on one side of the boat and it's day. You look on the other side of the boat and it's night. If you're in Livestream voice text, I'll share this with you.
So you think that the sun kind of goes like left to right?
Oh, no.
And it
No, I don't believe it goes. What do you mean left to right? East to
So,
west?
as
So
I
on a flat Earth, east to west is north is the center, and east to west is just a circle around north. Circle one way east, circle the other way west. There's a GIF in there that shows a circumnavigation, which is just a circle around north. And I don't believe the sun does perfectly circular paths, or it wouldn't make the analemma, the figure 8 throughout the year. But I believe just on day and night, And it's not that I believe we can demonstrate light attenuates as it passes through a medium. It's a scientific principle. The atmosphere is a fluid medium. That means inconsistent, noise changing of varying levels of density. So the reason the sun doesn't light up the entire Earth is because it attenuates to the point of extinction. And those aren't flat Earth concepts or my beliefs, those are scientific principles.
So
Atmospheric
you don't believe,
extinction of light.
you don't think it's like an infinite plane type thing? Personally?
Well, I don't like to, that's, I don't like
Well,
to
okay.
enter into
Because I think if it was a plane
presuppositions or
that just went on and
it would
on,
take,
the sun wouldn't be able to
it would
go.
take,
Mm.
well, see listen, that would be if the sun went through the entire infinite plane, but then it'd take an infinity for the sun to get back to us, and it'd take an infinity for us to prove it was an infinite plane. So I don't really gather into things that I can't prove. So infinity isn't even it's just a concept. It's an abstract. It's an
There's evidence.
ideal.
There's evidence of boundaries. So we have boundaries because we have gas pressure. We have we're contained. We have to be contained. So because we have gas pressure, what happens after that containment? Who knows? We can't go there. So
Yeah, and when you ask me what I believe, you just invoke speculation. I can speculate all day long, but these aren't things I can prove. Attenuation is a scientific process that can be demonstrated. So is the atmospheric extinction of light. We can observe it. It can be demonstrated. We know how light works through a medium. We can even quantify it and equate it. It's an inverse square law. So attenuation is, inversely squared proportionate to the distance from the light source when in the atmosphere. So the further it gets away from us, the dimmer it gets. It appears to set because it's hovering over the surface you're looking across. If you look across the surface for long enough, that surface takes up 90% of what you view, the image you see. So things at the very end of it will seem to blend together or converge.
Yeah, I guess I was just seeing if you thought that the sun orbited us or not.
I believe the sun does a system of cycles around our living realm, which is Earth. Now, is that the end of the world? No, there might be other lands or other realms outside of this realm. I don't know. I prove it. And I wouldn't say an infinity because I could never prove an infinity of land.
Right. I guess it would have to, if there was another land, it would have to be like a fucking holes or something in the land for the sun to go through or some shit.
Well, there's a multi-pond theory where it shows, a big sheet of ice, like a big square. We'll call it an area, unit volume. And there's 7 little circles in it, and each one has their own sun, and each one's a different realm. Some people have a theory on that. I'm looking for, does anybody have that multiple pond theory map? This isn't a flat Earth map, but it's just somebody's concept.
Is that the one where the planets are all suns? That
My
one?
info, I do.
Can you post it, Jen?
I got you.
I think that
Yeah.
the mini
So
ponds
I
thing.
want to point out
Bam.
that this is a map. This is a map from antiquity. This is the concentric rings one. This is like we are Atlantis and Earth is the center of this circle, but that's not the one I was talking about. Spiral Love, thank you.
Oh,
This is the one I was talking about.
Oh.
But listen, both of them show the same thing.
Oh.
Really, there's on the one you showed, when you go into the furthest concentric circle out, you'll find heaven in Atlantis. And then just in the center, there's an ice wall around it, and that'd be our living space. And you see what P.D. Shea says is the dodo bird. So you see the familiar image of the azimuth map, the AE map, the dodo. But the one below it is the multiple pond theory.
And that is
Like
so
there's
weird.
many Earths. Yeah, and this isn't a map from antiquity. It's not a flat earther didn't come up with it. It was an old map, an ancient map. There's a lot of ancient maps that don't make sense when compared with
So-
maps of today. And if we're going to believe Eratosthenes, Aristotle, and Copernicus from way back then, because the Greeks were so freaking smart, then maybe we should consider their cartographers too in their maps. Chronographers.
Yeah.
Outside of what we can verify, which is just that the Earth measures flat and level, it's like there's a lot of different conceptual ideas. I'll post another video of other possibilities of, it's just different conceptual ideas that people have. And it doesn't mean that anyone is claiming that this is how it is. It's just kind of to expand
Oh
your
yeah,
mind.
truth prevails. High five. High five. That's a great one. I totally resonate with this idea. I'm not saying this is how it is. I just find it interesting. I would be willing to say I believe that it's a realm we're in. And I believe that there's more land, and maybe not like in what Martin Kenny says in Universal Disclosure, but I just think there should be a lot of discussions about this. There should be discussions about what it could be. But for sure, one thing all flat earthers agree with is that it's just not a globe like they're telling us. I mean, you can have two conversations. You can debunk the heliocentric model, which, there's so many anomalies, it's really embarrassing. And
Well,
then
that's-
all over the earth, we see too far and nobody can find the curvature.
That's the big thing is there's a lot of people who are here that don't want to wear the flat earth role because they don't like the term. They don't like the idea that it puts in most people's minds. So instead, really the best way to think about us is globe debunkers, right? Like you've been given a positive claim by all of the authorities with all of the funding that they could possibly need, or with all of the time that they've had. And they give you a model, and we're here disproving their model day in and day out. Like, there's no doubt that their model is fucked up. So now you can either be with us and try to figure out what is the actual reality, or you could be against us and defend a fucked up model.
Yeah, it's actually, we should refer to it as the old heliocentric model because it doesn't stand up to scrutiny at all.
What are some of the anomalies of it, the heliocentric?
Well, I didn't want to get back into the eclipses, but I was listening earlier and I didn't even know who was speaking. But when you were talking about the eclipses, there's actually, I don't recall anyone mentioning the Selenilian eclipse to you, which is where the sun and the moon are both above the horizon at the same time. So it's
It
like
was put in
these,
the voice or the text, just not
Was
in
it?
the
So,
voice.
Okay,
One
well,
is
I
much
didn't.
closer. The moon is a lot closer than the sun, so that's why they don't always align.
That's what they tell you, but that's not what we observe. We observe them to be
Well, we
relatively.
would even if okay, so if you assume in a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse, if you assume a solar eclipse is the moon eclipsing the sun, then you would say that the sun is definitely behind the moon, right? But that's a big if statement. We don't really know what's eclipsing it, and they both appear the same size. And even if that is what it is, the fact that they are the same size is a crazy circumstance. It is the idea that you
Anomaly
don't
is a
have a
vacuum.
creator and that shit doesn't exist because of you is a ridiculous idea.
The vacuum of space is an anomaly. Shouldn't exist because it doesn't.
Yeah.
It can't.
Second law of thermodynamics violation because of entropy.
Right.
Let's just jump from one topic to the next, like machine gun fire.
No, I'm sorry. I heard her ask for anomalies.
Yeah, I did.
The Selenilian eclipse. You seem to like eclipses. The Selenilian eclipse is a great example of an anomaly. All right, this is a lunar eclipse in which we're able to see both the sun and the moon above our horizon at the same time, while the moon is eclipsed from the top down by our Earth, supposedly according to your model. Makes no sense. Even your model coins it the impossible eclipse because it does not work according to geometry.
Do you see that GIF I just posted?
Yeah, I
It's
haven't heard of that.
yeah, it's showing like the so-called shadow, and I heard someone else pointing out to you earlier also that the lunar eclipse, when you have a lunar eclipse, it's red. It's not even dark. But anyway, just like of the anomalies, the eclipses are one, especially the Selenilian, because you have both of them above the horizon at the same time. But there's a lot of them. I don't know if you grabbed that video where it's like a possible cause of the solar eclipses, but there are other let's just call them celestial luminary, like, well, they're not even luminary because those seem transparent, but they seem to play a role, but they seem to be like other celestial bodies. And then I'll also post one, and I did hear them mention the Rahu and Ketu. And there's actually a guy was able, like, you could see the shadow of it as it approached it. So he was actually able to catch this other, like, non-luminous object, you know.
We have Glovers going crazy. Platypus and Matthew Learns. Both are like, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. That's not a paradox. All right, do you want to unmute
Let's
one of them?
say
or no?
it is believable to have the dark or celestial bodies making that shadow, which makes more sense than whatever the fuck was going on with that particular eclipse, because that doesn't make sense otherwise. But it could still technically be a globe. If
But
Well, yeah,
so, what are some of the
it
other
could
anomalies?
if there was ever any curvature measured, but the Earth measures flat level, and we experience it as stationary. And not only that, but I don't know if you've seen, like, even the government and the flight manuals and everything refers to the Earth as flat level, stationary, non-rotating.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward, right?
Yeah.
A little weird. Okay, so I don't speak as eloquently as others do in here, but I do happen to know that there were, in fact, 2 anomalies, according to the heliocentric model, with the solar eclipse we had in the United States. I don't know if that's where you live, but
Yeah, I saw the recent one, or I guess the
yeah.
last
So,
two.
It was what,
do
2017?
you remember?
Yeah,
Do you
2017.
remember? Do you remember approximately how wide the path of totality was? Approximately.
Watched it.
Approximately 74 miles or something like that.
Yeah. So that's a problem because there's nowhere in nature where a shadow is casted upon an object and that shadow is smaller than the said object. That's not how shadows work. I mean, I'm not like really proficient on perspective, but
Oh,
I
you're
do
saying
remember
it didn't cover the moon fully? I mean, the sun fully?
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's an excellent argument.
Because the Earth is smaller than the sun. Is that what we're talking about? Because it didn't cover the whole sun with its shadow?
No, the shadow itself is only 74 miles in diameter, while the moon is massively bigger than that.
Oh, a lunar eclipse?
Shadow smaller than itself.
we can't hear you.
All right. The idea is that if you try to create a shadow with an object, you will find that the closer the light is to the object, the bigger the shadow will be, right?
Yeah, right.
And if you back that light source away, or I'm sorry, hold on. This does get
further away.
complicated. Hold on.
So what?
What?
Well, what it
I'm
is the
following.
shadow can be the same size of the object casting it or larger. It's never smaller.
Thank you, Truth Prevails.
But it's
I just
like
know the topics
so
that have been
miles
discussed
away.
in here. Oh, sorry.
Hey,
I was
so they
talking
have the umbra and the penumbra, which when you're talking about like galactic distances and how light works and all that stuff, it's all theory. It's like
Okay,
this
but
is how we think it
Lou,
would work.
Lou, there was one more. Didn't people say the path went the wrong direction? The path of totality. What?
Yeah, see, I don't know about. I'm not gonna use that argument because I've heard that argument, but I don't know about it enough
Yeah,
to
it's
defend.
been too long since I've heard anybody talk about it.
Well, we've had the shadow like that's caused from the eclipses go in both directions. So either if according to their claim, they have to explain why the earth started spinning the opposite direction.
Right.
See, there's a lot of arguments that I think often flat. Unfortunately, like this happens on both sides. Glober, just you can all relate to Glober's citing something that backs up their model,
Okay.
and you're like, well, that doesn't prove
I
anything
got
because
another
that would
one.
work. That would work the same on a flat Earth. You know, like
It's fake.
too often we're using bad arguments. We're
What about
saying something that would work the same way on a globe, or you
okay?
know.
What about this one?
Yeah.
All right. Maybe you can speak better on this one, Lou. How about that we shouldn't be able to see Tycho crater with the naked eye?
Given the distances and the inverse square law, correct. Like there's no way like Tycho crater, they say it's like 50 miles wide or something like that. There's no way you should be able to see a 50-mile wide crater with your naked eye
From
from
238,000 miles away.
238,000 miles away.
Yeah.
It's absolutely impossible.
So that doesn't pass the smell test in my book because I'm not a coincidence. I mean, okay, who has a better anomaly for the heliocentric model?
You can
I'm
just
not
about
saying
pick anything, really. In my view, it's like everything is.
That the stars line up with the pyramids and have for who knows how long.
And not only is that evidence of having the same stars, but also that the Earth isn't shifting either. We have rumbles, but if they're still lining up, then they obviously the Earth hasn't moved out of its place. You know, like
Yeah, that was my thought. Is that nothing has
Matthew is
moved.
about to pull his hair out. Look at Matthew and Platypus in the chat. Those guys are about to pull their hair out. Look at them. If they have any hair left.
What's going
Oh,
on?
I see what you're saying. So it is.
Platypus. I never said the moon wasn't physical, you moron. I said we
Maybe we
observe
could
it to
go
go
over.
a certain direction.
Hey, I didn't
What
say
we-
you. Hey! I didn't say you thought it wasn't. I just asked if we can agree that it is.
It's a physical object, and we observe it to move from east to west, just like we do the sun. Now, you can turn around and say that's because this moves, but you can't prove it moves, so what good is it to say that's because of this? Show me the cause and effect relationship proof.
Well, here you go. I'll give
Show
you
me
this.
that proof.
Hold on. I'll give you this. From our perspective, technically, one of two things could be true, like totally isolated from any other information.
Well, they could be true. Both could be true, but we lack the frame of reference to see which is true. So we take what we observe.
Okay, but
East
from
to
our
west movement.
From our frame of reference, the moon does not move above us at the same speed as the sun. So either the sun moves faster or the moon moves.
We're not talking about speed.
person.
It does. No, there's no way it moves in the opposite direction. They both move
Or-
the same direction.
Or hear me out on this one. Maybe
You can observe it at night in the eastern sky, and then during dawn or close to daybreak in the western sky. We know which way it moves. We've observed it. It appears to move east to west, same as the sun for an observer on Earth.
it appears to move east to west. I agree with you. Unfortunately, it does not.
Why? Are you trying to?
Hold on, this is between me and him.
Yeah, my
So,
bad.
you're the only person on Earth that agrees, that even has an opinion. Everybody else takes it as they observe it. Not one person on Earth agrees with you on a west to east movement of the moon. Everybody else says one's a turtle and one's a hare. The turtle and the hare, that story is about the sun and the moon.
No, I operate on the assumption that the simplest explanation is often the most correct. You either have to have a vehicle by which the sun and the moon each move at different speeds around us, or there's only one thing that's moving. Well, technically there's still two things moving because the moon technically goes in the opposite direction.
In your model, all three things are moving at once. What the hell are you talking about? And it's relative movement. Christ, now you're even,
no.
you're
I'm
so
talking
far
about
in the weeds, you're not on our
Mike,
model or yours.
We were specifically talking
Hey,
about
guys.
apparent motion, Mike.
New person is
Hey,
question.
and if you're going to keep calling me by my first name, damn it, I need to know yours so I can return the favor.
Ugh.
Hey, guys.
My mother, hold on. Jen, 1 second. My mother is the only person who calls me by my first name, and it's how I know I'm in trouble. So just call me by my last
Well,
name.
that's how I feel.
Just call me by my
So,
last
truth prevails. Do you want to go
I'm
over?
sorry, Jen.
That's okay. Truth prevails. Do you want to go over what you were trying to explain to gang?
Yeah, that'd be good.
I mentioned several things. I'm not sure which. Okay, so you're talking about the
Yeah,
star.
Mike, they
the
shut you
stars
up like
on-
it was ladies night or something.
Yeah,
It's all good.
if
It's
you
all
could
good.
explain that tangential.
No one shut anyone up, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's kind of rude.
Give gang the ladies' night tag.
What?
Shut up, platypus.
Actually, that's a pretty good idea. I think it would be good to get some Glover girls in on ladies' night.
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure she'd be a Glover. As she sounds like she's genuinely looking into it, and she's not decided.
I mean, I'm just learning. I don't know anything about it.
I think
really.
she's open, which is what makes her a better candidate, right?
Yeah,
Like,
she's looking for the evidence to say confidently that it is a globe. I think and I get that because that's what we've been taught. It's a hard thing when you realize that your entire reality is made up and they've lied to you about it and that you believed it. I was pissed. Okay, so I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to see like reasoning for the anomalies. Like that's just what you do when you learn something forever. You're just like, why is that? But if you could explain that text about why that wouldn't work, what I said, if you
Right. Well, okay. So according to what before I go on though, I want to point out that
go ahead.
They give you an explanation in a story they give you a story to explain everything that is in your awareness in existence, right? But when you realize that they're lying to you, it doesn't mean that you have to know everything. It's okay not to know some things. And if you don't really know the answer, it's better to not know the answer and to continue looking for evidence for an answer to this thing that the anomaly that you're seeing, rather than to just, make up a story.
Yeah, basically, like, there's a lot of things that we can't know unless we can actually go there and tangibly test, like, those things. And they can tell
I
you
have
all
no
kinds.
idea how they came up with how our solar system is orbiting a black hole. There's no way for us to exit the solar system and like observe that.
Right, and even according to some of the other stuff that they've taught you separately, that should be impossible to even know of, like the location and existence of one, right? Like
A
this is
black
like a
hole.
new thing. Yeah. Yeah, a black hole. Like you wouldn't know where it is. It's invisible. How can you take a picture of it?
Yeah, they don't have pictures of it. They just say that, oh, we think it's this because of how things act around it. But really, I mean, that's not really proof, is it?
No.
But
No,
okay, so the thing that I wanted.
You're operating on a false premise to begin with. Black holes don't exist. They were conjured by pure mathematics. So this whole thing is a farce, right? Always go back to the baseline claim and evaluate and validate that first. Don't go off into 5 different tangents off a fairy tale. Is my suggestion. That would probably help you from probably looking like an idiot. It's just my suggestion. Take it if you want it.
Space is fake.
Especially with somebody like me coming in here and exposing this dumb shit. So
you might think it's dumb shit, but when people have been told an explanation and a story for everything, and they're trying to unwrap their mind off of it, it's like pointing out the reasons why they can't solidify into those things. Like there is a reason, because they claim that everything out there in the universe has.
What I'm saying
Fuck
is,
you,
go back
Chewy.
to the
Look,
original.
dude. I already look, man. I already started talking to this. We were already having a conversation about it, and I wouldn't be saying everything that I'm saying now if you weren't talking about how dumb it is. It's not dumb for her to ask questions, okay? If she wants to
I'm
ask
not saying
questions,
how dumb it was. For fuck's sake, I said
that's
go back
exactly
to the
what she
original
said.
claim of the black hole, right?
Yeah,
And
well, black hole.
validate that
There's no
first.
evidence for them.
Yeah, we were just
Right.
talking about the heliocentric model, and that's part of it.
Well, then go
It's
back to
it's
like I
just the
said,
model. That's just how the model is.
the
I'm not
model.
saying
Okay,
it's
what's the model?
true.
Can you show us that model?
I didn't say it was true model. I was just that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
Look,
that's what they
gang.
said
If you want to go into another room and continue this conversation, I'll be glad to do that with you. I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna sit here and fucking fight to talk, man. It's like,
QE
Fight
doesn't
to
know how to
talk.
read the room.
You fucking monologued all over me.
Dude, you jumped in and I was already in a fucking conversation. You come in here talking about how dumb and stupid it was
because you're
to
begging
have
the
it.
question.
Because you're a fucking dickhead, man.
You're
Don't even know how to be anything
for
else.
fuck's sake. You're a numpty dipshit.
You think I care what you
You're
think
a
of me, man?
numpty.
I don't give a shit what you think
are
of me.
a numpty. You are entertaining.
All right. That's enough.
Thank you.
Please, can we just?
Space is fake.
Can we please just keep it civil?
But there's this issue with what they present to you of all these bodies that they claim exist in this vacuum of outer space or 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, right? One, it can't be true because the sun they claim is a ball of gas on fire, right? And that it's in a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, violating the second law of thermodynamics. And then they claim that all of these bodies have their own gravity. So when something has its own gravity and it's locked in place and it's at a certain specific distance and it moves away from it in an elliptical pattern, then it's going to get closer to another body. What do they call it? The third body problem? Is that what they call it?
The 3N body problem.
But yeah, just the cosmological constant issue and the third body problem. So if you just like I can't articulate those and go into detail, but if you just logically and conceptually think about it, if something has like if it's in place due to this so-called gravity, which there's also no evidence for, right? Look for the evidence of these things. Look for measurement of curvature, measurement of axial rotation, any evidence that what they claim a 50 torr adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container, That's not even possible. The sun existing in this 10 to the negative 72 door pressure, not possible. So just take a look at these things, is all I'm saying.
What does platypus say about the three-body problem, brother?
Well done, sis.
Look, when she's
No.
talking about contradictions, I just want to point out that like most of what you claim is heliocentrists will claim is proven. They have different models. They don't have one solid model that all works together. They have a whole bunch of different little models that they try to integrate together, even though one tends to be contradictory to another. And so they've confused you. They have a whole bunch of like conflicting ideals that most people have just kind of like picked and chosen in order to make up their worldview.
And people assume that it's all one model, like it's all been figured out, but it really hasn't. Platypus, what do you say about the three-body problem, by the way?
We can't quantify two platypuses orbiting a third.
As standard practice,
We can give an explanation, but there's no absolution.
No, there are certain people on the server that I stop talking when they come in here because I don't want to contribute to derailing the conversation.
Well, that's cool.
Leave me out of it.
Smart man.
Maybe like we haven't run into a large enough thing, but if we did, then it would destroy whatever we have going on with. Are we talking about the sun's gravitational pull? Like, wouldn't that be the issue?
They claim the moon's
We established that the sun can't.
Here. No, the issue is three different bodies orbiting under the pretense of gravitational force. So we can't equate any three bodies. It could be the sun or three other bodies.
Like
you
the
can include
planets?
the sun or not include the sun. Universally, it falls apart. So
The other
two-body equation, they can barely equate a two-body equation. They have to cancel out the attraction of one and equalize the attraction in the other.
It's all nonsense. The three-body problem comes about from Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian mechanics was debunked. This is what I'm talking about. You have to go back to the foundational truths, right? You go back to the foundational truths and you see if they hold any water first before you start extrapolating off of them. There is no three-body problem because Newtonian mechanics is done, right? So you go to Einstein, his equation. There is no three-body problem. There's a two-body problem because his equations can't solve for more than one mass. And they can't even define mass. So he's got a one-body problem. You see what I'm talking about? This is the important point. When people bring up topics, always go back to the foundational claim because you're anchoring the fairy tales. Don't extrapolate off a fairy tale because you'll be down the lane like 30 leagues down, begging to question fallacy lane, and it just ends in nonsense when you can have destroyed it about 25 minutes ago with the anchoring issue. Follow?
Case of fake.
I think you might have come in late on that conversation because they were just kind of going through the things that the heliocentric model says they have claims for and kind of listing them when you came.
Yeah, trying to unravel this fairy tale that they've already placed in their minds.
We'll take it from what I'm saying is take it from the base. So black holes shouldn't have been part of the discussion more than a minute. Right?
It wasn't.
That's chapter 27 in the Chronicles of Narnia. You can stop them at page 1.
Yeah, I'm in the preface.
For new people, they have to like hear these are things they hear about all the time, and they have to like all of a sudden realize that everything they've been told doesn't have an explanation that's proper. So they were just kind of listing all of them for somebody that's new.
Yeah, that's cool. Then just start taking apart the anchor. That's fine. If they start there. Makes it easier.
Oh, you guys think all the planets and stars orbit us and we don't orbit the sun. It's the main.
Ooh,
No,
look at the time.
the planets are just they're just okay. What's a planet?
What's
It's
a
a
planet?
wandering star. It's a light in the sky. The
Yeah,
stars, they're just lights in the sky,
right.
and we just see the lights in the sky move over our heads.
If you type into Google P900 or P1000 and then stars, real stars and planets, you'll see a lot of close-up shots that are taken with the $600 camera, and doesn't seem like what NASA's showing us. That's for sure.
Yeah, these telescopes that they put out on, they manufacture and put out on the market for people to look at these stars. They have imaging software in them, and so it can detect and it knows which constellation that you're looking at. And when you get to these wandering stars that they call planets, and they want you to think they're physical objects, they superimpose. They have imaging software that gives you what they want you to see. Right. So, but if you don't use the imaging software and use manual, or, I mean, think about it. If you're able to zoom in on some of these things with a smartphone or a Nikon P900, it just has an 83 times zoom.
Yeah, I've used one of those crappy like $200 telescopes, and when you zoom in on a star, it's so fucking like pixelated basically. Like you can barely see anything. Even like I was trying to look at Mars, it's just like a circle and it happens to be orange, so but it was a shit telescope.
Looking at the luminaries wouldn't determine the shape of the ground I'm standing on, right? If you look at the lights in the sky, will that determine the shape of the ground?
No.
Exactly. So there you go. We can observe the luminaries and we can see the cycles, but that's what we can do, observe them. Some people will make stories about them and tell you the stories, and some people might believe the stories, but all we got is what we can observe from down here.
I mean, it's perfectly believable that they orbit us. I mean, I have no other proof that we're orbiting the sun.
Orbit can be above us. It doesn't have to be like in the conceptual idea of the spinning globe model, whatever. Orbit can be like, let's say you go around your house. Or
Again,
you
Jim, we did quickly cover that. We said that orbit can be defined as a circular path. So
yeah, circle
around
above
a like if I can skate circles around you, let's say you've never been ice skating and I used to play hockey, I can skate circles around you. That's me orbiting you.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Who's the like Arab guy that was just talking, or whatever? I don't know. Yeah, he had an accent.
He's Puerto Rican.
Oh, I'm sorry. So do you think that it might be an infinite plane, or you think that it's more of like a body?
Can you grab something infinite, put it in a bottle, and paint it red?
My guy, just no.
Exactly. I haven't seen anything infinite ever. So infinite, I wouldn't tell you. I couldn't be able to tell you if that exists. I don't think so.
So you think it's equally possible that they might orbit also underneath us, where we can't go, per se?
To the infinite
Like
thing, I mean,
the stars and.
my understanding is that we are in a contained environment.
Mhm.
So that might answer your infinite question. Past that containment, I don't know what's there. But you asking about what's under us?
Yeah, because you were saying it might be orbiting in a.
No,
It's hard
above
to
us.
explain. I don't know all of the words, but
On the ground, we're standing on the ground. When everybody looks up and we see the luminaries above us, and we can observe the cycles that repeat every year, right? But it's
Yeah.
above us, not under us. I mean, what's under us? We don't know. The claim is that the deepest hole ever dug was 8 miles. That's a claim from whoever the Russians did that. So nobody knows what's under that. So claiming what's under 8 miles is just more stories that cannot be verified.
Okay.
I can tell you I don't know. Is that okay? Because nobody knows.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I know you're
Different
asking.
people have different ideas, so I was asking you.
I mean, it's to me, I know we like to focus on the science of it, but you seem like a person who might be convinced by just what clicks in your mind and what feels right, and faith and stuff like that. For some reason you sound like that to me. And just look around you and look at all of the astonishment of what's been created around you, the balance of nature, how adapt you are to fitting into this world, and how you're at the top of that pyramid and everything else. And then look outward, and even if you're going to accept the heliocentric model, look at the precision at which, like, you're in the Goldilocks zone of this. If there was a Big Bang, there was it's all randomness, but you just happen to fit into this Goldilocks zone where you're on the right planet that has the right conditions. And they've got a moon that gives them seasons and balances them out, and then they got a sun that's exactly 400 times the distance and the equal in size to give you eclipses. And just look at all of this. Look at your hand and look at how complex it is. And tell me that this stuff wasn't created with a purpose, that evolution and a Big Bang and circumstance did this to you. It's unfathomable. Like, there's no way you could come to that conclusion logically.
Yeah, God is good. Agree. Yeah, I've got faith. True statements.
So basically, flat Earth is, again, what it kind of fits into all of what I said. Other is as long as you erase the whole space thing and Big Bang thing, you needed a creator with a plan to create this.
Why would they tell us the lies? What do they gain?
Why would they lie is an awesome question that it's logical for you to ask, but it's illogical to think that you could actually answer it.
Like, because they don't want us to continue exploring the Antarctic or something.
Money, resources, your mind, lying about how things actually work. So in your mind, you have only a conceptual idea of how things actually work.
Like, for
So
comfort, because they don't know.
that's probably
Control.
into it. Control, yeah. And probably the ones that are lying to you, they probably don't know everything either. So they want to control you, control people's minds. So that's this position. I don't know why a liar will lie, but we could say to gain an advantage, possibly.
MK Ultra.
It installs a basic contradiction in your mind that you're not even aware of until you realize it's not true. Because you're told that you're spinning, but you don't feel it. There's no evidence of that happening. You can see a straight line of horizon, completely straight, but then you're told that somehow turns into curvature. So it's all these contradictions that we walk along with and don't even think about, and then we just surrender our intelligence over to just the professionals must have figured it out, but they must have figured it out. And then we don't think that there's, you know, a lot of capability in our own abilities to figure things out on our own, because we're just from a very young age. Well, if that's the case, then nothing makes sense. Even though you're not saying that, it really is that contradiction that just rests in your mind the whole time. And you don't realize it till one day you're like, well, at least these days, people are like, okay, I'll look into this. And then once they do, they're like, wait a minute. Now a lot more things make sense.
Have you guys ever been on like a international flight and then you're like really high up and looked at the horizon?
Yeah,
And it looks
many times.
many times.
I
Yeah,
got a link for
I can't say
What
that
what what are
I
the
have
what are the
noticed the
shape
curve.
what are the shape of those windows?
She said she hasn't seen the curve from high up, so yeah.
I mean, I wasn't really looking, but it's not like I'm gonna say like, oh, I've seen the curve. But I was
Saying
just
if you take an international flight and look out the window and see
Well-
curve, it doesn't mean there is a curve.
The thing about spherical trigonometry is that you need curve in all four directions, not just from near to far, for there to actually be curvature. So if you don't see it in one in the like right left, then why would it be near to far?
Plus, when you talk about
this fucking big circle, my guy.
yeah, but
Right?
when you
I mean,
talk
it's
about
a big.
the aircraft, the manuals are designed says that they're designed to the aircraft is designed for a flat, non-rotating Earth, and even the pilots that are operating the aircraft, they don't take into account any movement of the ground nor any curvature of the ground. So it's
Now they don't go dipping their nose, the nose of their plane.
so the aircraft is designed for a flat, non-rotating Earth, and the people operating the aircraft don't take into account any curvature or any movement. So there you go. Pretty easy.
And think about it, if the Earth's a spinning ball and the plane's flying in a different direction than the spin of the Earth, then the plane would have to land on a runway that's moving, right? It would have to land, it would have to try to land on a moving runway if it's going in a different direction than the Earth spins, right? They're saying it spins 1,000 miles at the equator, and then they have runways in every which direction, but the plane never treats the ground any differently, no matter which direction.
Aircraft would have to dip their nose 0.02 inches, and we just don't observe that.
Well, I'm not talking about the dip right now. In fact, Matthew, I'm glad you spoke up, because you were trying to explain to us the other day about how the difference between the spin of the Earth and the 500 miles an hour or whatever the plane's going when it lands would be so negligible, right? Is that the word you used? That it wouldn't even matter that they train the pilots how to fly in a simulator that assumes stationary Earth.
Yeah, that's right. Uh-huh.
So you were saying it's negligible. Interesting. QE, what do you have to say about that? I'd like to hear you guys talk about this issue, because you were the one that pointed out to him that it is a separate reference frame, and I was saying
What?
that the idea, weren't you saying that? Weren't you confirming that it is a separate reference frame for the plane to QE? Didn't I hear you say that one time, Matthew? The plane's in a separate reference frame, so it would have to land on a moving runway, and the actual timing of that somehow is negligible, even though it's totally not what they're trained on in a flight simulator. I just don't understand how it. I don't understand how it would make it. How it could be negligible, the difference between landing on a north-northwest facing runway compared to a south-southeast facing runway. You'd think the calculations would be much different.
Yeah, if you had a misunderstanding of how things work, then you would think they would be much different. But if you just recognize how it
No,
works,
I'm asking you to explain how it works, how it could be negligible. We're talking about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and we're talking about different varying speeds that the plane takes into account, right? And they don't even account for that, because they're trained on flight simulators that assume a stationary level plane.
Yeah, the air moves about the same speed as the ground underneath it, both on a flat Earth and on a globe Earth.
talking about the plane as opposed to the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, the plane is flying in the air, and so
That's
it's the
patently
airspeed.
fucking nonsensical buffoonery.
Sorry, I didn't realize
That's
Petey
what
was
I was
here.
waiting for. Oh, that's what
The
I was
fuck?
waiting for.
Okay, so the air is moving with the earth. How does it? Can you tell us mechanically how it? I'm not even going to go there. This can be disproved by an incoherent second grader walking outside. As soon as an east or north or south wind hits his face, your whole point implodes on you. It's so fucking stupid. Right? I mean, gas molecules aren't, there's no bonds between gas molecules, right? So how in the fuck can it spin with the earth when it's not attached to each other to begin with? And then there you go, Jimsy. Thank you. You got clouds moving every which way. How the fuck is this? Is so stupid, Matthew. Did you say? Or do you have a master's degree?
Yeah, but it's in computer science, not atmospheric science.
It doesn't have to be in atmospheric science. All you have to do is fog a mirror. Dude, are you kidding me? I don't know what to say. This has to be the stupidest argument I've ever heard. Other than ink molecules are alive, this is the stupidest fucking argument ever.
Well, I mean, Platypus might have just said one that was equally stupid.
What?
Just
Ink
take a look at
molecules
the
alive?
website.
Ink, as in like pen ink?
Yes.
Genius.
Holy shit! I hope you're doing a numpty on that.
No, this was years ago by an evolutionist. I got him to the point that he had to tell me that ink, paper, or I put it to him that ink, paper, and glue molecules, be an atheist, ink, paper, and glue molecules have to author technical instruction manuals and blueprints, and he told me ink molecules were alive. I'm not shitting you. You got to be kidding me. Yeah, see, we're leaving Matthew off the hook here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
let's not do
No,
that.
I'm fully on the hook. Yep.
Yeah, you're fully on the hook. This is ridiculous on so many levels. It's unbelievable. I mean, just those photos right there, or the videos right there, you're finished. And then there wouldn't be no Coriolis effect because you don't have an inertial reference frame. And by the way, if you don't have an inertial reference frame, all of Newton's debunked laws, they're debunked anyway. Don't apply. to a moving reference frame.
If I was to say that we know the atmosphere is always at perfect equilibrium, what would you say to me?
At perfect equilibrium. Equilibrium with what?
Okay, I didn't expect that for the answer, but okay.
It's always seeking equilibrium because it's a dynamic system.
Oh,
Right.
before we
No,
get equilibrium, that's correct. Yeah.
Before we get off the topic that I brought up just real quick, because the plane speed and the spin of the Earth in every which direction, and the plane treating the Earth just like, it would any other runway, no matter which direction it faces. I mean, Matthew, you tried to explain that as if like I didn't understand the topic. Doesn't it make any sense that you think that it wouldn't make a difference? And you said it'd be negligible. Can you explain how it would be negligible in your mind? Even if it's not right, just explain how you think about it if you really believe that.
Yeah, if you're trying to land in Quito, Ecuador, which is near the equator, the runway is moving 1,040 miles from east to west. But if the air above it is also moving about 1,040
west
miles.
east. I'm sorry, west to east.
Yes, you're right. Sorry, west to east. I misspoke.
That's
Appreciate that. Yeah, and if the air above it is also moving west to east.
No, it's not. That's where you die. It's not. We could. I got to stop you because we just went over for the last 2.5 minutes. That's horse shit. Yeah, I got to stop you. Your whole argument implodes. Sorry. Hate to be rude, but I'm not putting up with that shit.
Yeah, I don't see that as a proof. I'm just saying it seems to make sense to
It's
me.
not
that it
anything.
doesn't
It's
prove-
fucking batshit insane. I don't know how you go around. Here's another thing. Here's a good one to get off. Let's get off that plane. I'll go back to the plane thing just for a second, just to show how stupid this is. Okay. Let's say we have a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles. They're both roughly on the same latitude. Everyone following so far?
Got it. Yes.
Yeah, it's rhetorical. The Earth is allegedly spinning at 860 miles an hour. Let's just make the numbers even. We'll go to 800 miles an hour at that latitude. And it's 200, and that's about 175 miles an hour for takeoff speed. So we'll just round it to 200. Make all the numbers even, 800 and 200. So, and the runway from Charlotte, North Carolina is facing west. So that flight is going to take off and fly straight to Los Angeles, right? What the Baltards have to believe, or their claim, is that the Earth is spinning from west to east. When that plane starts rolling down the runway in Charlotte, North Carolina, it reaches 200 miles an hour on wheels up. If you're in the inertial reference frame, like in a helicopter, and you got eyes on the airport and you're observing this plane take off, when that plane has wheels up, then that fucking plane is flying backwards at 600 miles an hour. Everyone catch that?
That's just spinning, yeah.
Yep, because the Earth's spinning from west to east at 800. Its takeoff speed is 200. You subtract that off, it's going backwards at 600 miles an hour, folks.
Yep.
For
I'm
Matthew,
with it.
for Matthew, the helicopter would have to be out in space for it to actually get that view, right? Because the
Yeah, that's
helicopter is
right.
still in that
Yeah.
reference frame.
No, that's not the inertial reference frame. The inertial reference frame is the atmosphere. And what they call space. It's the same reference frame. There's no barriers in between the two, according to their bullshit. So they're still screwed. So this is how crazy it is, folks. I just destroyed the whole heliocentric model with a flight from Charlotte to Los Angeles.
It seems like it's even worse.
It's
even
not
worse.
worse.
Hey, I didn't even have time to eat my peanuts.
Yeah.
It seems like it's even worse if you're
Damn it.
saying that the air and everything in the air is like velcroed in the
No,
same
you
inertial
don't get off
reference
this point.
frame.
No, the new
it's
perspective.
ridiculous. It's a worse
Don't go
one.
on to another point. We already destroyed. It's not attached. Just stay right here and mellow out.
All right.
Because this is a real comfortable spot right here.
Yeah.
Silence is okay.
Are you done asking rhetorical questions I could answer?
What's there to answer?
No, I agree with you. Yes, negative 600 miles an hour is what I would say the plane is doing when it takes off.
There you go, folks. The plane's flying backwards at 600 miles an hour.
I mean, it depends on which reference frame you're talking about, but the way that
600
you
miles
put
an
it,
hour.
it is.
I told you what reference frame it was being viewed from. It was a helicopter, eyes on the airport, watching this plane take off. This happens every day. Many people have seen this before. Do the planes fly backwards at 600 miles an hour, folks? No, they don't. There goes the whole heliocentric model.
Matthew, as a mathematician, like, yes, you can express it in a negative number, but you know that can't happen in reality, right?
Yeah, of course. And you'd have to like figure out a way to get the helicopter to not be in the same reference frame also.
Same reference frame as what?
As the air, so that you could see the negative 600.
You have to be in the inertial reference frame. That's it. It's the end. It's that simple, folks.
Just so this makes sense for anybody listening, as far as the reference frames go, Matthew, are you under the assumption that the plane is always within the same reference frame as the Earth when it spins?
When it's on the ground, it's in the same reference frame as the ground, and when it's in the air, it's in the same reference frame as the air.
Yeah, two different reference frames.
Yeah,
Non-inertial
different.
spinning
Exactly.
and the inertial atmosphere. See, you contradicted yourself. Before you said that you have to be in space. to be in another reference frame. You just
Oh yeah,
contradict.
no, I'm saying the non-inertial reference frame of the atmosphere is pretty close to the
The
reference
atmosphere is
frame of
not
the
the
Earth.
non-inertial reference frame. The Earth is the non-inertial spinning reference frame. The atmosphere is the inertial reference frame. Get them right.
Okay, got it.
So can the plane fly against the airs? I mean, if the plane flies every which direction, how is it still in the air's reference frame?
When it's in the air, it's only the airspeed that matters. It's not the ground speed. That's how planes fly,
What?
by using.
How could that be?
That it can't be. You'd have to multiply the 800 miles an hour plus the plane speed. You have to or you have to subtract the or add the spin of the Earth that's coming in its face at 800 miles an hour plus the airspeed.
How would you ever gain lift going the wrong direction?
You can't. It will freaking crash.
Right? And why
Yeah.
wouldn't the wind all be in one direction if that was the case?
It isn't going the wrong direction. It's tail. It's so stupid. We're getting into absolute abject absurdity.
But
here.
see, we know that Matthew's not stupid, but he still believes it. That's what gets me.
Yeah, because I understand it differently than you do it. Yeah.
There's no
But
understanding
that saying
it
that
differently.
doesn't make a
It's
difference.
either-
What about the
If you say you
conservation of
understand it
energy
differently, you're
when
not
you're
explaining
changing
how it would
direction
work.
suddenly?
No, it's conservation of linear momentum. Most ballers call it the conservation of angular momentum. They fuck up because they don't know what they're talking about. They
What
call
is
it
it again?
angular momentum. They
What
think
is
the
it again?
plane, when it takes off, is still rotating.
Slow down.
So when a plane
He still doesn't understand. Make it clear for him, QE. It was.
I can't explain it. I can't break it down any further. It's an incoherent second grader can reconcile this in a matter of 5 seconds in between iterations of Candy Crush.
But Matthew's a professor of
You do
math.
have an entertaining way of putting things, QE. I'll give you that.
You can explain it to him, but you can't understand it for him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here, let me do
That
the.
doesn't make any sense that he can't understand this.
Was that difficult for anyone to hold on? New perspective. Was that difficult for anyone to understand? Do I need to go over it again?
For Matthew,
Well, I'm going to go Glober on you. So you said the conservation of linear momentum?
Linear.
Linear? Linear
No,
angular?
Not Bob Linear. No, linear.
So when you say wind speed, Matthew, you mean that the wind is caused by this air that's its own reference frame spinning separately from the Earth? Is that what you meant by wind speed?
I meant airspeed, like the airspeed indicator on an airplane when it's in flight. That's the main thing that matters as to how much lift it has.
This is funny because you guys talk about like the atmosphere being velcroed to the Earth, but then you're talking about that in a separate reference frame from like the wind and the air and the clouds
right.
and what you
You
like.
got it, Lou.
Oh
You
yeah,
just
because the plane is the
contradicted
third
himself.
reference frame when it's moving in the wind.
There is no third reference frame. There's
Ah,
only
there you
non-inertial
go.
and inertial. Lou, you caught him.
No,
He
it's
contradicted himself
it's
again.
So why would the runway faced in every which direction be treated the same when there's different varying speeds for the plane and a constant rotation in one direction for the Earth? How could that be negligible?
Can't.
I don't think you can even construct that in the imagination realm, let
But
alone
he
reality.
seems to think that he seems to think there's math that answers this. I don't get it.
No, it's not imagination. It's the law of non-contradiction has been violated about 8 times by my count.
Wow.
So it's not imagination. You're coming up against logical flaws that can't be overcome.
You're working real hard when there's a simpler answer.
It's not just Matthew. I told you they must believe what I just told. They have to. They don't have to state it. Like a communist. Like he doesn't have to state that he's against private property ownership. He's a communist. That comes with the territory. So they don't have to actually physically state it. They're a globe earther. They're the Earth moon. That when they come up with that silly excuse, just use my example. Communist, you don't have to state it. You don't have to say it. It's inherent in the characteristics of your belief. So it's over. It's all over, laughingly so. This was over in 2015. I keep telling people, they just don't want to listen. They also want to bring up refraction a lot. I'm going to have to do another presentation. I'm going to camp out on refraction. Fuck it. I'm just going to do it. I told you I was going to do it, but I thought that everyone got it. It apparently not. 3 conversations today, I was just real quiet. The flat earthers enabled, remember I used that word earlier, enabled them to bring up refraction, and they just went along with it. So I'm just going to camp. Like I said, I'm not going to dog flat earthers out just now. I got about 5 more presentations on refraction. And after that 5th presentation, I'm going to tear flat earthers' asses up. Just going to tear them up. Sorry.
I've been beating up flat earthers mode also recently, QE. I'm getting tired of some shit going on around here.
Really? What else is going on?
It's some of the same old shit, but like it's just exacerbated itself to become like far worse recently, I think.
You gonna take care of that, Lou? I don't have to worry about that.
I don't know, man. Look, it's kind of getting down to this. Like, some people need to get in line. Like basically stop. This is gonna be hard to say to you. Like you're an exception. Like QE is QE. You got a persona and stuff, but like too many people just trying to be bullies and chasing people out of here before they have a chance to speak. And it's not working. We're never going to get anybody to talk to that way.
Sure, I got you. Yep.
I'd be interested if you did a video about like why we can't see the sun at midnight. That would be interesting to me.
No, I'm not doing stupid stuff like that.
Because that's a major problem for most Globers about why we don't want to believe in.
No, I'm gonna stick with
flat Earth.
topics like refraction. Once I kill that, it's over.
Yeah, the Globers have a lot of problems. QE can't fix all their problems.
I know we don't want to hear the math that you're about to go into about the air speed or atmospheres for the air wind speed, whatever. If you want to put the math on a little,
not
right?
gonna let Matthew Learns get out from under.
I want to understand. I want to get how he thinks this mathematically works because it's one thing to like even just imagine looking from space in far enough to see that the plane's somehow going 600 miles or appearing to go 600 miles backwards, 600 miles per hour backwards. But it's another thing when you're trying to show us the math of how a plane going 200 miles an hour is going to slow down to land on a runway that's moving in every which direction and how it would
you're
be just
getting them.
the
You're
same.
letting them get away. You're back at that other point. So you think you need more than the plane flying backwards?
No, I'm not saying I need more. I'm just saying that it's a real gotcha. It's one thing for them to imagine the plane can be going backwards. He didn't seem to have a problem with that, but somehow working out that the calculations that at any direction the runway faces would be negligible, as if there wouldn't be something they would have to go through every single time they landed to make sure that they landed the plane safe without Dyson ball wheels on the plane or whatever it would take to somehow do this.
The calculations, he wouldn't know those calculations.
He seemed to want to go
That's
through
an unfair question.
He's
Yeah,
actually
you're right.
starting to
I wouldn't
explain it.
know.
What's spinning again?
No,
Why
go
would
ahead.
you
Let
assume they're
Matthew. No,
why would
let
you assume
Matthew
it's
speak.
negligible?
Let Matthew speak. Like I said, that he wouldn't know the calculations. They would be uber difficult. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Sure.
saying. If you thought it was negligible, why would you assume
New
that if you didn't know
perspective.
the
Is your name Matthew?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Matthew.
So, according to the globe model, using the simplification that QE said, if the Earth is spinning 800 miles an hour in Charlotte and LA, let's just say there's no wind, like it's a perfectly calm day, and the plane flies 200 miles per hour, then the way that we would explain it is that the air above the ground and the ground itself are basically going the same speed, and so the plane just flies through the air.
We already debunked that.
No, I know you did, and that's how we would explain it, though.
Yeah, but it's all debunked. You can explain it in Narnia. That's bullshit. You're still avoiding the question because you're still going backwards at 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, from one perspective, like if there was a satellite in space, it would appear to be going
No, not a
backwards 600
satellite in
miles an
space.
hour.
Doesn't need to be in space. I already told you that. I'm not going back over this, man.
Okay, so
I already
what if there's a
conquered this real
helicopter?
estate. I'm not going to go try to
Yeah,
attain
okay,
real estate
agreed. Yeah.
again. You're exposed.
Oh, I see the XO made a meme about me. I feel honored to be the subject of a meme.
Don't worry about that stuff. That's just getting off a red herring fallacy. You believe that planes fly backwards at 600 miles an hour.
From one reference frame, yes.
See, I don't give a shit what reference frame it is. You're fucking batshit insane. You should listen
Where
to
can I
yourself.
see this?
Listen to this back over again, and it's fucking insane, dude. I'm telling you.
I mean, I know you call it 600 miles an hour backwards, but from the reference frame of the ground, it's 200 miles an hour forward.
200 miles an hour forward in what direction? You can't be going 200 miles an hour forward if its momentum is going 600 or 800 miles an hour back the other direction. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm just talking about reference frames.
Yeah, you are. You don't know what reference frames are, number one, and you fucked everything up so far, as I demonstrated. It's over. The whole model implodes with that simple example. Want me
Yeah,
to give
to
you
tell the
another
truth, I
example?
have
Another
absolutely
simple
no
one?
idea how to respond to what you're saying.
Yeah, you don't, because there is no response. I'll give you another one. No two people can live on a globe.
Why not?
Well, because there's a paradox. You know, Alice and Bob, this is the simplest of all globe Earth debunks. Alice and Bob, right? I don't care how far you put them apart. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles, 20 miles, doesn't fucking matter. In between them, from Alice looking at Bob, the Earth drops away at 8 inches per mile squared. And Bob looks at Alice, Bob's Earth drops away from him. That's a contradiction. It's a paradox. Can't happen.
You're right. It would be a paradox if the direction of down was identical for both of them.
No,
We
direction
describe
of
it as saying
down is identical.
if the direction of down is identical, you're
It
right. It's
is.
a paradox.
It is.
On the globe model, it's not.
Vertical drop, it is. Yes, it is. Vertical
the
drop is the same. Drop is drop. Vertical drop.
Okay,
Yes, it
so
is.
on the globe model, when people are in different places, the direction of down is not parallel in those two places.
It's
on the
not
globe
parallel.
model.
I didn't say it was parallel. Parallel is a red herring fallacy. Bob cannot look at Alice and have a drop between him and Alice look at Bob and have a drop. If they'd come together, they'd both drop into a fucking abyss. You're screwed. That's
You're right.
how easy it
I
is
don't
to
agree with
defeat
that
the globe.
diagram either.
That's how easy it is to defeat the globe right there. I didn't have to use the planes, just use Alice and Bob. Everyone catch that?
Yeah, make sure that you recognize Alice and Bob have the direction of down be the
Have
same
the direction of down.
in order for this paradox to
I'm
work.
not talking about down. I'm talking about drop.
The direction of drop, sure.
Direction of drop. Yeah. Vertical drop. Yep. Same. It's vertical drop is fucking vertical drop. You like that, Mike? It's all over. That's how stupid the fucking globe Earth is.
Well, I just like the way he's trying to fiddle battle with it, like he's gonna find a prize at the bottom of the Cracker Jack box.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if you actually believe it or if you're just defending the globe.
Yeah.
I actually believe it. I think it's true. I think it's the right
That's
way.
a lie.
So honest,
Do these
honest,
these contradictions make sense to you though? Why we think they're a
Yeah,
contradiction?
I don't see them as
honest.
contradictions, just misunderstandings.
What
you have
are we misunderstanding? So hold on. In our sphere of view, any way we look, the sphere is curving down away from us, right?
That's right, but in a different spot, it would be a different direction. So New York and LA have different direction of vertical drop in the globe model.
Not
That's
true.
just true. Don't laugh.
I didn't talk
It's
about
not.
New York.
Listen, if I,
Oh God.
if I'm standing in Michigan facing New York, it's going to curve down at 8 inches per mile. If I face Canada, same thing. If I face Dakota, same thing. If I face Ohio, same thing. So me and Alice, she's in New York, and I'm in Michigan. She's looking down a curve. I'm looking down a curve. You don't see it.
You're
Christ,
looking at a curve. You're looking down a curve towards each other. So if you start walking towards each other, you will both fall off into a fucking abyss.
Yeah, my 16-year-old could get this. She actually does. She's just looking at me like, damn.
Okay, no, I agree with you, Mike, that's how it would be a contradiction if Michigan and New York had the same direction of a vertical
You're
drop.
still
same
going
direction
back
of
to
down.
the direction of
Well,
drop.
see,
That's
it's
the
not
whole crux
about
of the matter.
direction.
It's the only thing
Listen,
it's about.
listen, in a sphere of a given size, no matter where you set a person on that sphere, they're going to observe the same curvature rate all the way around. Except,
Exactly.
okay, you say oblate, it'll be a little different if I'm looking across the fucking equator rather than if I'm looking towards the pole. Okay, but it's still going to curve in every direction.
Right, you've got that right.
Yeah, so you're acting like New York is going to view a different direction of curve than Michigan. No, not true. No matter where you on the sphere, there's no top, bottom, left, right, up, down. All you're going to see is curve.
That's right.
Hey, Mike, you guys were talking about the moon earlier. How far is the moon from the Earth,
Oh
globe
God,
model?
we're gonna red herring
That's a
fallacy
good
away from
question.
this.
It doesn't
We're
work on
gonna
a
red
flat
herring
Earth at all.
fallacy away from this total debacle of mathematics.
How far do they
Oh, I
say the
know.
moon is from the Earth?
It's fake.
So
Does it matter?
hold on a second. You're VC verified. You just hold off for a second there, friend. We want to
All
stick
right.
here for a couple minutes, then we'll get back to your question.
Okay, my bad.
No, just keep that question in your mind, right? We'll get back to it. Because this is a train wreck of epic proportions. You guys want to jump to different topics when this one is the sealer. Every single topic we discuss is a sealer. You want to spend a little bit of time. Don't jump to a different topic. If there's silence, well, so be it. The silence is golden. Follow? These are killer points, man. Simple ones. Let me pull up another one. Something else. Let me see if I can snatch it real quick. Where are you? This is
Well, it's
friggin'
funny if I
incredible.
use a triangle, Matthew, the distance equates many different ways now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Mike, check this out, man. You're gonna appreciate this. Is everyone looking 21 minutes after the hour?
Oh, this is that what's that blah blah surveyors fucking dumbass shit.
This is Jesse Kozlowski. Watch this, guys.
Yeah.
Watch what he does with this, right? What he says is, this is 0.47 miles. He's got two theodolites, right? He says the theodolites are at the same elevation, all right? So what he does, and like I said, they're 0.47 miles away from each other. So they're at the same elevation when they're right next to each other. So what he does is he takes this other theodolite and he puts it 0.47 miles away across this lake. And then he looks through his theodolite on the other side of the lake and looks over here and says, holy shit, that's Earth curvature because my crosshairs are beneath that theodolite right there. What didn't he take into account? Angular size change with distance. What he's saying, that now, here's my rebuttal. Have a motherfucker go on to the other side and look through that theodolite back there towards him. What do you think's going to happen? The guy
Probably the same thing.
Exactly. Contradiction. This is a paradox. You can't have Jesse looking at this and have him higher than this one and have another person over here look back. This is the same Alice and Bob. You can't have the other person look back and have that theodolite lower than that one. That's what I'm talking about, folks. This
Is that
Which one's
main
the theodolite, the white thing or the yellow thing in his image?
Yellow thing.
The yellow thing is a total station. The white thing is a survey stick. But whatever. This is the main surveyor, right?
No, Jesse Kozlowski.
Well, if he's educated in survey. He knows it's nothing more than a reflection of topography and layout of the land.
No, he didn't take into account angular size change with distance.
Well, that too, yeah, but it still wouldn't be considered a survey of curvature. This would just be the layout of the land. What's the elevation of one bank? What's the elevation of the other bank?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what.
They're both on the bank of a lake. Is that what we're looking?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, his proof is because this theodolite is below the crosshairs that the Earth is curved. But he failed to take angular size change with distance. Shit shrinks with distance. This is the same Alice and Bob thing I was talking about before.
Yeah, but the premise is they're both the same height, right?
Yes,
and they're both
they're next
level.
to each other.
Yeah, they're both total stations. They're the same height.
Yeah.
These fucking idiots. A little bit of knowledge is a deadly thing. You give a guy a rifle and just teach him how to load it. See if he doesn't kill somebody. Don't teach him nothing else. Just teach him how to load it. He had enough knowledge to set the shit up.
Yeah, don't miss the point though. The point is this is a paradox.
It is. I mean, I'm with you on that. But as a surveyor, I would account for that, but it wouldn't be my cause for error, and it wouldn't be in my total approximation. I would just call it the layout of the land.
No, you'd be wrong. It's not the layout of the land. It is angular size change with distance. If these are at the same elevation, when you take something away from you at the same elevation, right? It's gonna fucking get smaller.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is.
Right, if they walk those theodolites across the lake at each other, eventually, yeah, they would level right to each other.
But there's no general rule that all banks of a body of water will be the same elevation. See, that's the problem.
So
the problem is
I know, but that's because this is what I do for a living.
I know it's aside from the topic, but I've been in this for a while, and I just within the last week or two came to the realization of the argument that I've heard people make about, how we say that the horizon would always go to eye level as you go up, or many people say that.
No, I don't say that.
Yeah. No, I finally came to understand why you don't say that. Even on a flat Earth, it would drop, just not nearly as significantly as a globe would, right? Like, anytime you elevate your position on something, even an infinite plane, if it were that, you would be looking down on it,
down to view it,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't play party to those arguments either. It's angle of view. No different than if I take a perch on a mountaintop to have a clear view of my entire area that I'm supposed to cover. My target, if he's down at the bottom, there'll be an angle of view.
So, I mean, it would appear from any distance that we're normally able to observe that it goes to eye level. And as you went up, from what you can do, it might appear to drop slightly, but not what you would expect if it was a globe of, once again, 3959. The curvature should be visible way sooner than what we see it, right?
Yeah, but what it wouldn't do though is the horizon would not continue to extend outward. It would have to drop away if it was
I shouldn't even say that. Than what we see it, we don't see it. But I gotta correct that. But like, we don't see it. Period.
So when I look out at the horizon, I'm looking, I'm looking down. When I look at the horizon, I'm not just seeing the horizon in my peripheral. I have to tilt my head. Is that what the issue is? Is that what?
What I'm saying is, as you go up, so oftentimes, like what I'm talking about is bad flat Earth arguments. Like, if I'm gonna be a flat earther, I don't like other flat earthers making bad arguments on my behalf, right?
Well, who's making them on your behalf?
Well, anytime a flat earther says something that's just wrong, it's on all flat earthers' behalf, right?
No, it's
Well, no,
not.
we can't start policing each other like that. But well, I mean, you can do whatever you want. Obviously, the point I just wanted to ask.
It's something I make clear
sorry.
in check-in. I tell them, like, outside of the verifiable information, everyone's going to have their own conceptual idea of what things, and each one's their own individual.
No, I'm not saying. Okay, look, I'm not talking about it doesn't make it actually wrong or right. What I'm saying is to the person who you're talking to, they're going to perceive it as like this is the only flat earther I've ever met, and he said some bullshit.
Shit, David Weissing says a lot of bullshit, and wait, do we have to answer for him now? I mean, David Weiss, sorry.
We do when people want us to cover his arguments.
No, well, then we tell him to talk to him about that. But that's not what we say. I mean, that's not what I say. I mean, that's not true on our behalf. You can't just put everybody in one freaking book.
You might both agree on something, but you can't just assume everybody agrees on everything.
No, but that's what they do, though. That's what not everybody, but that's what they like.
Yeah, that's not what Lou's not covering the thing. I don't think he's covering the thing that would be agree or disagree. He's covering things that are factual, that are said, and things that are non-factual that are said as if they are factual. I would prefer not to have people doing that. I get put in a basket with you. That's all there is to it, whether you like it or not. I had this flat earther once tell me that Australia is not real. What are your thoughts on that? How are you going to prove that?
Did I say that? That's a straw man.
Well, I don't care. Flat earthers believe that. This flat earther told me that.
The guy on the street doesn't
Call the
give a
police
fuck
on
if it's a straw man or not.
Regardless, that's a straw man. I mean, if whoever said that
The
to
guy
you,
in the background, you're
that's what
sitting
I'm
here
saying.
talking to him. That guy in the background's the one that told me that, and you're sitting here talking to him. You guys got to agree on that.
No. I mean, that's just where you got to confront that person. Then I think that's the way you got to handle that. I mean, I didn't say that. Did you hear
I
that
had
come out of
another
my
flat
mouth?
earther tell me that frogs couldn't hop on a globe. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, no, dude, plenty of time. We'll hear this at least once a week. We'll hear that butterfly. We'll hear how our butterfly is able to fly. Like once a week at least.
Oh no. I mean, we're supposed to answer for everything that they say in stupid
How
YouTube videos
about
as well?
this? How about I keep track of who says what, and then when they come to me with that dumb shit, I come to the person that said it.
That's better.
It's gonna be a lot of work, Barrymore.
No, not actually. I've already got this list compiled and reported in a notepad on my computer. What's up?
Whoa.
It's been pissing me off for about 4 years now. Since we're on the subject, what the hell?
Basically, what we're saying is we're not going to name names and who's making shitty arguments, but
That's not what I'm saying, Lou.
some of you know damn well that your arguments suck, and you need to stop fucking saying them.
Yeah, Lou, make sure next time to a new person, don't bring the infinite plane argument, because that brings people into the rabbit hole, okay? Make sure, Lou. Put that on the notes.
Hey, no. I told the guy specifically. I said there are some people who say this. Most of us disagree with that, and
You definitely needed to
Why
hear that.
bringing it up at all?
I'm fully informing the motherfucker. What the fuck is wrong with
me
giving him
about
the
it? I'm like,
So
that's
this
funny,
flat
right?
earther.
Wait, one second.
You just punched us all in with the infinite plane. That's what you did.
One second.
So this flat earther told me once, Earth goes on forever. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing it up, because one flat earther said it, and then she was asking me about it. I'm like, I don't know, the infinite plane. I don't believe in that shit.
No, see, that's the thing. No, yeah, if he came to you, he came to the wrong person. Like he should have come to me. I'm the one who said it.
Well, you brought it up.
Yeah, right. But
So you're talking about
that gets into
irony.
crazy stuff. Like if you're gonna be an infinite planar, you have to be like a simulation like guy also, right? Like that's the only way possible.
IPS. That dude sucks.
I'll jump in on this one actually, because why would it be that an infinite? Now, I'm not an infinite planar or believe in the infinite plane, just to start off with. But I don't know where the Earth would end. But if it did end and it was contained and it somehow outside of that containment of reality is a non-reality, that doesn't make any sense to me either. Like, what would be outside of the container if it's not more
Something
reality?
beyond your understanding.
God,
There you go.
most likely.
That's possible. But then why wouldn't that be a VR? You know, if there's an outside
VR?
reality as well as an inside reality, right?
There's
yeah,
a time
you'd
and a
think that would
place
be
for
more like a
everything,
VR model.
and I think we chose the improper time for this.
Yep.
I think
Now
so.
we're on to virtual
Anyway, but yeah,
reality.
designating speculation
Yeah.
from assumptions or
There,
misinformation. is the
see,
most
now
important
you
part.
hit it. Now you pinpointed the problem. New perspective. I've been waiting for that.
Oh,
Oh.
shit.
So no, he pinpointed the problem. Speculation versus- he pinpointed it.
Yeah,
I'll give him credit for
yeah.
that. But we can't listen. I try to police everyone. I can't do it. There's just so many people out here. Flat earthers, they want to have their opinion heard, right? It's an ego thing, right? They want to be heard, and to a point, I don't have a problem with it. However, I said about 3.5 years ago, the biggest debacle awaiting flat Earth are flat earthers, right? It's inevitable because, listen, there's nothing wrong with being a flat earther, right? There, no problem with it. However, it's a different game when you come out here starting to debate publicly people on the subject and you don't know your ass from a pipe wrench. See, that gives everyone else that's come before you, that's laid the groundwork, that just train wrecks them. Now, they may not be doing it intentionally, but that's what happens. You see where it feeds in on itself and then it implodes. You have to have a hierarchy. I don't care how you feel about this. You have to have a hierarchy of people that are competent in the field, right? You're always going to get your outliers. I understand that. But you have to have a competent higher echelon that deals with more or less the public, the media, and all the other organizations. But okay, well, who are they? And they have to be on the same sheet of music. But then you get a whole bunch of egos because people been out here for longer. You know the routine, right? They've been out here for longer. They have their own thoughts and ideas. No one ever wants to come to an agreement, and then it implodes on itself. You see where this is going? Anyone?
Yeah,
I see
well,
it.
division is always the tactic, right? And it just happens naturally. It's just so easy to do. Like,
Yeah.
And if
They
you want to try
don't
to
have to do
explain
much,
it,
right?
and if you want to just try to explain how the seasons work or anything, you're kind of forced into like assuming some sort of model by trying to explain the different motions of the sun and the moon. I want to ask QE, what do you think of David Weiss's Sun and Moon Act?
I don't listen to David Weiss's stuff. That I don't like the gentleman. I don't partake in. I'm not a follower of anyone. Never been, except in the military. You got to be a good follower to be a good leader. That's besides the point. I don't follow anyone in this subject area. Why would I?
Just to keep up on what people are talking about, I guess.
I can't. There's too many people. Too many people have different agendas. I can't evaluate those things. They may be right on some things and then wrong on the others. I can't correct everyone. It's impossible task, right? I don't entertain it. Yeah, I don't do it. I would have no. My time's taken up already. Right? I got a family, just like everyone, got a family, got my own issues. I can't do it. Even though I spend for the past, I don't know, 6 years 15 to 20 hours a day. It's acme of foolishness.
I think flat Earth really needs to come together as far as like saying like when somebody new comes to the topic, what do we all agree with? And it should be universal. Pardon the pun, but it should be where all flat earthers basically say like we've debunked your model. You know, that's it. We've done it. We've debunked your model. It is not a globe. So
good luck.
Okay, honestly, I have to say that I think we do a pretty good job because everybody pretty much agrees when people come in here.
no, we do a pretty good job in here. But what I'm
Well,
saying is flat earthers.
Yeah, well, I thought that's what we were referring to is in here. I thought that's what we were referring to is what we did in here, not out there, because out there it's a totally different beast, right?
Yeah.
But in here we do make it very clear to them when they come into the server that the basic fundamentals of flat Earth are those verifiable things that have been established and demonstrated, measured.
I agree. In this server, most of us, when it comes to the staff, do a pretty good job of, elucidating that point. But we're not the only place for flat Earth, and there's a lot of places where they go just based on faith, and they go just based on straight up conspiracy. Like they're willing to go from flat Earth to reptilian in a second.
So that's out there. But I mean, look, everyone has to have their own level of discernment, and that's on the individual. That's not on us. It's not our job. It's not like it's none of our bit. Like their discernment is on them. They're responsible for their own discernment. But I think that the fact that everybody does a pretty good job of making that clear distinction between what is factual, what is objectively true, what's measurable and verifiable, between the distinction between that and speculation, we have to also understand that they gave us answers and explanations for everything. So it is interesting. It's very intriguing when you realize that we don't know the answers to all those things, and now everyone is just curious, which is a good thing, and they want to know how these things work and what the answers are. As long as they make that distinction between speculation and what is verifiable.
Yeah,
Then,
I don't know
yeah.
is the most intellectually honest answer to a lot of these
No, it's
questions
not.
that
Leluca,
want.
Leluca. I think Leluca has something to say. Leluca, what do you got to say about it? Oh, Leluca, Moonburn. Yeah, you. You see the thumbs up I just gave you for your comment? Can you say that out loud? Yeah, you. She
I already know it. I'm looking at pictures of my bad mud bog days. But I already know what you're talking about.
She doesn't have a mic. Do you want me to repeat what she said?
Sure.
I gotta go find it. Here it is. Yes, some should shut it. Precisely. That was my point.
And
However,
she said,
that's a difficult mission, right?
Yeah, to elaborate on that, I would say that the people lately that I'm bitching about have been more vocal than just about anybody else, and they're the ones who need to shut it the most.
well, certain people sit in here and they run the live stream all day long and they keep it on the same bullshit. And I'd be happy if they just stick to things we can prove rather than speculation. Don't listen. That dude earlier, Lou, he wasn't new. He wasn't a new guy. He'd been here before. He's a toxic mofo. He got what he asked for. He got it before.
No. Dude, which dude are you talking about? That depends. There's been a couple of them. Like
Freak Face.
No, I'm not. I don't give a fuck about Freak Face.
Yeah, I gave it to him because that's all he ever does when he comes in here. Is you take it straight from flat Earth into I've been treated so bad. I'm not here for people who want to cry how they've been treated. We shouldn't even give those people 2 seconds of the time of the day.
I was there witnessing it earlier this morning with a different new guy. I could go into my DMs and tell you who it is, but I'm not going to do that right now.
Well, yeah, a lot of times we have a new person come here and we all see it. You start a conversation with one person, then there's 15 other people who jump in with that attitude QE's talking about. I got my own thing. I've been in it longer, and I don't like the way you're doing it, so I want to take over. So 16 people jump on one guy, and then when he gets overwhelmed by a bunch of dumbasses jam pie on him, and he strikes out, then bam, he's gone. And 10 minutes later, it's why? How come we ain't got no one to talk to?
Yeah. They're just chasing people out straight up. Like you're not a flat earther. Get the fuck out. And then you wonder why they call us an echo chamber.
So listen, I was told to use my old school tricks. Remember when we used to take a person's name and make it a channel override, Lou? We can restrict. Yeah, we can restrict certain people until they get it. You know, just like the dog, you got to rub his nose in the pee till he figures out to go to the damn door so you can let him out to go potty. You know. Make his name an override and point out to him what he does and why he's restricted. When he had a cool off period.
Going in and writing in a certain person as an override and taking him out and stuff is too much work. Honestly, I'm not fucking around.
Not for me. I'm not that lazy. I'm not that lazy. Give me the name. That's all you got to do. I'll do it.
Damn, we've got off the
The break.
subject
Look, my complaint isn't with your standard person, like your low ranked people. I don't give a fuck. You're allowed.
I know that.
You're allowed to say stupid shit. You know, like, but when you're a gold or a mod, that's different. When you're in here just fucking trolling the situation.
I know that, Lou.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We're not talking about your average everyday cluck. We're talking about the cluck that thinks just because he got gold now he's equal to everybody here and he can walk over people and it's going to be him heard and that's it all day long. We're talking about the same guy, Lou.
Yeah.
All right, back to the not to besmirch your rant.
No, you're good. I don't want to spend too much time on it.
Yeah. So the question is, what's the solution to our dilemma? Our dilemma here, because
Emotion is the fucking solution.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think we need a new mod staff.
Not that solution to the local problem. I'm talking about big picture problem that we were talking about before we started on the menial stuff in here. So what's the solution, right? If you listen to Joan Baez, we got to fucking organize, right? And there's got to be, I don't want to say elected officials, but you got to have people that stand out in front. Right?
Yep.
I'm just saying. Now there's going to be problems right there but those will get washed out. But we got to have, there's a solution. We identify the problem, right? So what's the solution? So, and then the next big problem is how do you implement that? All right.
Well, it's not like we can go police Mark Sargent on his own live stream, right?
Nope.
I wish we could.
Nope.
We could offer him some hush money. Who wants to pitch in?
Hush money.
Here, we'll pay you to shut the fuck up, Mark.
That's what I'm talking about, man. That's the.
I love Mark. He just, there's a lot of guys out there that bring a lot of attention to us. But it's not always the best attention, but they still get the ideal out there.
From a video game perspective, he's okay.
I'm talking about this is I don't want to say Democratic or Republic or Communist, but that would be the solution, right? Now you can still have people out there giving their listen. I'm not trying to stifle anyone's opinion or anything or their right to speak. That's not the issue. The issue is the mission is flat Earth, isn't it? Not egos, not anything else. Mission is flat Earth. So I don't have the answer. I'm just saying, right? We're too fragmented now. It seems like every time I've been doing this for 5 years, I thought I had this wild fucking dream that people would probably listen a little bit more intently and catch on to topics and make it simple. It's always keep it simple, stupid, right? So you got 3 main points that destroys the globe. I'm not going to go over them here, but there's 3 main ones, right? If everyone gets those down, it's over. But we're so fragmented. Everyone wants to hear themselves talk or sing Kumbaya, together and, watch the plants grow or drink piss or fucking whatever. See what I'm saying? See the problem?
Yeah. I remember when they made us into piss drinkers too, damn it.
Yeah.
That was the beginning of me saying, man, we need to get rid of some of these dumbasses. No
Yep.
offense to anybody.
Because everyone wants to be heard, right?
Well,
In this particular topic, I don't think everyone should be heard. If you're a flat earther and you're not competent, it's great to be a flat earther. You could do what you do, but shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I
if you're
agree
not
with that.
competent with the arguments, right?
That's tough, but that's totally true. Like, we want to be a free speech platform and all that, and offer people their view and all that. But
No, not me. I want to.
No.
I want to go back to the way me and Judas did it. Mute everybody in the motherfucking lobby and tell everybody who can talk when.
Now, what you need to do is whoever's having an issue, like saying some stuff that you don't like or is incorrect, you need to talk to that person directly or instruct them and give them some more education or what to read or what not. Instead of saying we got to shut you up, no, tell them, hey, dude, you're saying some shit incorrectly. Here's some, things you need to read. Read about Boyle's law, read about whatever law, and then teach them instead of saying shut the fuck up.
dude, whatever bot it is that the Chatterbox uses, I think could be very useful here. So, I'm not sure what it is. It's a little bit cumbersome, I think.
I don't like that bot, to be honest.
But I think it's a neat idea, at least for
I know you do.
Maybe not for the live stream, but you could also have a separate room, like kind of revamp the arena where you invite only trusted people in. You know what I mean? Like you've seen their system, right? I think that would work good. I think that would work good for work good for the arena.
I'm over here getting hit on by little girls right now.
Can y'all have
We
a
should
mod
also
meeting?
keep
Can y'all have a mod meeting about this? And can we move on to people that are new?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should also keep drunk people away. Whoever is drunk, mute them.
Yeah, I'd give a thumbs down on the bot myself. I don't like their bot. Discord's complicated enough without complicated bots. Who's got the damn echo?
Probably me.
Always has to be Lou.
It's not something within the server. It's a lot bigger. So I identified the problem for you guys. You can fight over how we do it, but like I said, it's a difficult situation. I think it's time for a new move because this isn't going anywhere. I'm not talking about within the server. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the bigger picture, like I just said.
Yeah, for me, I think, and for you would be the same. We'd like to get a recognized academic paper, right? Peer reviewed.
Nah.
I would. I would like to be in the spotlight where the whole damn world has to know what's
Me
up.
too. Well, it would also provide a lot of credibility to Flat Earth if we had a peer-reviewed paper.
Well, aren't there
peer review has
channels for calling out fraud?
Peer review has nothing to do with this. Peer review has to deal with. It's not even part of the scientific method, right?
No, it's not,
outside
but-
part of it. I see what you're saying, but that's not what we need. It's not science, so why bring peer review? Has nothing to do with science. Any
Well, the
fucking way.
peer review could be on the distortion of science, pseudoscience versus science.
So aren't there channels for calling out fraud?
Who's gonna good request? Sorry, who's gonna review that? Pseudoscientists or scientists?
It's
the problem.
It's gonna be
We have
funded
investigate
and
ourselves and find
researched
ourselves
by
in.
those who have interest in its result, as usual.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that what good is it gonna do if the person that's gonna review it is a pseudoscientist and be like, dude, the fuck?
Doesn't have anything to do with it. Peer-reviewed paper has nothing to do with it. We need to organize. You need to have people out in front. I don't know how you go about doing it. I just identified the problem and the solution, but how to get to the solution, I think it's insurmountable.
Well, don't you need people that are considered by the masses to be experts to take an open opinion, at least like at it? And I mean, it sucks because it's appeal to the masses, but they need to be respected by the people if you're going to get the people's opinion. And you need to find somebody who has an open view and is going to look at it honestly and fairly judge it, right? How do you define that?
Well, we have the channel of the education system where they're teaching these things that are fraudulent. Aren't there channels for like holding them to what they're teaching, like charging them with fraud and making them verify what they're teaching is true or not teach it?
But I think what Q is talking about a representation of the flat Earth, not a paper or anything like that. Am I correct on that, Q? I mean, representation of the flat Earth. Thirds talking about not meaning a somebody that's actually knowledgeable on whatever they and respected, I guess. Is that what you mean, Q? Or am I off?
Now, say that one more time. I'm doing something else.
So, well, you're not talking about a paper. You're talking about a representation, a personnel, or whatever that's going to represent.
Yeah. Yes, more or less like a Supreme Council.
Gotcha.
Yep.
But
Would you
there's
have to have like a list of
ton of
goals
already
that those
prominent people that have their own following. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, like determining the actual goal in mind would be something that I would be interested in seeing. I don't know.
Yeah,
A lot of people have different opinions about what that goal might be.
Who do we put up as our representative of the Supreme Council? Is it Eric Dubé, Mark Sargent, Quantum Eraser, Bob, or you know what I'm saying? It would be so fractured. It would be so
Yeah,
fractured.
it'd be fractured. They'd all have to be of the same accord. That's not going to see the egos then jump into it, and then it's over.
We're all only
You
here
have to
because
convince
we were
everybody to sit
independent
down and
thinkers
come to an
begin with.
accord.
Yeah, this is having a conformity amongst independent thinkers is kind of a contradiction. That we're all here right now because we were all, not following the leader.
Yeah. So you can give it a think. I don't think there's a solution. Thought I'd put it.
Who is the leader?
There is no leader.
Who is the
There
leader?
is no leader.
We don't have
It's
one.
it's hard to assume that flat Earth is even a distinguishable group. I mean, it's just a realization.
I don't think you have to call it a leader. I think anybody who's got influence needs to take responsibility and go to each other and figure out how it is that they can come to just arguments that they all fucking agree on and just put those forward instead of getting in each other's way.
All right, QE for president.
That wasn't my mission here, man, but that's too funny.
Q be like, fuck off. Everybody that comes.
We still got Matthew here, and I'd be interested in hearing more discussion of some of those things that.
Somebody put Matthew as our Representative. Since he already did it.
There you go. I'll
Video.
be on the Supreme Council of whatever.
How about
Gotta be a
mascot?
Got to be a Supreme Councilman.
What were you saying the other day, Matthew, about your problem with the idea that the sun would have to move at 2 different speeds?
Yeah, as far as I understand it, that's an explanation that some flat earthers say about the seasons is that there's a Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn that the sun moves in.
Is it just flat earthers that say that, or is that the globe model also?
It's a globe model also, but on the globe model, those two circles are the same size. On the flat Earth model, they're different sizes.
They're equidistant. No, on the AE map, they're not equidistant. AE
No,
map
the
is
radius is different on a AE map.
Yeah, the AE map, the tropics aren't equidistant, but the AE map isn't a flat Earth model.
Okay. So do you think they have a different radius, or they're the same radius?
Well, that applies to your argument, because without it, you have no argument of equidistance, right? So I see no reason why they couldn't be equidistant on a map, unless you're trying to force one tropic to be in the utmost center and to be the smallest circle that it is. But
Yeah,
we know for a
that's why
fact it only travels so far north and so far south. Doesn't go completely north or completely south. So there's no reason why there couldn't be concentric equidistant circles.
Yeah, they're concentric circles, yeah. But the question is, is the radius the same?
That's what equidistance means. They are equal in distance.
So if you have two circles that have the same center and the same radius, they're basically the same circle. So what's the difference between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn?
I'm not saying there is one, you are. You're saying on flat Earth they would not be equidistant, which means equal in distance or circumference or radius. Do you not get that?
Yeah, you're right. I thought that they were different sizes. If they're not, then there's no problem.
Isn't that called the solstice?
Yeah, the solstice.
We're not talking about the precessions. We're talking about the equatorial plane and the tropics, the planes of the tropics.
Yeah, the place on the solstice, one of the solstices is the Tropic of Cancer. The sun goes directly over the Tropic of Cancer. The other solstice, it goes directly over the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, that's a precession and the equinox, right?
Exactly. And my question is, I thought that they were different sizes. The Tropic of Cancer.
I already covered that. They are on an AE map, but the AE map isn't a flat Earth model. If they're not pushed all the way towards a very central point or the very center of a circle, then there's no reason you couldn't place two concentric circles that are equal in distance anywhere on the map. But that's really
Okay, I got what you're saying now. Okay.
It's only when you try to force them in these cubby holes, and we're not trying to force them in them cubby holes. That's all I'm saying. The AE map, yeah, sure. But that's not a flat Earth map. It's a global projection and azimuth. And it's funny, it's called an azimuthal equidistant map, isn't it? When they're not equidistant.
I don't know where the name comes from, but it's something. Yeah, I don't know what it comes from. Okay, next question. What about the sun at midnight? Where is it?
In Alaska, that's above the horizon.
Well, that would be relative to where is midnight.
Yeah, no,
at that
that's
time.
a good question. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so where is it midnight at? And that, you know, the only thing I'm going to say is not there. The sun isn't there, obviously, because it's midnight.
Yeah, but in the summertime, in the northern region, the sun's above the horizon the whole time or the whole day. It doesn't set. The land of the midnight sun. So where is it? It's above the horizon. It
Right.
depends how far you are from the North Pole.
What if you're not close enough to the North Pole and it's dark outside and it's midnight and it's dark? Then my question is, where is the sun?
It depends on the season, right? In the wintertime, it's just going around you. The same thing. It's circling you. Nothing has changed except that it gets further in its circuit away from the center. It's traveling in a larger circle. Picture if you have a flashlight on a round dinner table and it's say 1 foot above the table, it's not going to light the entire surface. But if you do a close lap around the center of the table, there's going to be a spot that stays illuminated the whole time. The larger the circle gets, it's not going to illuminate the whole surface. So that's all that's happening. It's too close to illuminate the full Earth. Except during the summer solstice. During that period, you get 24-hour daylight.
So the sun is still above the horizon, but because it works like a spotlight, we can't see it.
Exactly, right. And you know what? I have a picture from the 4th of July. You could actually see the tapering. Have you ever been in a place where it's raining on one half of the street and the other half's dry?
I've seen that happen, yeah.
transition. I caught the transition in a video of the sun, the edge, it goes from blackness to sunlight in the same pic.
Yeah, I got a gift of that too in the Arctic. It's night on one side of the boat and day on the other. This guy
I caught that tail of it. I'm like, holy shit, there it is. And you could see the slope. The sunlight was coming in at a slope and it was fading into blackness. There was like a transition line. I'm like, this is fucking awesome. Like it's very rare that you catch that because the conditions have to be perfect.
Yeah. All light attenuates. You don't have to say a spotlight. All light attenuates to the point of extinction when shown through a medium. Light isn't infinite when it shines through a medium.
Yeah, check out your headlights. How can you not see forever with your headlights driving down the road? You only see so far.
Attenuation to the point of atmospheric extinction.
Even, that's why you got low beams and high beams. It's just like fog. The only difference between air and fog is the amount of moisture. But even air, nothing can, like air is the substance. You're not going to shine infinitely through air. It's really not that difficult. If you just look at it common sense wise and you put the pieces together, you're going to see how obvious it is that you're on a flat stationary Earth. It's like it couldn't be anything else.
Yeah, but sometimes at midnight I go outside and if it's really dark, I can see stars all the way down to the horizon. So I can see all the way through to the stars.
Well, the stars are just above the horizon. It's all above the horizon.
But the sun is too, right?
Of course, yeah.
So how come I can see the stars but not the sun at midnight?
Because it's too far away. It's like, have you ever
So the
looked
stars
down?
are closer or brighter?
Have you ever looked at like telephone poles, right? And they appear to get shorter. You can look down a road, like a long road, long straight road, and they
Yeah,
just
law
get.
of perspective.
That's all it is. It's just perspective, right?
Hey,
So-
I got a question.
Yeah,
Where is the moon at? I haven't seen the moon in almost 2 weeks, and I'm in Philadelphia.
The moon is at it's low light at the moment. I'll put up the phase. I think it was last night. It was zero light from the moon. Apparently, zero.
It's the new moon phase. It was just I saw it about 4 days ago, like the sliver.
Wow, all right.
Yeah, it was above the United Kingdom, I would say, a couple of nights back. Before it lost its illumination completely, it was above the UK. Yeah, Scotland.
Okay, so yeah, what about this thing about the stars being visible but not the sun at midnight? I still don't understand.
Check out this vid, Matthew. If you go to about 1 minute and 30 seconds, you can see the moon, right? This rocket was over Arizona, and the moon was over New Zealand. So it would be on the back side of the Earth. It was a globe, and you can see the moon in this video. And these guys were not flat earthers. These were just these were guys that amateur rocket engineers. And that's what they do for kicks, right? They build expensive rockets and launch them. Anyway, this caught the moon. So it's like, wait a minute, the only way you can see it is direct line of sight. The rocket was leaned over horizontally and it caught a glimpse of the moon. And it was supposed to be over New Zealand. So how do you explain that? It would be virtually impossible. Plus, it's looking parallel with the horizon. It's looking parallel to the Earth, right? And it's viewing the moon, right? You would have to look straight downward. You know, when someone says you can dig a hole to China, as if the Earth is a globe, you can dig through to the opposite side. That's nonsense.
Yeah, the opposite side of Arizona is somewhere in the South Indian Ocean.
It would be New Zealand.
No, it's the South Indian Ocean.
Okay, but opposite of the ball. Go get a globe out. It was on the backside of the globe. It was viewable from New Zealand.
12 hours difference from me and Bangalore. Exactly.
So 180 degrees opposite.
Well, okay, 180 degrees opposite of Arizona is the Southern Indian Ocean. A little bit less than 180 degrees is New Zealand. So it would be possible in New Zealand, but not Southern Indian Ocean.
Okay, yeah, but you're splitting hairs. So like, how do you explain it being horizontal to the Earth? Right? It's horizontal. The rocket went horizontal and it was viewing the moon, which was supposed to be on the backside of the Earth. You got an explanation for that?
Not at the moment, but I can make one up if I give me enough time.
Make one up. Okay.
Well, how come you can see the moon on some sunny days? Like you can see the moon when the sun is out at the same time.
Yeah, both being above the horizon and the moon not being full.
The phase of the moon is independent from the time of day. You can see the different phases of the moon almost any time of the day.
Isn't it funny that as the sun rotates round the Earth, so the sun rotates and the moon is in the opposite sky, yet the phase stays the same for 4 hours? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's why you don't see the. That's why you don't see the full moon during the
That's
day.
another one of those classic flat Earth arguments that should never be said about the sun and the moon being in the sky at the same time. That's a ridiculous argument. It's totally stupid. It's completely from ignorance. If you say that, you're doing harm, not good.
Yeah, how's that, Lou?
Oh, they're claiming that the sun's reflecting the light, or the moon's reflecting the light from the sun.
No,
So, I mean, when you view that, if you view both of them above the horizon, according to
Yeah.
that logic, the moon should be full anytime you see both of them above the horizon at the same time. And
Right.
with the sun moving away and it becoming dark and the moon's still in your sky, you should see the progression
Yeah, no.
of the moon
If
phases
you're
throughout the
being
day.
more specific about certain phases and stuff like that, that's different. I've heard too often people just saying, you see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time during the day. Why do you see the moon during the day? Flat Earth. Give me a break. Like, I'm not talking about, like if you're talking about certain phases at certain times of the year or certain times of the day, and like you're gonna put geometry to it, it might be a good argument, but I've heard some ridiculous shit when it comes to that too.
Yeah, the point I'm making is that the sun's not responsible for the phases on the moon. That is independent of the sun, because it should be, if the sun is opposite in the sky and the moon is there, it should be a full moon. It's not. That's during daytime sky.
Also, the fact that moonlight is actually colder than moon shadow. Like,
Measurably.
yeah.
Feels
Why does the
complicated
moon appear
because
different
of the
sizes?
distance of the sun they're supposed to have, right? behind that moon. It's not across. It's across and behind three-dimensionally 93 million miles or whatever.
Yeah, the distance of the moon is another interesting question. If the moon comes towards us as it's rising and then goes away from us as it's setting, how come it doesn't change size in the sky?
How come what doesn't change size?
Hold up,
The sun?
Matthew.
Apparent size of the moon, of
Yeah,
a full moon.
Yeah, let me cover that. Did we give you a distance to the moon or the size? Because you absolutely need to know the size of the object and the distance to it to say that the angular size would change from that distance viewed on Earth.
Yeah, you're right. You can't tell the
You have to
actual
have a
size.
distance to it. So we haven't given you a distance to it or a size so that you would be able to logically infer that it would change angular size throughout the day. And that very argument stems from Flat Earth Society and their little disk rising through space and their 32-mile radius sun that's 2,000 miles up. And once you have those numbers, you could say, hey, at that distance, angular size should change throughout the day. But with that as an unknown variable, you can't imply that. So, I mean, what are you using to logically say we should see a size reduction? What distance? Because it's inversely squared. Angular size
No,
is
you're exactly
proportionate to
right.
the distance.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I can't make any claims about the size. Well, I'm saying something slightly different. I'm saying that if the distance changed, then the size should change without specifying by how much.
Yeah, but
Well, we haven't done any scientific study on it or anything like
This would
that. But
only be true at a certain distance, though, Matthew.
Just my drone video that I'm sure you've seen, Matthew. Like, from first frame to last frame, and I'll be the first to admit there could be other reasons for it, like atmospheric effects or whatever. But the moon does appear to get larger as it approaches. Like, not much, just a tiny little bit, but it does appear that way anyway.
Yeah,
I was
depending.
gonna say.
I did my own research and I found that it didn't change size.
Well, I was gonna say
Yeah.
I've seen the moon be bigger and smaller at different times of the night on different days. You know, I'm not seeing it change in procession like while it's moving, but I have seen it be a different size than it was before.
Did
Yeah,
you
I
take
would just
pictures
say
and
do
measure
more
the
research
pixels?
because it has been seen to change in angular size.
I did research the last full moon,
Supermoon.
which is July 23rd, and it didn't change the size from where I was. That's all I can report.
What about a supermoon?
I'm talking about change size within the space of a single night during a full moon.
Oh,
That's
I
what was
know.
talking about.
But the truth is, it very seldom changes size.
It never changes
But
size.
why
so it
would
never
that be?
changes distance.
Yeah, why would it? Yeah, so why are you implying it would change difference from a flat Earth?
I'm saying that my observations show that throughout a full moon, the night of a full moon,
I
the
caught
size
that.
stayed the same, and therefore I think the moon
So
stays the
about
same distance the whole time.
about 0.52 angular degrees on the
Something
sky.
like that, yeah.
Well, even according to your own like religion, isn't the reason why they call certain things like super moons? Isn't that because it appears larger at a certain
It
time?
is. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, like the one I just posted one.
I'm talking about within the space of 24 hours during a full moon.
Yeah, we caught
one
that.
day.
How far is the moon from the Earth?
Well, without even answering that question, it stays the same the whole night, is what I'm saying.
What's the distance from the moon to the ground?
Well, you can't really say that the distance stays the same because, it could change within 5 to 6 miles and there'd be no change in angular view. If it was at an astronomical distance, we could say it could change 1,000 miles and it still wouldn't change in angular view, but we'd need to do the equation on that. We need
Yeah,
the
exactly.
distance.
My claim is
but-
really simple. It's just that it didn't
So-
change size.
No offense, but to say that it doesn't change distance is being disingenuous because there is a variance where it within 3,000 miles would always appear the same.
Yeah, I agree.
So what you can do is say there isn't a drastic change in distance.
Did any of you
Even-
guys
Listen,
video?
hold up, I want to cover this. Even if we're on a spinning globe, if you're on the side of the globe and you're rotating towards the moon, you are shortening distance from between you and the moon. You are getting closer. But even the equation for angular size will show you that there's a distance in there that it can move, and it'll always be the same. It'll still be the same equation. It'll still be the angular size. 0.52 would reach within a 10,000th range. So in that 10,000ths, at a greater distance becomes more and more distance. The further away it is, 10,000ths of that distance could be 10,000 miles. Even further away, it could be 100,000 miles. So it could get 100,000 miles closer to you and still never change in size because of distance.
Well said. I couldn't have put it better. I agree with what you said, Mike.
Yeah, so it's disingenuous for us to say that it stays at the absolute exact same distance constantly. We're not in the reference frame to actually denote that. It's just all there is to it, because we know that there's these Goldilocks zones with angular size. Like, you get 100 miles away, it'll stay a certain size until you get 125 miles away. Then you'll lose more arc minutes or angles.
No one's claiming to know what kind of light it is, how it moves, or the distance, and you can't measure the distance of something that is moving, and it obviously is moving. No one is actually, I've never heard anyone claim to actually know any of that, and you would have to know those things. But it is demonstrable that it's not 238,000 miles away, existing in this area of outer space that they present to us.
So, Truth, would you say as it's so-called rising, is it coming closer to you, or is it staying the same distance as it's rising?
It's moving overhead, but what kind of light it is, I don't know. You would have to know what kind of light it is and how it's manifesting. You would have to understand these things to be able to figure those things out. Look, these things are intriguing to me. I would love to know, but I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. My argument depends on the assumption, and I admit it's an assumption, that the moon is a physical object that stays the same size, and maybe even some other assumptions too.
Has anyone seen the video of the Satelloon going across the face of the moon? Is there any truth to that?
Or the lunar wave.
No, it was a satellite, what they call Satelloons, because they're filled with helium. And it went right across the face of a full moon, and you could see the balloon attached to the satellite.
Right. There's also a thing called a lunar wave, where a wave literally seems to go over the surface of the moon.
All right.
I was in the other room folding socks. I had to come in here. Why the fuck would you even say that? How are the two related?
What?
A lunar wave versus a balloon that has a satellite attached to it? Is your lunar wave your explanation?
No, one guy brought up the lunar wave, and a different guy brought up the Satelloon.
I think a good point to point out with the Satelloon being seen, like the angular size of the Satelloon, and then the moon. It's like if it were 238,000 miles away, and that Satelloon was like in front of it, and you could see it the size that it is.
All right,
it
maybe
wouldn't work out.
maybe I misheard it from the other room. It sounded like somebody said, we see balloons with satellites attached to them, and somebody else said, you do know there's lunar waves, right? Is that how that went?
No, I said that a Satelloon is a balloon attached to a satellite, because satellites can't fly. They have helium balloons attached to it. And in the video, you literally seen it go across the face of the moon. It was a full, bright moon, and you could see the balloon.
I don't know if it was the same video, but I've seen something similar. Yeah.
Is that a real video? It looked real. I mean, and if that is, what is the height? What is the supposed height on the satellites?
look, there's no argument about the existence of Satelloons. Again, it's not something flat earthers made up. Like, they exist. Like, all globers need to admit that they exist. If they don't, they're insane and you don't need to talk to them.
So what's the distance of a Satelloon? Does anybody know the recorded distance that they fly at?
NASA or the military might, but they probably won't tell you.
Right.
Oh, the true, right. You have no idea.
Now, with a really good telescope, you can see the face of the moon really good with a telescope that goes about 4 miles or a camera. So would it be safe to say that the moon is around 3 to 4 miles away on any given day in that radius, under 5 miles from the face
No,
of the...
that's not safe at all. No.
All right.
You can fly a plane higher than 5 miles, and you will never go over the moon.
All right.
I think you can, if you're going to make
What is
assumptions,
the
you should
altitude of a
assume they can
plane?
do more than you think they can, but
Yeah, 5 miles, we'll be right back into the angler size argument.
Sorry about that.
You're right though, Lou. Somebody did bring up lunar waves in a way that seemed kind of weird. I heard that too.
I went from the other room, like across the house, because of that. Something weird was said, and you guys denied it.
Although I'm surprised, I think with all the talk about stuff in the sky, I'm surprised we don't talk about that more often. Lunar waves themselves.
I found the balloon transits the moon, but I also found where they launched balloon satellites in 1960. In 1960, they launched a balloon satellite into space. In 1962, they launched one from Cape Canaveral. They absolutely exist. That's just all there. The Echo 1 project was the beginning of it. We use them in the Corps for communications.
I think it's
From what I
like a whole retrieval unit.
Yeah, from what I understand, they have a retrieval unit for them when they run out of helium. They have a plane that comes out and catches them and then takes them back, and then they refill them, they tool them, and they shoot them back up.
So the XO posted something that's an interesting point because he showed like you can see the angular size in comparison to the moon. You can see it pass in front of the face of the moon. And the supposed height, according to what he posted, right, is of the ISS is 253 miles. Yet you can see a commercial airplane appear to pass in front of the moon in the same way with the maximum height of 7.2 miles.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the moon is closer than we all think. I think it's anywhere from 3 to 5 miles away from the earth, from the ground.
I think that changes depending upon where it's at.
I mean, it could change.
But we don't know
3
because
miles
it moves.
one day, 5 the next. You know what I mean?
Dude, it would have again, I already said you can fly a plane higher than 5 miles. If you can show me a sun or a moon that looks like it's below you, like all that. This is a question about perspective, and we've heard that argument before. But depending on the angle that you have and how low it is on the horizon and the time of day, okay. But show me noon in a plane with the moon below you.
Why noon?
Why noon? Because that's when it's the highest in the sky.
At the sun, not the moon. The moon is in different, like at noon
Oh,
position.
fine. Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay.
Directly,
I'm talking about
it's
the sun
directly
for
over
that
your
one.
position, but if you were higher than it would be under your position.
Well, you just
So
said
hold-
the
hold
planes
on.
fly in front of the moon. So
Hold
the
on,
moon is
Lou.
higher than what a plane flies.
I'll find it, Lou, and I'll show you.
The
What
moon
is the altitude that a
on the
plane
right.
flies? or the supposed
Like,
altitude.
Five
Planes fly
miles
around
is way
50,000.
5 miles is way too close for any of these things. Way too close. Like it's not 5 miles, it's not 50 miles, it's not 500 miles. It's farther than that.
Yeah, planes can
The
fly
moon-
as high as 7 miles high.
Yeah, well, there was a song, 8 Miles High.
Which
Could that
also.
have?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Could that be a clue
No, it's a
from the
coincidence.
birds? 8 miles high.
So these are good discussions, like amongst flat earthers who already know that the Earth is flat. It's not really productive when talking about trying to point out that the Earth is flat and level or measures flat and level. But if we're going to have this discussion, like all of this is speculation. I just want to point that out. But here, Lou, I'll share this video right here where a plane.
Yeah, I know. That's at sunset or sunrise. I can see it right away on the thumbnail.
Yeah, well, at noon position, it is higher. So I don't know about at noon position if like someone would that I don't know. Like if someone can find that, I would like to see it. But at noon
I think
position,
it
no,
was.
I don't know what time that was.
So, Truth, what does that video say to you? What do you think's happening in that video?
I just observe the sun moving within the clouds because the top of the clouds aren't lit up. The underside of the clouds are. The plane's flying above the clouds.
Is it okay if I just jump in and say I've had this conversation with you? We got a little bit heated one time, and literally your point was that the sun is nestled within the clouds. Like the clouds are no higher than or lower than the sun. You were saying that the sun was in the clouds.
Okay, I don't have to say anything. You can just look at it and see it for yourself. If you're saying that it's doing something different, then explain or demonstrate how it's doing something different. Why are the top of the clouds not lit
I
up?
agree. No, I agree. This video shows that the sun is below those clouds.
Well, I feel like if the sun was in the clouds, eventually a plane would crash into the sun. So
That's true. It's not in the clouds at all. It's just below the clouds.
Now you're assuming that it's a physical object. If you're saying that a plane would crash into it, like you can't. You're
Can
making
I
a lot of
say something
assumptions
about
there.
the
No one
sun
knows what
and
it
all
is.
this? Can I say something? There was a video by Jeranism where he, or maybe it was Taboo Conspiracy, but they were going over another video that this guy had done where he sent up a balloon with the camera pointing straight upward and a camera pointing straight out to the side. And there was one point in this video when the sun was both directly above and also in the camera that was pointing off to the side. And I'm not sure how it was.
If
like
you've got that, could you share that? I would love to see that.
If I can find it, I remember how Jeranism like took down all his videos. I don't remember, and then Taboo Conspiracy got his channel deleted. So I mean, I can ask him for the video maybe, but
I think Jaren is
yeah,
taking
it was
his
really
videos
crazy to
down
see when I
twice
saw it.
now. Jaren's taking his videos down twice now. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, because it's obvious it's not what they claim, okay? Because there is no evidence of this outer space, and it's obviously not a burning ball of gas in a 10 to the negative 70 torr pressure. And it's definitely close and local. We don't know what it is, but it's like, and we don't know how it moves. And if someone wants to try to map out its path, then more power to them, But like, if you've got something like that, because there's actually some other evidence, supporting circumstantial evidence, right? That there may be more going on to it than what we know prospectively, and that it's optical, and that would definitely support that. And I would like to try to help put the pieces together.
Yeah, and I tried to explain this to you the last time, and I don't think you quite understood what I was trying to
Well,
say.
because you're trying.
But
You're
look,
trying, look, I'm saying I don't know, Lou, but
no. Again, imagine the hallway that we all see, like in our meetings and gifts and whatever, right? Where everything sinks to eye level. Well, if something is in the very far distance, no matter how high in the sky it is, it will appear low on the horizon.
Yeah, I get that, and you can tell because the angular size changes and it shrinks, right? But see, here's the only thing. I'm saying that I don't know. I'm saying what we observe, right, and that we don't know. But it's like people want to address it as if they know, but they don't know either. It's like you don't really know any more than I do about what it's doing, but we can definitely discuss what it appears to be doing because it seems to be optical. And look, there's a lot of it that we don't understand.
We
But if
know
you
for a fact that there have been many people who dreamed about going to the moon or going to the sun. And there have been flying machines made. And flying machines are all around us now. And nobody has ever gotten anywhere near the moon or the sun. No matter what time of day, period, it's always above them if it's visible.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
the sun
okay.
is outside the firmament.
Outside the container.
Well, there's nothing to like. There may be like the whatever's manifesting. I don't know. So if you're saying it's outside, like I would need show me something. Show me something. Where? How do you come to that logical conclusion? What
Well,
do you have?
hold on. Wait. I've been meaning to say this for a while. Can I say something?
I want to say something. With all this attitude, I think the moon's stuck up somebody's ass. What?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude to anyone.
Well, what I was going to say is that in order to prove how far away the sun or moon is and what it even is, you have to go up to it and touch it. And so until anybody does that, it's kind of a silly conversation to have.
But we can observe it.
Yeah, so that's my point. You can observe it, but not touch it.
Well, if you touched it, you would probably die, so...
Would you die if you touched the moon, do you think?
No, sir.
Yeah, but still the same thing applies. As far as
We
we know,
really
nobody's
don't.
gone there to touch it.
We really don't know. And that's all I'm saying. We really don't know. Can't say what it is doing or what it's not doing. All we can say what it appears to be doing. It may be like it may be 100% optical. I don't know, man. It's like it's definitely electrical. There's something electrical in nature. It seems to be anyway, but I can't even say that. Because I don't know. But there's nothing that indicates that it's outside of the system for me. I mean, I don't see that.
See, truth, I would agree with you there, but I think your idea of a local system is much smaller than mine. You know what I mean? Like I'm thinking like a local sun and a local moon could easily be thousands of miles away, not 5 miles away.
Just as easily be. I mean, it could just easily be either or. I don't know. There could be. It could be a manifestation of like an effect, like some kind of electrical effect, which causes a manifestation of light that we see as the sun.
Do you guys think it's possible that the sun is 8 light minutes away?
No.
What, 93 million miles? Is that what you're? Yeah. No.
Yes,
Nothing.
yes, ma'am.
There's nothing to indicate that. That means that it would have to exist in this environment of a 10 to the negative 17 torque pressure, and like what you're referring to is the claim that it's also a burning ball of gas. So there's like you would have to demonstrate that would even be possible. That violates natural law.
Truth, you keep saying 10 to the negative 17. It's close enough to 0. You could just say 0.
Actually, Matthew, that's not true. It's orders of magnitude on the scale of what? Away from 0. The
If it's
scale of
0,
what?
they would say 0.
Well, hold on. I want to know if he to the 10th power. What is the order of magnitude for that?
You can't do the division because you can't
A
divide.
hell of a lot of zeros, right?
Well, you can't divide. So, but the raw number,
You
the
don't.
magnitude
Oh
is
my
really
God!
small.
It's a multiplication table. It's an order of magnitude. 10 to the negative. So you're getting lost in the negative. The fact that it's negative.
Yeah,
So we can go
negative
from the positive. Listen. There's a zero, and then there's a positive scale and a negative scale. We absolutely can have a variance, or a delta variance. So yeah, and it's orders of magnitude. We've already been through this. It had more decimals than your bank account. So no, don't just say zero, because that would give them the idea that they're right when they say it's minuscule, but it's not. It's orders of magnitude.
Like if somebody's able to give you a hickey, how many orders of magnitude is the vacuum of space than the pressure caused by that hickey?
Oh my god.
Didn't that happen in one of those alien movies?
The vacuum cleaner did it.
Okay, just put it in the voice chat that those two numbers are fairly close as a raw number, not the order.
Yeah, but it's not a raw number. Math is very specific, bro. Give it
Well,
up.
I think rounding something that negative up to a zero is just almost declining to acknowledge complex numbers into an equation. You're pretty much saying
It
that it's not a
is.
strange and it doesn't matter, and it does matter.
If it did matter, they wouldn't say 10 to the
See,
negative
tens,
17.
hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions. Oh my God, that one is so far from zero, it's pitiful. So we know the place every number beyond that decimal, right? Those are orders of magnitude, are they not?
They are.
What's it start at? Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions. Can you go on from there?
Trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, sextillions.
I know it makes a massive difference when I buy
that.
when I buy cryptocurrency that comes out and it's got that many decimals and then it moves up to, just like 4 or 7 decimals. It's like my money compounds greatly.
Hello? Hello?
Who's that?
Hi.
Earth to Earth. Hello.
Yeah. So I have a counter argument about the vacuum of space would suck up the air, and because of that, it's wrong. So basically, vacuum of space don't actually suck the air. They actually
Nobody said it. Nobody said it sucks. It's a delta variance. It's a difference in pressure.
Sucks.
The high pressure moves into the low pressure.
Right. Well, that creates a vortex, a delta variance, which is known as suction, yes. But
And it does so extremely
we're not
fast.
saying, we're not talking about suction. We're not saying your vacuum of space sucks. We're talking about negative pressure versus positive pressure and the orders of magnitude in between the numbers we're given. So your argument, your counter, isn't really a counter because it's a straw man. Nobody mentioned the sucking of the vacuum of space. We were specific to the negative power versus the positive power and the delta variance in between.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you know how we would label that delta variance? I mean, just to see whether or not you're along with us or not. Would it be delta P?
Earth to Earth dipped. I don't know where you went. But I'm
well,
saying
yes.
0 is a stronger vacuum than 10 to the negative 17.
Yeah, of course it is. But your model doesn't claim zero either, does it?
No, we're saying it's not quite 0. Yeah.
So delta P is differential pressure. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a difference. It's a subtraction problem, not a division. So it's not the orders of magnitude that matters. It's the raw magnitude that matters.
You want to stop at 0, so it's not a scale anymore, right?
That's what he wants to do.
So can you have one container, and I want to mind you that you have to have a container, but can you have one container and have a 50 torr pressure in that large container, have a smaller container within it, and get it as near to 10 to the 17 torr pressure, and then open a valve and maintain and have that to maintain without mixing?
They can't
No,
do
you
any of
can't.
that
You can't
because
do any of that.
So there's no reason for us to believe that that's occurring or happening.
On a torus scale, though, positive and negative do matter in magnitude.
Yeah, so if you took a tire with 30 psi in it and put it in a vacuum chamber with 0 pressure, and then in another vacuum chamber with 10 to the negative 17 pressure, it would be about the same. That tire would experience
they
about
would
the same.
both explode almost instantaneously. Like, yeah.
That's why I said 30 psi. 30 psi is not a lot. Tires can hold that much.
Yeah, they can hold triple that. That's the recommended pressure.
Yeah, and so that's what I was.
Most
that's
up to a
saying about delta that
17.
matters.
Well, you can act like it's minuscule all you want, but we know absolutely it's not minuscule.
No, the delta is minuscule. The delta between 30 minus 0 and the delta of 30 minus 10 to the negative 17 are about the same number.
The same, meaning like they're both close.
The differential.
But like they're both close to 0. But when it gets, you as a mathematician understand magnitude, and
I don't swear.
And when you're going between 1 and 0, and you're trying to get ever closer to 0, but you can never reach there, orders of magnitude become very important. You're talking about something being 10 times stronger, 1,000 times stronger, 10,000 times stronger, 1,000,000 times stronger, 100, 1,000,000. Like it's that's the way you need to phrase it. Not it's just very close to 0.
Yeah, but when it ends up in an equation as part of a delta where you're subtracting them, then it's okay to round.
What?
Like if you're trying to determine if the
sport
tire is
hates
going
me.
to explode, right? If the tire is going to explode, you do 30 minus 0 and say, oh, okay, the tire can hold that. Then you do 30 minus 10 to the negative 17. You say, oh, that's about the same. The tire can hold that also.
So is 1 psi pretty much the same as 0 psi?
It's pretty close. As far as like if you're trying to design a tire or something, you wouldn't need to make a whole lot of difference between those two numbers.
So 0 pounds per square inch versus 1 pound a square inch is the same?
No, they're different, but they're fairly close. And in terms of tire pressures and putting them into a delta equation where you're subtracting, they're going to be pretty close.
1 pound per 1 pound is the same as infinite vacuum.
No, they're not the same. The third time I've said it.
What is 0?
0 is 0 pounds per square inch. 1 is 1 pound per square inch. They're not the same.
And what is low pressure compared to high pressure?
It depends on how low and how high, but you just do the subtraction to find out.
But there is a difference, right?
Right.
And it will equalize, right?
Right.
Unless prevented with a container, like
Unless
a pressure
prevented
vessel.
unless prevented by it for some reason.
It's good to be precise, not close, right, Matthew?
It depends on the context, but yeah, when you're talking about engineering, engineers are like, that's close enough. So it depends on.
Well, it's good to be accurate and precise.
No, he's right on that.
With the micrometer, you always want to reach to the fourth digit.
If I'm trying to bear a load of 252,000 pounds, and I'm pretty sure I can bear more than that, then it's close enough. If I know my number is going to be above the number I need, then okay. But it still doesn't make it a minuscule difference. Because when we engineer, process, and design tires, we're not processing them to exist within a vacuum. We're processing them to bear a load bearing capability, right? Capacity, right, Matthew?
Right. And so what about the Elon Musk
So
that he
so they're
supposedly set his
hold
tires
on.
up there?
They're not designed for negative pressure environment.
Those tires on his Roadster, let's say
It's the
that
same as the windshield. Listen, hold up. It's the same as a windshield. You know the way a windshield is rounded, you can punch it from the outside, and it's pretty hard to break a windshield, right? Have you ever just accidentally bumped into a windshield from the inside? It'll spider web your entire window because it's designed to hold pressure from the outside. The same as a tire, pressure that's going to be applied forward. It's not designed to hold the reverse pressure. The same as the sidewalls on a tire. They're made for pressure that's going to push in and maybe a small amount of expansion. They're not designed to withstand a large amount of expansion and pressure that pulls out, or negative pressure. Because negative pressure allows it to overinflate.
Okay, so let me see if I can get this right. You're saying that on standard tires, let's just round some numbers. Let's say they're designed to be inflated at 30 psi, but you're saying that they may be able to go up to like 60 or 90 psi before they burst. Is that right?
Well, sure, yeah, but that's the pressure they're designed to hold.
Got it.
The force is pushing outward, not inward. So I wouldn't venture to say that they'll hold the same in the reverse.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's true. It wouldn't make sense. Okay, so
I'd have to test that.
Also,
with the
pressure
Tesla
that it's
Roadster
designed
that
for.
supposedly went to space, let's say that it was 30 psi when it launched at sea level, and at sea level the pressure is 15 psi, and supposedly if it really went to space, then the pressure in space is 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Well, I would say that the solar winds would do more damage to that car than the pressure, and I wouldn't even bring pressure into the argument.
Sure,
I'd bring
I'm
the
just saying-
solar winds that sandblast at a rate greater than any plasma cutter or sandblaster we have here on Earth.
Okay, so my question is, laying aside that for a second, would it be possible for those tires to not explode at least temporarily? Like, because
Not when they're getting beat down by the solar winds, bro.
But that might take a little bit of time, right?
Have you read any articles? No, not a bit of time. Have you read any articles on what NASA says, how much topsoil is removed from the surface of the moon daily by solar winds?
I'm sure it's many tons. I don't know.
I mean, at what rate do the solar winds perpetuate from the sun? Can you even tell me that?
It's very fast, and there's a lot. I don't know any of the numbers.
That's right. So the energized particles would rip those rims and tires, not just the tires, but the rims. It would just eat them away. There no clear coat that we make on Earth would withstand the solar winds. The windshield is formed under heat, and it would be destroyed under heated particles. You could tell me there's not a lot of matter in space for convection or transference, but I say the car itself is the matter. and the molecules, so it will have an absorption rate. We know there's an absorption rate. We test this. All physical things have an absorption rate for light, energy, rays, all that. So I would say we don't even have to bring pressure in to say that that's undeniably true, that there's no way they went to space with the damn car because the solar winds would have ripped it apart. Do you know what the sun does to interior in clear coat and paint right here on Earth in Arizona or Texas?
Yeah, it sort of degrades them, fairly quickly, just within a couple of years.
Fairly quickly with an ozone to protect it. So without that ozone for protection, wouldn't it be logical inference that shit would be going in minutes?
I don't think it would be that quickly, but yeah. So in other words,
I
you're saying
do.
that the sandblast solar wind effect would destroy the car, but in other words, flat earthers shouldn't use the argument that the tires would explode as a reason
No, I
for
wouldn't.
Tesla not working.
I wouldn't even bring pressure into that argument.
Okay, neither would I, but some people do. So I'm glad you said that.
The car didn't go to space, so it doesn't matter.
It's exactly what we're talking about. Like, what are the arguments for saying that it couldn't have gone to space?
Well, I mean, could you put that kind of like the same pressurized tires in a vacuum and create as close as you can? Because from what I understand, from what I hear, you can't even create a 10 to the negative 17 torque pressure vacuum, but you get the closest that you can get, and you put the tire in there. What would happen?
Look, Matthew,
It would not explode. That's what we just went through.
What's the best evidence you have that it did go to space? I mean, you got a couple of pictures or a little video when it was supposedly, I mean, it appeared to be the same curvature of the Earth as, say, the ISS, same fisheye lens bullshit that they always pull. And after that, you never saw anything about it again. Like, what solid information do you have that this thing, like, literally went anywhere? I mean, you have nothing. So when you ask, how can you tell me that it couldn't happen? What you're saying is the same thing as, tell me that unicorns don't exist or gremlins aren't pulling at my toes. Just I don't have to prove that. You have to prove your side.
Trying to prove a negative.
Yeah.
I want to touch. Go ahead, Matthew. After you get done, though, I want to touch on
Yeah, I want to
something
hear
about
what you have to
said.
say, Truth. Yeah, I want to hear what you say. I was just bringing up a minor point, one like sub point of this whole argument, that sometimes some flat earthers say, hey, if you took a tire and put it in a 10 to the negative torr vacuum, it would explode. And I was saying that's a misunderstanding of pressure. And Battlemod agrees with me. Mike said it wouldn't explode because of that. So putting a fully inflated tire into a vacuum would not make it explode.
Well, I think what he said is he'd have to test it, but he wouldn't say that it would. I don't know. Like, is anyone?
Fully inflated tire?
No, what I said is that they're not designed for inverse pressure. So,
well, guys, it's just like the space suit. Like the suit that the astronaut wears has pressure, and that doesn't explode.
Hold on, it's like there's something that's bugging me
cheaper to build them out of rubber then? Sorry.
Because I heard Battlemon, it's like I didn't even know that they claimed that there's so much of the moon that got like blasted off of it, like over all of these like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. So
they claim that we're 4.95 billion years old, and that this has been like the system found its equilibrium right. The moon is like locked to the Earth, but yet it's losing its mass, and that's what determines it. Wouldn't the gravity change? Wouldn't it like all that shit change over time?
Yeah, give me a second. I'll find the article where NASA says how much of it. But when you look at the rate and the temperature of the solar winds, so 1 million Fahrenheit, 800,000 Kelvin, 300 kilometers per second. That's the temperature of them. We're not even into the energized particles, ionized particles, and the rate at which those flow.
Oh my
We should be
gosh.
building armor
We're
out of
just-
Elon's cars.
Yeah, we're just right now. We're just where the reason why there should be no paint, there should be no windshield, there should be no interior, no rubber, anything flammable should be gone. Anything that was forged at a lesser temperature than 800,000 kelvins should have disintegrated and be floating away in the spherical manner. Drip, 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 drip. Should probably flow with the solar wind too. Or the same way the wind is blowing from the sun towards the earth.
Yeah, that's the way the solar wind blows, man.
Omnidirectional.
The car was made out of Nethril. You know that stuff they use for armor and Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings.
It was actually
Everybody's
built by
worth
the Draenei
investing
in World of
into.
Warcraft.
Matthew, I want you to prove to me that hobbits don't exist.
I can't prove that.
It's like proving that all swans are white.
Yeah, I can't prove that either.
Oh, you can actually if you ever see a black one and you document it. You can prove they're not all white.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, guys, I just posted an image in chat, so it kind of seems to me like it's on fire.
That's somebody's painting, bro.
Oh, okay.
Here it is. Solar storms could sandblast the moon, NASA. Solar storms could spark the moon, NASA. And our men were here where the moon is being sandblasted by solar winds all the time. Those rayon looking motherfucking suits they made were bad than a motherfucker.
So why do we still have the same craters like over
Yeah,
on this
why isn't the moon not smaller?
exactly.
There's
Think about how sand dunes move around in the Sahara, right? Like, wouldn't that be happening on the moon?
It would. The moon would be getting blown to the earth. The soil from the moon would be ending up on the earth when the solar winds hit the troposphere and cause the aurora borealis. We'd feel a little. It'd be raining moon dirt all the time. One of them articles, it says it's the equivalent of 300,000 dump truck loads of lunar topsoil that disappears daily.
Like it would have to be getting smaller. The craters would have to be changing, which means the so-called gravity would change and it would get less, and the Earth would be able to act upon it more and pull it closer, which the sun would affect it less, and that it would pull it closer. So why is it not crashed into the Earth yet?
It also means that they're not impact craters. They're just sandblast craters.
Right, when they describe gravity and they give you that like trampoline type material where they put something heavy in the middle and they show everything moving around it. Well, like, I mean, you've been to a mall where you can drop a quarter, like it eventually like circles into the inside, right? That's what they're describing, right? So how could anything ever be in perpetual orbit? It would have to be slowly working its way in. There's no way you can actually explain that. Mathematically, maybe Matthew Learns can try to do it, but I'd like to hear.
Yeah, there's no friction in space. With the quarter, there's friction, so it
No
slows down.
friction in space, only because you choose for there to be no friction at this very moment, or what?
What causes the solar
Well,
winds?
how could there be friction if there's like it's almost a vacuum?
It's almost a vacuum, but it's not a vacuum. See, that's the trick to their game. It's only almost a vacuum when that suits their argument, and then it's a perfect vacuum when that suits their argument. So
It's
which
what
one
it
is it right
needs
now?
to be. It's what it needs to be for the whatever they're
Oh yeah, it's
claiming.
never a perfect vacuum.
How
So
could
there is friction in
every
space then.
impact on the moon be at a 90-degree angle? How is that possible?
It's not. Yeah, they're not.
So there is friction in space, right, Matthew?
A tiny little bit, because there's a tiny little bit of matter out there.
Yeah,
It's
it's basically
negligible, and we can
nothing,
call
right?
it zero. Is that what you're gonna say?
Yes, it's virtually zero.
Is it the same as the torr, the pressure? We're just gonna call that zero.
I'm saying that it's a small amount, so you'd have to do calculations to see what the effect is. Yeah.
We could sit here and pick apart that model all night long because think about it. The sun is supposed to have like this huge amount of gravitational pull, but yet it helps maintain this like position of the moon at a specific distance from the Earth. But then when the sun is on the opposite side of the moon, then you have both bodies pulling in the same direction. So why isn't the moon pulled towards the Earth?
It is slightly, and the moon is in orbit around the Earth.
Is it falling into the Earth?
No, in fact.
Oh,
it's
actually, I
getting
can
farther away.
answer. Yeah. According to their religion, it's getting further away by like an inch per year or something like that. And they say that since the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, that things are getting further away, slower and slower. But it's just all a fairy tale.
They could have at least tried to claim centripetal force. Like, damn, that's what they went with? That's fucked.
It almost seems like with that detail that they managed to, fill in a little part of the fairy tale to get around your logical argument, Lou.
I mean, it's supposed to be a balance, right? It's supposed to be a balance that the sun pulls so much, the Earth pulls so much, and it leaves it in this location. But then what happens when they're both on the same side and they're both pulling in the same direction? Does it you can't make anything up to explain that.
And aren't the orbits not supposed to be actual perfect circles anyway? Doesn't that throw everything off if there's any ellipses?
But yeah, they're all ellipses, not perfect circles.
No, it doesn't throw it off because of magical gravity and friction, but no friction in space.
I'm so glad I don't have to defend it and try to explain it and support their just accept reality for what it is. That's the easiest way to go.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to defend and explain. It takes some learning to understand gravitational mechanics.
Not learning. It takes
It takes mental gymnastics and shit like that. Yeah.
All right, Matthew. Well, teach us. Teach us what explains it then.
False.
Then teach us.
Something is complicated doesn't mean it's false.
So you have learned. So you've learned how this works. Can you explain it to us? That's what we're looking for.
I don't have a very good understanding how it works. It sounds like though that you're saying, "Hey, this is so hard for me to understand. It must be false."
No, it's not so hard. It doesn't make logical sense. The claim that the sun has it doesn't. There is no logic to it. There is no explanation. It's
Matthew,
not that
right now. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying it's not that I fail to understand it. Okay, so anyway, I don't even care anymore.
Matthew, right now you sound like if I come up with a more complicated story than you, is my story more credible?
No, the complication doesn't mean anything about true or false.
No, but just because you have a complicated story that can't be explained, is it credible?
No, that by itself is not a criterion for whether it's true or false.
Right.
But
So
the opposite is not
you're
true
asking
either.
us to say, to prove to you that what the complicated story that you've conjured isn't possible. It just doesn't work that way. You have to prove to us that it is happening.
No, I thought truth was saying, hey, this doesn't make logical sense to me, therefore it's false. And I'm saying, well, I'm sorry it doesn't make logical sense to you, but it does make logical sense to some people, and that's not enough to say that it's false just because you don't understand it.
Okay, what is the logic? Okay, let's step through this. Do you agree?
He's talking about consensus.
Their claim is that the sun has this massive gravity, right?
That's right.
And the Earth has gravity.
That's right.
And it locks the moon in this certain specific distance from the Earth, right? Due to the balance between the two.
It's an ellipse, but it's not exactly the same distance. But yeah, there's a balance.
Okay, so the sun, when the sun is on the other side of the moon and the moon is between the sun and the Earth, the sun is pulling on the moon a certain amount. The Earth is pulling on the moon a certain amount in the and there's this balance. So when the sun is on the other side of the Earth and the Earth and the sun are both on the same side of the moon, then why isn't it being pulled like the drastic, there is no balance there anymore, right? And you have two bodies that are pulling in the same direction. So why isn't the distance from the moon changing relative to the Earth?
Okay, so yeah, you explained that really well. That was good. The gravity of the Earth is stronger and like overwhelms all of the other things as far as the moon is concerned. That's why we call it it's orbiting the Earth, and those factors that you mentioned do have an effect on the speed and the type of orbit that it goes in, and that's part of the reason why it's an ellipse. But
does the moon
questions?
Does the moon change distance like to relative to the Earth?
It does, yeah. It's an ellipse. It's not a perfect circle. That's why we have things like a supermoon.
So what's preventing the moon from being pulled into the Earth when both the Earth and the sun are on the same side of the moon?
Orbital mechanics, inertia, all of these are very well understood. But I mean, you're bringing up good questions. I'm just telling you that there are answers. That's all.
You know, you're claiming those answers. You can't give them. You're just claiming that there are some out there that we don't know and you haven't bothered to look up, but you could if you would, but you're not gonna.
Yes, that's right. That's what I'm claiming.
Yeah, you said about gravity, you said there's people out there who understand gravity, but you yourself do not. So why believe it? If you can't even understand it, Matthew, why are you believing?
Because there are lots of things that I believe without understanding fully, like using my phone.
Matthew, can you just point us in the direction of somebody who knows what gravity is? Because we don't know of any names.
Yeah, but the point I'm making, Matthew, why have you not done your own research into gravity and what they are saying about gravity? Then you would understand that they're not telling the truth. So
I
why?
understand the basics, but it doesn't. I don't see any contradictions.
Because lots of scientists say so. They're just accepting it.
I think that gravity is very well understood and described, but nobody quite understands why the reason for it. And we don't understand the mechanism. We understand the how, but not the why.
See,
we don't understand why things get down.
Describe the description. You're able to describe something, but you again. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked this exact question, and he answered it pretty well. What is gravity? I don't know. You know, he says we
Next
can.
Question.
We can describe it. You know, like, but we what is it? Next question.
Enough room to walk between that.
He did something else though. He said, "Oh, you need proof for gravity," and then he dropped a mic and then walked off the stage. But if gravity made the microphone go down, why does the helium balloon go up?
Someone was trying to get in. Who is that? That was who is that? That was trying to jump in there?
I was hot micing. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
The thing is you keep talking about how you don't get it. Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't get it, but somebody out there gets it. I just want to know who that is. Who gets it?
People who understand quantum mechanics.
People, like theoretical people, or like people with names.
I don't know who understands it on a deep level.
Single person, not a single name.
Like fake Facebook accounts on the internet. People.
They give us a story about it. How do they support the story if they don't? If they don't understand it and they can't explain it and they can't describe it, then where did this story that they gave us come from?
Let's not forget they can't prove it. There is no proof ever. No experiment has ever been proven to show gravity. Not one.
Yeah, you may be right about that.
Matthew, I am right about it. Just go and do a Google search and see if gravity has ever been proven, and see if scientists agree that gravity, there has never been an experiment that has shown gravity to be a real thing. Not one.
There has never been an experiment that has shown.
Are not agreeing with anyone who talks about gravity as being a force. Scientists are not agreeing with you. Go and look. Go and check Google. Go and search as much as you want. You'll come to the conclusion there's not one experiment has ever proven gravity as you're talking about it.
I think he's agreeing with you. He just believes it exists anyway because he's religious.
When I was like 18 or 19 years old, I'm almost 40 now. I was taking electrical engineering classes, and my German electrical, or it was digital electronics was the class. For some reason, he went on a little side tangent, and he was talking about gravity, and he explained to us in that class that gravity. He was talking about at the time it was like string theory and all that, or a universal model, one of those. And he said that the one thing that doesn't fit is gravity, and nobody really knows what gravity is. And if you can figure out what the fuck gravity is, he didn't say fuck, that you'll win the Nobel Prize. Well, it hasn't been done in the last 20 years, I know that, and that's the way it was then.
Yeah, they're still looking for the proof of gravity. That's why LIGO was built. That's what they say they were doing there. 100 years after gravity was mentioned, they're still looking for proof of it, and they can't find it. They said they found it by gravitational waves at LIGO, but if you look into the stuff, it was proved wrong. It was peer reviewed by other scientists who were better acclaimed in the field of gravitational waves, and they said that the findings at LIGO were false, but yet they were announced to the world as being fact. They were wrong. This is out there in the open. You can go and look it up yourself. They were given a Nobel Prize for it, if I remember correctly, and then a few years after it, it was said that their findings were incorrect. They had not found proof of gravity.
You should ask Matthew if he believes in the Loch Ness Monster.
I do not believe in the Loch Ness Monster.
Prove to me he
That's
doesn't.
a red herring, dude.
Prove to me he doesn't exist, Matthew.
Me being from Scotland, the Loch Ness Monster is definitely fact. Sorry, guys.
See, we got a like a eyewitness report here.
I believe in the Loch Ness Monster as well.
Yeah, I definitely believe in that. I believe in that more than the globe. I'll tell you
My
that.
ancestors came from Scotland.
There's proof more of the Loch Ness as being real as there is the globe. No proof of the globe.
Just like
Nelly,
there's no proof for a container.
Listen, Nelly reproduced her grandkids are in here right now saying they believe in her.
It's Nessie, not Nelly. Nessie.
I renamed the bitch. I don't like Nessie.
What's the really popular Nelly song? I want Nessie doing the Nelly song.
Hot in here.
Yeah, it's getting hot in here. Yep, that song.
Would that be like a global warming spoof?
I don't know. We have to work on it. Let's get together later in the collab lab.
No.
Can I ask what the photo of the moon with all the blue pockets it says was gas collected? What that was posted in reference to?
Are you talking about the post with the NASA links?
No, Battlemap put a picture of the moon up, and it had a bunch of blue, CGI marks to indicate such and such. I was just wondering why he threw it up there. I didn't see. Maybe I can't read the text.
Really? That's the moon? That it's an article, bro. Solar storm could spark lunar soil. Is that what you're talking about? Those are all articles. You can click on them and read them.
Yeah, I apologize. It's so tiny on my screen. I didn't even see the link. I just see like a tiny line there. I didn't realize it was a link.
You're fine. You don't need to apologize.
Yeah, he's my elder and veteran. I'm just trying to show respect.
Damn it. Don't sir me, son. Oh.
Didn't say, sir.
In a roundabout fashion, Ewan's did.
I call most flat earthers on the servers sir out of respect.
It's a NASA article. They say that the solar wind stripped the lunar surface at a given rate every day, and literally by those rates of shit, if the universe is millions of years older to exist this long, the moon would have been just as big as the damn sun.
It reminds me of the Al Gore argument saying that, each gallon of gasoline puts a ton of CO2 in the atmosphere.
He sounds like
So how is it not molten? How is it not molten at those temperatures? The tiny little particles of the sand there, it should be like liquid, right? With all that radiation hitting.
800,000 Kelvin, you tell me.
Aldeon sounds like what World D?
Maybe they use some of that clear coat they put on the Tesla before they launched that. Maybe they clear coated the moon. Hell, I don't know.
He's a good brother, Truth.
Do they think about the things they say before they say them, or do they just say them and then know that they can just make up another lie on top of it no matter what?
Matter what?
I think they just know damn well 80% of the world are a bunch of dumbasses that just want to be told what reality is so they can go around and repeat it and think they're smart.
And that mindset gets us in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you got guys out here spitting equations they couldn't quantify if they wanted to.
It's all unwillingness to look into things deeper.
Is there still an issue with modeling 3 bodies with gravitational pulls in orbits?
I don't know. Did something change in the last 2 minutes?
I don't think so. Matthew
They're
dipped.
not-
I was gonna ask him about that.
I would think the N-body problem still applies then.
Has Matthew ever discussed the in-body problem?
Yeah.
He just said because he doesn't understand it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't mean that it's not happening. So he just believes it. He believes it works.
Because they said so. That was it. Perfect, elegant balance. They keep describing it like that, like they want people to fall in love with it.
Bless you. Might want to wipe that up.
All this takes place in Narnia anyway.
Interesting. Coming from a perspective of pure fiction, the World of Warcraft. I went over this with Joshua and Matthew at one point. I was streaming what I was playing, but the world in which the game takes place, for the most part, is a globular planet. But at the same time, the field in which it's programmed, the surface that you actually play on, is a flat plane. So it's only a globe when they show cutscenes and things like that. But when they're actually in their planet, it's a flat plane.
Even the globe, most likely, when they show that, is still programmed in a flat geometry. It's just
Well, they can't even get that right, because if you look at the proportions of, because they have a flat map of the fictional planet, then they have there's cutscenes where they have the globe, and the dimensions are totally off. They're different. They don't match. The only game I've ever
what we
seen.
see in reality. That's why they're trying to say that these things don't match.
Well, the only game I've seen where they've successfully portrayed a globe in gameplay was Super Mario Galaxy, where you actually had these balls, these planets that you would play on, and those were spheres, and it had a totally different feel. It's fun. It's a fun game, but it also illustrates the fact that being on an actual globe is totally different.
Yeah, it felt very unnatural to be thinking about it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're playing Super Mario Galaxy and you're on an actual globe, it feels wacky.
Is that a one-player game or a two-player game?
I've got it. I haven't played it in years, though.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, like all Mario, I think it was 2-player. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so QE was talking earlier about the Bob and Sue or whatever problem with the globe. You could just show that, right, in that game. Have two people on the same planet and show what it shows you. So doesn't that model it for you?
Yeah, it should. I don't see why it wouldn't.
It's a 1.5 player game because you could play as Mario, and the second player can assist you with the
They don't want you seeing that shit.
Yeah. Can't have two people at the same time on a globe in the video game world.
Yeah, the
That's
second player can
crazy.
assist you, but not completely play like Mario.
Right.
That is crazy.
But yeah, I don't know if anybody actually plays World of Warcraft. There was an instance where this very powerful entity was out in space flying around and had this gigantic sword, and he plunges the sword into the planet, stabbing it, and then there's another part where you can actually go and see the sword. The proportions and the dimensions are totally off. It's not even close. So even in a fictional setting where people are getting paid salaries to design this stuff, they can't even get that right.
But even in Mario Galaxy, you still, if you fall off the planet, you fall down towards a black hole. So
Right.
even the whole thing is built on top of a flat
There's still a
platform.
flat plane that comes into play.
Yeah, there's a flat plane, and then the game is built on top of that.
Yeah.
And then they
Okay,
give you
so
a
it's
downward
it's
force.
it's like a spherical game that's modeled over a flat sandbox, basically.
Well, there's a flat sandbox, and then the spheres exist in the sandbox that you interact with, that you're, then the gravity takes over when you're on the particular sphere that you choose or wind up on,
Yeah. So
or
globes
the force
work
that
on a
holds you
flat
to it.
Earth.
What's that?
Globes work on a flat Earth, but they're not for educational purposes.
Yeah, they all have that little sticker or stamp on it, not for educational uses, right on it, because they know it's not to
What I
scale if
mean
anybody
is that
starts asking questions.
you could
I
go
just
to
can't understand.
a store and buy a globe, or you could buy a game that has globe in it, but they
Yeah.
require a flat Earth.
I can't understand why they put those disclaimers on it, though. If you're trying to deceive everybody, why not just put a sticker on it saying this is the actual place in which we live and believe these dimensions? Why not
That,
put something like that on it?
that
So
gets
when you
weird.
find out it's not to scale, that you can see the sticker and say, "Oh, that's why they just didn't make it to scale. That's why everything seems off. I don't have to worry about this or look into it anymore."
Plausible deniability is one excuse for that, or it seems almost like the controllers, the deceivers, it's like they have a code they have to follow. They have to tell you somehow. It's weird. I don't know.
It's all
Yeah, they've got
sci-fi.
a.
It's all entertainment. If most people they like it because it's entertaining and they entertain the ideas. Just like Matthew. Matthew tells you it's all in his imagination. He believes it. It's entertainment.
It's an escape from reality. I totally agree. Because you know
I
what?
like.
It sucks. I mean, the world. You know what I mean? Not like everyday life, but it's pretty terrible.
I like Star Trek and stuff like that, but I know for a fact that what I'm seeing on Star Trek is not real. Same thing with Star Wars. It's total fake, fantasy. I can separate. I guess some people can't. I mean, now they've got what Jedi religion, and I'm not making that up. There actually
Is
is
that
a
for
Jedi.
real?
Yeah, I was. Somebody told me about that. They were in
They don't
the.
actually believe that there are Jedis and stuff, though, right? Like,
I
that
don't
it's
know. I mean,
real.
they
Well, I
probably
believe
do.
there's Jedi's.
Are they really allowing that?
Moonchild.
Because then the next weekend the Sith is going to be approved, and then they'll be allowed to do God knows what.
The Moon
There's going to be a
Children, that's
holy
the
war.
Jedi's, right?
But it's this guy was in the U.S. military, and he was telling me that because in the army you have tags and you put your faith on it, so that if you're killed in battle or something like that, they know the sort of burial protocols to do. And I saw a gentleman that his religion was Jedi, and this guy was serious about it. Wow, man! I mean, good movie and all, but that's taking it
Was,
too far.
was his blood type orange juice?
I don't know. It's the same thing with the Scientology. That's based on science fiction as well.
Yeah, but they'll let anything go on as long as it gets people riled up and a little hurt and controllable.
Yeah, it's true.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Loud and clear.
4, 5, 6. We
There's
can count.
many people in here and nobody's talking.
Yeah. The biggest, I think that with the flat Earth model, one of the biggest problems is I don't think that the most popular flat Earth models have the configuration of the continents correct. I think there might be some flaws there.
Call them projections in here.
Mark Sargent has a decent map where Australia is not big, but regular size.
And those 4 continents in the middle where they claim the North Pole is, those are usually missing on most map
Right.
stuff.
So
What I need
I
to
was
do.
thinking about.
Go ahead.
Well, I was thinking about this myself once. I was like, I want to see what can a flat map of what you know and can traverse and orient yourself be made. So I was trying to figure out how to do it, and I thought maybe if you just ignored trying to do coastlines, rivers, and all that because it's difficult and it changes and all that, and you just plot major cities, start with ones that they know the distance very, that you can drive yourself, it's been verified a lot of ways, and just work your way out, and then see what that looks like, and just work from there. Because I don't think that they're telling us like a lot of the distances when you go and you look at resources, they're not always the same. So it's kind of tough.
Yeah. What I'd like to do is get in with either Photoshop or Illustrator, one of the Adobe programs, and get one of the Google Map, the satellite ones, and see if I can play around with the stretch and warp and move it around, make my own model, see what that would look like.
Well, if I heard correctly, Kingdom in Context, Sean Griffin are trying to make a art
In West
project.
Blaze.
I'm gonna call it an art project. Yes. I don't know what they call it, but yeah, they're trying to make one of like the heavens and underneath it and stuff. And I don't know, that's probably gonna look pretty cool.
Yeah, because the model the map that people keep throwing around, the UN looking one, I just don't think that's accurate.
This is going to
It
be
gives
more
a
like
rough estimation of where they want us to be, but it's not like near 100% at all. I don't think.
it's like that show where I'm bad with names. That famous actor's on stage and he's saying that the map isn't even real. How it lines up.
Well, the UN, if you think about it, is a globalist organization, so it would
yeah,
make
big
sense
time.
that they would have a fake flat Earth map.
Very deceptive too. They're a very dishonest organization.
That they made the continents bigger via population or what they thought was more important.
Some way to mess with us.
Africa was only like the 1/4 of the size it should be.
Mm-hmm. And there's the space photos that are all different looking. The proportions and size of Africa are always different in every one of them. That shows Africa.
That's what didn't turn me immediately away from the vibes of Cosmos stuff when I first ran across it, was knowing that the sizes are off anyway. So just because it doesn't look what I think it should look like doesn't discount it.
The Globers can explain how you can get different sizes of continents.
Different angles. The satellite was taking pictures at different angles.
what you do is you take a picture at one distance, then you zoom in, and then you can see more. You take another picture like that, and you can have a different size of continents. Did I say it right? You take a picture close, and then you go far away, and you take another picture, and then you zoom in, and that'll give you a different size of continents on the same size globe. Because you're seeing more from a distance. You're seeing that you have a longer distant perspective.
Yeah, the change in your position doesn't matter if you zoom in or not. The image is gonna be different.
It does make a difference, and if you
That's what I said. Yeah, I was agreeing with you. I was working it out in my head aloud. I apologize if I sounded like I was being, confrontational.
right, and then if you take a globe and you move in like 6 centimeters close, it'll look different. It'll look funny. You snap that picture, then you blow that picture up, and then it'll give you like a large like Africa or a large like lake where it should be like really small. It's basically camera tricks. But the thing is you can't get that perspective on the ISS. They only have really one distance, so all those pictures with different sizes are debunked because you cannot zoom in and zoom out from the ISS unless you're doing camera tricks. So we can get the continents to shrink and grow on Earth because we can go back and forth distance, taking the shot from close to far away. From the ISS, they cannot do that. So it's not really legit. Unless they're saying they're taking it from 1,000,000 miles away, like it's from a satellite. That might give a different perspective.
All you ever see if you look at that 24/7 thing is connection lost, and when it's on, it just there is no like perspective when the things roll away from you. The size of those clouds, as the distance that they're moving, they should fucking shrink, but they never do. They're just the same size as they roll all the way across the globe. Makes no sense. I shouldn't keep my mouth open because they're gonna fix it now.
Let me see if I can show us some distant perspectives, different perspectives on a globe, if I can find the pictures I took. Hang on.
The fact that they spend all their money with, software, CGI, and they pump out video after video of stuff that they claim is CGI. To tell you that they're fully equipped to make the best visual bullshit in the world, and you have to scrutinize every little bit, but people just see what they think they want to see, and look at it, it's fucking beautiful. How could you question this?
I wanted to design a video game for myself one time, and so I studied because I like outer space science fiction. I think it's fun, but so I studied how in Photoshop and other programs like that to create a planet, and I got to the point I could make fictional planets that looked real, comparatively speaking, of course, but it's not that hard to do. It really isn't. In less than a day, any one of you could probably learn how to do it too using the software.
And then it's just a hop, skip, and a jump to add a little, foreground fake machine with a couple people dangling off, and bang.
And you've got various degrees of talent too. Once you know the techniques and all that, you get a real artist in there, and you can make it look better than the stuff that NASA's put out.
Oh, they
Easily.
could afford it, but they're too greedy, so they,
Yeah, they're not going to hire a real artist to do that. I guess that goes into the whole thing of they have to make it obvious. It's part of that thing. They have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. Sort of rule. I don't know how to define that.
Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like the thing of somebody who buys tiny hats to me.
Because you can easily make the globe images look a lot more real than what you see, what they put out. In fact, I should probably do that. I should make a globe Earth. I know I could blow away, all the conventional models.
Do it and then have it zoom out and then bump into a dome and throw everybody off and then have it be flat.
Are you saying you do computer graphics? Is that what you're saying? You code or what?
Not code. I have some digital graphics, college digital graphics training. My major is architecture. Minor was design software. Like Photoshop, Illustrator, things like that. And that doesn't mean that I'm the best artist in the world. It just means I have a degree of understanding about those software programs and what you can do with them. So, I mean, these days, with what exists, a photograph is not necessarily evidence or proof that something is real anymore. It's so easy to fake things.
I swear I'm seeing a lot of interviews on TV where the person giving the interview is not, it's not their face. It's some kind of a CGI mask. Just the way it looks and the way there's
that can be
always
done.
this hard line. Yeah,
it's not hard to do.
But the fact that they would just use it so often now, I'm seeing it almost every time I turn on the TV, which is not very often. But I'll decide one day I want to see what kind of nastiness that everybody's up to, and it's like, oh, this looks like it's crazy.
Yeah, my dad sent us a video of him, a video of what his buddy from college did to just one picture of him, and he made his lips move and everything, and like he was singing a song, and it was really good. It was pretty realistic, and that's just like one person, just messing around, probably not even taking it seriously. And I was almost a little, I was clearly impressed at how good it was.
Be terrified.
Yeah.
What's the
Because we have
implication
no
of that?
idea. Yeah, exactly. We have no idea. And that was just on the phone. He just sent that to me on the phone, and I mean, we don't even know how good they are at what they're trying to do with the TV now, especially with the celebrities. I think you're right on that, man.
The first day, the first lesson in college Photoshop class, the first thing they teach you is they've got a slideshow, and they have images in there that they admit are fake, and then they have images that they say are real. And the first exercise is you must determine which images are fake and which ones are real. And it's to show you how you can make fake images, and you can hardly tell the difference. And of course, most people can't tell the difference between real and fake. And of course, you get a 50% chance of right or wrong. But even with that, a lot of people, myself included, could not guess the real image from the fake.
You've seen the old the NASA channel, Matt Boylan, that whatever kind of artist he is. He had
Photo
a
or
whole
painting?
bit on that. What's that? Yeah, that's it. That was his saying. There you
That's the first flat Earth video I ever saw. I wouldn't suggest any newbie to watch it, but that's the one that got me. I was already
No, but it was a solid point. It's like, oh, damn, right. Anybody can be fooled with their eyes. It's easy.
You know, so with all this fakery,
Hi,
it does make
hello.
sense that. Oh, hello.
Hey, it's Chemtrail. I have somebody here that wants to talk to you. That'd be great if you aren't busy.
No, let's talk to them.
All right, his name's Roger. Is what he says his name is.
Don't listen.
Here,
Please
sorry.
don't. I just want to talk to her nicely. Don't
No,
please
there's
don't
a
interrupt.
bunch of people. It's not just.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, sweetheart?
I'm on YouTube, by the way.
Bet. I'm so happy. Maybe I'll be famous.
Talk to them. Tell them what you learned from me.
All right. So what I learned is there's no such thing as gravity. Can you explain that to me?
Gravity doesn't exist, and it's never been proven through a scientific experiment.
What experiment proved the odds that gravity doesn't exist?
No, that's
Just
the
that
you're
there is
reversing the
no
burden
experiment.
there. Yeah, you can't reverse the burden. You got to prove that there's gravity.
I'm not
so there has to be
reversing
an
anything.
experiment.
You are using a psychological question when you could have answered that precisely.
Yep.
You are. I'm not saying nothing mean. I just
State
don't
it again.
understand why you.
Hold
Why
on.
can't you?
Take a deep
Why
breath.
can't
State
you
it
explain
again.
gravity?
Don't
What
have
is
to.
pi?
You're the one who claims there's a gravity. We're not claiming there's a gravity. That's
I
the
don't
point.
claim there's a gravity. On a real note, God made gravity.
And we don't need it. So next question. Why are we arguing about what we
Let me
both
try to
agree
let me
doesn't
try to
exist?
help. Let me try to help.
Book, chapter, and
Okay,
verse
so
for that claim.
Okay.
Okay, so you have a pen, right? You drop the pen in the air. What happens to the pen?
It's going to drop.
All right, so that's the density of the pen.
Okay,
Do a
what happens
medium
to the
that's less
pen when it
dense.
drops on
Hang on
rock?
a second. Hang on a second. The density of the pen dropped to a less dense medium will go down. What happens when you hold a helium balloon from a string? You let it go. What happens then?
Well, it's going to float away because it's helium.
Did
It's a
gravity
gas.
forget? Did gravity forget?
No, gravity doesn't forget. That's the laws of physics. Helium gas has no weight, and weight has something to do with gravity. And if you are saying
Has
density,
something.
then it doesn't have
Wait a minute.
density,
Hold
and
on.
that's
Has
why it flies
something.
away. You're talking about
Hang on.
regular air or helium?
No, it's a helium. Okay, so when people say
dude, if you blow in
when
a
people
balloon, it's
say
not
hang
going
on,
to fly up.
when people say stuff falls down, that's actually not correct. What they need to say some stuff falls down and some stuff goes up. They have to say both. So there's the light stuff goes up, heavy stuff goes down.
But you did.
What
First
happens
off,
when I hang on? What happens when I
please,
smoke a cigar? What does the smoke go?
please, hold on.
Up or
Stop
down?
being please reiterate for me and tell me, is it helium in the balloon or are you just blowing in it?
It's a helium balloon. I said it,
Why
and
does
we
gravity
agreed it
not
went
pull
up.
on the helium? Why wouldn't gravity pull on the helium?
Why is there no gravity though? I don't get it. You're
No,
doing
I'm
something about a
asking you.
balloon. It doesn't even make sense.
The helium balloon goes
Density
up.
and buoyancy.
Something important, guys. Okay, hold up. We gotta
All right,
point out something
is there an
important.
outer space?
You gotta remember. You gotta
Does outer
remember
space
that there is
exist?
this claim. 1 second. There is the claim of Newton's gravity, which was superseded by Einstein's gravity. Right? Newton's gravity was mass attracting mass. Then it was Einstein's gravity, which is the bending and warping of space time. And those are just ideas, claims that have no
Ideas.
evidence
There we
at
go.
all.
Ideas.
Let me finish. Let me finish. But then there is something called specific gravity, which is the
Well, you just said
ratio
gravity.
of
Specific
density.
gravity.
Yeah. Listen, it's the ratio of
Specific is very.
density of a
Which is
substance to the density of a reference substance. Apparent specific gravity is the ratio of the weight of a volume of the substance to the weight of an equal volume of the reference substance.
Equal
Right?
volume. Equal volume. Doesn't volume come with different metrics?
So
Also,
look,
that would also come with pi. 3.114.
specific gravity
Blah blah blah.
or
That's also
relative
a circle.
gravity is a dimensionless quantity that is
You
defined
say
as the
dimensional.
ratio of the density of the substance to the density of water at a specific temperature
What do you
or
mean?
and pressure. So density,
What
right? If
what
something
is it
is
about
heavier,
water? Dude,
He's
gravity.
trying to answer you. He's trying to answer you. Let him finish, please.
Bro. Fuck. But dude, Bean, it's you.
He's
Stop
trying
it.
to answer you.
Stop
You're
it.
not paying
Yeah, I know because
Let
I'm
him
hearing you
finish
bullshit.
and then rebut his
the,
answer.
the, the thing is, we gotta finish sentences, right? Before we can just jump back and forth. So
Yeah, we have to
specific
come up with
gravity.
some sentence
You can
psychology.
also you can also the specific gravity of an object can tell us based on its value if the object will sink
Notice my
or
vocab is
float
better. It's
on
using
a different
vocabulary.
substance.
So, is
I
there a
know that.
mod? Can we put him on mute so he has to listen?
No, I want to talk because it's fun. Because now I'm on YouTube. See,
So
listen, dude. I am trying.
You don't need to be there.
No, he's just messing
I'm
with us.
literally trying to listen to you. I'm trying
He's
to
a
listen
troll.
to you, but my friend here won't let me listen to you.
because he's talking to one
You're
of the
trolling.
members that has been here he's how do I say this?
Okay,
He's
sir.
talking to
I
an
appreciate.
an account that is our friend
I,
that has been here for a long time, which is as
I understand.
Chemtrail.
So
Chemtrail
I'm going.
participated
I'm
in the
going to
server
leave.
a lot, and he's just
I
brought
just
his
want to say
friend.
one thing. Now they won't let me talk. Listen, just say one thing. I appreciate your guys' view and your beliefs. Okay? No, it is a belief because everybody has an express opinion.
No, bro. There's a difference between
No,
opinions
this
and
is
facts.
not
Dude,
an
Jimsy, let me.
agree.
Jimsy, can I try?
Go ahead, man.
Can I try, Jimsy?
you see, I'm just trying to be respectful. I appreciate your views, but I don't give a fuck.
Let me try.
That's all.
You don't have to. That's
Sir,
good.
sir, what is your
Trying to
name?
be
What do we
respectful,
call
but call
you?
him the F word. Nice.
What is your name?
Roger.
My name's Roger.
Roger,
Who
look.
said that? I heard someone say Roger. Oh, I'm YouTube famous, baby. Yo, what's good, yo? Out here 856, you feel? Yeah. Yeah,
So you
boy.
retarded.
Absolutely retarded. That's why I took the car and parked it. I sparked it. Now I got my blunt and I'ma smoke it. Yeah, fuck it. Everything you
You should ban him for life for that. You should make Chemtrail pay for that.
You can hear
Yeah,
Chemtrail
Chemtrail.
yelling, "Stop it! Give him
That's
some credit."
Chemtrail's friend. Okay, he gets one of those. He's allowed to do that one time.
Chemtrail is cool. It's
I
all
wouldn't stake
good.
my reputation on somebody like that. That's pretty damaging.
Yeah, are you that stupid, Chemtrail, or are you playing along? Which is it?
I wanted to tell him.
Chemtrail is a different person than the one that was speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put that on somebody who wasn't. I apologize.
Listen, guys,
Chemtrail's the one in the background telling him to stop, stop, stop.
Chemtrail put his friend on. That's what happened.
he passed his mic to his friend, and
But why
was-
does he not know this guy's a volatile like wreck? He knew what was going to happen, right?
Hold on. Chemtrail's a little bit of a crazy, I don't know, loose wire or whatever himself, but he goes out there and he gets out there and he talks to people once in a while and brings them in here on his account to talk to us. I don't know who put him on mute. If you want to have fun, I think the guy that he brought in is fun to talk to, but don't ban Chemtrail over it because it's not.
I was just kidding. I didn't think anybody should get banned for that, but I mean, he's just like flying off the handle right now.
Hey, I'm a globe derb. You
appreciate
hey,
their value.
guys.
Appreciate what they want to do with their lives, if you will. I will absolutely hear them out, but the way that they're using it is a little bit of psychology. They use a little bit of good vocabulary in replacement of a different word, which is gravity.
All right. Good
and they're
night. I
gonna
don't have
say
time for
this
this.
and that.
Real. It's just real. That's all it is. It's actual science.
Let me
Natural,
try.
observable, testable
Well,
science.
Let me
That's
try.
all it is.
I appreciate your view, but
Let me try.
my view, I believe in the planet.
Roger, are you there?
Did you just prove their helium
Here, bro.
Yo, hello.
Can I try, Jimsy?
Thanks, guys. Yo, what's up? I hear you. I hear you.
Dude, they basically.
Thanks,
This guy
fellas.
sit there and just smoke a bunch of crack or something?
No. The thing is, listen, guys.
Sounds like
I'm
a crack
trying.
smoker from fucking
I'm
the
trying
streets
to
of New
teach.
York.
Let's take it
I'm
easy,
trying to
guys. Come
teach
on.
flat Earth, dude. It's been a few days now, and I'm starting to get through. Right, so I brought them on here to show them that there's other people that like they can talk that you can talk to these guys. Like I'm not the
Is
only
he
one.
capable?
That's all.
Is he capable of talking, or is he just going to scream as
He's
other
just
people?
really spiritual and loves the planets and aliens and shit. So it's a satanic this and that. So it's like but God at the same time. You know what I mean? It's an all ass backwards fucking
He has no concept of what.
no concept, right? Until you learn flat water, and then you'll understand.
Manipulated by gravity.
Oh my gosh! All right, guys, bye.
Somebody wanted to try. I'll watch. It's hilarious.
It's okay.
Yeah, you were lied to. It's okay and shit. I do all day, all day.
Yeah,
That's
right.
all I do all day. And we sit here and we play chess. All right, bye guys. Yeah, you're lost. You guys are the lost ones. All right. That's what. Stay flat. No, don't stay flat. Get up, move around. Stagnant water, no good. Don't stay flat. Get up and fucking cause waves. A big ruckus. Fuck, you should be mad as hell and not take it anymore.
Why is there flat
You know what I
Earth
mean?
foundations?
It's not about the shape of the earth. It's about the lie.
You want us to be fizzy water, right? Like,
Do you?
He's walking next to me. I argue.
Do you guys want me to leave? Like, do you want to talk to? Do you want to talk to Ron? He'll actually listen. No. Well, don't.
Party?
I was Roger.
How it is to control a party. No, I know how it is to control a party. It's very, very cool to be able to mute people and kick them out whenever you want. But you got to understand other people's point of views.
You need to shut up, and I'm gonna shut up.
All right, good.
And what's up? Hello.
Okay, guys, pass
So
the talking
what
stick.
What test? What test do you guys have? Besides the helium. That's not even a test.
Long
Why does the
distance
helium balloon go up?
observations.
I already told you this.
I'm sitting here listening. Like you guys are on computers.
Why does the helium balloon go up?
I'm here taking the time to listen to you guys. You guys are the ones doing this with your life.
So
what's up?
So wait. There's a new guy. There's a new guy, right? This is not the same guy.
You didn't teach me distance. You didn't teach me numbers.
North Star.
With a million different
I told you
It's completely different.
You didn't teach me
Completely
that.
different guy.
That's just life, bro. Yeah.
it's the same dude that Quinto had on a few minutes ago. Anyway.
All right, bye.
So what
What's
tests
the
are there?
question? So somebody can answer you. What's the
What
question?
tests are there that prove flat Earth?
It's a great question. We got lots of.
Why you respond like that? Why can't you just respond with an answer to where I'm hearing you out? You feel me?
Right
I am
now.
psychologically
The
aware of
Earth
what
is
you're
round.
saying. Can you please just state it to me? I've had mentors who are billionaires in this fucking government, man. So this shit is corrupt. I know exactly what is going on and what you guys are doing as well.
Chemtrails, friend. The reason I said that is because
Why you call him Chemtrail? Why can't you call him by his real name though? You guys don't know him like that.
Dude, that's what
It's
he's
not
got
about
his name
you
on
guys don't
here.
care about him. You just care about flat Earth.
We call him Chemtrail.
We
call him Chemtrail. That's our homie.
This guy.
Hey, Roger. Hey, Roger.
No, I'm not Roger.
Yeah, Roger's out.
Roger's friend.
Yo,
what's up?
I was actually gonna compliment you because I was gonna say that the reason why I said that was a great question.
Say what?
Is because it is the right question that very few people actually ask, and you asked it. So
now
that's
what?
cool.
Very few.
So now what?
It
I'm still
measures.
waiting. I'm waiting.
We have to explain to your perspective, okay?
Oh my
What's the
god.
radius of the Earth?
Google it real quick.
Yeah, our king's in check, and you need to fucking listen.
What's the radius of the
We
Earth?
mean your king's in check.
That's it. You ask the question. Listen to what the response is.
Okay.
Do you know the radius of the Earth?
What?
Do you know the radius of the Earth? How much it's supposed to curve down as we go from point A to point B?
What about it? What about it? What's the test? I want to know a physical test.
You're not going to
What's the
understand
number?
the test
You know the
unless
number?
you know.
I can just
unless
look it up
you
on
know the
Google.
perspective.
What's the number?
Google lies.
Okay, what does that have to
I
do
just
with
want to
you
look it
knowing
up
the
on
number?
Google.
Wow, you know enough.
That's your
Okay,
problem.
so
You pair Google and Wiki. You think it's true, and you're just parroting lies.
So what is it then? What is it?
The radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles.
How did you get them calculations?
That's the alleged.
Send the formula.
That's the alleged radius.
Send the formula.
We
That's
don't believe in
your
radius.
number. The
Send
number
the
you gotta
formula.
come.
That's what your
Yo,
numbers
why
are.
is this dude
all right?
getting all
That's what Google
crazy?
says.
Why is
That's what your Google says. So
That's
if
the
that's
ones from the
true,
liars. Those numbers.
He said from the liars.
Shit. Those are the numbers from the liars. That's what you
Tell him to
motherfuckers.
Google it right now so he can see you're not lying. Just so he can shut the
What?
fuck up.
How did you get the calculated
Google
numbers?
right now. Google it now and then come back.
To us.
How did you get the calculated numbers?
Flat.
How?
We
Where's the
calculate
formula?
flat.
With what formula?
We're
Tell him to
giving it
Google it.
information
This is
on
a
the
flat
With
Google.
what
earther in the making,
formula?
man.
The
I
one
love
that
this guy.
they gave you.
Where's your formula?
From
Do you
NASA.
know what a formula is?
From NASA.
Do you know what a
Your
formula? What's the
bullshit
flat Earth formula? That's what
Flat,
I'm asking.
water, level.
Exactly. You
The
don't
fact that
have
you
it.
think that the flat Earth
Sea
can have a
level
formula shows that you're not prepared.
0 inches
Like
per
we
mile
see
squared.
10
That's
miles.
the formula for the
The
flat
formula
Earth.
is 0, bro.
So where's the
Go from
test?
A to
I'm still
B,
waiting
and
for the
there's
test
no
though.
curve. That's the
There's no
formula.
test though. There's no test though.
There's
You're
no
just telling me a
curve.
math formula. So where's the test though?
I'm trying to tell you
Where's a
that
physical test you could see with your eyes?
listen for a second. I'm trying to tell you that if the Earth was a sphere, it would bend down from point A to point B.
How would it bend
And we
down
don't
from
see
point A
that.
to point B?
It is
Look at a beach
supposed
ball.
to.
Does it
It's a
bend down?
ball.
Look at
How
a beach
can
ball. Does it
how
curve?
can you see such a bend if you're only a certain size? If you're minuscule compared to anything?
Right.
It's
So what we did,
calculable.
we
How am I
measured it.
calling? Okay.
The measurement.
If we're minutes, yeah, I asked a question. How can you even
We
see
measured it. Listen.
which you can't? You
Write this
didn't
down.
measure it. You
Get a
didn't
pen.
measure it. You didn't
Get a
measure it.
pen. Write this down.
You didn't measure it. You didn't
Write this
physically
down. I'm
measure
gonna tell you
it.
the
You
answer.
can't
Write this
physically
down.
measure it.
I'm gonna tell you the answer. Write this down.
Where'd you learn flat Earth from?
Will you write this down? When I tell you?
Write what down? You're gonna tell me
This is
formula.
the
You
number.
didn't
This is the
physically
number.
measure it, dude. You're sitting on your desk thinking about it, and it's on your head.
Are you gonna write it down or not?
What
I'll
is
answer
it?
your question.
What is it?
Listen, hang on. It's 8 inches per mile squared to the distance. Write that down.
What about it? What about it?
That means that
You're just regurgitating shit, bro.
it's 8 inches per mile squared to the
you
distance.
need to educate this
That's
guy
how
more.
much
He just keeps
your globe.
regurgitating shit.
Listen, that's how much your globe is supposed to curve. If it doesn't curve that much, it's not right. It's wrong. And we've debunked it. We've measured 5 miles, measured 10 miles, measured 20-mile laser test. We can see each other on the other side. There's no curve. It's flat. That's what it is. You have to take your model, which is supposed to curve, and measure distances 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles. If they don't curve, it's flat. That's it.
Curve. If what doesn't curve?
8 inches per mile.
The ground.
Yo, how is there curved monitors?
If you go from point A to point B,
How is there curved monitors?
look, you have a pregnant girl. She's pregnant. She can't see her feet.
How's there curved monitors? Yeah, exactly.
Why can't a pregnant girl see her feet?
Yeah, can
Tell
you
me.
see your feet?
Why can't a pregnant girl see her feet?
I'm listening.
Because there's curve in the way. Same thing with Earth. If the
Okay,
Earth
so
were
how is there a curve?
from distance A to distance B, it would be an occlusion.
Yo, you're funny as hell. You're so funny. That is not a test, dude. You're just literally thinking about a fucking curve.
I'll show you the test, but you're not going to
That is
understand
not even a
the test.
formula anyway. You're
Are
just
you a
literally
dumb
talking about
shit?
a pregnant woman. What?
I can show you the test, but you won't understand it unless you understand what I'm talking about.
You don't have
You
a
don't even know how to
test.
read the
You
test.
don't have a test. You don't have a test.
All right.
Okay.
What's your
Have you
test?
ever heard of
I'm done, but it was
What's
a
your
pleasure.
test?
Thank you.
What's your test? It's a pleasure. Thank you. Your IQ is
laser?
horrible. Your IQ is horrible. That is hilarious. Do you hear? Get out over here.
Hominid attacks. Start making insults means you lost.
Yo, can anybody remove his mod? Can anybody remove his rose?
No, that's not chemtrail.
You're late to the.
It's chemtrails legit.
Yeah,
His
we are
friends are just goofy. That's all. They can't listen.
You're late to the
We're just
conversation, sir.
Both of those guys need a fucking beating.
Well, let's see. Do they even know what a test is? And what kind of test are you talking about? A scientific experiment? I mean, what kind of test? You know.
Those words don't mean
more
anything to
specific.
them. They don't. It was pointless.
We can
They're
show him the
way
10
too high.
mile. We can show
They're
him the
way
10
too
mile
high at
laser
this
test.
moment.
He's not going to get it unless he realizes his Earth is supposed to curve, but it doesn't.
So what? So what? So what?
No, the test, bro. They
Show me
sound
the
like
test.
bros.
You ain't got no test. You making shit up right there on your desk. Dude, you got no test.
Yeah. Uh,
You're just regurgitating numbers, bro. You're just regurgitating numbers.
He said, "Give me a formula," and then when you gave it to him, he said, "Don't give me that formula."
Yeah, I think it was over his head actually. The 8 inches per mile. I probably didn't get that.
CAT is over that dude's head.
If we ask him how the universe started, he's gonna say, "Big bada boom."
And that's the generation that will be raising the next generation, ladies and gentlemen.
And we've all seen the movie Idiocracy too, so I guess
It's
that's
fucking
it.
coming true. It's insane. It's, I mean, the willful ignorance is so it's so boastful. It's like the stupid you are, the cool you are. Is that what it is?
Even though there's no excuse, they sound way too high for this conversation.
Yeah, they're like sitting underneath a bridge smoking a crack pipe while they talk with us about this, I'm pretty sure.
It's probably crack.
And they probably what I think they weren't looking like at the live stream voice text. So whatever information we present, they're not gonna be looking at it. So what says which says, this we can provide the laser test, radar test, and radio communications, military stuff, or whatever. They're not gonna be looking at it.
Well, he couldn't even comprehend that Godric was just walking him through what the globe claims. And he was already rejecting that, but that is his belief system. And he couldn't even though Godric was being nice and methodical about it, couldn't even comprehend that what Godric was telling him is what he believes. So there's
Well,
no
what
way he's
pissed-
going to understand anything else.
What pissed me off is he asked for, like, he's like, how did you test it? And then when he goes in to start talking about how they tested it, that's the point at which he would have gotten the measurements. But he's like, automatically, no, bro, you didn't test it. You're just sitting at your computer making up shit or whatever. And it's like, that pissed me off because he's not even respectful and he doesn't want the information. Screw him, man. Chemtrail, find better friends.
All right, so the consensus is your friends suck, Chemtrail.
Friends, because we spoke to 2 of his friends.
No, this is the third one I've heard.
What's the common denominator in that situation, though?
I was gonna say they all have one.
They're just morons. That's all it is.
Disrespect. Yeah,
Actually,
they're just high. Come on.
They're common normies at 11 or 12 midnight. That's how normies act. They're not listening. They're just having a conversation with themselves. They don't know the radius. They don't know the curve. So when we tell them it doesn't curve, there's no way they can rectify it.
Don't
You
forget
showed
that Chemtrail is on the
patience,
other side of
I'll
the
give you
room
that.
telling them that the Earth is flat and telling them how it is. That's it.
At least Chemtrail is introducing some people to the server, so that's good.
What was cool though is that he's trying to talk to his friends about it.
Yeah, the entire shelter is sick of hearing about it now, though.
The shelter. Did you hear him begging with him in the background? Please, no. He's trying to tell you. You did try.
It's
But why are you
cool. I
hanging out with
mean,
these dudes? You gotta find higher quality dudes to hang out with, bro. That's it.
it'll be all right.
Are you guys like college age chemtrail? Or did you leave? I missed
I'm
it.
not sure how old Chemtrail is.
No, he's muted because they're way too busy partying.
Oh, gotcha.
He actually left. Yeah, you're right. Because he was
So is
muted.
this one of those? Do we have no ballers here right now? Is that what's up?
Possibly. We actually have metronome. Metronome? Metronome. Your mic is open.
Metronome.
Metronome. Are you there? Welcome to Flat Earth. Metronome.
G'day. I'm actually just on a phone call right now, so I'll drop in
that's all
shortly.
right.
Thanks for my mic back.
Do you believe in the globe Earth or the flat Earth?
I think he said he was on a phone call.
Oh, okay. Hang up then, I guess.
I heard the dishes in the background. I think he's doing the dishes. So
Well, he might have said dishes. My ears are deaf. I'm an old man. Anybody expect to have a zero lockdown winter? Will things go back to normal?
I think there's evil forces working and there's good forces fighting, and having that battle right now from the top down. The forces that are good are trying to keep the businesses open so people can have a paycheck if they own a business, a restaurant, place where people meet, entertainment.
Yeah, but those his question is whether or not those forces will succeed, and clearly not if the plan succeeds.
the news they're
Well,
talking about 49% of people already did what they had to do, taking whatever. And they also made a map. They made a map saying that this map shows that these people that voted, these people that voted for President Biden took these states took the jabs, and these states that voted for Trump, this has the lowest numbers of people that took the jab. They making it like a division politics.
Yeah. Split them up.
I believe the world is still under 50%, and I don't think it'll get past 50. That's my belief, because the people that were going to take it have already taken it, and the people that don't want it are not going to take it. Period.
I think they're going to increase pressures to get the people who are like, I can live with this, but they're just going to increase pressures to see how much more and more it takes until people are finally the last of us that are like, you can go fuck yourself. Oh, look, everybody, the enemy, we found him.
Yeah, by putting enough restrictions on travel and concerts and festivals and just shopping and stuff like that, they'll pull another 10 or 15% just from that. Even if they were reluctant until now, they'll succumb to the pressure. They will.
But what pressure are they going to put exactly? Because it hasn't happened yet.
That's what he just was saying. So, like, for instance, like you think it's, bad now, wait until, anytime it will be mandated that if you were to go in a hospital for any reason, you must receive a punch in the face, a jab. And then they will say, well, it's mandated. Go fuck yourself. We make up the rules. And you'll just say, okay, I won't go to hospitals. I can live with that. I'll figure out a way around it. And then they take something else away. And they'll say it's
So today,
necessary. And they convince people to do it.
CNN fired someone from their staff saying because they went to work and they didn't prove they've taken the thing, and CNN announced they have a zero tolerance policy for
Yeah, they'll
that
start
now.
with private companies actually, because the private company will be pressured and they have their bottom line to worry about. So they're going to require that everybody that works for them get it, and they'll do it, and then they'll by proxy their families will get it because shit, mom or dad got it.
You know what though? Most companies don't have that luxury right now. They can't afford to fire anybody. That every place everywhere is hiring and they can't find people.
Every state.
That's only because the free money hasn't run out yet. That's all. They just putting the brakes on that, and when it finally catches up, you'll see people needing to go back. Like literally, like the next couple weeks will be the last few weeks that they are handing out all that free money. So, you know,
What free money?
for unemployment and your subsidies for, getting there, everything you're promised is all gonna, it's either reaching the end of its limit and won't be renewed, or they're gonna start reducing things like, well, we need to make this cut and got to pay back this, and we're proposing this, but it's for the
They
good
didn't.
because we're
They
shuffling
didn't
everything
give this.
around.
They didn't give the stimulus checks they promised.
Exactly. So, and you're never going to see them. That's part of the scam.
Oh,
You keep on waiting.
the government didn't give me something I was promised. Sorry.
Listen, those people, everybody who's at unemployment and was just sitting around collecting that money, they aren't working because why? Because they're getting that money, right? They're still getting it. When that money stops, what are they going to do? Starve to death? Or turn to crime, or go back to work?
Do you
Really,
think
the only three
anytime?
options I
Do you
see.
think anytime during the Biden administration that they're going to stop giving that handout?
Could I interject for a
Yes,
second?
yes, I do believe. No, I believe that. Well, you talking about this first term? Is that
Yeah,
what?
no,
Yeah.
I'm saying until he's replaced, do you think he'll ever stop?
Giving money out completely, there's a good
Yeah,
chance. It's
yeah.
definitely going to go less and less and less over time for sure.
No, this is all part of the plan. It was all seen long ago. It's about trying to get people on the dole, trying to eliminate jobs, trying to make people reliant on the handout.
Mm-hmm.
So that
Same thing Democrats have always done, right?
How is the country going to sustain this?
they don't
How do
give a
they pay
fuck.
for it?
Well, it already
They don't
has
give a fuck.
sustained it.
And what do they do? You got to understand too that everything that we've seen so far was under the impression that people were gonna run out of money and we're gonna have to go back to work. Lifestyles will change so dramatically once they learn I don't have to go back to work
And
and
that
I can just send my.
the idea is to crash the dollar, which is the world's reserve currency. That is the idea.
Well, then that's no problem. They can do that easy. They just it'll take in what's he's got 2 more years. Yeah, it'll get done. If that's the goal, right?
They
If
want to
you
get.
really believe
They
that,
need to
I'm
get. They
not.
need to
I'm not
get.
sure
They
that
need to
that's
get.
the goal, but
No,
if it
okay.
is,
It's not exactly that simple. That's just.
yeah.
Uh, but basically
If
they
that's the
need to get
priority, it
everybody.
could
They
get
need
done.
to
I
get
guess. Yeah.
everybody on the new Federal Reserve e currencies that they're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
that's
gonna
good. I
love
was gonna
that,
have a grand. Yeah.
and that'll. But
If it,
see, there's gonna be that hard line. That hard line that will never do it, no matter how much money you wave in front of their face. They won't do it. I'm one of them. I know there's people like me. I don't care what you bribe me with. I'll go out swinging. Sorry. You're not
Yeah, but
skipping
it's
me.
more like a 51% thing, isn't it? Where it's not really like that. It's more like if you go and look at over time, the unemployment rates to today's unemployment rates, pretty much in every Western country, like they've exceeded pretty much anything since the 1920s. And then if you
Those
look
numbers
at
are
the
way
amount of
off
money
though,
that they've
because they. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
like if you look at the money that they've given out already, it really doesn't matter whether they stop giving out this amount of money that you speak of or not. Which I'm not really comprehending what you mean there, because social welfare has already always existed, in the last
Yeah,
20
but the
years.
amount of people that were benefiting at once is dramatically different. Social benefits existed,
Exactly.
but it only existed because it could afford to pay those that were making the claims. That's
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. So my personal opinion is basically that it just, or my thesis there is that the American dollar, like as you said, is the world federal reserve currency. And I don't actually think it is crashable personally. So I think that it more is just a case of we're just all going to be left in a more sparing position than we have, and not to say that we've never been in other generations, but for our last two generations definitely. And so I decide that basically on the e-currencies being created and then backed by the Federal Reserve, and the amount that they've printed and released is just not going to be able to basically keep up if America
Doesn't cost the Federal
doesn't
Reserve anything
handle
to
the
print that.
inflation that. Pardon?
Doesn't cost the Federal Reserve anything to print that money. They're making money. They make money by printing money. They don't lose money.
That's not true, because printing money causes inflation. So
Yeah, they lose confidence.
in a real
No,
world
they
model,
lose confidence in the dollar when it starts to inflate. So
When they print money, it weighs on the dollar, and everybody has that invisible tax of inflation.
Yeah.
I understand that in aggregate, yes, everybody loses money, but who is collecting the most, more than its than its depreciation? They're collecting it at
the
an
American
astronomical
government.
rate.
that's why the very people who are crashing the dollar have a replacement ready for you to accept. Like that's the e-currency. It's still the same people.
Yeah,
Federal
exactly
Reserve.
right.
They've got it ready to go. They're just moving you to a new system.
Yeah,
Well,
pretty
that's
much,
not
and that's being caused by
okay. So
handing
if
out a
we're
lot of
going to
money
talk
that's going to
about they're
cause.
going to make moves, legal moves, and all that, that's what government's doing this, because the United States government can't do that.
What do you mean they have done it? So that's pretty much what I'm saying, is that the American
So all
government
this
has
is
done it.
illegitimate. Everything going on around me right now is illegitimate.
Hold on, can I have a
Yeah, the
moment?
World Economic Forum, the IMF, the central banks, they're all getting ready to introduce this worldwide connected economic system, and they have the cryptocurrencies to connect the whole system together. They're gonna grab all the nation's currencies and move them into a digital form of them, including the dollar, the Chinese, um, the Chinese
Sure, but
currency, all of them.
if we look at it from a outside perspective, as just a third party, realistically, it wasn't actually an option, was it? Because if you look at the uptick of e-currency, as we're calling it in this conversation, it was either the American dollar was going to be subinflated by there being these other stronger currencies that end up having a market cap, obviously not rival to the American dollar market cap, but enough to have a foothold in the system in which it can't be controlled. And so to insinuate that it's something monstrous or diabolical for them to slowly implement a way for us to move over to e-currency is just kind of not realistic, because it's a two-edged sword. It was going to happen either way. So it's wouldn't you want your government to maintain the hold that they have over the world currency and allow you guys to keep holding the amount of debt that you do and etc. I'm just saying that in order to do that, yeah, it has had to cause massive inflation that is slowly starting to be seen, and it is
Well,
actually already in
that's
effect
coming.
and being.
Inflation is already right here, and it
Yeah,
might grow
exactly
more.
what I was about to say. Yeah, it's already being statistically tracked, and we can see that in the last
Hang
6
on, let me
months
say
alone.
something. Look, around 2002, the Mexican peso inflated overnight. It was 3-1 for decades, and it went to 10-1 overnight. Mexican peso, if you guys remember that. So that's the kind of inflation that we're gonna be worried about. Not that gas prices go up $1. It would literally be 3 times. Gas prices would have to go to $12 overnight. That's what would happen.
You guys assume that the Federal Reserve is gonna like take this loss, right, for the government.
No, I'm not
because
saying that
they're the
they're
ones
going to take a loss. No, I think globally, I think other countries will take the loss personally. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
think
what I'm
America
saying.
will.
They're not going to lose out. Even if it came down to the money's about to become worthless and they had every bit of it, they would just buy gold or buy land while it still had worth when they know it's right before it's going to drop because they orchestrate when it drops. They're not going to lose out ever. But that's why
Guys,
you
they
don't play
already
along.
holding.
That's
They
why you
already
refuse to
hold
play
the
along. And if you play
resources.
along, you're part of the problem.
They already hold the resources, the pharmaceuticals, that they own the governments.
Right, but how do they hold it?
The
How do they hold
economic
it
policies.
physically?
And what they're gonna do is introduce this new economic system where everybody's gonna be participating. And if you want to participate, you gotta agree with the terms and services. And it's gonna be done through the central banking system, and that's gonna scale down to the governments and to the people.
Yeah, and I believe that there will be too many people that will refuse to participate in the United States for it to just go over peacefully.
Wait,
So what
you're
happens
not
if you
gonna
have?
use
Hang on. What happens if you have?
You're not gonna.
What happens if you have 25,000 cash buried in your backyard? What happens to that?
What happens to the 25,000 buried in my backyard? I don't know. Somebody's gonna find it because my ass is miles away in the woods somewhere. If it becomes useless, what do you mean? I don't know. What do you mean? It becomes useless. I don't know. It's buried money. It has no value.
Yeah, I think that's the same as saying it's like
Meaning, if people have cash, what happens to that? Does it just turn to
We have
zero?
real world models of that. Like, look at
Are
what
we gonna
happened in
have? Are we
Venezuela.
gonna have 12 months to turn in for the full price?
Us? I doubt it. It'll become worthless first.
No, but you
The market
essentially are
crash.
in that moment, right? Sorry, but that is what
Go
you're
ahead.
in right now. You are in that time right now. You've got,
Yeah, but you think that it's anywhere near as bad as it can get? Like they do it incrementally, and right before everybody's ready to catch up, bam, drop it all out all at once. That's it.
You guys know that
Whatever's
more than
left.
90% of all, not more than 90% of all money used daily, it's digital. It's not cash.
Right. Everything's
It's like
bullshit. That's
90
not hard to figure out. But
95% of all the money transaction is all digital.
Sure, but you have to remember that this conversation originated surrounding of basically why they would want to or not want to hold down unemployment rates after COVID and after laying off all these people. So, like, in regards to what effect that would have, the inflation would have on that, it basically allows you to keep more people out of work, doesn't it?
I didn't
What do you
follow
mean?
that
What do you mean
background.
keep
I was
people out of
trying.
work? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, try it again.
Well, effectively, while you're transitioning currencies, you're implementing a model to transition currencies. That's more effective to have the most amount of money off the table, or moving as little as possible as you can.
That's depending on what they want to accomplish because the money
I'm
of
not sure what your point is.
The money movement is what the whole system depends on, right? Money flow, people buying and selling, and they can stop that tomorrow with a new emergency, right? They can say all the commerce stops. Nobody can open up their doors. Nobody can sell. I mean, that's what they did last time in some places, in many places. So
Right, and like
how sustainable?
behind
how long? People got to make food. People got to eat, right? People have to herd cattle and fucking do all that shit. So, but who's going to be the sucker that does it? Well, he can just sit at home and do nothing.
I think that's part of what they want to control. How much is being produced and who's producing it, you know? And a lot of the resources and even the lands that are supposed to be being used for these purposes are being, you know, sold
Ordered.
at cheap prices and controlled by new administrators now, because even farmers are being paid to not do anything in their lands, you know, to not produce food and stuff.
So they bring in the, sub-Saharan African slave or children workers or whatever they got going on over there over here to work our fields while we sit and collect unemployment. That's the plan.
That's a big part of the equation, even like before the the
Yeah, I know,
emergencies
but
and
it's
stuff.
not
But
so
now
much in your face as what you're describing, right? It's kind of like hidden in the shadows because if a normie knew what was going on, they'd get pissed off, right? You would
yeah,
think.
but
So
a lot of the automatization that is coming, a lot of these let's say fast food places, Amazon delivery, drones, all this kind of stuff is gonna be automatic systems that are being all these technologies that came out of nowhere and keep coming out. There's going to be a robot in the grocery store accommodating the products, you know,
we have
and a
those.
robot
You
in
know how long?
McDonald's
I'm
and
sorry.
and a robot in McDonald's frying the fries, you know, that kind of stuff, making the
Yeah,
sandwiches.
but those robots, they fail all the time. They're horrible at their job right now, and it's
No,
gonna be a
robots are
while.
replacing human jobs right now by the
No, I
thousands,
get
probably by the
no, I
million.
get that. I'm not saying that they're not. I understand how assembly lines work. What I'm saying is some of these jobs that humans are better at than robots, they are not as adept at, and they are high maintenance. People have to work on these
Yeah.
robots, right?
Do robots need a
Robots working on
vacation?
robots?
Do
Are
robots need a
robots
vacation?
working? I understand the benefit over.
Do
I get it.
robots need sick leave? Do they
I
do they
get the
sue their
benefit over time.
employers?
Yeah. I get they're better. I'm not arguing that. It's not here. You want to burn them
They
all
work
up.
till
But
they
here,
break.
want some more straw men? Because here you go. Because that's not my argument. But
McDonald's already explained they have robots ready to go to replace to make the fries. Exactly, just to make the fries, they got a robot ready.
and
That's
who's
just
gonna
one
pull
section
the
of the
fries out and
economy because
package them, bring them to the customer,
Did you
load the sleeves?
did you notice when you went into your McDonald's, there's an automated order menu, but you can
Yes.
just deal with the computer. You don't have to tell the person with your voice. You can just put it on the computer and they'll make it for you.
Yes.
You go to the bank, you see an ATM machine. There used to be a physical teller that would smile at you, that would hand you the cash, double
Yes.
count it.
Yeah.
Go to the supermarket. There's an automated checker. There used to be a
Yes.
lady that would have a little bandage
Yes.
on her wrist because she would get carpal tunnel from moving all the items
Yeah.
across the counter and
Yeah.
talk to you and say good evening. How are you, sir? Did you find everything?
Yeah.
and that's one section of the economy because you still need people that are gonna, you know,
And
fix
how
your
many
toilet.
manufacturers and robot and mechanics did we just create? How many
Yeah,
manufacturing jobs?
the mechanics are definitely needed still, but now you see all these electric vehicles, right? They pushing all these bills now with the electric cars that a lot of the mechanics cannot fix. So if your electric vehicle breaks down, you go to the factory that sold it to you, or whatever, Tesla or whoever it is, right? You don't go to the mechanic to fix it for you anymore. You gotta replace the parts now, which is made by the original company or whatever.
So you still haven't overcome this overnight change. It's still not going to happen
It
overnight.
costs. You know what? And guess what? It costs
No,
more. The items cost more, not less. When these new robots are making them and servicing you, they cost more. The costs are more to us, not less.
So how are they going to
just
get
piece
this
by
done
piece.
in the blink of an eye then? How is this
No, no
getting
way.
done?
It's not
It's
done in a
happening
snap.
now. It's happening now.
It's not gonna happen in a snap like that.
Look at the
It has to,
Look at the production line in the to make a car. There used to be men and women pounding doors together, with machines, and now they're all
How many times
mechanical
are you gonna kick
machines.
my horse, dude? For real. I get it. I understand that. What are you trying to prove?
Are you saying that's not happening?
No, but your point is what? The jobs have been replaced. I am agreeing with you, am I not?
Yeah, the jobs
So
are
there's
being
two more
replaced.
things. There's two more things that are
Many
coming.
jobs
Let
are
me
being
let me tell you.
replaced.
There's two
Many
more
jobs
things
are
that are
being
coming.
replaced. Wait,
What?
one
I'm not
second.
speaking. It's not
Go
me. I don't
ahead.
know who's talking.
So a lot of the jobs are being replaced. Still, other jobs are like necessary, like who's gonna clean the streets or replace the pavement, fix the bridges, or build the houses. Even though there's 3D printer machines that can print a lot of the buildings now and stuff, but a lot of these jobs that are being replaced, people might be sitting down for a long time and receiving checks, just like now, like the unemployment. It might have a different name in the future. It might be universal income or something like that. They're pushing towards that. Go ahead, Rock. Who was it? Rockin'.
It was God. I was just going to say that these automated cars are right about to be launched, and that's going to replace all the drivers. I'm not sure how long that would take, but it's kind of inevitable.
How many people it kills in the process? It could
It'll kill
be.
people, but then they're going to say on
Yeah.
TV
No, I'm
it's
agreeing
still
with
going to
you.
be safer than a human because
No, I
humans
agree
don't.
with you.
They're
I
going to say
agree with you.
humans. They're going to say the robot doesn't drink and drive, doesn't get road rage, and it's on a full. They'll say foolproof computer. They'll kill people, but they won't put that. They won't put that story on the news. They'll just kind of cover that one up and put it on some statistic somewhere. Meanwhile, a child's dead. So you're gonna have the drivers replaced, right? They're gonna send. Then they're gonna send all these. These people that work for Amazon, these food delivery, Postmates, Uber, DoorDash, these Amazon deliveries to your door. They're gonna launch drones to replace all those jobs. So that's I don't know how many more millions of jobs replaced.
And a lot of jobs in the financial system is people in computers just typing numbers and letters in a computer from their homes, and that's a huge part of the economy. People in computers doing stuff.
And did you guys see the movie Aliens, where they went to the alien planet and they got that alien ship?
Mining colony. Yeah.
Okay, so
LV
the girl
240,
was
whatever.
impregnated. The girl was impregnated by an alien, right? So it
Yep.
was in her. Okay, so she went to that, like it was like a drone doctor, and she selected a C-section. So that machine took out the alien from her belly, opened her up, took the alien out, sewed her up, gave her a pain shot. So how long do you think it's going to take before that's really a thing?
Something like that. I mean, probably within your kids or grandkids' lifetime, for sure.
Or sooner probably.
I don't know about
Yeah, but do you
probably.
think they could actually like independently do those things? I guess if they're what is it, like coded to do that? Or is there going to be somebody on a computer doing it just like a drone, like whomever was trying to say, like all these people are on computers
the forces
already?
that be are trying to replace the human worker, right? Why? So the human worker will have to be relying on the government for a universal paycheck. That's the whole point. They're trying to put us out to pasture. Then they get everything going to be automated. It's an agenda that's going to be pushed. We're not saying the robots are better, but they're going to say this is much more safe. It's much better. We have all the statistics. It's all science. It works. Proven.
Man,
Fact.
real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you guys heard of universal basic income, but to me, it's automating everything. Like even a computer code will be automated. the same way, you know how our cells, our bodies, how the body kind of everything is automated. I think that's where they want to get it. And these jobs that we do today, anyways, they're menial. You know, they're worthless jobs that keep you busy. It's things that people want to do. So it's just a shift. It's just a change in jobs or things that people hate to do for money. And we're, you know what I mean, like people are fighting for these jobs as if these jobs were real jobs in the first place. So you know, universal basic income, they say, because a lot of people are going to be jobless and not many skills are going to be needed, that they're going to have to reskill people or retrain people to learn, so it's going to be like a whole different way of thinking, lifestyle, you know what I mean, like probably our children's children will fully experience that life. But I just want to chime in on that. Thanks.
Who's gonna pick up the coconuts?
The coconut picker uppers. Who else? I am Gen Z. But they still have to, like on that movie, they still have to figure out what a consciousness is.
They don't
They
need
don't.
consciousness to enslave us.
They don't have to
But
do that. They just have to replace all of our physical necessities.
That David guy is like an antichrist or something. Yeah.
You know, you know a lot of people in the social media platforms just making money, and they can have a, let's say, a decent life just selling products or making videos in YouTube and just not doing anything productive, just and being part of the economy, you know, and having money, because a lot of these YouTubers have a lot of money. TikTokers make a lot of money. Just girls showing half of their boobs in TikTok, they make money. They don't have to be nurses or anything. They can just, you know, be
yeah, but
models.
that's not really making money because they know all that money goes right back into the economy because they're idiots.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think that's is like a big part of the workforce is being moved towards, you know, being part of this system that is not really productive. And what is actually important, like food production, pharmaceuticals, and all that kind of stuff, that's gonna be taken care of by the big guys, you know? They're gonna be taking care of these important things, and the silly things are you're gonna be a lot of people are gonna still make money just doing silly stuff, like Bong said, just worthless jobs.
Can I get into the realm of hypotheticals without triggering people?
It's
About
people like
conflicts. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
it's people like you, Jimsy, who make these things to replace real jobs because you think they're worthless.
Sure.
What job, if a computer can beat you at chess, what job do you think it can't do? Tell me.
Make
I mean,
humans.
You don't
yeah,
think it can make humans?
yeah, a computer is gonna make humans with another computer, something.
It'll have humans make humans. Believe me, that's not a problem. That's the easiest job
But it
ever.
will have humans make it. The computer won't do it. I was being very specific. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
They can listen. All you have to do is pay you to get impregnated, and you'll have a line of women waiting to get paid. So they'll have all the humans they
Already
need.
do that. Yeah, they already do that.
Right. They already do it with welfare, right, and with family planning. All they need to do is take the average human out of power, out of a real job, and replace it with automation. And we lose all of our, but basically they can put us out to pasture. We lose all of our
Yes,
rights,
but
everything.
yeah, but the
We're no longer
machine still need
necessary.
that guy that is the machine is gonna have, you know, the whole system is gonna have this section of people that are gonna be there to do the maintenance and do the job that is actually needed, because the machine is
Have
not
you
gonna is
have you
not
heard of
gonna
upgrade? Have you heard of upgrade?
the machine is
Are
not
you
gonna just fix itself completely
So now you're talking
forever.
about integrating humans and just taking them over.
yes.
Eventually,
That's what
yes. I think that's the goal. Yeah, it's not hard.
I
I
don't
don't
think it
think
agree,
the
may be
right? They're
that
already
scientists
far.
trying to
right now.
program
Yeah,
us, code
yeah,
us,
yeah. I think
a
it's even
human
worse.
robot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's even worse than what we think. I mean, like, culling the herd. When the herd gets too big, right, and when getting out of control, they say cull the herd. What does that even mean, right? It means lower the population, eat it, do what you do, but lower the population. So why would they care? We're just cattle. How do we
Sterilization,
cull the herd?
right?
Yeah,
That's women are already having a hard time trying to get pregnant, and they got to do all this IV stuff and whatever. And that's what I think, have wanted. But really, those are like the normal people mostly, because they eat like the non-food and they watch the TV and they're not healthy. And so really, the people that don't do that, they're going to have more children. I gotta go.
yeah.
Later.
Sounded like those kids were
Take it easy.
destroying that house.
Yeah,
A
the
noisy
children are
house is a
taking
good
over.
house.
They're taking over.
And your children are making noise. Probably
No, I
help
get
each
your
other.
I get the logical progression of everything you're saying and how it's going to happen, but I think that at a certain point it scares enough people where there's an armed conflict and it doesn't get done.
Well, hang on, let's talk about that. Wasn't there public displays of not riots but peaceful protests in like a lot of cities, and they didn't even show it on the news? You heard about that?
No,
In Sao
I
Paulo
missed.
and Brazil and other countries, they were protesting the masks and the jabs, and
Before
Yeah,
the
they
but these
whole
are regular
this was like
citizens,
the
not like
last
the
this
armed criminal populace of those cities.
yes, the regular streets. This is like this month.
Who was protesting? I'll have to look it up. I'm out of it sometimes when it comes to world events.
A handful of
Brazil,
cities were
Sao
out there.
Paulo, and where else?
Other places I don't
All
know
right. Last couple
but
weeks
you
though,
can
it's been happening. Yeah. All
last
right.
three
I got you.
weeks, and they're not showing that. So we're already trying to protest, but if they don't put it on the media, then we don't know what's happening.
You're right. Well, people need to start communicating then, because this is the first I heard of it. I'll pass the word along, but I mean, like,
And once they get the manual jobs all replaced, then you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be basically on the universal welfare, and then they're going to convince us to do sterilization, because why would we want to have kids and not have any way to feed them except by the government? So they're gonna get us to think that the world's overpopulated and that we should do public sterilizations for both men and women, so we won't have more kids, because we can't basically maintain them ourselves since the government's paying for everything.
So
Oh, as long as they start
you
at the
mentioned
top. And yeah, go ahead, MC.
you mentioned the armed conflict though, and I think in reality it's possible that an armed conflict could fix cut that branch out, that rotten branch, or take out that rotten fruit and that bad stuff that is making the rest bad. But I think it's all rotten at the moment, because I remember looking in the history of the nation I came from, and anyone that tried to do any violence against the government was just massacred immediately. There was no option to go against the powers that be. They were just killed. That's it.
Yeah, that's the price of liberty.
Mafioso. I mean, government. Sorry. Wrong gang. It's all the same, but
Same gang. Same gang.
yeah.
If you think they're
It's
just gonna give
silver
you
lead.
freedom, it's not like machines will be the first person or first thing to ever try to enslave people, you know. But it's the people ultimately. The machines aren't doing it on their own right now. So like
Rothschild did say, "I don't want a nation of thinkers, a nation of workers," and they made sure they got that by, through the education that we get and through the jobs that are provided, and what are we but that? You are just a very inefficient machine. That's all a human being is. A human resource is a very inefficient machine. Has to eat, has to sleep, to poop, has to have a shower. I mean, this is expensive. If you think about it, this
Actually,
is costly.
science is telling us now that we're actually a complicated rock. I think, right?
we are a complicated
Science
rock.
fact. We're a
I like
complicated
to
rock.
think of
Scientific fact.
myself as a beautiful tropical.
Think he dropped out.
Basically made from clay, light, and heat. And we're all basically rocks.
Wait a minute, clay,
Complicated.
light, and heat.
Abiogenesis. This is a scientific explanation of how it started. Light, heat, and clay got together.
And where
And then
does
when
the
the conditions
consciousness?
became, hang on, when the conditions became perfectly perfect, the first living cell popped out, started eating, replicating, growing. Then it started changing. Then it turned into a plant, and then a lizard, and then a butterfly, and then into a monkey, human ancestor, and then turned into you and to me.
So we don't even looking for the first forms of life. We're just going straight from inanimate objects to life.
Yes.
Awesome story.
Abiogenesis.
I thought it had some holes in it, but yeah, cool story, bro. Yeah. I mean, you could probably make a movie out of it.
It's kind of faithy to me, little faith. They say after so many millennia, then it's obviously going to happen mathematically.
Can I ask you one quick question? I don't mean to go back on the subject completely, but how long do you think before like the voluntary sterilization phase of the New World Order plan? Like how far off do you think that is?
Well, I don't want it to happen. I feel like there's
No, I didn't say I
some good
want you
people.
wanted it
No,
to
let me
happen.
explain. I feel like there's some good people fighting for us, and there's some evil people trying to take over everything. So that's gonna have to pan out. But I mean, we could be in trouble as early as like within the next 10 years if this continues on.
My friend has 8 kids and he just lost his job. No, because he's not essential. And we're all trying to help him, man. It's so sad. But the fuck.
Yeah,
I think it's already started.
the homeless population is growing, not shrinking.
Those numbers are so fucked up. Once you're off unemployment, you still don't earn any money, and they don't count you, and you're off the books. So that number of people who aren't working now that they show you is actually higher. So they're farther along than you're thinking, right? And in that part of the plan, there's more people sitting around doing nothing and surviving. They're still alive.
And the people that couldn't pay their rent, they got a free pass in the government. But then what's going to happen when they have to release that and they have to start paying the rent again? They're not going to have the money because they didn't save money. Most people don't save money. They live in paycheck to paycheck. So if the government gives them a crutch, they're going to rely on that. And then when they take it away, they're shit out of luck.
Does the government give them a crutch, or they just grab everything right then?
The crutch is that they don't get evicted. They don't pay their rent. They claim COVID, and they don't get evicted because there's a ban on evictions.
But why did they bail them out in the first place? Why not let people fight
Because
it
of
out
the
amongst
COVID,
themselves?
But this has already been done. They say because of the COVID, some jobs have been removed. So we're going to give you a reprieve. We're not going to ban you for 12 months. But then when they release that ban, they're going to have millions of people on the streets because they're going to get evicted. So they're not going
Everybody's
to have
gonna want
rent
their
anymore.
back money. Yeah.
It's worse than that. You're missing one critical part of this, which is that the smaller mom and pop, the smaller, more independently owned rental services, apartment complexes or rental houses, they're going to go under because they don't have the extra money to keep themselves going financially through that part of the lockdown that would make it so their tenants don't have to pay. So while they go under, the big corporate, renters, they stay afloat and they grow bigger.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what I mean. Why don't
Yes,
they
so
do the
you
grab
remove the
right
middle
then and there?
class. So you remove the small businesses, small mom and pop shops, middle class.
Yes. Now
Corporations
you
get
have two
stronger,
classes. Yeah.
and the poor people get more abundant.
Well, so you have two classes. You have a master class and you have a slave class. And one class. Okay, no, too many problems. You only want two classes: a slave class and a master class. I think that's all they
And
want.
let me tell you, I have a friend in Canada, and they're still getting $2,000 a month, Canadian money. I meant not $2,000 Canadian money. It's almost the same thing. Since the pandemic started, so they've been getting paid every month per household, extra money. In U.S., we've only gotten like 4 stimulus in like a year. So what's happening is the Canadian government are doing too much, and they have that crutch now. And the Canadians have the same problem. They're not going to work because they have this free money from the government. And as that money stops, they're afraid that everyone's going to be on the street because they're not working. They can't. When you haven't worked for 12 months, you're not going to go back to work and get a job.